In the primordial era, upon Kunlun Mountain, dense spiritual energy converged, and a faint divine radiance shrouded the summit. From time to time, spirit beasts howled as they streaked past, while spiritual roots carpeted the slopes, lush and emerald, dripping with vitality. Seen from afar, this place was truly one of the most supreme, blessed paradises of the primordial world. At the mountain's peak stood 3 palaces named Bayering Palace, Yushu Palace, and Bio Palace. Inside Bayering Palace, an elderly man stood before a bagua furnace. A faint smile rested upon his face, his expression tranquil, a horsetail whisk held lightly in his hand. Within the bagua furnace burned the samadhi, true fire releasing an endless searing heat. Suddenly the elder flicked his whisk, sending out a stream of magical power. In the span of a breath, the bagua furnace opened in an instant, and rich pill fragrance flooded the entirety of Bayering Palace. Almost all living beings upon Kunlun Mountain could smell the aroma of the pill. As the medicinal fragrance diffused, a single pill drifted before Laozi. 9 strands of violet cloud patterns coiled across the pill's surface, faintly emanating pure spiritual power and medicinal force. This was the primordial world's universally acknowledged supreme pill, the 9-turn golden core. A living being, without any cultivation, upon swallowing it could ascend to immortality on the spot. Even those who had already become immortals and attained the Deluo Dao fruit found it hard to resist the allure of the 9-turn golden core. The elder's brows lifted in mild astonishment. This 9-turn golden core has actually absorbed the medicinal power of all the other cores. He murmured, "How can that be?" He looked puzzledly into the pill furnace, where several cores remained, their medicinal power utterly drained, reduced to useless waste pills. Vaguely, it seems to exceed the bounds of a 9-turn golden core. Perhaps it should be called a Hongjun golden core. Murmuring to himself, the elder produced a purple gold gourd and was just about to store the pill away when the pill at the center suddenly shot off at high speed. Laozi did not hurry. Instead, he revealed an intrigued glint in his gaze, his spiritual sense locked firmly onto the 9-turn golden core. The fleeing golden core darted wildly in every direction. At last it hovered at the heavens above Kunlun Mountain, drawn toward the 3 majestic palaces. Bayering Palace, Yushu Palace, Bio Palace. A thought echoed within it: I have crossed into the primordial world. By now the 9-turn golden core had already been taken over by a young man from Blue Star. The youth's original name was Xuandan, family name Jean, given name Dan. He was born with the ability to project his spiritual sense outward, and now, from a different vantage point, he could see his current appearance clearly. Named Xuandan, only to cross over and become a 9-turn golden core. Fortunately, my parents did not give me some overly abstract name back then. Despite the joke, tension still gripped him. More than that, he was lost and unsure where his path lay. He prided himself on being well-versed in primordial world novels and knew clearly what it meant for a golden core to gain a physical form. It was destined to become the fodder of the demon race and the coveted prize of great beings wielding vast divine abilities. Yet in his heart, he still felt a sliver of relief. Luckily, my foundation is that of a golden core and not some random lowly creature. In the primordial world, one's origin determined one's ceiling. With an inferior foundation, one would not even have a place to weep. Just then a kind-looking elder appeared, clad in a Taiji Taoist robe and holding a horsetail whisk. So that is how it is. This core has actually given birth to spiritual wisdom. A 9-turn golden core giving rise to spiritual wisdom. This is truly unheard of and most interesting. Indeed, it seems that freely blending all manner of heavenly and earthly treasures into this bagua furnace has borne fruit. Such is the working of karma. Could this be the primordial world's very first pill to gain spiritual wisdom? Xuandan jolted in fright, only to realize he suddenly could no longer move. This is bad. Am I to perish the very moment I cross over? Endless panic surged within him, but then he noticed the elder's iconic attire before his eyes. His terror diminished by 9/10 in an instant, for this image was far too classic. Standing before him was none other than the head of the 3 pure ones, the leader of the Xuandan, Hongjun's first disciple, the foremost authority on the Tao of pills, the elder lord of the heavenly court, the supreme sage of grand purity, Laozi. Laozi wore a gentle smile, his tone kindly, without the slightest hint of oppressive might. You were refined by this poor Taoist, thus between us lies a bond of karma and fate that cannot be severed. The primordial world is perilous. How would it be if you remained upon Kunlun Mountain as my second disciple? Xuandan was instantly overjoyed. In this realm, he himself was a top-grade heavenly treasure walking in the world. Without a supreme backing, relying solely on his postnatal celestial level strength after gaining form, any casual cultivator could swallow him whole. In terms of medicinal effect, he far surpassed the legendary flesh of Tang Sung by countless degrees. To lean upon a sage was a fortune that countless beings could not obtain even after 8 lifetimes of cultivation. Xuandan did not hesitate in the slightest and cried out, "This disciple greets master." Laozi's mood brightened at once. After all, this pill was something he had personally refined. Its birth of spiritual wisdom was also due to him, thus affection arose naturally in his heart. He stretched out his hand, sending forth a stream of azure light. Dense spiritual energy instantly enveloped Xuandan. In less than 3 breaths, the outline of an innate Tao body emerged. A young man appeared, features like sculpted jade with sword-like brows and starry eyes, clad in a Sage Taiqing bagua robe. A gentle breeze stirred, setting his robes fluttering, making him seem like a free and unrestrained sword immortal. His features looked about 15 or 16, handsome, yet carrying a hint of youthful innocence. A flash of surprise swept across Laozi's face before quickly fading. It is said that appearance is born of the heart. For a 9-turn golden core to take such a form, your heart must indeed be pure. Xuandan swiftly adapted to his new body. This elegant bearing was no different from how he had looked in his youth in his previous life. This disciple thanks master. In high spirits, Laozi smiled and led Xuandan back in a Buyering palace. This poor Taoist considers that between us is half a bond akin to that of father and son. You have taken form from a 9-turn golden core, while my first disciple bears the name Xuandu. Henceforth you shall be called Xuandan. Xuandan murmured the name to himself, incomparably delighted, hastily kowtowing in thanks. This disciple thanks master for bestowing the Tao title. Laozi continued, since you have entered the Xuanmen, I must speak to you of its rules. Under this poor Taoist sit you and Xuandu as 2 disciples. In days to come you must be harmonious and loving and harbor not the slightest ill intent. Xuandan's expression turned solemn. With his memories of the primordial world, he knew well that if he had not crossed over, the human teaching would have had only Xuandu as its sole heir. Rumor had it that Xuandu had taken pills to cultivate up to quasi saint. Whatever the truth, Laozi's treatment of his disciples was unquestionably excellent, and there was never any sense of competition over good things. It was unlike the intercepting teaching of the myriad immortals coming to court. There, not to mention magic treasures and pills, even listening to the Tao could not be done in the sage's presence, but only outside Bo Palace. The many outer disciples of the intercepting teaching could only drool in longing. Xuandan bowed respectfully, his tone and bearing utterly earnest as he responded, I shall heed master's teachings. This disciple will surely keep them engraved within his heart. Just as Xuandan was pondering, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! The altruistic system has awakened. Xuandan jolted, clenching his fists, his heart brimming with even greater joy. The golden finger that every transmigrator longed for had already activated. Even as Xuandan rejoiced, doubt stirred within. He did not know what function this system possessed. No sooner had the thought arisen than the system's voice sounded again in his mind. Ding! Pills refined by the host will have their effects increased tenfold. Xuandan's pupils contracted as he drew in a deep breath, trying his best to remain composed. After all, his master was right before him. At this moment, Laozi merely assumed Xuandan was experiencing normal excitement upon entering his tutelage. In the primordial world, the thrill of becoming a sage's disciple was in no way inferior to the later story of Fanjin passing the imperial examination. Stroking his beard, Laozi wore a thoughtful look, his heart slightly conflicted. What sort of cultivation method should be passed on to this child? Xuandan, however, was nearly struck dumb by the system's next words. Ding! While pill effects are increased tenfold, a random side effect will also be added. Ding! Each time the host gives pills to others, a random reward will be granted. Xuandan's mind was already somewhat dazed. Giving pills away in exchange for random rewards was naturally but random side effects. This system was clearly here to make things harder for him. Just as Xuandan was racking his brains over how to use the system wisely, a peculiar light flashed within Laozi's eyes as he prepared to speak. As Xuandan's thoughts wandered, Laozi suddenly spoke. Disciple, the moment you take on a true form marks the beginning of cultivation. You are a pill that has transformed into human shape, and thus you ought to inherit my art of alchemy. Perhaps you will even encounter further fortunes and surpass your teacher in time. As his words fell, Xuandan suddenly felt many unfamiliar incantations appear within his mind. They were precisely the insights Laozi had accumulated over endless ages of alchemy, as well as a compiled alchemical scripture titled the Taijing Danju. Xuandan was overjoyed and bowed his head to the ground in salute. This disciple thanks master for bestowing the art of alchemy. He had originally been racking his brains over how to ask for alchemical methods. Yet before he could even open his mouth, Laozi had already granted him the alchemical scripture. After he finished giving thanks, Laozi continued. To possess only alchemical arts without cultivation is by no means the proper path. As your teacher, I shall also grant you the Taijing Golden Core art. This technique points directly to the Tao fruit of Deluo. Cultivate it well. Xuandan's heart surged with boundless excitement to the point that his joy could no longer be concealed on his face. This disciple will certainly not disappoint master's expectations. Yet for one such as him, who possessed the system, alchemy would naturally be his primary path with the Golden Core Tao as support. After all, with the boons of the system, practicing alchemy itself was cultivation. Having obtained both the alchemical and cultivation methods, Xuandan did not leave. Instead, he stared eagerly at Laozi, then at the bagua furnace. Xuandan was inwardly thrilled. The Bagua furnace was the prison that would later confine Sun Wukong during the journey to the West Tribulation, helping the monkey to fully refine all medicinal power within his body. Not only could it refine pills, it was likewise unparalleled in refining artifacts. In the future, famed treasures, such as the Rui golden cudgel, the nine-toothed rake, the purple gold bell, and the Vajra bracelets, would all be forged here. Noticing Xuandan's gaze, Laozi revealed a kindly smile. Very well, how could I pass on alchemical arts to my disciple, yet not give him a pill furnace? With that, Laozi casually took out a palm-sized pill furnace. It had 4 legs and 2 ears, its surface carved with the images of azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Waves of spiritual power rippled from it. Placing it into Xuandan's hands, Laozi explained. This is the 4 images cauldron containing 36 postnatal restrictions, an upper-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. It will be more than sufficient for you to tread the path of alchemy. Xuandan's grin nearly reached his ears. He simply could not close his mouth from smiling. This disciple thanks Master, many thanks for the bestowed treasure. When he lifted his head again, he was already standing outside the Yuyixian's palace. At the same time, Laozi's calm voice sounded by his ear. Find a cave dwelling for yourself and settle down. Cultivate diligently and do not indulge in idle play. 1,000 years from now, I wish to see the fruits of your cultivation. After agreeing, Xuandan happily wandered about the surroundings. Kunlun Mountain was truly a land where treasures lay scattered everywhere, one of the pinnacle, blessed paradises of the primordial wilderness. Thus innumerable naturally formed cave dwellings existed. Xuandan chose a nearby cave beside mountains and water and set up the simplest of formations. After all, this was Kunlun Mountain. Calling it the safest place in the primordial world would be no exaggeration. The formation merely served to inform fellow disciples on Kunlun that this cave already had an owner. Seated upright within the cave, Xuandan stared at the 4 images cauldron, yet found himself in a quandary, muttering to himself. Come to think of it, did I forget to ask Master for alchemical ingredients? It is said that even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. Xuandan's situation now was nearly the same. Yet the moment his words fell, a storage pouch suddenly appeared at his side. Xuandan was stunned for an instant, then overjoyed. Sending his spiritual sense into the pouch, he found postnatal spiritual roots piled like mountains and the remains of myriad demon beasts. All of them were ingredients for alchemy, enough for Xuandan to squander for thousands of years. He hurriedly bowed in the direction of the Yuyixian's palace. This disciple thanks Master for bestowing the alchemical materials. Within the Yuyixian's palace, Laozi smiled faintly. He no longer paid attention to Xuandan's affairs, and once more opened the furnace to refine pills. At this moment, Xuandan had begun cultivating according to the golden core Dao technique. Born from a 9-turn golden core, he proved extraordinarily attuned to this path. In merely 500 years, he broke through to the peak of heavenly immortal. 500 years, the span during which Sun Wukong would later be suppressed, was in the current primordial era but a blink along the path of cultivation. Xuandan did not spend all his days in seclusion within the cave. Every 100 years, he would leave to wander through Kunlun Mountain. He came to know many fellow disciples of the Chan and Jie teachings. Only his own conveniently acquired senior brother Xuandu remained in seclusion and never emerged, so that Xuandan could only return empty-handed each time. Sensing the current atmosphere upon Kunlun Mountain, 3 teachings in harmony, the 3 pure ones still brothers by blood, close as limbs. And thinking of the torn faces and broken ties of the future investiture of the gods' tribulation, Xuandan felt bitterness in his heart. He silently swore within that he would exhaust all his strength to change that final outcome. Laozi had originally granted him 1,000 years to set foot properly upon the path of cultivation. He first used 500 years to raise his realm. The remaining 500 would naturally be devoted to the Tao of alchemy. Standing tall before the 4 images cauldron, Xuandan straightened his posture. The flame he summoned was called Wood Within Fire, a relatively low-ranked divine fire. The alchemical scripture naturally contained methods for cultivating divine fires. First, cultivate wood within fire, stone within fire, and void within fire. Then fuse them into the initial stage of samadhi, true fire. Xuandan was merely taking his very first step onto the alchemical path, refining a pill called the Tianqin pill according to the scripture. As its name implied, it clarified one's true heart and enhanced comprehension. Following the steps in the scripture, Xuandan continuously added ingredients and controlled the heat with precision. Dried leaves from the enlightenment tea tree, the essence of east sea water, Biqiong spirit, dew. As these heavenly and earthly treasures were placed into the 4 images cauldron, the fragrance of pills drifted from Xuandan's abode in all directions. By chance, Xuandu passing by caught the scent and revealed a look of astonishment. Could this be the cave dwelling of my junior brother Xuandan? I have heard that my junior brother sought me many times in vain. As his senior, I should at least show my face. Now that I have emerged from seclusion, I ought to visit this junior brother of mine. Knowing that Xuandan was currently refining pills and must not be disturbed, Xuandu waited quietly outside the cave. After all, they were fellow disciples, and the only two disciples of the human teaching, how could there be harsh rules of seniority between them? Xuandan, unaware that his convenient senior brother had already arrived outside, remained wholly absorbed in refining the Tianqing pills. As time flowed by, beads of sweat seeped from his forehead. 200 years slipped past, making Xuandan realize that alchemy was by no means a simple matter. When the four images cauldron trembled, Xuandan immediately opened it. 4 Tianqing pills emitting rich medicinal fragrance and shimmering with a lustrous violet hue appeared before him. At the same time, a voice from the system suddenly rang out in Xuandan's mind. Ding! The medicinal efficacy of the host's refined Tianqing pills has increased tenfold. Side effect: transformation into a lowly duration 3,000 years. Xuandan's originally delighted expression froze at once. His heart, which had soared to the 9th heaven, instantly plummeted to the deepest netherworld. Previously, he had thought this debuff would be nothing more than bitterness of taste or a bout of diarrhea. Who would have imagined it would be a transformation into a lowly, and that he would have to send the pills out to others in order to receive the reward? An image suddenly leapt into Xuandan's mind of Kunlun Mountain filled with little girls flying on swords. He hurriedly shook his head, casting out such distracting thoughts. Staring at the 4 Tianqing pills, he wore a troubled expression. So what exactly should I do? He murmured. Just then a deep voice suddenly sounded from outside the cave. This poor Taoist Xuandu has come specifically to pay a visit to junior brother Xuandan. Xuandu gazed with curious eyes, a hint of a smile playing upon his features. Having come from the human race, he had entered the sect of the Sage Laozi, believing he was the sole heir of the human teachings. To his surprise, there was now a little junior brother Xuandan. Though they had not yet met, Xuandu had already grown fond of his hard-won brother. As he called out, he witnessed the entrance of the cave, opening the formation, closing automatically, revealing Xuandan's handsome visage resembling an immortal. I have met you, senior brother Xuandu. Please come in. Xuandu felt the warmth of his junior brother's enthusiasm and was filled with joy. It seems this brother is easy to get along with. Following Xuandan's footsteps, he quickly ventured deeper into the cave. Just as the 4 symbols cauldron had not yet been put away, it seemed to still hold some residual warmth. Xuandu raised an eyebrow, having immersed himself in the path of alchemy for many years. It was the perfect opportunity to guide this little junior brother. However, as the eldest senior brother, it was inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. With a flick of his wrist, a celestial sword exuding a sword intent appeared. Junior brother, this sword is called Yuyixian, and it was an accidental acquisition of mine. Now that it is of no use to me, I bestow it upon you for self-defense. Xuandan accepted the Yuyixian sword, his face filled with delight as his divine sense casually scanned it. It was a mid-grade, postnatal spirit treasure. At his current peak of the celestial realm, this treasure was perfect for self-defense. Being fellow disciple, Xuandan did not stand on ceremony. Thank you, senior brother. Since that is the case, I shall accept it. Seeing Xuandan accept the spiritual sword, Xuandu felt even more pleased. No need for excessive pleasantries. Were you just refining pills? Having been in the field for quite some time, he believed he had the qualifications to teach Xuandan. Thus he asked this question mainly out of curiosity about the pills his junior brother was refining. Recalling his own initial attempts at alchemy, he wondered how many precious materials he had wasted and how many times he had caused explosions in the furnace before finally achieving his current level in the art of alchemy. If the quality of your pills is poor, do not criticize, instead you should encourage him. Xuandu constantly At this moment, Xuandan was reminded of the side effects of the pills. The word lowly kept bouncing around in his mind, causing his expression to twist slightly. Coincidentally, Xuandu noticed this and immediately spoke to comfort him. Senior brother understands you, I have been through this as well. There is no need to feel ashamed. Xuandan looked at Xuandu with a meaningful gaze before taking out 4 Xuandan pills he had refined. The fragrant aroma of the pills instantly widened Xuandu's eyes. For a moment he was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the Xuandan. At this moment, he felt like a bit of a clown, still intending to guide his junior brother in the art of alchemy. He had not expected that the first batch of pills from Xuandan would be of such exceptional quality. Xuandu stared at Xuandan in astonishment. As expected, the 9-turn golden core has manifested. Your talent truly is monstrous. An exceptional Xuandan. I have only been fortunate enough to refine one myself. But you, junior brother, have produced 4 exceptional pills on your first attempt. As he spoke, he reached out to pick up one of the Xuandan pills. Suddenly his expression shifted to one of even greater surprise, and his brows furrowed. Hiss! The medicinal power contained in this pill seems to far exceed that of an ordinary Xuandan. Having refined exceptional Xuandan himself, he knew that the medicinal power of the one in his hand was only 1 or 2/10 of what this one contained. Xuandu looked at Xuandan as if he were a monster. At this moment, Xuandan spoke directly. Senior brother, you just gifted me the Yuyixian sword, and I have no way to repay you. If you do not mind, I would like you to take all 4 Xuandan pills. Xuandu accepted the 4 Xuandan pills. Now he had already transcended time, having attained the golden, immortal Tao fruit. Naturally, ordinary Tian Xuandan were of no use to him. However, he truly could not refuse a Tian Xuandan with such medicinal power. Moreover, it was a kind gesture from his junior brother. Refusing it would be detrimental to their brotherly bond. I will certainly accept the first batch of pills you refine, junior brother. Furthermore, this Tian Xuandan is indeed remarkable. Oh, I will surely use it to aid my cultivation when I return. Just as Xuandu was about to accept the Tian Xuandan, a sudden voice echoed in Xuandan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gifting 4 Tian Xuandan to another receiving a random reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the divine ability, True Fire of Samadhi. Watching Xuandu's departing figure, Xuandan wore a smile. He extended his palm, and a fiery flame leaped energetically. The intense heat emanating from it was unmistakably the true fire of Samadhi. My dear senior brother, now I have both a magical treasure and divine ability. This true fire of Samadhi is exceptionally top tier in both refining pills and combat. In the vast primordial realm, it stands among the pinnacle of divine abilities. Initially, he would have needed to methodically cultivate fire of stone, fire of wood, and fire of air, ultimately refining it into one of the top 10 divine fires of the primordial realm, the true fire of Samadhi. Now, with the aid of the system's might, he could achieve mastery in no time. As for his senior brother, a vision of a miniature lowly version of Xuandu bounced into Xuandan's mind. A smile of anticipation suddenly appeared on his face. Who wouldn't want a lowly male senior brother? Xuandan turned and returned to the cave, continuing his secluded cultivation. After all, in a few hundred years his master would be expecting to see his results. Upon returning to the cave, Xuandu sat cross-legged, reminiscing about his junior brother's appearance, unable to suppress a smile. In the future, I will also have a junior brother. A Tian Xuandan appeared in his hand. Xuandu felt even more delighted, genuinely happy for Xuandan's talent. I should be the first to taste the pills refined by my junior brother. Thinking this, he swallowed the Tian Xuandan. The rich medicinal power instantly spread throughout his body. Xuandu immediately entered a state of enlightenment. Spiritual energy within a radius of 100,000 miles continuously converged toward Xuandu in a whirlpool-like formation. The vast spiritual energy surged into Xuandu's body, transforming into immense magical power. Above the cave of Xuandu, a spiraling vortex of spiritual energy had already formed, resembling a towering pagoda. This phenomenon affected the entire Kunlun mountain. Naturally, it attracted the disciples of the Chan sect and the Jie sect to come and watch. The Chan sects Guang Chengzi, Qi Jingzi, and Huang Long were riding their swords toward him. It seems my senior brother has gained some enlightenment and improved his cultivation. The Jie sects Duo Bao Wu Dang Shengmu and Jin Ling Shengmu, along with the 3 Shaos, also came to watch the excitement. Among them, Duo Bao continued the conversation. I wonder what kind of divine ability is stirring the Tao rhythm so much. A full century passed. The number of disciples from the Xianmen outside Xuandu's cave increased steadily, until suddenly 2 golden pillars of light shot up into the sky. The heavens and earth echoed with Xuandu's silver bell-like laughter. I have finally comprehended this eye technique, the Jin divine eye. Ha ha, my little junior brother's Tian Xuandan is truly impressive. The 3,000-year bottleneck has finally been broken. The surrounding disciples of the Xianmen were all taken aback. What is this commotion? Is this the kind of uproar that senior brother Xuandu can create? Boom. The entrance of the cave burst open. When the dust settled, Duo Bao, who was about to congratulate, found his outstretched leg frozen in midair. Then Guang Chengzi, Qi Jingzi, Wu Dang Shengmu. Almost all the onlooking disciples of the Xianmen were collectively petrified. Xuandu looked around confused. Huh, why do you all have that expression? As soon as he spoke, he covered his mouth. Something is wrong. 90 out of 10 things are wrong. Why has my voice turned into that of a child? Xuandu glanced around, noticing that the respect once held in the eyes of his junior brothers and sisters had completely vanished. They all showed expressions of astonishment, and most of the junior sisters even wore amused smiles. He directly performed the mirror technique and saw his current appearance. His long black hair flowed behind him, and his skin was as fair as mutton fat jade. His bright eyes were filled with confusion and surprise. Especially his height of about 1.40 meters added a touch of cuteness. He looked just like a little adorable loli. Xuandu still could not comprehend what had happened. The other junior brothers and sisters began to discuss animatedly. When did Xuandu's senior brother also take in a child? Could it be that she is Xuandu's senior brother's daughter? Impossible, senior brother doesn't seem like someone who could find a partner. The golden-horned and silver-horned figures attracted by the unusual scene approached. They tried their best to show the most amiable smiles. One of them reached out to pinch the chubby cheeks of the little loli in front of him. Little girl, do you know when Xuandu's senior brother will be able to leave seclusion? At this moment, the 3 celestial maidens moved closer. The 3 female immortals who held significant status in the Jie sect could not help but let their maternal instincts surge when they saw Xuandu's adorable appearance. Bai Xiao ran to Xuandu's side and took out a pill. It had no medicinal effect, just tasted good. Little sister, would you like some candy? Are you Xuandu Senior Brother's daughter? When did Xuandu Senior Brother find a partner? Could it be that you are Xuandu Senior Brother's disciple? Duo Bao directly flew in front of Xuandu and vigorously rubbed his head. Countless questions caused Xuandu to suddenly snap back to reality. He shouted at the top of his lungs, I am Xuandu, don't mess with me. The lowless tender voice echoed in the ears of many disciples of the Xin sect. Many disciples had already started to use their recording stones to capture today's scene. Duo Bao's mischievous hands did not stop, but instead intensified. The Golden Horn, Silver Horn, and Qing Niu watched with great interest. After all, the Xin sect was harmonious now, and the senior brother had always been amiable. Now with Xuandu in his lowly form, they certainly could not miss the opportunity. Duo Bao was determined to have his fill of fun. Meanwhile, Xuandu's heart was on the brink of collapse. My dignity has been completely lost due to the pills from junior brother Xuandan. He had made countless attempts, but the spells to change his appearance were of no use. It seemed he had been locked in the lowly form. After shouting, Xuandu immediately turned and returned to his cave dwelling. Boom. The door of the cave closed shut. If I can't face them, can I at least hide? Hiding in the cave, Xuandu angrily stood with his hands on his hips, his round little face flushed with embarrassment. Realizing his own actions and demeanor, Xuandu quickly lowered his hands. The senior brother of the Xin sect had transformed into a little lowly. Now he had completely lost face. I can't meet anyone like this. Hiss. Xuandu took a deep breath. Why am I subconsciously acting this way? After Xuandu closed the door and refused to see anyone, many disciples of the Xin sect quickly rushed to share the first-hand news with one another. After all, in the dull and mundane life of cultivation, the amusing tale of Xuandu turning into a lowly was definitely something everyone wanted to spread. However, many disciples of the Xin sect noticed a key point. Just now it seemed that senior brother Xuandu was complaining about junior brother Xuandan. This piqued the curiosity of the disciples of the Xin sect, who began to discuss and inquire who knew the fellow named Xuandan, until Qing Niu took the initiative to explain. Brothers and sisters, Xuandan is a disciple taken in by the master hundreds of years ago. I know where junior brother's cave is, I will lead you there. This immediately garnered the support of most disciples of the Xin sect. Let's go together. It's truly amazing that someone who became a disciple hundreds of years ago can refine pills that allow senior brother Xuandu to break through. If we can obtain one, even if we can't comprehend a powerful ability like senior brother Xuandu, just breaking through the current bottleneck would be good enough. Wait, I suddenly have an idea. Do you think senior brother Xuandu's transformation is related to the pills? One disciple rolled his eyes upon hearing this. Don't be ridiculous. Didn't senior brother Xuandu say that the pills helped him break through? It's likely that senior brother Xuandu went awry during his breakthrough. Regardless of whether we can obtain the pills, it's good to meet this new junior brother. Immediately, many disciples of the Xin sect followed Qing Niu as they set off towards Xuandan residence. After all, they were truly eager for the efficacy of the pill that grants understanding of abilities. Meanwhile, Xuandan had just refined another batch of Tianqing pills. It seemed that once the debuff was confirmed, it wouldn't change during certain stages. There was still the side effect of turning into a lowly. 5 Tianqing pills naturally had 10 times the potency. Just as he was about to store the pills and continue refining, suddenly he heard a voice requesting to see him. The steed of the Taiqing sage, Qing Niu, has come to visit junior brother Xuandan. Xuandan was somewhat confused, letting out a soft sound of surprise. Why has Qing Niu suddenly come to visit me? He opened the door to his cave with curiosity, only to be startled and step back repeatedly at the scene before him. Why are there so many fellow disciples, including a few senior sisters? Are they here to invite me to a party? The 3 celestial maidens approached Xuandan with familiarity. Among them, the most reckless, Bai Xiao, suddenly squinted her eyes slightly. She leaned closer and sniffed beside Xuandan. Junior brother, you smell so good. Xuandan was immediately taken aback. Oh, was the senior sister this proactive? Unrestrained, no wonder she would later cut off the 3 flowers atop the 12 golden immortals. Senior sister, I am a transformed 9 revolutions golden core, so of course I would have the aroma of pills. But wait a minute, what brings you fellow brothers and sisters here? He suddenly realized that he had forgotten the main topic due to Bai Xiao's interruption. Without further ado, Qing Niu displayed the recording stone. Then the scene of Xuandu's social demise reappeared before everyone. The air was filled with a cheerful atmosphere, while Xuandan felt a chill run down his spine. Hiss. Once the transformation is lifted, won't senior brother kill me? Some were still alive, but he had already socially died. The eldest sister among the celestial maidens, Yun Xiao, began to explain. Junior brother, we sisters observed that senior brother Xuandu gained insights into abilities through your pills. We 3 have also been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time and came to ask for 3 pills. I wonder if junior brother would be so gracious. As she spoke, she became somewhat shy. After all, she was also a senior sister. It felt a bit inappropriate to ask for pills upon her first visit. She naturally noticed her rudeness and quickly added, if there is ever a need for the 3 senior sisters, please don't hesitate to ask. Xuandan directly placed 3 pills in Yun Xiao's hand, his expression serious. You are all my good senior sisters, there's no need for formality. He waved his hand, grandly showcasing his generosity, which earned him praises from the surrounding disciples. The 3 celestial maidens were equally moved. Junior brother truly remembers the bonds of friendship and is a wonderful person. In the future, anyone who dares to bully junior brother will have to deal with the 3 celestial maidens. Junior brother is really charming. I'm starting to drool. Meanwhile, a sudden voice from the system echoed in Xuandan's mind. The sudden surge of happiness left Xuandan feeling a bit dazed. He turned to gaze at his 3 senior sisters with a more sincere look. All of it was stored in the system's space. Whenever he had leisure time, he could inject the 10,000 years of cultivation into his body, saving himself from a decade of arduous practice. At this moment, after receiving the Tianqing pill, Yun Xiao directly distributed the pills to her 2 younger sisters. They could feel the medicinal power contained within the Tianqing pill and couldn't help but show astonishment. Junior brother truly deserves to have transformed from the 9 turns golden core. How impressive his alchemical talent is. If Master Taiqing knew of this talent, he would surely be delighted. No wonder it's the pill refined by junior brother, it smells so good. The 3 sisters were quite straightforward and immediately swallowed the pills. He sat cross-legged in front of the Xuandan mansion, intending to comprehend the Tao. This action immediately shocked Xuandan. However, upon seeing the calm reactions of his fellow disciples, he felt relieved. He had originally thought that the wilderness was full of deceit. It seemed that the best place for seclusion was the most hidden place. Yet he forgot that the 3 pure ones were now harmonious, and the Xianmen was united and loving. Practicing on Kunlun Mountain, any moment of enlightenment could lead to an immediate understanding of the Tao. If there were fellow disciples around, they would even come over to protect the Tao. What does it mean that the 3 pure ones do not separate the Xianmen, being a big family? Countless gazes gathered on the 3 sisters. Who would have thought that their bodies would gradually change and shrink? The gauzy skirts draped over them were also magical treasures, naturally changing accordingly. Yun Xiao, originally the sensible older sister next door, transformed into a petite girl. With fair-skinned dark eyes and a small frame, she radiated the gentle aura of a noble lady, creating a stark contrast with her youthful appearance. Bai Xiao, the lively little sister next door, transformed into a petite girl, her mischievous eyes now shining with cleverness. Xiong Xiao, with an honest personality, resembled a gentle woman. After the effect of the pill took hold, she was now under 1.50 meters clad in a fairy dress and smiling. She exuded a unique classical charm. The sudden change left the surrounding disciples dumbfounded. Xuandan frowned slightly, sensing some awkward gazes, and promptly retreated behind the crowd. Jin Jiao, unable to hold back, spoke freely. Previously, senior brother Xuandu also consumed the pill and turned into a girl. This pill must be toxic, right? Eating it makes one turn into a girl. The gazes of everyone present turned more peculiar as they looked at Xuandan. Qing Niu glanced back at his junior brother's adorable appearance, then looked at the transformed 3 sisters, revealing a meaningful smile. The crowd hurriedly took out their recording stones, eager to capture this precious moment. After 100 years, Xuandan never expected the gossiping nature of his fellow disciples to be so severe. Even after 100 years had passed, not a single one had left. Just as he was about to turn around and continue his cultivation, a tremendous force surged in all directions. At the same time, the 3 sisters unleashed a powerful pressure. The onlooking Qi Jingzi was instantly dumbfounded. Did the 3 sisters simultaneously break through to the golden immortal? The vast sky projected through the endless river of time. 3 phantoms, almost identical to the 3 sisters, leapt out of the river. The phantoms descended from the infinite heights, merging into their primordial spirits. This act left countless disciples of the Xianmen in shock. Jin Jiao suddenly spoke up, his voice low. How do I remember that senior brother Xuandu also consumed this pill and gained enlightenment? Yet now, after eating the pill, the 3 sisters attained the golden immortal Tao fruit. Could it be that this pill truly has such a strong effect on comprehension? At this moment, Xuandan felt the gazes upon him change once more. What once seemed like strange looks turned into fervent stares. They couldn't help but fantasize in their hearts. If they could acquire a Tianqing pill, would they also be able to enhance their cultivation or gain understanding? However, Yin Jiao suddenly continued the conversation. But it seems the side effect of turning into a girl cannot be undone. The clear words reached everyone's ears. Their inner thoughts instantly became conflicted. Right, turning into a girl isn't that social death on Kunlun Mountain. But the effects of this pill are truly difficult to refuse. Such a loss of dignity, I cannot bring myself to accept it. As many male immortals hesitated, each with their own thoughts, the female immortals suddenly had their eyes light up upon seeing the current state of the 3 sisters. At this moment, the 3 sisters stabilized their auras and approached Xuandan. However, they also noticed their current state, though they weren't as concerned as before with Xuandu. For Xuandu, turning into a girl was social death. For the 3 sisters, it was merely becoming a bit younger. Xuandan gazed at the 3 different styled little girls before him. Instantly, he felt a different kind of sensation within. Compelled by some unknown force, he reached out to pinch the cheeks of the three sisters. They were soft and smooth like jelly. The three sisters were a bit stunned. It was the first time someone had pinched their cheeks since their transformation. Yunxiao's face instantly turned red, and she grabbed Xuandan's hand, pulling it away. Junior brother, you shouldn't randomly touch a girl's face. Looking at her small and delicate appearance, Xuandan just wanted to pinch a couple more times. Bai Xiao, not caring about Xuandan pinching her face, joyfully said, "Little junior brother, your pill's effect is simply amazing. We three sisters have been stuck at a bottleneck for thousands of years, and today we suddenly gain enlightenment and break through, all thanks to you. But your pill." She glanced at her own body, snorted softly. "You mustn't do this again in the future." Xuandan couldn't help but smile at her tsundere demeanor. Naturally, having gained an advantage, one must put on an act. He waved his hand modestly. "I merely refined it according to the recipe. I don't know why it had such effects. It was just a small effort. I am very happy to help the three senior sisters." Bai Xiao tiptoed, wanting to pat Xuandan on the shoulder. Finding that she couldn't reach, she patted his arm instead. "From now on Kunlun Mountain, I'll look out for you. If you need anything, just tell me, sister. Junior brother, if you encounter difficulties, just come to find us three sisters, and we will surely do our best." Yunxiao appeared more proper, a true noble lady. "Having just broken through to the golden immortal, my Dao fruit is unstable and needs further seclusion, though I shall take my leave for now." Xuandan smiled in response, urging them to return quickly. Suddenly, he noticed that the surrounding disciples had yet to leave. Unexpectedly, a female immortal stepped forward. "I am the Wudong Holy Mother. May I ask if you still have Tianxin pills in hand, junior brother?" Xuandan responded truthfully. "Of course, if senior sister needs it, I can gladly give you one." The Wudong Holy Mother instantly beamed with joy. "Then thank you, junior brother." With the Wudong Holy Mother leading the way, many female immortals surrounded him. All were from the Jie teaching. After all, there were no female cultivators in the Run and Chan teachings yet. Jinling, Holy Mother Kai Yun Fairy, and Shi Jin Yang all came forward to request. Xuandan's smile couldn't be contained. How could he have such good fortune? He handed out the remaining 2 Tianxin pills and assured Kai Yun Fairy and Shi Ji that if any more Tianxin pills were refined, he would surely reserve some for them. At the same time, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for giving away 2 Tianxin pills and receiving a random reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, heightened comprehension." Immediately, Xuandan used the excuse of needing to cultivate further to return to his cave and closed the door tightly. Many male immortals clenched their fists, secretly sighing. "It's a pity I'm not a girl." The disciples of the Xianmen stared at the entrance of the Xuandan mansion, yet none dared to step forward, their eyes filled with hesitation. Such a potent elixir is indeed hard to come by. With examples like Xuandu and Sanshao before them, achieving enlightenment or breaking through to become a golden immortal could save thousands of years of hard cultivation. However, the side effect of turning into a lowly truly made them hesitant. Ultimately, these male immortals could only leave in sparse numbers. Qi Jingzi patted the still-dazed Huanglong Zhenren. "Let's go, junior brother, it's time for master to check our progress." Huanglong pulled back to reality, immediately wore a troubled expression. They arrived together at the Yushu Palace, the place where the Yuyixian saint and the primordial heavenly sovereign resided. Soon the 12 direct disciples and 2 named disciples of the Chan sect gathered within the Yushu Palace. Suddenly, the figure of the primordial heavenly sovereign appeared on the mat. A middle-aged man, serious in demeanor, clad in a blue Dao robe. Upon his appearance, the disciples present became noticeably more restrained. After all, among the 3 teachings of the Xuanmen, the Chan sect is known for its strict rules. The primordial heavenly sovereign's holy gaze scanned the many disciples before he spoke in a deep voice. "It has been over several hundred years since I instructed you all to cultivate that divine transformation technique. Today I will examine the results of your cultivation, starting with the senior brother Guangqing." "Yes, master." As the senior brother of the Chan sect, Guangqingzi was graceful and dignified, his every movement adhering to propriety. In an instant, he dispersed hundreds of avatars. A smile akin to a teacher looking at a top student appeared on the primordial heavenly sovereign's face, and he offered generous praise. "Excellent, excellent. Everyone should take Guangqingzi as an example. Entering the path in just a few hundred years, truly gifted, haha." Guangqingzi displayed a modest smile, returning to his seat. Next came the second-ranked Qi Jingzi. His number of avatars barely exceeded 100, yet each exuded a solid aura unlike mere avatars. The primordial heavenly sovereign's smile reappeared. "Good, you have grasped another essence of the divine transformation. If not for your opponent being of a much higher realm, or possessing techniques or magical treasures, one surely would not be able to discern your true self. Keep up the good work very well." Next was Huanglong. The primordial heavenly sovereign's originally cheerful expression faded somewhat. He truly disliked those with a rough exterior. Although Huanglong was rooted in the primal Xianhuang Qi, he had fused the bloodline of a fallen ancestral dragon during his transformation. He could indeed be regarded as possessing primal roots, thus able to enter the Chan sect. Xuandan was already feeling extremely anxious. Upon seeing the master's expression, he trembled all over. Suppressing his discomfort, he exerted all his strength to manifest his divine abilities. Boom. As the white smoke dissipated, only a few dozen avatars appeared, some even incomplete, revealing obvious anomalies. The gazes of the Chan sect disciples all fell upon Xuandan. He felt as if he were being watched, cautiously raising his head. What greeted him was the primordial heavenly sovereign's stern face, dark enough to drip water. He instantly lowered his head, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. The primordial heavenly sovereign clenched his fists, his expression grim as he struggled to suppress his inner rage and calm himself. He is still a good disciple of mine, he just has a slightly lower comprehension. Do not be angry. Slowly exhaling a breath of foul air, he refocused his gaze on Xuandan. His attention was drawn again by those few strange avatars. At the same time, Xuandan displayed a submissive demeanor. The primordial heavenly sovereign could no longer hold back, rebuking him sharply. I know your comprehension is somewhat lacking, but the results of several hundred years of effort should not be like this. You are overly distracted by trivial thoughts, which has delayed your cultivation. Your Tao heart is not firm enough. Being subservient in front of higher beings, no matter how good your roots are, it is difficult to achieve greatness. Guangchengzi, as the senior brother, shouldn't you provide more guidance to your junior brothers? With the blame falling on him, while lying down, Guangchengzi accepted the criticism calmly, while Xuandan returned to his seat, with a face full of embarrassment. The subsequent displays by his junior brothers made him feel even more uneasy. Even the two named disciples performed better than he did in showcasing their divine abilities. Until he left the Yushu Palace, Xuandan remained in a daze. Junior brother, do not take it to heart. If there is something you do not understand, come find me. The warm voice akin to a spring breeze reached his ears. Xuandan raised his head to see an extraordinary young Taoist. I pay my respects to the senior brother. I truly troubled you again in the Yushu Palace. I am really sorry. Guangchengzi responded with an unconcerned smile, gently patting Xuandan's shoulder in encouragement. I am the senior brother of the Chan sect. If you have fallen behind, I naturally bear responsibility. Junior brother need not worry, diligence can make up for lack of talent. Cultivate diligently, and you will surely achieve greatness. After saying this, Guangchengzi took his leave. Back in his cave dwelling, Xuandan still felt lost and dejected. My comprehension is indeed lacking. How I wish there were a way to enhance my comprehension. Master is right. I am indeed embarrassing the Chan sect with my current appearance. Having roots without comprehension, entering the path before my peers, yet falling short. He slumped on the mat, dejected like Fan Jin, who had failed to succeed, mumbling continuously. Comprehension. Comprehension. The more Xuandan spoke, the more bitter he felt. Until he suddenly sat up, a flash of inspiration illuminating his mind. The elixir refined by junior brother. Xuandu gained enlightenment after consuming it. Sanshao achieved the golden immortal Tao fruit after taking the elixir. If I want to enhance my comprehension, this elixir is most suitable. Moreover, having the connection of brotherhood would also help strengthen their bond. The more Xuandan thought, the more he felt this path was feasible. But the side effect of turning into a lowly, truly social death. Just as he stood up, he slowly sat back down, recalling Xuandu's pained expression under the projection stone. He even left a projection of himself. Imagining himself as a little lowly surrounded by onlookers after swallowing the elixir, Xuandan's brow furrowed, and his tightly clenched fists revealed his inner turmoil. Which is more important, face or the elixir? Besides, I have never interacted with junior brother. It's uncertain whether I can even request the elixir. He gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, wavering indecisively. Ultimately, he suddenly stood up, determination glimmering in his eyes. How can I forsake the elixir for the sake of my face? What matters more, face or enhancing strength? As for requesting the elixir and asking junior brother Xuandan to keep it a secret, that would suffice. If all else fails, what's wrong with kneeling down to beg him? After all, I have already gone this far. The face I lose is nothing compared to this. Resolute, Xuandan carefully concealed his tracks and finally arrived at the Xuandan mansion. I am Xuandan of the Chan sect, here to pay a visit to junior brother Xuandan. At this moment within the cave, Xuandan had just refined a batch of Tianqing pills. He left different marks on the Tianqing pills, mumbling to himself, this is for Sister Jinling, this is for Sister Kaiyan. Until he heard Xuandan's voice, he showed a puzzled expression. Xuandan, Jinren Sanwo. Xuandan, one of the more famous disciples among the 12 direct disciples of the Chan sect. However, his fame does not stem from the powerful divine abilities like those of Guangchengzi. Nor does it come from having exceptional disciples like Tai Yizhenren and Yu Dingzhenren. Instead, he is infamous for his misfortunes, having no disciples, no treasures, and no cultivation. Hence, he is called the Three-No Master. Xuandan, perplexed, yet opening the door, exclaimed, so, it is brother Xuandan, please come in quickly. Upon entering the cave dwelling, they exchanged a few pleasantries. Xuandan's face bore an expression of constipation, as if he had something hard to say. Xuandan, not wishing to waste time, directly got to the point. May I ask why you have come to my humble abode, brother? Xuanlong immediately revealed an awkward smile and said in a low voice, Cough, junior brother, do you still have that Tianqing pill you refined? I have recently hit a bottleneck, so I thought I would shamelessly come and ask for one. Although I have no particular skills, having stayed in Kunlun Mountain for these years, I still have some resources. If there is anything you need, I will do my best to fulfill your request. Xuandan raised an eyebrow, and then both exchanged knowing smiles, their faces displaying a mutual understanding. You really caught me at the right time. I just produced a fresh batch of Tianqing pills. Saying this, he handed the Tianqing pill to Xuanlong. At the same time, a sudden notification rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gifting a Tianqing pill to another, receiving a random reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a low-grade acquired spirit root, Yunyang grass. Xuandan, heart filled with joy, the reward was very much to his liking. Xuanlong, having received the Tianqing pill, was extremely pleased. Both wore bright smiles on their faces. Thank you for the pill, junior brother. If you ever need anything from me, just ask. Xuanlong was already eager to return and cultivate in seclusion. However, Xuandan suddenly spoke with a meaningful smile. Actually, there is something I need brother's cooperation on right now. Xuanlong in high spirits spoke casually. Junior brother, feel free to say whatever you need. I will certainly repay your kindness in giving me the pill. Xuandan looked Xuanlong up and down, slightly nodding. It's not a difficult task at all. All I need is for you to swallow the pill in front of me. As soon as he finished speaking, the smile on Xuanlong's face instantly froze. Swallowing the pill would turn him into a lowly. All pills have the same side effect, and now Xuandan had this peculiar condition. Could it be that the new little brother accepted by master? The deeper he thought about it, the more terrified his expression became. Xuandan's face twitched, quickly dispelling the misunderstanding. Cough, cough, I just wanted to see if this batch of pills still has that strange side effect. Xuanlong slightly nodded, realizing his heart no longer troubled. He said, it seems this batch of pills has already been modified by junior brother. He was quite open-minded and directly swallowed the Tianqing pill. At the same time, he continuously pondered on how to practice and embody the great transformation. The previously difficult to understand techniques began to simplify. Feeling his comprehension enhance, Xuanlong dared not waste this precious time. He immersed himself wholeheartedly in the practice of the great transformation. Over the span of 10 years, he entered a state of enlightenment with extraordinary comprehension. The divine ability of great transformation had already begun to take shape. When he opened his eyes, the joy within him was evident on his face. He raised his hands towards Xuandan in gratitude. Thank you, junior brother, for the pill. It has helped me achieve divine abilities. Wait, why is junior brother using the recording stone? Why am I saying this? And when did junior brother get so tall? Xuanlong looked down and was left dumbfounded. His chubby little hands were enough to make him realize what had happened. Xuandan's smile never faded. The Xuanlong before him had already transformed into a lowly form. Her skin was as white as a millennium-old ice crystal, and her adorable appearance made one unable to resist wanting to pinch her cheeks. Especially with a pair of soft and smooth yet still youthful dragon horns atop her head, adding a unique cuteness. Xuandan stared at Xuanlong's silly expression, recalling how she looked before transforming. Junior brother, what are you laughing at? Xuandan chuckled and quickly waved his hand to explain, it's nothing. I just remembered something very happy. Xuanlong tilted his head in confusion and then realized something was off with his state, instantly flushing red and hurriedly covering his mouth. What's going on? Why do I sound like a lowly when I speak? Xuandan could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, filling the air with a joyful atmosphere. Thud! Xuanlong suddenly slumped to the ground on the verge of tears. I'm really foolish, truly. I only knew that the pill would turn people into lowless, but I forgot that after becoming a lowly, the way of speaking would also change. But those short little legs were somewhat amusing to look at. Xuanlong raised his face, looking eagerly at Xuandan. Junior brother, there are many people in Kunlun Mountain. I ask you here. Please don't tell anyone, alright? Xuandan, suppressing his laughter, placed the recorded stone into his storage space and said with a serious expression, Rest assured, brother, this will be our little secret. Xuanlong's heart settled, and he hurriedly got to his feet. In that case, I will take my leave first. With that, he didn't wait for Xuandan to respond and fled from the residence, as if escaping, hiding along the way, afraid of being seen. Back in his cave, Xuanlong placed his hands on his hips, completely shedding his previous dejected demeanor. Haha, indeed, the pill is far more important than face. I just need to cultivate until the side effects wear off. Xuanlong, you're truly too clever. He seemed to notice his own state, and his old face turned red. Clearing his throat twice to conceal his embarrassment, he sat cross-legged and continued to digest his insights into divine abilities. At this moment, Xuandan placed the recording stone into his storage ring. Now there were a total of 3 recording stones inside. He referred to this storage ring as his collection. Stretching out his hand to calculate the time, Xuandan frowned slightly. After refining pills for so long, it has actually drawn on my cultivation growth. Coincidentally, there are 100,000 years of cultivation in the system space. Why not take advantage of the last moment to make a breakthrough to the Xian immortal realm? Xuandan then put away the four symbols cauldron and continued practicing the Taiqing golden pill technique. The earlier reward of enhanced comprehension became effective at this moment. The absorbed spiritual energy was richer and the speed of cultivation increased. At the same time, he began to understand the originally obscure and difficult aspects of the technique. Time flew by, and many disciples of the Xianmen were secretly selling recording stones. They were said to be titled the adorable lowly senior brother. Many disciples after watching were amazed. Upon hearing the news, Huanglong patted his chest and smiled. Fortunately, I am clever, don't be fooled by my usual poor comprehension, I'm actually quite smart. As he rejoiced in his cleverness, suddenly a bell that struck directly at the soul resounded. In the minds of all disciples of the Chan sect, the voice of the primordial heavenly venerable echoed. Quickly come to the Yushu palace to check your homework, do not delay. Huanglong's chubby little face instantly turned pale, anxiously pacing back and forth with his short legs. It's over. The master is checking homework, I have to go, or I will definitely get scolded. But in my current state, what should I do? He exhausted all his efforts to try to change his form, but unfortunately, it was all in vain. At this time, only Huanglong was yet to arrive at the Yushu palace. The tender voices of children echoed in the vast jade void palace, drawing the attention of all the disciples of the Chan sect. The dragon-horned little girl instantly blushed. However, within the jade void palace, without the permission of the primordial lord, no spells could be cast. She could only strive forward with her little short legs. Guangqingzi and Shi Jingzi exchanged glances, both revealing smiles. The expressions of the other disciples were not much different. Were it not for the fact that they were in the jade void palace, they would certainly use a recording stone to preserve this precious moment. Previously, the three Xian easily attained the golden immortal Tao fruit, using the heavenly heart pill, hence, it attracted the covetous eyes of countless disciples from the mysterious sects. However, due to the social death effect of transforming into a little girl, none of the male immortals dared to step forward to lose face and claim the pill. Unexpectedly, the first to take a step forward was actually a fellow disciple. The little girl Huanglong had a flushed face, her head lowered, stammering and unwilling to speak. The primordial lord raised an eyebrow and stretched out a hand to calculate. In just a few moments, the Saint Lord had already grasped the ins and outs of this matter. He looked at Huanglong's now shy and adorable appearance, unable to help but smile. However, he cleared his throat twice, his expression becoming stern again. Originally trembling, Huanglong thought he was about to be scolded and stole a glance at the primordial lord. Oh, it's over, it seems master is angry. The primordial lord feigned seriousness and scolded, not focusing on your cultivation, yet behaving like this, what will people think if it gets out? Come here, get closer, let me see if I can dispel this side effect. Huanglong pouted, looking wronged. Seeing her adorable expression, the primordial lord felt his heart melt. Maintaining a serious expression on the surface, he said, "Thank you, master." Having said that, Huanglong quickly walked on her little short legs to stand in front of the primordial lord. Such an adorable appearance melted the primordial lord's heart. Hiss! Why did he feel an impulse to pat Huanglong's little head? No, how could he lose composure in front of his disciple? Saying this, he reached out his hand to attempt to dispel the side effect on Huanglong. In the next moment, a look of surprise flashed across the primordial lord's face. Hiss! I didn't expect this side effect to be something even I cannot dispel. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Chan sect were equally astonished. After all, in the Honghuang, there were very few things that a saint could not do. The primordial lord did not mind, however. In front of a saint, all beings are equal. Appearance is merely a superficial facade. He looked down at Huanglong's smiling face, silently thinking. But in such a form. While thinking, he finally could not help but reach out to pat Huanglong's little head. Let's go back and continue checking your studies. Huanglong then ran back to her seat with her little short legs. This act made the other disciples of the Chan sect stifle their laughter. They immediately continued checking the divine abilities, starting with senior brother Guangqingzi. Guangqingzi and Shi Jingzi had made notable progress. Especially Guangqingzi, whose countless avatars greatly impressed the primordial lord. The evaluation given to Shi Jingzi was also quite high. When it was Huanglong's turn, all the disciples of the Chan sect once again focused their attention. To everyone's surprise, the little girl Huanglong showed no signs of timidity. Instead, she stood tall with her chest out. Paired with her current little girl appearance and proud expression, she was truly adorable. The primordial lord was also somewhat surprised, with an added look of anticipation on his face. Huanglong displayed her divine ability, transforming herself into a myriad of forms. Thousands of little girl Huanglongs instantly appeared in the Jade Void Palace. This immediately caused great astonishment among the disciples of the Chan sect. Even the primordial lord could not help but secretly marvel. Did this child give me such a big surprise? Shi Jingzi exclaimed in surprise. Hiss! The number of avatars can rival that of senior brother. No, even the solidity of the avatar surpasses that of senior brother by a bit. Could it be that the pill refined by our junior alchemist is so powerful The other disciples of the Chan sect began to discuss animatedly. As Xuandan dispersed her divine ability hands on hips, she stood tall. The Primordial Lord was once again charmed, revealing a loving smile. Good. Xuandan has made such progress, it truly is a surprise. Considering your hard work and catching up and diligent cultivation, I will allow you to lecture beside me this time. Xuandan was instantly overjoyed, her little girl persona acting up at this moment. This caused her to cheer excitedly. Master is the best. Thank you, Master. Having said that, she quickly ran to sit on the mat beside the Primordial Lord. Her obedient and proud demeanor made the Primordial Lord unable to resist patting her little head again. Xuandan secretly thought to herself, being transformed into a little girl isn't so bad. The other disciples also began their lectures after being checked by the Primordial Lord. During the lecture, the Primordial Lord would occasionally give Xuandan special attention. He knew that this disciple's comprehension ability was a bit lacking, but everything else was fine. Until the lecture ended, the Primordial Lord vanished, leaving only his voice behind. If there are any misunderstandings, you can go seek Guangqingzi. The disciples of the Chan sect respectfully bowed. We send off our master with reverence. At this time, only the disciples of the Chan sect remained in the Jade Void Palace. Xuandan felt that this lecture was truly rewarding. After getting up from the mat, she turned around to see many fellow disciples approaching. Hey, what are you all doing? I am your senior brother. Tai, where is your hand going? The little girl Xuandan naturally could not escape the clutches of the Chan sect disciples, being thoroughly ruffled. At the same time, the other disciples of the Chan sect all secretly used the recording stone. Meanwhile, Xuandan felt that the timing was right and consumed 10,000 years of cultivation from the system space. In an instant, he broke through to the initial stage of the Xian Immortal. Radiant celestial light emanated from him and divine light shimmered. His internal magical power became even more robust due to the enhancement of his comprehension and alchemical talent, taking advantage of the moment of breakthrough. He experienced a moment of enlightenment, immersing himself in a state of sudden understanding. Until the moment he awakened, stabilizing his breath with a smile, he said, not only did I break through to the Xian Immortal, but I also comprehended the divine ability of the 5 elements harmonization technique. The 5 elements harmonization technique was truly a top-tier divine ability for Xuandan, who specialized in alchemy. Mastering the principles of the 5 elements allowed for precise control over the heat during pill refinement. This enabled the 5 elements of the medicinal materials to achieve optimal balance in their interactions. Thus, it greatly improved the success rate of alchemy and the potency of the pills. This is why Xuandan was so delighted. He could no longer resist trying out the power of this divine ability. He took out the 4 symbols cauldron and also retrieved the recipe for the Xianyang pill from the system space. Instantly, a method for refining the Xianyang pill appeared in his mind. With the materials gifted by Laozi, he would hardly lack any raw materials for alchemy. Moreover, the main ingredient for the Xianyang pill just happened to be the Yunyang grass rewarded by the system. Xuandan directly began refining the Xianyang pill. With the assistance of the 5 elements harmonization technique, it was truly efficient. Until the moment the 4 symbols cauldron was opened, the fragrant aroma of the pills spread throughout the cave. Ding! The host's refinement of the Xianyang pill has enhanced its efficacy tenfold. Side effect: random parts, enlarged tenfold, duration 500 years. The pill's rich fragrance immediately drifted out from Xuandan's residence. Outside stood a youth with twin wings sprouting from his back, his face clouded with hesitation. He clenched his fists and drew a deep breath. Yuyixian. Shame is not the worst thing. The worst is being trapped in a bottleneck with no way to break through. As he inhaled, the heady aroma of the elixir reached him. His eyes brightened. No longer hesitating, he called out loudly, "This is Gigio's Yuyixian, paying respects to junior brother Xuandan." Xuandan, who had just finished refining a Xianyang, started in surprise. Yuyixian, attendant to the 7 Xian, and one of Gigio's rare, outstanding outer disciples. Could it be that this senior brother has also come seeking an elixir? Xuandan opened the gates to his residence and ushered Yuyixian inside. Born of the Jinshi Dapeng Jiao, Yuyixian was blunt and quick of tongue. "Junior brother, this humble Taoist has come to request a pill. If it is convenient, might you grant your senior a Tianxin?" Yuyixian told Xuandan of the bottleneck that had trapped him. As fellow Shinmen disciples, Xuandan insisted they must help one another. Alas, there are no Tianxin left. Yuyixian instantly fell into dejection and prepared to take his leave. Unexpectedly, Xuandan shifted tone. "However, I have just refined a Xianyang. Why not try it?" Yuyixian could feel the pill's latent potency and the dense aroma it emitted. His eyes lit up, and he halted. This pill's effect seemed superior to a Tianxin. Xuandan nodded gravely and began to explain. A Xianyang can for a limited time awaken the bloodline within a sentient body. If the bloodline is greatly stimulated, one's comprehension, innate aptitude, and root foundation will all be slightly elevated. "Senior brother, you are of Jinshi Dapeng Diao descent. This pill suits you perfectly." Yuyixian was visibly tempted. After receiving the Xianyang, he produced the 5 divine feathers he had prepared for exchange. Junior brother, this senior will not take advantage of you. These 5 divine feathers emerged when my plumage absorbed Taoic resonance during cultivation. They count as rare heavenly materials useful for refining pills or forging implements. Xuandan spoke of kinship and goodwill while reaching out to pocket the 5 divine feathers. His actions did not match his words, and Yuyi's mouth twitched at the inconsistency. If in the future junior brother needs anything, feel free to come to this humble Taoist. Having said this, he could not help but hurry back to his cave to seclude. The thought of possibly transforming into a young girl filled him with utter mortification. He resolved not to let his fellow disciples see it, especially those 3 oafs Qiushou Xian, Jingguang Xian, and Lingyia Xian. Unexpectedly, Xuandan suddenly reached out to stop him. Since senior brother has said so, then do as this humble Taoist suggests. Take this, Xuandan now. Yuyi froze, caught between advancing and retreating. He had just promised that if his junior needed anything, the senior would spare no effort. But to transform into a young girl in front of his junior, would that not utterly ruin his face? If any Xianmen disciple witnessed it, he'd be socially mortified across Kunlun Mountain. Yet remembering his proud escape technique, he steeled his heart. Do it. Xuandan, seeing Yuyi's awkward expression, could not help but interject. Senior brother may be misunderstanding. This humble Taoist guarantees this pill will not produce the same side effects as a Tianxing Dan. Yuyi's tension melted, and a smile appeared. So that's it. It's not that I don't trust you, he said, it's just that such a fine pill should be savored before swallowing. Xuandan urged him on. You're right. Hurry and take the pill. Yuyi swallowed the Xuandan whole. Instantly his bloodlines boiled within him like water set to a furious boil. Spiritual power surged, the vital blood coursing through his limbs and meridians. Time seemed to lose its meaning. Yuyi felt the shackles upon his body shatter. Above the firmament, a spectral image of the Jinshi Dapeng Diao took shape, beating its wings through the river of time and descending from the 9 heavens to merge with Yuyi's Yuan Shan. Yuyi's aura lengthened and deepened. He leapt beyond the river of time and attained the Tao fruit of a golden immortal, freed from the constraints of mortal lifespan. Having truly broken through to the golden immortal, time became a meaningless word. Opening his eyes, Yuyi merged his Yuan Shan back into his body and felt the power of his breakthrough. Delight lit his face. I must thank junior brother for this pill. As he spoke, he sensed an odd weight upon his back. He noticed Xuandan's gaze had never left his back. Yuyi's brow lifted, a sudden premonition of ill omen crept into his heart. He turned slowly, and his face filled with astonishment. By the heavens! His wings had swollen to roughly 10 times their original size, vast appendages gleaming with golden light. Puzzled, Yuyi asked junior brother, "Didn't you say there were no side effects?" Xuandan spread his hands, wearing an I only said it would not produce the same side effects as a Tianxing Dan. Xuandan replied. I never claimed this pill had no side effects at all. Besides, I followed the formula when refining it. Senior brother cannot blame me. Unexpectedly, Yuyi's grin stretched almost to his ears, his laughter turning a little audacious. How could I blame you? I should be thanking you. He scoffed, running a hand over his enormous wings. Seeing this, Xuandan found himself perplexed. Senior brother, why are you so enthralled by your wings? Xuandan waved a hand. You don't understand. In the avian clan's twin wings are the height of beauty. Now that mine are so vast, they are absolute perfection. This I must show them off on Kunlun Mountain at once. It would be an insult to junior brother's pill otherwise. Farewell. With that, Yuyi hurried from the cave. To Xuandan, he looked like a boastful angler flaunting a great catch. Xuandan could not fathom such vanity. Outside Xuandan's residence, Yuyi paraded across Kunlun Mountain with 2 enormous wings on his back. Whether stranger or acquaintance, whenever he met a fellow disciple, he would greet them. Junior brother, do my wings look big? Senior brother, how did you know my wings grew tenfold? Countless Xianmen disciples fixed Yuyi's great wings with looks of astonishment and suspicion, some admiring, some puzzled, and a few plainly bemused. Others could not grasp the secret. Baiha Tongzi, also of the avian clan, recalled Yuyi's earlier words. Baiha, your wings don't look as good as mine. Even long after Yuyi had left, Baiha could not help feeling bewildered. Isn't he out of his mind? It was not until he returned to his cave to meditate that, as soon as he closed his eyes, 2 enormous wings stood before him along with Yuyi's mischievous face, smiling. Baiha, why are your wings so small? Can you even do it, Baiha? Baiha Tongzi's eyes snapped open. He nearly suffered a cultivation mishap and could not help swearing. Isn't he sick in the head? The wings of Yuyixian expanded tenfold. He naturally lost the inclination to remain in seclusion and spent all day wandering Kunlun Mountain, boasting to anyone he met about the unparalleled beauty of his wings. It was not until his friend Qiushou Xian inquired about the reason that Yuyixian began to elaborate. I sought out my junior brother Xuandan to request a Xuandan. Now that I've broken through to the golden immortal stage, just look at these magnificent wings. Aren't they handsome? Qiushou Xian automatically disregarded the last statement of his friend. He noted the key points: Xuandan junior brother Xuandan, and breaking through to golden immortal. Soon it spread throughout Kunlun Mountain that Yuyixian's wings had grown larger due to the consumption of the Xuandan. The Xuandan could awaken the bloodline within a spirit's body. While innate divine beings might not value it too highly for disciples of demonic lineage, it was considered the utmost elixir. The quality of bloodlines determined their cultivation limits. Most disciples from demonic backgrounds found their comprehension, aptitude, and talent constrained by their bloodlines. Many disciples might find themselves stuck at the golden immortal stage for life, unable to transcend the river of time. Even if they became immortals, they would still be shackled by their lifespans, difficult to witness true Tao. However, the emergence of the Xuandan allowed them to see the dawn of hope. Consequently, the names of Xuandan and Xuandan spread among many disciples. Some disciples recalled the past incident where Xuandu and Sanshao turned into lowly forms and felt some apprehension regarding the pills produced by this junior brother Xuandan. Nevertheless, some quick-witted disciples had already begun to take action. As they said, having body parts enlarged is certainly better than turning into a lowly. Xuandan looked at the crowd of fellow disciples at the entrance of his cave, dwelling, nearly unable to contain his inner joy. No, I must maintain composure and not let out a laugh. If he were to give away the pills, he couldn't even imagine how luxurious the system's rewards would be. Looking around, Xuandan noticed that most of his fellow disciples were from the Jie sect. It made sense, as only Uncle Tontian accepted disciples from all backgrounds. The teachings of the human sect had only Xuandu and Xuandan as disciples. Yuan Shi Tianzun would never accept demons as disciples. Only the demons placed the highest importance on the hierarchy of bloodlines. The voices of many fellow disciples clamored together, all desiring a Xuandan. Xuandan raised his hand to silence everyone. Brothers and sisters, I have already understood your requests. However, this pill indeed has side effects, and Brother Yuyixian is an example. Moreover, refining the pills requires a significant amount of materials and effort. At this point, some clever disciples began to interject. Junior brother, don't worry, it's just a tenfold enlargement, I can handle it. I understand the difficulties you face, so please accept this star-fallen iron. Brother, the consumption for refining pills is immense, how can we take it for free? Xuandan smiled as he watched his fellow brothers and sisters taking out precious materials. His heart swelled with delight as he praised. Truly you grasped the situation perfectly, no need for further persuasion. He took out the gourd containing the pills, smiling broadly. Brothers and sisters, no need to rush, come one by one. I happen to have refined quite a few Xuandan. Everyone form a line, there will be enough for all. After saying this, the disciples of the Xian sect lined up to exchange for the Xuandan. From a distance, it resembled a scene of a supermarket sale frenzy. Throughout the day, Xuandan continued distributing Xuandan without pausing. His face radiated with the joy of a bountiful harvest. Brother, take the pill well. Until the last disciple received their pill. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in Xuandan mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for giving Xuandan to others, receiving a random reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a critical reward, 200,000 years of cultivation low grade, innate spirit root Tian Yun grass low grade, innate spirit treasure Zi Yun sword. The generous critical reward left Xuandan gaping. Most disciples prepared to return to their cave dwellings to enter seclusion and ingest the pills. Some eager disciples had already swallowed the pills. In an instant, chaos erupted before Xuandan cave, resembling a dance of demons. Ling Yuyixian, Xiu Xian, and Jingguang Xian simultaneously emerged from the river of time, attaining the golden immortal Tao fruit. Fortune and misfortune coexisted, naturally bearing side effects. Ling Yuyixian, whose true form was a six-tusked white elephant, had his 6 tusks enlarged tenfold, looking quite peculiar. Xiu Xian, whose true form was a blue-haired lion, had his lion head enlarged tenfold, sporting an enormous lion's head. Jingguang Xian, whose true form was a golden-haired roar, had his sharp horns enlarged tenfold, reaching towards the sky. The 3 brothers exchanged glances, all wearing smiles. They felt it was a worthwhile investment with little impact from their transformations. However, some unfortunate disciples faced adverse effects. For example, a disciple who had achieved Tao as a wolf demon found that wolves are known for their copper heads and iron tails with a tofu waist. His wolf waist had swelled tenfold, revealing many weaknesses. Fortunately, on Kunlun Mountain, they were all fellow disciples, so it was not a major issue. This scene was just seen by disciples of the Chan sect leaving the Yusu palace after class. They felt a twinge of envy, especially upon witnessing the 3 immortals achieving the golden immortal Tao fruit. However, the effect of the pills was minimal for the Chan sect disciples. Thus, they could only envy in their hearts. The lowly Huang Long's eyes lit up, and she immediately dashed over. She approached Xuandan and performed a respectful bow. Junior brother, do you still have any Xuandan left? Upon seeing Huang Long still in lowly form, Xuandan raised an eyebrow. Of course I do. Do you want one, brother? I want this one. Here you go. Lowly Huang Long handed over precious materials to Xuandan and took the Xuandan. Without further ado, she swallowed it. Her body instantly grew tenfold, and a dragon tail began to swish behind her. The little dragon, lowly resembling a small mountain, truly attracted everyone's attention. In the heavens above, the river of time manifested, and a five-clawed black and yellow dragon merged into the primordial spirit of Xuandan. With one Xuandan swallowed, she directly broke through to the golden immortal realm. The other Chan sect disciples watched envious to the point of grinding their teeth. If they valued bloodlines, they would have surely demanded a Xuandan as well. Including Xuandan, they all came to congratulate her. Yuyixian and the others approached to celebrate Xuandan's breakthrough to golden immortal. The regained Xuandan expressed her gratitude to Xuandan. Just as Xuandan was about to say it was unnecessary, a sudden heart-wrenching wail pierced the air. What happened? My third hand. The crowd looked toward the source of the sound and saw a thin Taoist with an extra hand growing out of the back of his head. That hand had also enlarged tenfold. The disciples of the GS sect recognized him. It's Ma Yuan from Skull Mountain. The giant hand dangled down from the back of his head, appearing quite ungraceful from the front. This drew the attention of the Xian sect disciples, who began to pull out recording stones to document the event. Some fellow disciples had already begun to comment. Hiss. From the front, it looks like. Don't say it. I practice martial arts, so I can confirm this is just a halberd handle. The clamoring voices filled Ma Yuan. The conversations of many disciples from the mysterious sect fell into Ma Yuan's ears. Ma Yuan's face instantly turned red as he retorted sharply, "What nonsense are you all talking about? How can a cultivator speak so crudely?" Unfortunately, most of the disciples did not take his words seriously. His efforts to defend himself, combined with the third hand dangling from the back of his head, made him look quite ridiculous. This also revealed that Ma Yuan had an exceptionally poor reputation. No one was willing to speak up for him. He was filled with immense anger, his expression grim. His resentful gaze swept over the surrounding peers, finally landing on Xuandan. It's all because of this Xianyang pill that I embarrassed myself in front of everyone. It's just. He blamed his social death on Xuandan while still coveting the effects brought by the Xianyang. Ma Yuan's eyes darted and he approached Xuandan. At this moment, Xuandan's eyes indicated that the visitor was not friendly and his brows furrowed. He had naturally heard of Ma Yuan's infamous reputation. In the future, he would become famous during the Fengtian calamity. Unfortunately, this fame was not of a good kind, as he was known for devouring others to cultivate, employing methods that resembled those of demons rather than deities. He was also one of the many rebellious disciples. After betraying the Jiejiao, he joined the Western sect, becoming known as Ma Yuan, the Buddha of the royal court. For someone like him, Xuandan could hardly show a pleasant demeanor. Ma Yuan's expression was filled with malice as he harshly scolded, "This Xianyang pill has caused me to embarrass myself in front of my fellow brothers. You should be responsible for that. Considering you are new to the mysterious sect and my junior, I can let this go if you give me some Xianyang pills." The other disciples of the mysterious sect looked at Ma Yuan with astonishment. Is there really such a shameless person in the mysterious sect? This is simply extortion, not worthy of being a disciple. Ma Yuan, hearing this, felt no shame and continued to glare angrily. Xuandan suddenly felt rage boiling within him, his expression darkening. "Wait, are you here to pick a fight? I clearly stated beforehand that there would be side effects, and you promised that you could accept them at that time. Now you turn against me and demand compensation for the Xianyang pill. I am genuinely curious, is your face thicker than the protective formation of Kunlun Mountain?" His words of yin and yang sparked quiet laughter among the fellow disciples. Ma Yuan, who had already lost all face, instantly became furious. "As a junior disciple, how dare you show such disrespect to your seniors? Today I shall teach you a lesson." After saying this, Ma Yuan summoned the head from his abdomen, spewing forth foul blood energy. This act shocked the surrounding disciples. He was not only being unreasonable, but also attempting a blatant assault. The sudden offensive left Xuandan dumbfounded. Having seen shamelessness before, they had never witnessed such a level of it. Just at that critical moment, a gigantic figure appeared in front of him. The newcomer was the gigantic form of the lowly Xuandan. Having attained the golden immortal Dao fruit, Xuandan easily dispersed Ma Yuan's assault. "You are truly overstepping it. Do you really think my junior brother Xuandan is easy to bully?" Seeing that it was the Xuandan from the Chan sect, Ma Yuan felt extreme disdain. After all, he was just someone who was not favored in the Chan sect, and his comprehension was notoriously poor. It was no secret that Yuan Shi Tianzun did not favor Xuandan in Kunlun Mountain. However, now that Xuandan had broken through to the golden immortal stage, he was not a match. Ma Yuan put on a flattering smile and bowed respectfully. "So it's senior brother Xuandan. The Xuandan has brought me to this point. Is it too much for me to ask for some Xianyang pills?" At the same time, he harbored his own thoughts. Xuandan's current form is also thanks to Xuandan. Having lost face in front of everyone, he must also be someone who is not on good terms with Xuandan. To my surprise, he was met with a scolding from Xuandan. "You truly have no shame. Today I will teach you a proper..." After saying this, Xuandan unleashed his divine powers, transforming into the Great Thousand. In an instant, countless clones surged forth to strike at Ma Yuan. However, Ma Yuan, being of the Xian immortal realm, was naturally no match. He was directly beaten to the ground, looking miserable. The ground was left with a large pit with Ma Yuan embedded within it. Xuandan observed this, seeing a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. He voluntarily approached Huanglong, bowing respectfully. I must thank you, senior brother, for this matter. Please accept this. It is a small favor, nothing to. Huanglong was about to decline when he saw the Xianyang pill floating before him. He hurriedly accepted the Xianyang pill while changing his words. This brat clearly took advantage of the situation, yet remains so shameless. Isn't this just bullying honest people, eh? My junior has helped me immensely. He dared to strike my junior brother in front of me, which is equivalent to slapping my face. I won't allow that. The other disciples present looked at Huanglong with envy. After all, Huanglong was one of the few disciples of the Chan sect who valued bloodlines. Obtaining the Xianyang pill would surely enhance his cultivation. In simple terms, they were also envious. However, Xuandan repeatedly waved his hand, saying, No. We are all fellow disciples, and I believe the senior brother was just momentarily blinded. One lesson is enough. Please do not seriously injure him. If his face is hurt and his roots are damaged, that would be terrible. Hearing Xuandan words, Qiu Shouxian suddenly reprimanded angrily. Junior brother Ma Yuan's actions truly damaged the face of Jie Jiao. You are kind-hearted, but I cannot endure this. In an instant, Qiu Shouxian charged into the pit with a lion's head. Shortly after, Ma Yuan's miserable screams echoed once more. Qiu Shouxian. You have gone too far. How dare you slap me? Moments later, Qiu Shouxian returned at high speed, chest held high. Xuandan approached him, expressing heartfelt sorrow. Alas, I said not to destroy the bond between fellow disciples. Why did you still resort to violence? However, senior brother, your integrity in punishing evil and rewarding good is admirable. I will gift this Xianyang pill to you, and I hope you can maintain your sincere heart always. Qiu Shouxian's face was filled with surprise as he lightly coughed and opened his storage bag. No, I said no, junior brother. Why did you directly stuff it into my storage bag? Oh, my storage bag has too many items. I can't find it for a while. Once I locate it, I will definitely return it to you. The other disciples of the mysterious sect brightened up. Xuandan spoke somewhat helplessly. I understand that everyone is doing this for my sake, but please do not resort to violence again. I don't even have a single Xianyang pill left in my hands. Xuandan waved his hands repeatedly. A jade bottle accidentally fell from his sleeve. With a crack, the jade bottle shattered, and 10 Xianyang pills rolled onto the ground. Xuandan picked them up without changing his expression, saying, Oh, there are still some here. As soon as he finished speaking, several quick-reacting disciples launched an assault on Ma Yuan. Before long, 10 disciples of the mysterious sect surrounded and beat Ma Yuan. The other disciples felt deep regret, slapping their thighs in frustration. They looked at Ma Yuan with eager eyes. Xuandan, observing Ma Yuan's wretched state, secretly laughed. Seeing that Ma Yuan was already tormented beyond recognition, he finally spoke. Fellow brothers, why are you being so ruthless towards Ma Yuan? He surely did not act with malice just now. Oh, everyone please stop quickly. After a stick of incense, Ma Yuan was already bruised and battered, covered in injuries. His robe had become tattered, and he was disheveled, constantly begging for mercy. Stop hitting me, fellow brothers. I know I was wrong. Please stop quickly. If the master finds out, you will all be punished. Ma Yuan cast a venomous glance at Xuandan. You speak so nicely, but I am almost beaten to death. Don't let me catch you, otherwise you will suffer greatly. A dejected Ma Yuan left after getting up. Xuandan took out the Xianyang pill and said helplessly, Fellow brothers, please don't do this next time. It harms the bond of fellow disciples, which is not good. The disciples who received the Xianyang pill were all smiles, expressing their gratitude. Rest assured, we will definitely not let our junior brother be bullied. The disciples who missed the opportunity stepped forward, saying, If junior brother ever has trouble with Ma Yuan again, feel free to let us know. After all, this was essentially a free Xianyang pill, and they were truly envious. Xuandan repeatedly waved his hands, indicating that it was unnecessary. Not long after, only Xuandan remained in front of the Xuandan mansion. He smiled as he watched his senior brothers gradually disperse, returning to his cave abode with a beaming face. After all, the system's critical feedback just now was terrifying in its magnitude. Not to mention the cultivation of 200,000 years. What delighted Xuandan the most was the formula for the starry pill. Additionally, there was the magical ability of the cloud somersault and the low-grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Ziyun sword. A contemplative expression crossed his face as he thought to himself, the cloud somersault is Sun Wukong's signature evasion technique, spanning over 80,000 miles. It is indeed a remarkable ability. Secondly, there's the Ziyun sword, sufficient for self-defense. As for the formula of the starry pill, it requires further research. With his enhanced comprehension, Xuandan's understanding of the formula accelerated. At the same time, 200,000 years of cultivation had been accumulated in the system's space. This retreat evidently presented an opportunity to break through to the midstage of Xianxian. Ever since Xuandan exchanged all the Xianyang pills, Kunlun Mountain was in a state of chaos. However, most disciples remained obediently in their caves, retreating without venturing out. Except for the fortunate ones like Yuyixian, most of the disciples who had undergone physical transformation appeared extremely bizarre. The originally lively Kunlun Mountain suddenly turned quiet. Bo Palace is the Taoist temple of Tongtian cult master. He woke up leisurely on his mat, stretching his hand to calculate. It seems I haven't preached in a long time. There's no better time than the present. Today I shall summon the disciples of the GS sect to listen to the teachings. With that, Tongtian cult master merely moved his mind. Boom. A melodious and penetrating bell rang in the ears of every GS sect disciple. All disciples of the GS sect on Kunlun Mountain hurry to Bo Palace to listen to the teachings. The disciples immediately erupted in excitement, hastening toward Bo Palace. In an instant, Kunlun Mountain resembled a scene of demonic chaos as countless strange creatures made their way to Bo Palace. Until the Bo Palace was filled with inner disciples. The outer disciples, except for a few exceptionally talented ones, could only listen from outside. Tongtian cult master sat on his mat wearing a smile. He watched as the arriving GS sect disciples greeted him one by one. Naturally, the first to arrive was the GS sect's senior brother duo Bao Daoren. He performed a respectful bow and greeted him. Tongtian cult master showed no saintly demeanor, responding casually. Following him were Wu Dang, Sheng Mu Jin Ling, Sheng Mu, and Zhao Gongming. With nothing to do, he inquired of Zhao Gongming. By the way, disciple, as the outer sect's senior brother, have they been causing any trouble lately? Zhao Gongming recalled the recent anomalies on Kunlun Mountain, his expression instantly turning complicated, as if he were constipated, unable to decide whether to speak or remain silent. Tongtian cult master's heart sank. Could it be that the outer disciples of the GS sect have caused some major trouble? After all, he was quite aware of his disciples' character. Aside from being a bit mischievous, they wouldn't cause any significant issues. Moreover, with two senior brothers keeping an eye on them, it shouldn't be a problem. Just as he was lost in thought. Master, we're here. The innocent voices of children puzzled Tongtian cult master. When did I take in these three disciples? Suddenly, three little girls with different auras entered Bo Palace, astonishingly seating themselves in the places originally occupied by the three celestial maidens. The quirky Bai Xiao seemed to notice the confusion in Tongtian cult master's eyes. She immediately placed her hands on her hips and shouted, Master, I am Bai Xiao. This is my big sister Yun Xiao, and this is my little sister Qiong Xiao. Tongtian cult master felt his head spinning. He quickly extended his hand to calculate, deducing matters related to the three celestial maidens. In an instant, he clearly grasped the origins and developments. So they are the new disciples taken in by senior brother, transformed from the 9 revolutions golden pill. Tongtian cult master was puzzled. Why would a normally refined pill have such side effects? He beckoned to the 3 celestial maidens. Come here, let me see if I can remove this side effect. The 3 celestial maidens quickly approached Tongtian cult master with their short legs. However, Tongtian cult master realized that even he was unable to eliminate the side effects. This is truly strange. While he was puzzled, he also scrutinized the little girls, giving Bai Xiao a light tap on the head. Hey, don't say it, this form is quite adorable. Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming exchanged glances, their expressions indifferent, clearly accustomed to Tongtian cult master's whimsical character. Bai Xiao, on the other hand, pouted adorably, hands on her hips. Master is too bad. Always bullying Bai Xiao. This made Tongtian cult master laugh heartily, his mood lifting. However, this good mood shattered when the 7 fairies appeared. Tongtian cult master stared blankly at the 7 strange beings before him. His mouth twitched slightly as he took a deep breath. Could it be the side effects of that Xuandan master's pills? As soon as he finished speaking, the 7 fairies nodded vigorously, bowing in greeting. Master truly is insightful. Tongtian cult master glanced at the little girls in front of him, and then at the monster-like 7 fairies. A bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. By the way, how many of Xuandan pills have the disciples of the GS sect consumed? Yun Xiao responded first. Master, not many, only we 3 sisters have taken them. Tongtian cult master nodded slightly, indicating that was good. Who would have thought that the dragon-head fairy would speak up? Reporting to master, it was quite a lot. Almost all the outer disciples of the demon clan have consumed them. Tongtian cult master's vision darkened, his eyes flashing with a hint of green light. He instantly took in the scene outside Bo Palace. Chaos reigned, with each transformed being appearing distinctly different. Especially among the crowd, he suddenly saw Ma Yuan. He quickly withdrew his gaze, pressing his hand to his forehead, not wanting to look any further. A dignified disciple of a saint with a growing out of the back of his head. What a disgrace. Tongtian cult master never imagined that the phrase, what a disgrace, which his second senior brother loved to use, would come out of his own mouth. He took a deep breath, reminding himself that they were all his disciples. He couldn't be biased or mock them. After a moment, he managed to suppress the twitching of his mouth. You see, with your appearance like this, anyone who doesn't know would think the GS sect is an evil cult. However, I must say your progress has been remarkably swift, and it's barely acceptable. He thought that his disciples' strength had improved somewhat. He gradually came to terms with it. It wouldn't always be like this. As long as they didn't cross the line, their odd appearances were of little concern. This was Tongtian cult master's attitude. He did not take these matters too seriously and quickly began to preach. However, he secretly noted down the name Xuandan. The side effects of the pills produced are such that even I cannot eliminate them. Moreover, the efficacy of the pills is truly astonishing. Until the end of the preaching, all disciples remained immersed in their enlightenment. Tongtian cult master suddenly shouted loudly, "If you don't wake up now, when will you?" The GS sect disciples awakened one after another, respectfully bowing. "We thank master for the teachings." Then the GS sect disciples dispersed once again, causing chaos and drawing the attention of the disciples of the Chan sect. Just as Tongtian cult master intended to continue his retreat, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. All saints hurry to Zixiao Palace for a meeting. On Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian Jiaozhu instantly appeared within the Baiying Palace. "Elder brother, our master has summoned us to deliberate at the Zixiao Palace." Laozi's expression remained serene as he gave a slight nod. 3 streaks of radiant light vanished from Kunlun Mountain in an instant, soaring directly toward the 33rd heaven beyond. As the 3 pure ones departed, several azure beams shot forth in swift retreat. Xuandan, who had been cultivating in quiet seclusion, suddenly heard his master's voice resonate within his mind. "This master and your 2 senior uncles are proceeding to the Zixiao Palace for deliberation. Cultivate diligently, do not grow lax. Should anything arise, seek guidance from your senior brother Xuandu." Xuandan silently committed these words to memory. His inner cultivation had now reached its threshold. Earlier, having gifted away the Xianyang pill, the system had triggered a critical strike, bestowing myriad blessings. Though he wielded the triple true fire for alchemy and combat, he possessed no art of celestial evasion. Now, however, he had acquired the divine ability, the cloud somersault, enabling him to traverse the myriad realms and elude adversaries with unmatched swiftness. Moreover, numerous primordial spirit roots now lay at his disposal as rare ingredients for pill refinement. To seek them independently across the vast Hongjun world would have cost countless millennia. A sharp gleam flickered in Xuandan's eyes as he murmured inwardly, "The time has come." Instantly, he infused himself with the full 20,000 years of cultivation stored within his system space. Boom! An immense torrent of arcane energy erupted skyward as a towering azure pillar. Dense spiritual energy surged into Xuandan's body. His heightened comprehension, fueled by enhanced insight, allowed him to grasp the golden core Tao with newfound clarity. The oppressive aura radiating from him surged dramatically. He abruptly broke through to the midstage of the mysterious immortal realm and continued ascending without pause. His momentum roared outward like floodwaters bursting from a breached dam, halting only upon reaching the late stage. Xuandan gradually ceased his cultivation, exhaling a thick, turbid breath. Rising to his feet, a radiant smile spread across his face as he whispered softly, "Truly worthy of 20,000 years cultivation. It propelled me across 2 minor realms in succession." Yet he had not forgotten his master's earlier instruction. Gazing toward the direction of the Baiying Palace, his brow furrowed as he muttered under his breath, "I wonder what matter could possibly warrant such urgency from our master and the 2 senior uncles." After a moment's reflection, he shook his head. "No matter. I shall not concern myself with it. With our master occupied by urgent affairs, he cannot inspect my cultivation progress. Perfect. I shall seize this opportunity to refine the Ziyun sword, forging a true weapon for combat." Without delay, Xuandan returned to his cave abode and retrieved the Ziyun sword, a lower-tier primordial spirit treasure. Summoning the triple true fire from his mouth, he swiftly refined its innate prohibitions. Meanwhile, the 3 pure ones had already arrived at the Zixiao Palace. Long ago, upon their first arrival, the chaotic eddies along the path had posed mortal peril, forcing them to maintain utmost vigilance. Now, traversing the chaos itself had become effortless. Time passes, things change, yet beings remain unchanged. Just as they reached the palace gates, a familiar voice rang out behind them. "Senior brothers, how long it has been." Following the voice, the 3 pure ones turned to behold a figure clad in a plain-hued imperial gown draped with translucent white gauze. Her long hair was elegantly coiled high, her brow exuding solemn grace. Her eyes, deep and luminous as a starry firmament, seemed to hold centuries of quiet wisdom. Upon her delicate features bloomed a gentle, compassionate smile. Laozi bowed respectfully. "Ah, Sister Nuwa. Indeed, we have not met since the ceremony honoring your ascension to sainthood. We greet you, Sister Nuwa." Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Tongtian Jiaozhu likewise offered reverent bows. As Nuwa drew near, a faint trace of curiosity flickered in her gaze. "Senior brothers arrived early. Might you know the purpose of this summons to the Zixiao Palace?" The 3 pure ones shook their heads. Laozi, standing foremost, smiled gently. "We ourselves have just arrived." Tongtian Jiaozhu promptly interjected with a wry remark. Indeed, the 2 Western saints arrive late once again. Even during the primordial lectures here they were tardy. Now they repeat the same folly. Yuanshi Tianzuan's brow twitched slightly, as if about to admonish him for impoliteness. At that moment, a warm laughter-tinged voice descended. Brother Tongtian's candor remains as unvarnished as ever. From the swirling chaos emerged two Taoist sages. The taller one wore simple threadbare robes, his countenance etched with profound sorrow. The shorter portly sage bore a broad, carefree smile, as though untouched by worldly hardship. Tongtian let out a low, derisive snort. Jane, Xuandu, if you delay any longer, this Taoist will not wait. The two Western saints bowed respectfully to the three pure ones, and Nuwa exchanging courteous salutations. Xuandu's playful gaze settled upon Tongtian as he sighed mournfully. Brother, you well know the West is barren and distant, the journey here. Silence. Laozi spoke suddenly, his eyes crinkling with quiet amusement. My ears have grown calloused from hearing this refrain. Let us enter the Zixiao Palace. First attend to the great matter, then resume old camaraderie. The other sages nodded in agreement. Well said. When all 6 sages entered the Zixiao Palace, they beheld an elder robed in violet seated motionless upon the lofty dais. Had they not seen him with their own eyes, they would have sensed no presence at all. So perfectly did he merge with heaven and earth, indistinguishable from the myriad phenomena of existence. No longer casual, the 6 sages bowed deeply and intoned with solemn reverence. Disciples, pay homage to our master. The vile-robed elder was none other than Hongjun, the Tao ancestor who preached the Tao across Honghuang and merged his being with the heavenly way. Slowly he opened his eyes. Within them the cosmos unfolded, boundless, ineffable, brimming with ultimate truth. Hongjun's gaze swept over the 6 sages, and he gave a subtle nod. I summoned you to deliberate upon the calamitous cycle. This cycle has stagnated for eons, no progress whatsoever. As celestial Tao sages, you must stir the currents and hasten its resolution. The 6 sages exchanged grave glances, sinking into silent contemplation. Hongjun paid no heed to their reactions, and continued calmly, by whatever means necessary, bring this calamitous cycle to a swift conclusion. You may deliberate among yourselves. This Taoist has other matters to attend. With those words, Hongjun's form dissolved into emptiness. Left alone in the Zixiao Palace, the 6 sages began their discourse on the grand destiny of Honghuang. After a thoughtful pause, Laozi spoke first. This Taoist and our 2 junior brothers decline involvement in the Wuyao conflict. Yet we may guide our disciples to partake as trial and catalyst. Yuan Tianzuan recalled his 12 direct disciples and 2 probationary disciples, each a blessed immortal of peerless origin and celestial fortune, and a faint smile graced his lips. Elder brother's words echo precisely my own thoughts. Tongtian Zhaozhu, however, thought of the current state of the Jia sect, its ranks teeming with unruly chaotic cultivators, and felt a sudden pang of headache. Alas, I only pray those wayward disciples do not proclaim themselves of the Jia sect when abroad. Such shame it would bring. His expression remained calm, yet a shadow of concern lingered in his brows. This Taoist raises no objection. Nuwa frowned pensively, sighing softly. Of all I am most entwined with the Wuyao calamity. I shall intervene covertly. Jane remained silent. Xuandu, however, beamed cheerfully. Our Western teaching boasts few disciples, ill-suited for immersion in the calamity. Rest assured, brothers, if necessity arises, my elder brother and I shall intervene personally. With that, consensus had effectively been reached. The 6 sages exchanged knowing smiles and simultaneously affirmed, well said. In mere moments, the great trajectory of Honghuang had been decided. To be a sage is not merely to attain supreme cultivation. It is to hold dominion over the very fabric of Honghuang. Hongjun reappeared, his countenance serene, and gestured lightly with his hand. Since your deliberation is concluded, linger no longer in the Zixiao Palace. Depart. The 6 sages bowed deeply and intoned in unison. Disciples respectfully bid farewell to our master. When they lifted their heads again, they stood alone amid the boundless chaos. The Zixiao Palace vanished without trace. Laozi smiled faintly and flicked his whisk. Our master's realm remains unfathomably profound, beyond all perception. The other sages nodded in silent accord. In the midst of chaos, the 3 clear ones bowed respectfully to Nuwa and the 2 saints of the West. Junior sister and 2 fellow Taoists, we shall return to Kunlun Mountain now. Nuwa and Jane nodded slightly. Xuandu, with a glint in his eye, smiled and said, in the future, if there is an opportunity, we should allow the disciples from the Western Church and the 3 teachings to interact. Laozi, gazing at Xuandu with a smile, said slowly, indeed, farewell. After saying this, the figures of the 3 clear ones vanished into the chaos. After that, Nuwa, Jane, and Xuandu each departed. At Kunlun Mountain, the 3 clear ones appeared simultaneously within the 8 Sceneries Palace. Laozi instructed his 2 junior brothers. Since we have made a decision, we should promptly inform our disciples. We must not delay the course of the witch and demon calamity. Understood. The primordial heavenly venerable and the heavenly teacher answered in unison. They then returned to their respective Taoist sanctuaries to summon their disciples. Laozi casually sent out 2 beams of azure light. Within the Xuandan mansion, Xuandan held the Ziyun sword with a beaming smile. Finally, I have completely refined this restriction. It was truly not easy. Thanks to the system feedback enhancing my comprehension, otherwise I do not know how many years it would have taken. He couldn't help but think of the legends of powerful beings in the Primordial Chaos who entered seclusion after acquiring treasures, taking tens of thousands of years to refine those superior and exceptional innate spiritual treasures. The more numerous the innate restrictions, the more difficult they are to refine. However, the Xuandu sword ranks as a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, so it wasn't too bad. Xuandan put away the Xuandu sword and muttered, "I wonder when Master will return and what major matters are being discussed." Just as the words left his mouth, the voice of his master echoed in his mind. "I have returned to the Xiao Palace. Come quickly to the Eight Sceneries Palace for a discussion." Xuandan was slightly taken aback, feeling that this scene resembled a homeroom teacher informing the students after a meeting. Not daring to delay, he arrived at the entrance of his cave dwelling. Using the miraculous cloud technique, he instantly soared into the sky. Before long, he arrived at the Eight Sceneries Palace. Just then Xuandu also arrived. Still looking as honest as ever, he wore a smile that was as refreshing as a spring breeze. However, Xuandu's eyes held a hint of playfulness. "Junior brother, it has indeed been a long time since we last met." As he spoke, Xuandu seemed to grit his teeth slightly. Xuandan awkwardly smiled, touched his nose, and replied, "Oh, it's senior brother, what a coincidence." He looked Xuandu up and down, who had recovered from the side effects, and forced a smile, saying, "Master is still waiting in the Eight Sceneries Palace. Let's hurry inside." After saying this, Xuandan lifted his leg and quickly walked towards the Eight Sceneries Palace. Xuandu looked at Xuandan's retreating figure and scolded with a smile, "This little junior brother." In the Eight Sceneries Palace, Laozi was seated on a cushion. He lifted his head to see Xuandu, and Xuandan arriving, displaying a kind smile. At the same time, he continued to calculate the experiences of his two disciples. The smile on Laozi's face suddenly froze. He glanced meaningfully at Xuandan, thinking to himself, "My disciple is indeed difficult to evaluate." He shifted his gaze to Xuandu and spoke softly, "Indeed, you have comprehended some miraculous abilities, who I am very pleased." Xuandu, however, stared intensely at Xuandan, his tone somewhat strange. "We must thank junior brother for the pills. You have helped this poor Taoist immensely." As he spoke the last two words, his tone suddenly rose significantly. Xuandan seemed oblivious to the sarcasm, waving his hand. "Ah, we are all brothers, why talk about thanks? Did not senior brother also help this poor Taoist quite a bit?" Laozi's gaze naturally fell on Xuandan, and his expression of surprise fleetingly disappeared. "Hiss. You actually broke through to the late stage of the Xian immortal realm. Very good, very good. Your foundation and comprehension are even stronger than I had anticipated." Xuandu's expression suddenly showed surprise. He had not taken a careful look earlier. He did not expect that his little junior brother would progress so rapidly. He put on the demeanor of the master brother of the Xianmen and sincerely congratulated, saying, "Congratulations, junior brother. Why did you not mention it?" Xuandan chuckled. "This poor Taoist spends all day cultivating in the cave, and I haven't walked around Kunlun Mountain much." Laozi stroked his beard and chuckled. "Coincidentally, today's matter requires you to go out for some experience. This poor Taoist is under the master's orders to intervene in the development of the witch and demon calamity. You should descend the mountain for training. As for what to do, just follow your heart. There are no strict rules." Xuandu and Xuandan answered in unison. Xuandan internally sighed. This truly aligns with master's principle of non-action. At this moment, Xuandu suddenly asked, "Dare I ask, master, is it just me and junior brother who are going down the mountain for training? Or do the other two uncles have similar thoughts?" Laozi patiently answered, "The entire Xuanmen, all disciples, will descend the mountain. Support each other, and do not allow any oppression of fellow disciples to occur. Training ultimately accompanies risks, but there are opportunities within the risks. As the master brother, you must protect Xuandan." Xuandu's expression grew serious as he bowed earnestly. "Please rest assured, master, this poor Taoist will certainly do my utmost to protect junior brother's safety." Just as the words fell, Xuandan felt a warm current surge in his heart. Laozi also smiled as he looked at the scene before him. Xuandan's expression was earnest as he fixed his gaze on Xuandu, and suddenly spoke, "Senior brother. You are so good to me. In the future, when I refine pills, you will surely have a share." Xuandu's eyebrows raised slightly, recalling his own embarrassing moments. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. "Hiss. Feeling somewhat regretful for having said that. What to do? Can I take it back?" After leaving the Eight Sceneries Palace, he saw countless disciples of the Xianmen cheering with joy. Among them were familiar faces like the three Xiao Huang Long and the seven fairies. However, the side effects of the Xianyang pill still had not dissipated. At this moment, Kunlun Mountain resembled a site of demonic invasion. It was precisely for this reason that Tongtian had specifically instructed, after going out, do not say you are a disciple of the Jia sect. Xuandan's anxious heart finally calmed down, secretly thinking, those who do not know would think the demon clan has invaded. The disciples of the Chan sect and Jia sect left one step ahead. Xuandu turned his head to ask his junior brother, During this descent for training junior brother, do you have any places in mind to visit? Xuandan furrowed his brows, slightly countless names of blessed lands and caves popping up in his mind, such as the Sun Star, the Moon Star, Mount Wanshou, and the Blood Sea of the underworld. However, upon careful consideration, they all seemed too perilous. The best choice would be to follow Xuandu closely. Wherever senior brother goes, I shall follow. Xuanda's face broke into a smile as he gazed into the distance, revealing a hint of nostalgia. This poor Taoist hails from the human race, and since coming to Kunlun Mountain, I have not returned to see my tribe. It just so happens that I can take this opportunity of descending the mountain to visit my tribe. How about junior brother coming with me? Xuandan nodded earnestly. He also wished to experience the current state of the human race in this era. Xuandu, being at the golden immortal realm, slowed his pace to walk alongside Xuandan. The two brothers headed towards the tribe from which Xuandu hailed. They were the last disciples of the Xianmen to leave Kunlun Mountain, proceeding at a leisurely pace. Xuandan traveled alongside Xuandu. He held a keen interest in the current human race. However, it was merely a passing curiosity. After all, the human race of the future cannot be compared to that of the primordial era. The differences in era ideology and customs are simply too vast. Although he was human in his past life, he found it difficult to gain any sense of belonging among the current human race. Yet, Xuandan genuinely wished to befriend the human race. The reason was simple: humans were destined to become the main protagonists of the future in the realm of heaven and earth, playing a crucial role in numerous calamities. Moreover, his senior brother was of human descent and treated him with great kindness. During Xuandu's first descent from the mountain for training, he wanted to revisit the human realm. There must be some emotional connection, which Xuandan could also sense. As they journeyed down the mountain, the diverse scenery opened Xuandan's eyes. In contrast, Xuandu maintained a calm demeanor, piquing Xuandan's curiosity. Senior brother, why are you not the least bit excited about descending the mountain for training? Xuandu chuckled lightly. I've seen these sights when I was human. He seemed to recall his past life among humans, and his expression stiffened slightly. This unusual shift did not catch Xuandan's attention. Soon they arrived at the territory where humans currently lived. This place was not far from the eastern sea, with mountain ranges interconnected. Humans took refuge in caves to escape natural disasters and calamities. However, upon reaching the human tribe, Xuandu and Xuandan froze in place. In the distance, countless humans scattered in panic, with many beasts reverting to their true forms. Like cats playing with mice, they chased the humans, waiting for them to rush into the caves before swallowing them whole. They reveled in the sadistic pleasure of the hunt. The cries of the humans were like the most beautiful accompaniment to a meal in the ears of the beasts. The elderly, women, and children who could not flee were left to await their doom. The young adults, unwilling to abandon their kin, returned as bait to draw the beasts away. Unfortunately, they ultimately fell prey to the beasts. The bloody chaos left Xuandan standing in a daze. He had envisioned countless scenes of the weak being devoured by the strong in his mind, yet none compared to the impact of witnessing it firsthand. Xuandan suddenly frowned, focusing his gaze as he softly asked, Senior brother, are these beasts disciples of the Jie? The beings practicing the three purities immortal arts exuded a distinctive aura, allowing Xuandan to recognize the identity of these beasts. Xuandu remained silent, standing still. Just then a blood-soaked beast approached. It instantly transformed into human form and laughed heartily. Greetings, senior brother and little junior brother. Xuandan's gaze remained fixed on Xuandu, saying nothing. Xuandu, however, inquired in a somewhat stiff tone, why do you consume humans? To their surprise, the beast was nonchalant, wiping the blood from the corner of its mouth. It looked at the humans with utter disdain and snorted. Humans are simply the weakest beings of the primordial era. Born to be oppressed and worthless, they happen to taste good. Isn't the survival of the fittest the very principle of the primordial era? Suddenly it appeared to remember something and quickly flattered. I forgot that senior brother also hails from the human race, having entered under the master uncle's tutelage. Having already distanced yourself from these worthless beings, I apologize. By the way, little junior brother has yet to taste humans. Come try some, they are simply delicious. Once you've tasted them, you won't forget. Boom. Suddenly Xuandu erupted in fury, channeling his immense power. The mountain phantom he conjured instantly suppressed the beast to the ground, leaving it with no will to resist. At that moment, the Jie beast was filled with fear, its eyes displaying confusion and defiance. Xuandu, what do you mean by this? You attack a fellow disciple for no reason. When we return to Kunlun Mountain, I will report this matter to the master uncle and hold you accountable. Xuandu could no longer contain his inner rage and shouted sternly, You dare to view my kin as food? To his surprise, the Jie beast first froze upon hearing this. Then it sneered, speaking disdainfully. What a big deal this is. It's just a few humans, why make such a fuss? The demon race eating humans is part of the cycle of heaven's Tao. Oh, what's the problem? Moreover, when did it become your place to control me? I am a Jie outer disciple under the Holy One. Oh, when did you gain the right to dictate my actions? Xuandu suppressed his anger and replied coldly. I am the senior brother of the Xuandan. It is my duty to oversee the disciples within the sect. You indiscriminately kill the innocent, adding karma, and you are the one bringing trouble to the third master. The Jie Jiao disciple was not to be outdone, saying, even the master does not intervene in my affairs. What gives you the right? We are both disciples of the Holy One. Do you really think I fear you? Brothers, come quickly. A Xuandu is bullying a disciple of Jie Jiao. As soon as he finished speaking, several Jie Jiao disciples who had been consuming humans rushed over. They glared at Xuandu and Xuandan with fierce expressions. Does senior brother Xuandu intend to take over the master's responsibilities and discipline us? Since when did Xuandu have such authority? If this matter reaches the master's ears, I wonder how master uncle and the master will react. The clamoring voices entered Xuandu's ears. The mountain phantom that had originally suppressed the Jie Jiao disciple faded slightly. Indeed, if this incident caused the master and the third master to be displeased, would I not become a sinner? Yet, Xuandu's gaze shifted to the distant humans. Countless exhausted humans stood in place looking at Xuandu with hopeful eyes. However, they were all kin, sharing the same bloodline. How could he bear to stand by and watch the human race be oppressed? Xuandu found himself in a dilemma. His heart. The suppressed Jie Jiao disciple assumed he had backed down. Xuandu, quickly let me go. It's just a few humans who I won't eat them in front of you. Let's just pretend this incident never happened. Whoosh! The purple sword shadow suddenly erupted. The head of the suppressed Jie Jiao disciple was severed and fell to the ground, blood spraying like a pillar. His face, now stained with dust, bore a hint of mockery. Enough with the nonsense, it's driving me mad. After slaying the beast, Xuandan turned his gaze to the remaining Jie Jiao disciples. The other Jie Jiao disciples felt a chill in their hearts and stepped back a few paces. But they quickly reacted, pointing fearfully at Xuandan. You dare to kill a fellow disciple. I will report you to Kunlun Mountain right now. As soon as he finished speaking, the Jie Jiao disciples scattered and fled. The purple cloud sword surged forward, and several Jie Jiao disciples' heads flew into the air. Blood flowed like a fountain, and Xuandu finally came to his senses. Junior brother, why did you kill them all? The purple cloud sword returned to his hand, as Xuandan replied leisurely. He was too arrogant. I found him unpleasant to look at. Such disciples who disrespect their fellow disciples and add karma to Jie Jiao should be eliminated. Xuandan's sharp gaze fell upon Xuandu, surprising him. He had never seen such emotion in his little junior brother. It turned out that this usually playful junior brother could also display such a demeanor. Xuandan scolded sternly, why does senior brother act like a coward? How can you be a good example for the disciples of the three teachings with such indecisiveness? Xuandu's expression at this moment was quite remarkable. Ultimately, it seemed that 1,000 words had turned into a single sigh. Alas! Junior brother, as you have just entered the Xuan sect, it is entirely normal not to know some hidden truths. This remark immediately piqued Xuandan's curiosity. Oh, senior brother, please elaborate. Xuandu patiently explained. Currently, the three teachings of the Kunlun Mountain Xuan sect appear harmonious on the surface, but in reality, hidden complexities lie beneath, akin to fire boiling oil. It is uncertain when this will completely explode. Master and the two uncles have not gathered for quite a while. Xuandan slightly furrowed his brows. Recalling that since he had become a disciple there had been interactions among the disciples of the three teachings, yet the three saints had never shown their faces or gathered, he suddenly felt enlightened. Xuandu sighed again, his face filled with melancholy. Among the disciples of the three teachings there are only you and me in the human teaching, hence there are no obstacles. The Chan teaching places great importance on rituals, which often leads to friction with the disciples of the Jie teaching. Disciples of the Jie teaching are a mixed bag with talents like Duobao Zhao Gongming and the Sanxiao, who are on par with us, while many others possess talent but lack virtue, which cannot be concealed on Kunlun Mountain. I fear that this will completely ignite the contradictions among the three teachings, hence I hesitate and dare not act. Xuandan's brows slowly knitted together. After transforming on Kunlun Mountain, he had been deeply engrossed in cultivation and alchemy, indeed, having little interaction with other senior brothers. Little did he expect that the hidden dangers of the Sanqing separation had already been sown from this moment. Xuandu continued. Although several disciples have perished, they are outer disciples, yet with Uncle Tongshan's protective nature, he will surely seek out Master for justice, and I do not know how to handle it then. He then looked intently at Xuandan, speaking earnestly. Junior brother, at that time you must deny it completely. This matter arose from the human race, and I shall bear full responsibility. Xuandan smiled at his senior brother's protective demeanor, saying, I believe that Uncle Tongtian is not unreasonable. From his memories of his past life, Tongtian indeed was not such a person. With memories of his past life, he felt that the separation of the Sanqing was bound to happen sooner or later, and he did not find this matter unacceptable. Xuandan revealed a hint of a smile and softly said, I understand your meaning, senior brother. However, what kind of creatures are these few wicked beasts? Keeping them will only tarnish the Jie teaching's fortune and increase karma. There are many disciples of the Jie teaching like them in my opinion, it would be better to eliminate them all. This shocking statement came from Xuandan mouth. Xuandu was immediately taken aback, quickly saying, "Junior brother, be cautious with your words. Uncle Tongtian values teaching without prejudice and must not hear such words again." Xuandan remained unconcerned. "In my view, some are born as beasts and cannot be taught well no matter. If it could improve the atmosphere of the Jie teaching reducing their karma master, and Uncle Yuansher would also feel much better. This is a triple benefit. May I ask senior brother what is wrong with that?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xuandu looked at Xuandan, who was so carefree. His expression was somewhat complicated, but he quickly returned to normal and nodded. "What you say is true. I have indeed lost my focus and lost sight of my original intentions." Just then the previously hidden human race began to emerge. They rushed out from the surrounding caves, bowing and kowtowing. "Thank you, Immortal Master, for saving our lives." Xuandu hurriedly used his powers to gently lift the humans. "You need not do this, I am also of human descent." The humans showed expressions of surprise. They did not expect that the human race would have such a powerful immortal. Xuandu slightly nodded and said, "I wish to impart teachings among the human race. Do I wonder what ideas junior brother has?" Xuandan shrugged and casually replied, "Naturally, I will follow senior brother. Coincidentally, I will refine some pills to assist the development of the human race." Upon hearing this, Xuandu was immediately overjoyed. Just as he was about to thank the human race, he suddenly recalled the side effects of the pills refined by Xuandan. He turned to look at the densely packed humans. "Hiss, don't let my clansmen mess it up." Meanwhile, an angry voice suddenly echoed on Kunlun Mountain. Senior brother, big senior brother. Your good disciple Xuandan has killed my Jie teaching disciple. Hurry and come out." Four swords radiating endless killing intent floated beside Tongtian. With a face full of rage, his chest heaved continuously, his emotions difficult to stabilize. Just moments ago, a Jie teaching disciple had fallen, and he sensed it. It was deduced that it was his disciple Xuandan who had killed him, causing his anger to surge. With a face full of rage, his chest heaved continuously, his emotions difficult to stabilize. Just moments ago, a Jie teaching disciple had fallen, and he sensed it. Seeing his big brother like this, the originally thunderous Tongshan's voice suddenly softened. "Senior brother, your disciple Xuandan has done a good deed. You handle it yourself. How can he dare to act against his fellow disciples so casually just a few days after entering the door? Is there any decorum?" Laozi remained calm and collected, calculating the ins and outs of the matter. He looked up and down at the furious Tongtian coldly, saying, "Your Jie teaching disciples can bully others with their power and kill them, yet others cannot retaliate. He himself was at fault first, letting my disciple Xuandan slay him is also a consequence he brought upon himself." Tongtian was momentarily stunned, as he had only known that his disciple had died at Xuandan's hands. But he had not anticipated that it was because his disciple had committed murder. He quickly began to calculate, secretly, his brows furrowing. The four swords of exterminating immortals beside him still radiated a majestic aura. Tongtian remained silent for a moment before speaking again. "It is indeed my disciple's fault, yet he should be brought back to Kunlun Mountain for me to handle. How can a junior act on their own?" His tone, however, lacked the confidence of before. Just then Yuansher Tianzuan heard the commotion and hurried over. Upon seeing the scene before him, he immediately furrowed his brows. "I have already understood the specifics of this matter. Tongtian wrong is wrong. Why argue with senior brother? Disciples of the Jie teaching have caused quite a bit of trouble on Kunlun Mountain. Your protection will only add to their karma. Now just coming down from the mountain, they kill wantonly. In my opinion, Xuandan actions are commendable. They deserve to die." Tongshan's face turned red with anger, still unwilling to relent, rebutting, "What trouble have my disciples caused on Kunlun Mountain?" Second senior brother clarified. Seeing that he could not be persuaded, Yuansher Tianzuan coldly stated, "Your outer disciples fight among themselves, recklessly devour spirit beasts, and bully the weak, while fearing the strong. There are many talented but unvirtuous individuals among them, all of them the worst kind. How can they be educated? With your careless nature, you do not know how to discipline them. It is only a matter of time before trouble arises." Unwilling to back down, Tongtian still wanted to say something. Laozi took 2 steps forward, his gaze calm, yet containing a powerful deterrent force. It was not a saint's intimidation, but rather the bloodline pressure from a brother. He stared at the 4 swords of exterminating immortals beside Tongtian. They could only be broken by the 4 saints. "Are you trying to let me break through your extermination sword formation?" Tongshan's gaze flickered. He was merely acting angry to boost his own momentum. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the originally calm Laozi suddenly stepped forward and struck Tongtian on the back of the head, sternly scolding, "If you don't dare to fight, then don't make a fuss. Go back to Bo Palace and think it over." Though Tongtian felt a sense of injustice, he dared not confront his elder brother. With a haughty snort, he sheathed the 4 swords of extermination and hurried back to the Bo Palace. Muttering to himself as he walked, he said, "How could my 2 elder brothers conspire to oppress me? Was it so wrong for me to speak up about the Xuandan? He scratched the back of his head and immediately transformed into a streak of light, heading straight for the Bo Palace. Laozi and Yuan shared a knowing smile before the gates of the 8 Scenery Palace. Laozi shook his head helplessly. If he behaves like this, he shouldn't expect to manage his disciples well. My little apprentice is actually helping him in disguise. Tong Tian is inherently a free-spirited character who is unwilling to impose strict discipline. If he lets his disciples run amok, wouldn't that lead to chaos? At the same time, he felt great admiration for the actions of Xuandan. The actions of my disciple were indeed correct. Naturally, there was no reason to bow down to him. Yuan Tianzuan nodded in agreement. My junior brother's character is indeed unruly and carefree, and sometimes that isn't a good thing, especially with so many disciples in the GS sect, alas. He also admired Xuandan's actions and thought to himself the unruly ones among the GS sect's outer disciples should have been dealt with long ago. Little junior nephew's actions are quite to my liking. Since he joined the sect, he has never shown appreciation, but this time he did well, and I can grant him an opportunity as a reward. As for the events on Kunlun Mountain, Xuandan was naturally unaware. Ever since he had slain a few unruly outer disciples of the GS sect, he and Xuandu had not left the human realm even for a moment. Each sought a cave dwelling with rich spiritual energy. Xuandu was responsible for regularly imparting teachings to the more gifted humans. As for Xuandan, he set up the 4 symbols cauldron and began refining the Xianyang pill. The moment the pill was finished, its fragrance wafted throughout the human realm. Countless humans were drawn to its aroma, swallowing saliva in anticipation. Xuandan emerged with the refined Xianyang pill just as Xuandu finished his lecture. Xuandu was somewhat surprised. Junior brother, have you finished refining the pill? Xuandan nodded and proudly produced a Xianyang pill. Senior brother, this is the pill I promised you. You should take it first. As soon as he spoke, Xuandu waved his hands repeatedly, his face filled with panic. There's no need for that, junior brother. I just had some insights while imparting teachings. I really can't accept it. The pill can simply be distributed to the humans, and I will thank junior brother on their behalf. Xuandan patted Xuandu's shoulder and replied with a smile. Senior brother, don't say that you are of human descent. Naturally, I shall protect them, and this Xianyang pill is my contribution. After saying this, Xuandu hurriedly left, looking as if he were avoiding a flood or a beast. Xuandan instructed the current leader of the humans to gather those with talent and cultivation to come and receive the Xianyang pill. After all, the number of Xianyang pills was limited, and they could only be awarded to the most deserving. He wasn't a beast of burden. He couldn't just keep refining pills. The leader soon arrived with over 10 talented human youths to receive the pills. Xuandan scanned the many humans before him. Most were on the verge of breaking through to the human immortal realm. Some, like the leader, had already achieved that breakthrough. This clearly indicated that the cultivation aptitude of the humans was indeed concerning. Xuandan didn't mind and immediately began to distribute the Xianyang pills. Old leader, this Xianyang pill belongs to you. Thank you for the blessing, immortal master. After all the humans received their Xianyang pills, suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gifting the Xianyang pill, to others receiving a random reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a critical reward, divine ability, burning heavens, blazing flame, clear toxin pill recipe, low grade, acquired spiritual root, blue water grass, low grade, acquired spiritual treasure, black Xian armor. Among these, the most striking to him were the burning heavens, blazing flame, and the clear toxin pill. The clear toxin pill can dispel hundreds of poisons, making one immune to toxins for a period after ingestion. The burning heavens, blazing flame divine ability is vastly stronger than the clear toxin pill. Once cultivated, a blazing flame will emerge within the body. Initially weak, this flame is merely of the mundane fire tier, but can devour spiritual fire, continuously growing in strength. There are quite a few primordial divine fires. The 10 great divine fires are all renowned and immensely powerful. If he could devour all of them, perhaps he could carve out a grand path. Moreover, as an alchemist, having powerful divine fires would greatly assist him in pill refinement. Xuandan was undoubtedly satisfied with this, and had already begun to focus on comprehending the divine abilities. At this moment, the humans who had received the Xianyang pills began to consume them. In an instant, the formerly human beings appeared even more monstrous than demons. Panic-stricken voices rose one after another, causing waves of terror. Oh, why have my hands become so huge? My hair is getting in the way. Hiss! My backside. Until the leader who had swallowed the Xianyang pill was suddenly engulfed in raging flames. This instantly quieted the previously chaotic scene. Xuandan frowned slightly, revealing a look of surprise. He stepped forward to observe closely, quite curious. Why is there an aura of the law of fire? The burning flames gradually merged into the leader's body. His eyes transformed into a fiery crimson, while an aura emanating from him was evidently that of an early celestial immortal. The awakened leader looked at himself in astonishment. Noticing Xuandan standing nearby, he hurriedly bowed respectfully. Thank you for the gift, immortal. The pill has activated the fragments of the law of fire within me. Now I seem to be able to control the flames with ease. Xuandan suddenly inquired, "What is your name?" Replying to the immortal, "My name is Feng Shui." Hearing the response, Xuandan first nodded, then was taken aback. Feng Shui. Isn't that the name of the legendary figure Xuandan? The seemingly ordinary human before him was actually one of the three ancestral figures of humanity, the ancient ancestor Xuandan. It seemed that Xuandan had yet to discover fire by friction. Xuandan's eyes brightened as he began to reassess Xuandan. The fragments of the law of fire within him seemed to have been imbued during the creation of humanity by my master Nuwa, passed down through generations. Humans are born with a Tao body inherently aligned with the great Tao, which allows for the transmission of these fragments. It seems the aptitude for cultivation among humans is also related to this. At this moment, Xuandan also noticed the oddly shaped humans around him and was surprised to find that his hair had grown tenfold in length and thickness. Fortunately, it could be supported with spiritual power, so it wasn't too troublesome. Xuandan awkwardly smiled and said, "It's normal, it's just a side effect of the pill." Xuandan's mouth twitched slightly. However, he sensed that the humans present had made significant advancements in their cultivation. He understood how terrifying the effects of this pill were. Afterwards, Xuandan returned to his cave to continue his closed-door cultivation. When it was Xuandu's turn to impart teachings, he shook his head helplessly at the oddly shaped humans. "Alas, my junior brother." After the lecture ended, Xuandan wore a pensive expression. The elevation of his realm and the awakening of his bloodline had increased his comprehension. He always felt like there was something very important that he could never grasp. Xuandan often stayed at the mountain's peak overlooking the development of humanity. Some cultivated steadily, some cleared the surrounding weeds, while others hunted for food. He suddenly froze, fixating on those savage humans, thinking to himself, how wonderful it would be if everyone could create fire without needing spiritual power. Weeds could be burned away directly, preventing hidden toxins from attacking. Hunting for food could also be cooked with flames, enhancing its taste. Xuandan gazed at the developing humanity, his eyes lost in thought, entering a state of enlightenment. Xuandan emerged from seclusion, humming a light tune. As he stepped out of his cave abode, he was startled to find Xuandan deep in thought before the entrance. Xuandan, his expression momentarily vacant, snapped back to awareness. A spark of keen insight flashed in his eyes as he gazed upon Xuandan and exclaimed, "Please, immortal master, teach me." Puzzled, Xuandan asked, "What question weighs upon your heart, chief? Speak freely." Xuandan then recounted the extraordinary vision he had witnessed atop the mountain. Xuandan fell into quiet contemplation. At present, the human tribe lived in primal savagery, unenlightened, unrefined. Yet even ordinary mortals devoid of cultivation or divine power had grasped the celestial principle of fire. In ages past, such a notion would have been deemed unthinkable. Xuandan invited Xuandan into his cave abode for a thorough discourse. "I possess some understanding of the 5 elemental principles. I shall impart it all to you. How much you ultimately grasp depends entirely upon your own enlightenment." Deeply grateful, Xuandan bowed with solemn reverence. "I thank you, immortal master, for your boundless generosity in teaching." Thereupon Xuandan expounded his insights on the 5 elements. The 5 elements, water, fire, wood, metal, and earth, are the fundamental forces underpinning the generation and evolution of all things in the universe. They embody the eternal rhythm of yin and yang, the ceaseless cycle of creation and renewal. They engender and restrain one another. Wood feeds fire, fire yields to earth, earth bears metal, metal enriches water, and water nourishes wood. The Tao follows cyclical law. The 5 elements revolve in perpetual harmony. He continued until he had shared every facet of his profound realization. Xuandan's gaze shifted from bewilderment to sudden clarity. He jolted awake, overjoyed beyond measure, and prostrated himself once more. "Grateful am I, immortal master, for this divine grace. I now comprehend how to bestow fire upon my people." A gentle smile graced Xuandan's lips as he gave a slight nod. "Go forth." As Xuandan departed the cave, he murmured softly to himself, "Wood feeds fire." He ascended the peak overlooking the entire human tribe, gripping 2 wooden sticks of differing thickness. Through careful mental design and tireless night and day experimentation, white smoke suddenly rose where the sticks rubbed together. "It is done, at long last." Boom! Thunder roared across the heavens. The awe-inspiring pressure of the celestial Tao descended. Golden clouds of merit rained down from the sky, and 9/10 of them flowed directly into Xuandan's body. Above the firmament, the river of time unfurled, and from its depths a spectral image of Xuandan emerged, merging seamlessly with his nascent soul. The overwhelming aura radiating from him now marked the early stage of a golden immortal. Countless humans gazed toward his direction and bowed reverently. Their hearts swelled with joy, and instinctively the method of fire by friction imprinted itself upon their minds. 1/10 of the merit settled into Xuandan's palm. He stood suspended midair, long drawn by the commotion Xuandan had stirred. Rather than using the merit to advance his own realm, he enfolded it within his spiritual core. Xuandu arrived beside him, eyes alight with uncontainable delight as he watched the jubilant humans below. Brother cultivator, thank you. We are brothers in the Tao, no thanks are needed. With a casual wave, Xuandan turned away to resume seclusion. Thereafter, humanity's development surged forward like a bursting spring. The darkness and cold that once threatened their very survival no longer held dominion. The era of raw flesh and blood was over. All could now partake of cooked food, more nourishing, more wholesome. Under Xuandu's diligent guidance, humanity flourished magnificently, ascending ever higher. Meanwhile, Xuandan remained deep in seclusion, refining his alchemical arts and studying the newly acquired formula for Qingzhong pills. Alas, only a handful among humanity possessed the aptitude for cultivation. Ordinary humans could not withstand the potent energy of Xianyang pills, leaving Xuandan with an accumulation of pills he could scarcely gift to anyone. Brother cultivator, I am Huanglong. An urgent matter brings me to seek your audience. Xiandan's eyes flew open. Rising swiftly, he opened the cave door, only to behold Huanglong Zhenren fully restored from his prior affliction. Gazing upon Huanglong's newly assumed Taoist form, Xuandan murmured, I find it strangely unfamiliar. My. His divine sense instantly detected a subtle dimming in Huanglong's aura. Huanglong bowed, deeply sorrow etched upon his brow. Today I swallow my pride to ask my younger brother for healing elixirs. Xiandan's eyes lit up. Excellent. Just the opportunity I've awaited. Before he could utter a word, Xuandu, sensing Huanglong's presence nearby, hurried over. Brother, what injury have you sustained? Xuandan, equally perplexed, asked. Within the hallowed wastes, who dares assault a disciple of a sage? Huanglong sighed bitterly, his face clouded with grief. My origins intertwine with the dragon clan, thus my fate remains bound to theirs. Even before joining the Chan sect, I dwelled among dragons in their ancestral domain. After departing Kunlun Mountain, I resolved to return and visit my kin. As you know, though the dragon clan waned after the primordial dragon calamity, they still command influence across the seas. Recently, a treasure manifested within their territory, and they dispatched envoys to retrieve it. Only for Lu Yue, an outer sect disciple of the Jie sect, to ambush them, inflict grievous wounds laced with deadly venom, and seize the artifact. Xuandu and Xuandan exchanged glances, brows furrowed in unison. They had not expected this affair to again entangle disciples of the Jie sect, whose adherents it seemed brought chaos wherever they trod. Silent, they allowed Huanglong to continue. He swallowed hard, eyes brimming with sorrow. In the hallowed wastes, might makes right. The slaying of rivals and seizing of treasures is commonplace, hardly worth lamenting. I bore no grudge. A defeat simply revealed my inferior cultivation. I swallowed my shame like broken. Yet the dragon clan shares my bloodline. So I set aside dignity and sought Lu Yue, requesting antidotal elixirs, hoping thereby to bring this matter to a peaceful close. Xiandan's brows knotted tightly. Then whence came these injuries, elder brother? A flash of fury crossed Huanglong's face. He clenched his fists and spat. When I approached him for medicine, he refused me outright and mocked me with contemptuous scorn. Unable to endure his arrogance, I challenged him to combat. Yet though Lu Yu hails merely from the Jie sect's outer ranks, he has already transcended the river of time and achieved the golden immortal Tao fruit. His mastery over plague and venom unparalleled. I was no match for him, and fled wounded. His poison is exceptionally virulent. Even the Dragon Palace possesses no suitable elixir. Thus I come to you, swallowing my pride, to beg healing and detoxifying medicines. Huanglong let out a long, desolate sigh. A direct disciple of a sage, defeated by an outer sect cultivator, had shamed the Chan sect itself. Should our master learn of this, he would surely deem it unforgivable. Truly, had he only wounded me, I would bear no resentment. Loss in battle reflects only my inadequate cultivation. But Lu Yue, in pursuit of mastery over plague and venom, conducts relentless experiments upon Donghai Island, spreading pestilence without restraint. Countless marine beings perish beneath his toxins. The sea clans stand helpless. Even the dragon clan sovereign over the sea clans finds itself powerless against him. Whenever a mighty cultivator arrives to issue warnings, he proudly declares himself a disciple of the Jie sect, and cries aloud, my master is the Sage Taiqing. At this, even Xuandu, renowned for his peerless forbearance, could no longer contain his wrath. Outrageous. Is a sage's discipleship meant to sanction tyranny? Huanglong's gaze faltered, his mouth opened hesitantly. Then at last he voiced his true intent, to speak plainly. I seek not only medicine for myself, but also Xianyang pills to awaken the latent bloodline of the dragon clan. Once healed and cleansed of poison, I shall confront Lu Yu anew. Regardless of outcome, the dragon clan pledges rare treasures in gratitude. Though diminished, the dragon clan remains formidable. Even a starving camel surpasses a horse in stature. Their treasures will surely satisfy you, brother cultivator. Xuandan looked at Huanglong's sincere, yet somewhat ashamed expression, displaying a hint of contemplation on his face. The dragon clan is famously rich in treasures. During the initial tribulation of the Dragon Han era, they were one of the 3 supreme overlords of the Primordial Chaos. The sea domain was entirely under the control of the Dragon clan, amassing countless treasures. Since the onset of the divine sealing tribulation, any celestial being with a modicum of strength sought treasures from the Dragon clan. Naturally, Xuandan was no exception. Moreover, he was also displeased with Lu Yu's actions. Relying on being a disciple of a sage, he boasted about his master being transcendent. Even as a disciple of the illustrious Taiqing sage, Xuandan felt he had never acted so pretentiously. Furthermore, Lu Yu was treacherous and cunning adept at using poison. He regarded human life as mere grass and had a heart as hard as rock. Xuandan soon made a decision, patting Huanglong's shoulder with a smile. Senior brother need not worry. Oh, what treasures are worth worrying about? Given our friendship, I shall do my utmost to assist you, he said. Please wait here for a moment. I will go refine some pills and return soon. With that, Xuandan turned and walked towards the cave, leaving Huanglong moved by his steadfast figure. Upon returning to the cave to refine pills, Xuandu invited Huanglong to give a lecture to the human race alongside him. Naturally, he gladly accepted his senior brother's invitation. Until the lecture concluded, Huanglong felt he had greatly benefited. Walking alongside Xuandu, his face was no longer filled with worry, but radiated a smile of fulfillment. Within the cave, Xuandan successfully refined the purifying pill, using the formula previously gifted by the system. Suddenly, the voice of the system rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the purifying pill, enhancing its efficacy tenfold. Side effect: pathfinding deficiency, duration 300 years. Just then, Xuandan stepped out of the cave with the refined purifying pill and Xianyang pill. Oh, have the 2 senior brothers really been waiting? Xuandu helplessly chided with a smile. Junior brother, do not speak too much. Oh, just now Huanglong and I finished delivering a lecture for the human race. It seems you have completed the pills. Xuandan took out the porcelain bottle containing the purifying pill and Xianyang pill. Inside there are both the purifying pill and the Xianyang pill. The purifying pill is sufficient to ignore Lu Yu's poison, while the Xianyang pill stimulates the bloodline of the Dragon clan. Huanglong's expression brightened, and he bowed sincerely. I thank you for the pills, junior brother. Once we drive Lu Yu away, I will certainly keep my promise and present the treasures to you. With that, he carefully put away the porcelain bottle. Ding! The host gains the reward of immunity to all toxic damage from beings below the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. Xuandan approached Huanglong, his face serious. I am not one who values treasures so much. Huanglong's eyes lit up, just about to praise his junior brother's noble character. However, Xuandan changed the tone, stating earnestly, as brothers, discussing treasures can harm our feelings. My helping you is entirely due to my disdain for Lu Yu's arrogance. It has nothing to do with the treasures in the Dragon clan's treasury, like innate spiritual roots or innate treasures. Do not think of sending me any innate spiritual roots or innate treasures, especially not a pill furnace. With the supreme postnatal spiritual treasure bestowed by my master, it is sufficient. I cannot even utilize a pill furnace of the innate treasure grade. It is utterly useless to me. Huanglong looked at Xuandan with a gaze befitting a junior brother, while also unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Do not worry, even if you do not want it, I will insist on giving it to you. Please do accept it when the time comes. Xuandan immediately broke into a grin, cupping his hands in response. You? Oh, what should I say? This is quite embarrassing. This scene rendered Xuandu somewhat stunned, unable to help but scoff inwardly. How can you have even an ounce of embarrassment? Not bothering with his 2 senior brothers' strange expressions, Xuandan urged. Senior brother, quickly take the purifying pill to remove the toxins from your body. Huanglong slightly nodded and immediately swallowed the purifying pill. The gentle medicinal power flowed through his limbs and veins. In an instant, accompanied by the operation of his magical power, black mist scattered outward. Huanglong's face revealed a look of comfort. Not only was the potent poison left by Lu Yu expelled, but even the impurities originally in his body were somewhat purified. The surrounding toxic mist was casually dispelled by Xuandu with a wave of his hand. However, after swallowing the pill, Huanglong's first reaction was not the joy of the toxin being eliminated. Instead, he hurriedly used a technique to project his own reflection to scrutinize it carefully. Only after confirming that there were no abnormalities on his body did he breathe a sigh of relief and bow. I thank you for the pills, junior brother. With the assistance of the purifying pill, I will surely drive that Lu Yu away. Seeing Huanglong's anxious expression, Xuandan couldn't help but reveal a mysterious smile. I wish you a victorious return, senior brother. With that, Huanglong activated his escape technique and swiftly headed towards the Eastern Sea. Xuandu slightly nodded, somewhat perplexed. It is indeed rare that the pills refined by my junior brother have no side effects. Of course, he did not voice this thought, maintaining an ordinary expression. Junior brother, I have gained some insights from lecturing for the human race and need to enter seclusion for cultivation. Farewell. As Xuandu departed, Xuandan felt it was also time for him to enter seclusion. It seemed that everything was developing favorably except for Huang Long, who had just left passing by the steel, representing the territory of the human race. He clenched his fists, secretly vowing, "The purifying pill will help me resist Lu Yu's potent poison. I will surely win this battle." Huang Long's spirit soared, and he hastened his pace. Before long, he saw the steel representing the territory of the human race again. He displayed a look of surprise, exclaiming, "The territory of the human race is indeed vast. The Sea clan must have suffered from Lu Yu for a long time. I must hurry on my way." With that, Huang Long activated his escape technique, significantly increasing his speed. By the third day, he saw the boundary steel of the human race once more, immediately frowning. Is the territory of the human race really too large to be reasonable? Huang Long had recognized his path to the golden immortal fruit and had no thoughts of getting lost. Until several days later, he suddenly saw a multitude of figures not far ahead. Upon approaching, he discovered they were humans hunting. Huang Long's expression turned somewhat numb as he murmured, "Have I gotten lost?" At that moment, a familiar voice rang in his ears. "Senior brother, you have already driven Lu Yu away, so it seems the purifying pill I refined is indeed impressive, ha ha ha." Huang Long's face flushed red as he stammered, unable to articulate. "Junior brother. I already said no need for any innate treasures or whatnot. Our brotherhood stands above that." Before he could finish, Huang Long interrupted. "Junior brother, it is not that." Xuandan was momentarily surprised, thinking inwardly, "I was just being polite. Surely senior brother wouldn't truly refuse, right? Senior brother, with your bushy eyebrows and big eyes, that shouldn't be the case." Huang Long spoke with a hint of sorrow. "I have been lost for several days only to return here." Xuandan raised an eyebrow, gasping in surprise. The pill crafted by the junior brother was truly extraordinary. Xuandan shook his head and softly said, "I will accompany senior brother, and just so happened to witness this Lu Yu of the Jiejiao." After they spoke to Xuandu, he naturally agreed with delight. After all, Xuandan had already provided substantial support to the human race, and he needed to stay with them for a while longer, having no time to attend to Xuandan. Now with the Huang Long present, he could ensure Xuandan's safety. Xuandan traveled with Huang Long, searching until they reached the shores of the East Sea. Along the way, he realized the side effects of the elixir were indeed strong. The direct distance from the human race to the East Sea was such that even Huang Long could go off course. They journeyed together to the East Sea, yet saw no trace of Lu Yu. Xuandan inquired, "Senior brother, which direction do you think Lu Yu might be?" As soon as he finished speaking, a look of confusion appeared on Huang Long's face as he glanced around, seemingly trying to point out every direction. Xuandan's expression darkened slightly, and he said helplessly, "All right, senior brother, you can rest now." He closed his eyes tightly, sending out his divine sense in all directions. In less than a stick of incense's time, he opened his eyes instantly. "Found it." Huang Long couldn't help but be surprised and asked, "How did junior brother find Lu Yu's hiding place so easily?" Xuandan explained while leading Huang Long forward, "I am a transformation of the 9 turns golden core, thus I am extremely sensitive to the sense of both elixirs and poisons. Lu Yu has always acted extremely recklessly. He does not understand what it means to restrain himself. In the vast ocean with poisonous gas wafting out, he must be nearby." Before long, they saw an island in the distance within the sea. However, the surrounding waters had already turned a bluish-purple, shrouded in toxic mist. At the same time, countless corpses of sea creatures floated on the surface, their deaths horrifying. Upon seeing this scene, Huang Long's eyes turned red, and he roared, "Lu Yu, get out here." Xuandan also furrowed his brow, feeling displeased and sighed. This act benefited Lu Yu himself, but harming the sea creatures goes against the heavens and adds karma to the Jiejiao disciples. No wonder Jiejiao became the target of everyone's ire during the Fengshen calamity. The root of the disaster had already been planted during the Tongtian teaching era. Soon they saw Lu Yu dressed in a big red robe, his complexion as blue indigo, and hair resembling cinnabar, arriving in a flash. Lu Yu fixed his gaze and immediately wore a sarcastic smile, showing no concern as he said, "I thought who it was turns out to be the waste Huang Long of the Changjiao. Earlier you thought the injuries were not severe enough, and this time you brought help." His gaze fell on Xuandan, still looking arrogant, his words full of pride. "I recognize Xuandu as a disciple of the human teachings. You must be that little junior brother who just entered the door. Do you really think bringing a disciple of the human teachings will allow you to suppress me? I am also a disciple of the saint inheriting from Tongtian. What can you do to me?" Xuandan looked at Lu Yu's defiant demeanor. Sensing the opponent's mid-level golden immortal realm, he directly retreated behind Huang Long and shouted loudly, "Senior brother, what are you hesitating for? Attack him." With that, Huang Long moved like thunder, summoning immense magical power. The rules of heaven and earth were drawn forth. The energy of primordial yellow transformed into a roaring 5-clawed golden dragon, shattering the surrounding void, stirring up towering waves. "You harmed the sea creatures, taking advantage of your position as a disciple of the saint to act recklessly. Today I will definitely suppress you to bring justice for the sea creatures." Yet Lu Yu did not retreat. but advanced, summoning the plague umbrella. Suddenly, the surrounding toxic mist billowed, filling the sky. At the same time, the plague umbrella transformed into a massive object that covered the heavens. Don't dream if you can withstand my toxic mist, then feel free to brag. Boom. At the moment of collision between the five-clawed golden dragon and the plague umbrella trembled slightly, and the surrounding toxic mist was directly dispersed. Lu Yu's heart trembled violently, his eyes widened in horror. How is this possible? During their first encounter, Xuandan was certainly no match for him. Why was it now that even the toxic mist couldn't approach Xuandan? Lu Yu was unconvinced, gritting his teeth, and summoned the plague bell. Dong! The resonating sound of the bell shook the soul, stirring up waves of sound. Simultaneously, the toxic mist surged toward Xuandan. Xuandan wore a confident smile, showing no sign of resistance. This act drew Lu Yu's immediate mockery. You are already on the path to death. The toxic mist completely surrounded Xuandan, and Lu Yu instantly regained his arrogant posture. It seems you haven't improved at all, my poison. Before he finished speaking, he saw the toxic mist scattering effortlessly by Xuandan. At the same time, the unharmed Xuandan appeared. Lu Yu's smile froze on his face, turning into shock and panic as he screamed, "Impossible, absolutely impossible, my poison method is invincible among peers." Xuandan struck instantly, with water flowing upward toward the vast sky. Endless dark clouds gathered above the battlefield. The world suddenly turned dark, and a deep rumble of thunder echoed. It seemed as if the pressure of the heavenly path was intimidating this sea area. Any passing sea creatures would avoid the area, not daring to step foot even an inch. He looked at Lu Yu with eyes full of resentment. You treat lives as mere weeds, wantonly slaughtering sea creatures. Today I will use the jade clear divine thunder to suppress you here. Boom. Thunder rumbled with immense force, and silver snakes danced among the dark clouds. The flashes illuminated Lu Yu's pale face. Xuandan, who was watching, couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. Senior brother's talent is far better than I imagined. It seems that this delay in cultivation should only be a matter of comprehension. Lu Yu, realizing the situation, shook his head repeatedly, his face showing unwillingness as he howled. A bluff, it must be a bluff. But the power of the jade clear divine thunder was terrifying. He did not dare to be careless and summoned all his treasures. The plague seal, plague sword, plague bell, plague umbrella dispersing, plague whip, and headache hairpin. 6 different treasures floated around Lu Yu. The bluish-purple toxic mist continuously emerged from his body. The mist that covered the heavens surged toward the 9 heavens. Xuandan formed a hand seal, and the jade clear divine thunder crashed down. The originally rolling toxic mist was instantly dispersed. Carrying the might of heaven and earth, it caused the space to tremble and the waves to surge. Lu Yu, using all his strength, could not resist the might of the jade clear divine thunder. In the end, he was struck down onto the island like a charred piece of coal, unable to fight back. Xuandan took 2 steps forward, looking down at the dying Lu Yu. For the sake of our shared teacher, I will spare your life. You may escape death, but you cannot escape the punishment, and I will seal you here on this island. Boom. Endless thick streams of water were condensed. The heavy force of water pressed down on Lu Yu. Lu Yu found it extremely difficult to restore his internal magical power. The treasures that lost their magical control scattered on the island. Xuandan, seeing numerous treasures, couldn't help but sigh. As a distinguished disciple of the Changjiao, he lacked handy spirit treasures, yet Lu Yu had cunningly seized so many. Unfortunately, he did not excel in the way of toxins. The primordial heavenly venerable detested such minor paths, forbidding the disciples of Changjiao from practicing them. These things were of no use to him. However, he still searched Lu Yu's body for a while. After a moment, Xuandan's face lit up with joy as he shouted to Xuandan, "Junior brother, this Lu Yu actually has quite a few good things on him. You will definitely find something useful." The mysterious pill was immediately attracted upon its arrival on the island. What did senior brother say? Is it a supreme innate spiritual treasure, or a supreme innate spiritual root? As soon as the words were spoken, Xuandan's face darkened. He picked up the jade tablet and tossed it into Xuandan's hands. Xuandan began to pour his magical power into the jade tablet. Countless formulas for poisonous pills and insights into poisons suddenly surfaced in his mind. It turned out this was Lu Yu's lifetime comprehension of the path of poison. Xuandan was overjoyed, since poison and pills were intertwined. If he could master these poisons, he would have an excellent means of attack. One must admit that while Lu Yu had issues with his character, he was indeed a rare talent in the field of plague and poison in the primordial world. In the future, Lu Yu could be considered the plague god, and calling him the foremost in the path of poison in the primordial world would not be an exaggeration. This tome on poisons was indeed an unexpected gain. At that moment, Lu Yu was already suppressed in the central lake of the island. Xuandan performed a bow of respect. "Junior brother, the poison miasma surrounding us is persistent, and the seawater has been contaminated by the toxic fog. I need your assistance." Xuandan smiled. Understood. He casually crushed a few purifying pills and scattered them into the surrounding sea. The endless poison miasma quickly dissipated, and the azure waters gradually became clear. A vast expanse of golden clouds suddenly appeared. Huanglong's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Heavenly Tao merit." One must know that for ordinary cultivators obtaining heavenly Tao merit is fraught with difficulties. One must perform actions beneficial to the world and the heavenly Tao. The effects of heavenly Tao merit on a cultivator are akin to a cheat in the primordial realm, allowing one to elevate their cultivation level without any side effects. It can also be used to comprehend divine abilities, refine treasures, and has many wonderful uses. Xuandan continued to keep the heavenly Tao merit in his divine, since as a small amount of merit was not particularly useful to him. It is better to save it for emergencies. Huanglong with an envious expression performed a bow of respect, saying, "Junior brother benefits the sea creatures, and thus deserves the heavenly Tao merit. Now that Lu Yu has been suppressed, why not accompany me to the Dragon Palace? After all, you have helped me and the Dragon Clan resolve such a significant trouble, and you should be treated as an honored guest." Xuandan thought for a moment. Xuandu was certainly still aiding the development of humanity. Returning to humanity would only mean secluding himself to cultivate, doing nothing but refining some pills. It would be better to visit the Dragon Clan, especially the Dragon Clan's treasury. Xuandan nodded slightly. "Naturally, I will follow senior brother's wishes. Oh, I am very eager to witness the Dragon Clan." Huanglong was overjoyed and took Xuandan directly to the Dragon Palace. They quickly passed by a blessed land cave. The leading Huanglong was startled upon seeing the island. Oh no, he took a wrong turn. Huanglong coughed lightly and said, "Junior brother, the Eastern Sea has many blessed land caves, and several rogue cultivators prefer to establish their grounds here. Interestingly, this place is called Five Elements Island, and its layout coincides with the Five Elements laws. If one cultivates the Five Elements path and establishes a ground here, is indeed excellent. I specifically brought you here to see, but truly is a spectacular sight." Yes, he indeed brought Xuandan here. It was certainly not a wrong turn. Xuandan's eyes were filled with surprise and curiosity. This was the first blessed land cave he had encountered after leaving Kunlun Mountain. It truly broadened his horizons. The natural wonders of the primordial world were astonishing. They continued to make their way to the Dragon Palace. After a long journey, Huanglong gazed into the distance and stopped in surprise. "Something's wrong. We clearly changed direction. How did we take a wrong turn again?" He coughed lightly and said seriously, "Junior brother, look over there. The blessed land cave in the distance is called Taiji Island. It was influenced by the might of the Grandmaster who achieved sainthood back then, forming this remarkable scene of yin and yang intersecting. If one cultivates the yin-yang path and establishes a ground here, it would be ideal. The path of yin and yang is something Master Taiqing excels at, which aligns perfectly with your Taiqing. I deliberately brought you here to gain insights." Xuandan nodded slightly, focusing on the magnificent Taiji Island. Two streams of black and white clouds continuously merged and intertwined, creating a truly spectacular sight. After observing Taiji Island, Xuandan followed Huanglong and continued forward, but soon stopped again. "Junior brother, look ahead." Before he could finish speaking, Xuandan's sharp gaze fell on Huanglong. Huanglong, feeling guilty, found himself at a loss for words. "Senior brother, if we are lost, just admit it. There's no shame in that." Huanglong's face flushed as he retorted loudly, "The Dragon Palace is where I grew up. Ooh, I could find it with my eyes closed. How could I not find the Dragon Palace? That's simply absurd. Junior brother, just follow me. Oh, let's go." After saying this, Huanglong took Xuandan onward. After a while, Huanglong suddenly stopped. He pointed to an island ahead and softly said, "Junior brother, this place is called Nine Dragons Island, and during the initial calamity of the Dragon Han." Xuandan had been watching Huanglong with a smile. He wanted to see how his stubborn senior brother would get out of this. Boom! Suddenly Nine Dragons Island trembled, and a series of deafening dragon roars echoed. The sudden momentum instantly attracted the attention of Huanglong and Xuandan. They saw 9 five-clawed golden dragons spiraling upwards, displaying a magnificent scene of swallowing clouds and exhaling mist, commanding winds and rains. As the golden light dispersed, a towering bronze cauldron appeared between heaven and earth. 9 vividly carved dragon patterns emanated endless majesty and the power of laws. The spiritual energy within a radius of millions of miles continuously gathered into the bronze cauldron, forming an overwhelming vortex. The bronze cauldron erupted with dragon roars akin to a mountain's roar or a tsunami. Huanglong's face was filled with joy as he patted Xuandan's shoulder and pretended to be profound, saying, "I had already predicted that there would be a spiritual treasure born here. The reason for my delay in going to the Dragon Palace was right here. One must admit, I truly possess great fortune." Xuandan couldn't help but roll his eyes at Huanglong. "You, a notorious man without any fortune, dare to claim you have great fortune." However, this newly emerged treasure indeed astonished Xuandan. A supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Just then Huanglong suddenly spoke up. "It turns out to be a cauldron. Junior brother, it seems this is your chance. Quickly refine that treasure while I protect you." A supreme innate spiritual treasure will be of great use to you in alchemy. Go swiftly. Xuandan looked at the pill cauldron floating in the sky. Since Huanglong had said so, he naturally wouldn't be polite. He stepped forward and activated his magical power to take the bronze cauldron. He intended to stay on Nine Dragons Island to find a cave to refine this treasure. The supreme innate spiritual treasure contains 48 innate restrictions, and one could call it the finest among supreme innate spiritual treasures. Upon obtaining the bronze cauldron, he immediately learned its name, Nine Dragons Cauldron. Xuandan did not hesitate and immediately unleashed the Samadhi true fire to refine the Nine Dragons Cauldron. In cultivation, there is no concept of time. The primordial world does not keep track of years. For Xuandan and Huanglong, hundreds of years are nothing to speak of. The Samadhi true fire gradually extinguished, and the Nine Dragons Cauldron was stored in his divine sense for nurturing. A smile appeared on Xuandan's face. It worked. He had finally simplified the restrictions of the Nine Dragons. Refining the spiritual treasure would take considerable time, but fortunately, he was highly compatible with the Nine Dragons Cauldron and had already refined a portion, making it usable. To fully refine it, it would likely take thousands of years. Not wanting to keep Huanglong waiting too long, he decided to stop for now. Upon leaving the cave, he saw Huanglong waiting at the door. Thank you, senior brother, for your protection. Huanglong, having risen, clasped his hands in congratulations. However sharp-eyed, Xuandan noticed the worry etched on his brow. What troubles you, senior brother? Feel free to speak. Perhaps I can provide some insight. Huanglong sighed and began to explain. I can now discern the direction of the Dragon Palace. Nine Dragons Island is situated deep within the Dragon Clan's territory. Logically, the emergence of a supreme innate spiritual treasure should undoubtedly cause a disturbance within the Dragon Clan. Yet hundreds of years have passed without a trace of the Dragon Clan, as something is indeed amiss. My fate is intertwined with the Dragon Clan. I can sense that something unfavorable is happening to them. Xuandan furrowed his brows and stepped forward to pat Huanglong's shoulder in comfort. In that case, let us not linger any longer and head straight to the Dragon Palace. Regardless of what is happening, senior brother has already entrusted the Nine Dragons Cauldron to me, and I will do my utmost to assist you. On Kunlun Mountain, the primordial heavenly sovereign of the Yusu Palace suddenly opened his eyes. He felt a surge of inspiration. As a saint, he sensed that something related to him was happening. The primordial heavenly sovereign gestured with his hand, revealing a faint smile. This Huanglong has made progress. His mind stirred, and he transformed into a streak of azure light departing from the Yusu Palace. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the gates of the Bayou Palace. Instead of waiting for Tong Tian to summon the four swords of Yuyixian, it was better for him, as the elder brother, to take the initiative and persuade him. The moment the primordial heavenly sovereign appeared, the gates of the Bayou Palace opened. Upon entering, he saw Tong Tian still wearing a cold expression. It seemed he was still angry about the reprimand he received last time. However, the motion of pouring tea did not stop. Tong Tian's tone remained frigid. What brings you to my Bayou Palace, senior brother? Seeing the scene before him, the primordial heavenly sovereign shook his head helplessly. He had no intention of beating around the bush and spoke directly. My disciple Huanglong has suppressed the outer disciple Lu Yu of the Jiejiao in the East Sea. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tong Tian instantly exploded with rage. Are you bullying me, and now you're bullying me too? Your disciples are treasures, while the outer disciples of the Jiejiao are merely weeds. It's one thing for Xuandan to enter late, but as the senior brother, how could Huanglong be so undisciplined? After a long pause, the primordial heavenly sovereign finally spoke with a faint smile. Are you finished? Tong Tian maintained a stern face, unwilling to engage. The primordial heavenly sovereign paid him no mind and continued speaking. I shall continue. His tone suddenly grew severe, losing the previous gentleness. Lu Yu has been delving into the path of poison in the East Sea, invading the world and harming the sea tribes. He is ruining the fortune of the Jiejiao and only adding to its karma. Relying on being a disciple of a saint, he acts unruly, showing contempt for the world. As the fortune wanes and karma increases, do you truly believe that these outer disciples of the Jiejiao bring you any glory? Tong Tian had already secretly calculated the entire situation. Yet he still appeared quite indignant, holding his head high. The primordial heavenly sovereign remained calm and continued speaking. If it weren't for Huanglong stepping in to suppress him, Lu Yu would eventually be rejected by the heavens and earth. What path would he still cultivate? Don't you as his master understand this principle? Or do you truly believe that Lu Yu could pursue the great Tao while disregarding everything else? Tong Tian pursed his lips, slowly lowering his noble head. His gaze flickered, and he sighed helplessly. Senior brother is right. Lu Yu's talent is exceptional, but his temperament is too extreme. It's just right to suppress him in the East Sea to temper his character. The primordial heavenly sovereign's expression softened slightly, and he let out a sigh. His tone became much gentler as he spoke softly. Junior brother, I have never had any objections to you or the path you wish to take. I have never meant to prevent you from accepting disciples. I am known for disliking chaotic creatures, but I also understand that this is an indispensable part of the world. Why should I hold grudges against your disciples? Do I not care about my reputation? Tong Tian unconsciously lowered his head, softly sighing. It seemed he hadn't had such a heart-to-heart talk with his elder brother in a long time. The primordial heavenly sovereign continued speaking. But your disciples caused such chaos on Kunlun Mountain, competing in bravery and strength. You must have noticed this too. Going down the mountain for training without doing the right thing only adds to the karma, indiscriminately killing the innocent and tarnishing the reputation of the Jiejiao. The name of the saints Dao has become a shield for their misdeeds. The three purities are fundamentally the same. As your elder brother and the master uncle of the Jiejiao disciples, I should speak a few words. A deep sense of melancholy appeared on Tong Tian's face. The sigh revealed a hint of bitterness from his heart. Senior brother, the great Dao, I have comprehended, is simply about seizing a thread of opportunity and teaching sentient beings. They are beings fated to the Jiejiao, and I ought to teach them skills. If they do not enter the Jiejiao after passing the test, would it not contradict my path? The primordial heavenly sovereign seemed to have long-held thoughts on this matter, and spoke softly. Teaching sentient beings is not just about teaching skills, their virtues must also be well cultivated. I understand your concerns, but I hope you can think carefully about it. What is there to teach those despicable individuals? You should reflect on this yourself. I can only say so much. Tong Tian nodded in agreement. Actually, I have thought about severely punishing them, but when it comes to the moment, I can never bring myself to do it. After all, they are all my disciples. He was well aware that the Jiejiao disciples were training outside. As their master, Tong Tian would undoubtedly pay attention. Yet there were simply too many Jiejiao disciples. Most of the time he had no time to take care of them, and could only focus on a few inner disciples like Duo Bao, and the exceptionally talented outer disciples, such as the Sanxian, Zhao Gongming, and the Seven Fairies. They must not use their names to bully others. Since the last incident where Xuandan killed an outer disciple of the Jiejiao, Tong Tian began to pay attention to those disciples he rarely noticed. To his surprise, most of them acted wildly, arrogantly claiming to be disciples of a saint while behaving tyrannically. Their cultivation was merely at the celestial immortal or profound immortal level, yet their ambitions far exceeded their abilities. Take Lu Yue, for example. Even when faced with a powerful Tai-E golden immortal, he would show no fear, instead driving the opponent away with his identity as a disciple of a saint. Such behavior would make it strange for the beings of the primordial era to have any goodwill towards the Jiejiao. While Tong Tian was lost in thought, the primordial heavenly sovereign suddenly spoke. If you cannot bear to be harsh, why not let your elder brother help you a bit? Tong Tian was taken aback looking at his elder brother. The primordial heavenly sovereign cleared his throat. Do not misunderstand, I just thought that since the three of us have each established our own teachings for a long time, we might as well let the disciples spar with each other. Since you have also noticed that your disciples are not upright, we can use this sparring to select a few outstanding disciples to manage the others, creating a balance and encouraging self-reflection. I see that this time Huang Long and Xuandan have helped you eliminate a few troublemakers, which is a good thing. As saints, how could we continue to waste time on matters like this? Leaving it to them to handle is the most suitable. Tong Tian pondered for a moment and found no fault in the idea. He looked at the primordial heavenly sovereign and joked, Senior brother, if your Chan teaching golden immortal loses, don't blame me for ruining your reputation. The primordial heavenly sovereign immediately shot Tong Tian a glare. I personally teach them regularly, assess them, and instruct them strictly. How could they possibly be worse than your Jiejiao's lax approach? At that moment, Taiqing also sensed their thoughts and flew over from the 8 Scenery Palace, laughing heartily. Primordial, I see that you also have a desire to bolster the prestige of the Chan teaching and save face for yourself. He looked at the primordial heavenly sovereign and Tong Tian with a smile. As the eldest brother, he knew these two younger brothers too well. The primordial heavenly sovereign valued his reputation. Huang Long had been injured by Lu Yue, which made him feel that the Chan disciples had the upper hand over the Jiejiao, and he could hardly accept it. This proposal, in his words, contained the intent to supervise the disciples of the three teachings, as well as a desire to regain face. As for Tong Tian, he was good at everything, but too sentimental, unable to be harsh with those close to him. However, our disciples of the three teachings should also have exchanges. I think Primordial's proposal is quite good. It's time to impose more discipline on the disciples of the three teachings. Tong Tian had no objections, and even felt a desire for his two elder brothers to see the abilities of the disciples he had personally taught, believing they were no inferior to them. The three saints reached a consensus and immediately began discussing the details. Meanwhile, Huang Long had already brought Xuandan into the vicinity of the Dragon Palace. The aura of demons enveloped the realm of the Dragon Palace. Fortunately, no demon clan appeared to obstruct Huang Long and Xuandan path. They arrived at the Dragon Palace without incident. The magnificence of the Dragon Palace left Xuandan utterly astonished. It was adorned with unmelting ice and endless crystals. Countless luminous pearls were placed on both sides to illuminate the dim depths of the sea. 2 towering pillars at the entrance of the palace were coiled with 5-clawed golden dragons. The profound aura emanating from the runes of the Tao made Xuandan marvel in wonder. No wonder the dragon clan is renowned for its wealth throughout the Primordial. Just by looking at this venue one can tell. As Xuandan followed Huanglong into the dragon palace. Around them shrimp soldiers and crab generals appeared accompanied by the clam maidens. They all displayed respectful postures towards Huanglong. Having served the dragon clan for many years, they naturally understood Huanglong's identity. Xuandan couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He never expected that while his senior brother was not favored in the Chan sect, he would have such a grand reception in the dragon palace. They soon arrived inside. The current Dragon King sat in a position of power with a dragon's head and a human's body. Initially frowning, the Dragon King beamed with joy upon seeing Huanglong's return, quickly rising and hurrying over to greet him. "Dear nephew, you have finally returned," he said. Then his gaze fell on Xuandan, inquiring, "Who is this?" Huanglong introduced him. "He is the disciple recently taken in by this humble Taoist master. His Tao title is Xuandan." The Dragon King showed an expression of surprise, continuously praising. "No wonder he is a direct disciple of the Taiqing saint. He truly is a remarkable talent. I sensed that a distinguished guest would arrive for our dragon clan a millennium ago, and my heart has been uneasy ever since. Now that I see my dear nephew, I understand the reason, and this comforts this old dragon's heart greatly. Coming quickly. With a distinguished guest arriving, the dragon palace truly shines with glory." Xuandan smiled, feeling that this Dragon King was indeed wise with age. "A millennium ago. I hadn't even taken form then." Huanglong asked with concern. "Uncle, when I arrived, I sensed the pervasive aura of demons, and saw no shrimp soldiers or crab generals on patrol. Is something wrong with the dragon clan?" Speaking of this, the Dragon King's frown returned as he heaved a sigh and recounted the events that had occurred. Xuandan listened attentively, quickly understanding the reason behind it all. Ever since the Demon Clan was established, the forces that originally belonged to the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans had turned to support the Demon Court. The Demon Court swiftly entered a phase of rapid development. Some smaller forces could no longer satisfy the Demon Court's appetite. The Demon Court set its sights on the wealthy Dragon Clan and sent the demon Saint Jimeng to negotiate. Though it was called a negotiation, it was in fact coercion and temptation. Jimeng's status was special. He had once been a general who followed the ancestor dragon in battles. Before the decisive battle between the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans, he betrayed the Dragon Clan. After the establishment of the Demon Heavenly Court, he turned to pledge allegiance to the Demon Court, ranking among the 10 demon saints and responsible for suppressing the marine beings alongside Xuandan. The Eastern Sea Dragon King sighed weakly as he spoke of this. Once the Dragon Clan was so prosperous, yet now we even lack a Quasi Saint. That traitor Jimeng dares to oppress my Dragon Clan just because of his Quasi Saint realm. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings gathered together, but could only hold a tenuous stalemate. The battle situation continued to stalemate, which was undoubtedly detrimental to the Dragon Clan. Jimeng only needed to lead the Demon Court's army to besiege the Dragon Palace. This would allow Xuandan to recklessly consolidate the marine forces. At that time, the Dragon Palace would become a mere empty shell, its strength severely diminished. It would surely be at Jimeng's mercy. I wonder how the 4 Dragon Kings are considering this Demon Saint's proposal. Just as the atmosphere in the Dragon Palace grew tense, Jimeng's booming voice, laced with mockery, reverberated. The expressions of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings instantly darkened. Huanglong was filled with anger and coldly snorted, saying, "The deserter of the past is now using the tiger's power. Truly, he does not know what is good for him." He cast an apologetic glance at Xuandan. "Junior brother, I truly apologize. I intended to show you the wonders of the Dragon Palace. Now I have only allowed you to witness a farce." Xuandan waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. Does he dare to act against me? Senior brother, you should focus on the clan members first." The 4 Sea Dragon Kings exchanged glances, their expressions becoming serious. Xuandan was right. He was a disciple of the Taiqing saint. Who would dare to act presumptuously against him? Let alone Jimeng, even Dijuan would treat him with courtesy. As Xuandan watched the 4 Sea Dragon Kings and Huanglong go out to confront Jimeng, he followed along with a mind to observe the spectacle. Soon he saw a burly figure, a demon saint with a dragon's head and a human body, standing not far away. The pressure he emitted made it hard to breathe. An arrogant smile appeared on his face. However, upon seeing Huanglong's figure, the smile vanished and his brows furrowed. When preparing to strike against the Dragon Clan, he naturally had investigated the Dragon Clan's background. Huanglong was the direct disciple of the Yuyixian Yuan Shi Tianzun. Jimeng surely kept this in mind, as his status was exceptionally special. A disciple of a saint was not someone even the 2 demon emperors would wish to offend. His dark gaze swept across the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. In an arrogant tone, he said, "This demon saint has already given you ample time to consider. Do not make it unpleasant for all of us." Joining the demon court allows you to enjoy the demon clan's fortune, i.e. perhaps you could see the dragon clan rise again. What is there to hesitate about? Before the 4 Sea Dragon Kings could speak, Xuandan stepped forward to respond. There is absolutely no possibility for the dragon clan to join the demon court. Ji Ming, please leave. This humble Taoist is a disciple of the Yuyixian saint. I hope Ji Ming can show some respect. However, for the sake of past relations, the dragon clan can offer some support to Ji Ming. Hearing this, Xuandan sighed deeply. Once the hegemon of heaven and earth, the dragon clan had now fallen to the point of needing to pay protection fees. Ji Ming's expression darkened, and he hesitated to speak. He believed he did not dare to act against the disciple of a saint, for in terms of seniority, he was on par with the saint. Firstly, bullying a junior would damage his reputation. Secondly, he would face revenge from the 3 Qing saints. He believed that even if the demon emperor Dejuan and Dong Huang Tai teamed up, they could not save him. He simply thought that wanting to spend some treasures to avoid disaster was a foolish dream. Ji Ming's mind raced, and abandoning the dragon clan was out of the question. The past betrayal was an indelible stain. However, he saw an opportunity to rectify his wrongs. If he could take the dragon clan under his wing, wouldn't that prove that his previous actions were wise and correct? At the same time, leveraging the dragon clan's heritage and power would significantly enhance his position and influence within the demon court. No matter what, Ji Ming would not give up on incorporating the dragon clan. At this moment, Xuandan observed the conflict between the 2 clans from a bystander's perspective. He remained silent and motionless, quietly watching. After much contemplation, Ji Ming finally spoke. This demon saint, considering Xuandan's dear nephew, and the Yuyixian saint, can choose not to take action. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings revealed a hint of joy. However, Ji Ming suddenly changed his tone. Let your dragon clan send a junior to duel with my offspring. If you win, I will lead my troops away. If you lose, the dragon clan will fall under my command. I wonder how the 4 Dragon Kings feel about this proposal. The expressions of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings were conflicted, but Xuandan's eyes sparkled with determination. Having broken through to the golden immortal realm and mastered divine abilities, he was naturally confident and was about to speak. However, Ji Ming spoke up again. But Xuandan is a disciple of the Yuyixian saint. It would be inappropriate both emotionally and logically for you to intervene. Just as Xuandan was about to argue, he was held back by the Eastern Sea Dragon King behind him. We, the dragon clan, accept this duel. Ji Ming's face broke into a joyful smile. Good, I hope the dragon clan won't play tricks then. After saying this, he quickly left the dragon palace, his figure disappearing from sight. Ji Ming displayed remarkable confidence. After all, he was dealing with his own offspring, whose bloodline was rich. Since joining the demon clan, he had poured countless resources into his offspring. He even personally taught them, allowing his offspring to break through to the golden immortal realm. Given the current state of the dragon clan with those useless fish and rotten shrimp, the idea of winning in the duel was simply overestimating their abilities. At this moment, the Eastern Sea Dragon King, seeing the confusion on Xuandan's face, spoke up to explain. The dragon clan could never be a match for Ji Ming. On the contrary, fighting against Ji Ming's offspring in a duel might give us a 3-part chance of victory. The Eastern Sea Dragon King's expression quickly turned to one of worry. But this 30% chance of winning, sigh. All his words coalesced into a bitter sigh. Suddenly, Xuandan's eyes lit up with inspiration, and he cast a fiery gaze on Xuandan. Do not worry, my junior brother is here. Our chances of victory are likely more than 30%. It all depends on whether the dragon clan is willing to pay the corresponding price. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings looked at Xuandan in astonishment. Relying on him. He was merely at the Yuyixian realm. Even as a disciple of the Taiqing saint, what could he do to influence the outcome of a golden immortal battle? Xuandan felt scorching, questioning gazes fall upon him. He remained unmoved, his expression calm. A glint flashed in the Donghai Dragon King's eyes as he stepped forward and bowed in salutation. This matter concerns the future of the dragon clan. I beg the saint's disciple to lend their aid. If successful, I shall permit you to select any treasure from the dragon clan's treasury. Although our dragon clan has fallen on hard times, we still possess some holdings and will surely satisfy you. Not to mention, we have several supreme, innate spirit treasures. The other 3 dragon kings looked on in bewilderment. Even if the man was a disciple of a Saint Yuyixian realm stood before them. As mighty Deluo golden immortals, why should they abase themselves so? The Donghai Dragon King transmitted his thought directly. This man studied under Taiqing saint. Although Xuandan, my virtuous nephew, calls him a junior disciple, he treats him with great reverence. I trust this man must possess extraordinary qualities. Besides, if the dragon clan truly is under Ji Ming's sway, what was lost is far more than a single treasure. The other 3 dragon kings came to their senses and bowed to Xuandan. Please, young friend, lend your hand and assist. The entire dragon clan, 4 Deluo golden immortals, found themselves helpless, ultimately placing their hopes upon Xuandan, who stood only at the Yuyixian realm. A smile had already appeared on Xuandan's face the moment he heard he could take any treasure from the dragon vault. He hastily used his power to support the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, withdrew as Xuandan, and spoke politely. You elders flatter me beyond measure. Huanglong is my senior brother. For his sake, I must help the Dragon Clan in their time of need. This item is called Xuandan, and it can awaken the bloodline within a sentient body. The Donghai Dragon King accepted the pill and could not help but exclaim. Such rich medicinal fragrance, such potent medicinal force. At that moment, a system voice suddenly rang in Xuandan's mind. Ding, congratulations, host. Having gifted a Xuandan to another, you receive a random reward. Ding, congratulations, host received a critical reward, 200,000 years of cultivation. Xuandan was instantly invigorated. 200,000 years of cultivation were enough for him to break through to Golden Immortal. The Donghai Dragon King pondered a moment and summoned a dragon youth. Guang'er, swallow this pill. The other 3 Dragon Kings nodded slightly and smiled. My great-nephew's talent truly ranks first among contemporary dragons. Indeed, with Ao Guang present, the Dragon Clan still has hope in this battle. Ao Guang was clearly recognized as the Dragon Clan's young prodigy. Only Xuandan momentarily froze at the name. Ao Guang, a figure not unfamiliar to anyone who has read Journey to the West. The old Dragon King, once bullied by son Wukong, who had submitted to the Celestial Court and held little real power, had unexpectedly possessed such talent in his youth. He glanced toward Ao Guang. What a handsome youth with arched brows and bright eyes, a proud posture exuding a cutting pressure. Xuandan could not fathom how he later became so ineffectual. He cleared his throat and said, Gentlemen, this commotion may be too conspicuous. We should conceal it lest the monster clans take notice. He did not want the Xuandan to be coveted by the monster clans. That would be troublesome. The Donghai Dragon King heard and did not hesitate. He activated an array to shroud the place. Ao Guang accepted the Xuandan and swallowed it. A surging medicinal potency immediately coursed through his limbs and bones, continuously awakening the dragon bloodline within him. Ao Guang clenched his teeth, sweat beading upon his brow, as if bearing tremendous pressure. At last he could no longer endure the tearing agony within his body. With a thunderous roar, his true dragon form manifested and roamed the dragon palace. The vast scales along his body turned golden at a speed visible to the eye. At the same time, a 5th claw slowly sprouted. The sight stunned the 4 Sea Dragon Kings and Huanglong. Could Guang'er be experiencing ancestral bloodline reversal set to transform into a 5-clawed golden dragon? I never imagined I would personally witness a 5-clawed golden dragon. This pill, it is truly a sacred elixir. Above the boundless heavens, an apparition of a 5-clawed golden dragon drifted forth from the river of time. It merged into Ao Guang's body, and the pressure it radiated rose abruptly. In an instant, he broke through to Golden Immortal, attaining the Golden Immortal's Dao fruit. Most of his scales had already taken on a gilded sheen. Reborn as a primordial Dao body, Ao Guang stood proudly in the Dragon Palace. The Donghai Dragon King's eyes brimmed with joy as he stepped forward and asked gently, Guang'er, how do you feel? Ao Guang exhaled slowly and smiled. Excellent. Never have I felt so well. My bloodline has returned to its ancestral vigor. My flesh and bone have greatly strengthened. In time, I may break through to quasi-saint. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings all beamed with delight. Now we truly need not fear Ji Meng's duel. His offspring's bloodline is worlds apart from Ao Guang's. Their expressions toward Xuandan shifted. His talent for pill refinement was so terrifying. A mere Xianxian realm, yet able to concoct a pill capable of restoring their dragon bloodline to its ancestral state. He was a prodigious genius beyond belief. The Donghai Dragon King smiled until he could scarcely close his mouth. The Northwest and South Sea Dragon Kings immediately gathered around Xuandan. Fellow Taoist, do you have more of such pills? My North Sea Dragon Palace has some treasures. North Sea. The North Sea was suppressed by Kunping. Give me one of my South Sea has far better things. The West Sea Dragon King cleared his throat. We are all the Luo Golden Immortals. Such behavior, is it proper? The South and North Sea Dragon Kings were momentarily stunned. The West Sea Dragon King sidled up to Xuandan with a grin. Fellow Taoist, you are only at the Xianxian realm. Traversing the Great Desolation is perilous. Would you like bodyguards? Do you think a Deluo Golden Immortal Dragon King would make an imposing escort? The South and North Sea Dragon Kings exchanged bewildered looks, as if to say have some shame. Xuandan cleared his throat and replied, let that be. Let that be. Watching the 4 Sea Dragon King's sycophancy, Xuandan finally understood how the Dragon Clan, though fallen, still prospered, and eventually rose into the Celestial Court. The Xuandan held boundless allure for races that depended on lineage. Yes, first resolve this matter, then we shall speak of other things. The West Sea Dragon King promptly agreed and strode out with swagger. Ao Guang's mouth twitched. By rights, shouldn't he be the leading figure? Aren't his great horns splendid? Laughter and joy echoed through the Dragon Palace. Everyone felt they had profited. Several days later, Ji Meng led a vast army forward, shrouded in dense demonic aura. At the Dragon Palace side stood the 4 Sea Dragon Kings flanked by Xuandan Huanglong and Ao Guang. The two sides surged with momentum, their covert clashes evenly matched. Jiming narrowed his eyes, sensing a trace of something amiss. Were the Dragon Palace folk unusually confident in this fight? He paid it little mind, thinking at the Dragon Clan's death throes. Let the duel begin. Life and death shall be decided by skill, no disputes afterward. Any questions? The Donghai Dragon King shook his head and replied calmly. Naturally none. I hope Jiming the Yao Saint will abide by the same. Jiming felt a flare of anger and instructed the youth beside him. When the time comes, strike with full force and kill that dragon brat. The youth nodded slightly, his face cold as he advanced bearing a long spear. I am Ji Yun. Who dares to fight? Ao Guang hoisted his spear, transformed into a streak of light, and leapt forward, answering proudly, I will take your life. He lashed his dragon tail and charged with furious spearwork, his moves ever shifting. Beneath, the water waves surged and hidden currents writhed. Struck by the sudden pressure, Ji Yun's face showed astonishment. He attempted to counter, but in the moment of eye contact he felt an oppressive force emanating from the opponent's bloodline. He stood dazed as a spear strike sent him crashing to the ground. Jiming snapped to anger and shouted, You fool! Why did you not strike back? Ao Guang whipped his tail and struck Ji Yun with a thunderous impact. Dust billowed, the earth trembled, and fissures split the ground, and Ji Yun's form was nowhere to be seen. Ao Guang's proud gaze rested on where Ji Yun had been as he said coldly, He no longer has an opportunity to counter. Watching from afar, Xuandan raised a brow. It seems Ao Guang in his youth truly was a formidable fellow. Jiming's pupils constricted, bewilderment filling his eyes. He, a grand quasi-saint, actually sensed a threatening aura from the golden immortal before him. The offspring he had painstakingly nurtured were not a match. Humiliated and furious, Jiming erupted, unleashing quasi-saint pressure and extending a vast dragon claw. Panic rippled through the Dragon Palace. All were at a loss. At the critical moment, Xuandan cleared his throat and said lightly, Allow me to introduce myself. My master is Taiqing, and my Dao name is Xuandan. I will not meddle in the Dragon Clan's affairs. I am merely here as a spectator. I hope, Jiming Elder, that you will not harm me. My master would be displeased otherwise. The Dragon Clan still owes me some matters. Why not wait until I depart, and then continue? Jiming abruptly withdrew his dragon claw, inner doubts stirring. His face was full of astonishment. It was well known that Taiqing's saint accepted disciples by fate. Originally, only Xuandu stood as the lone scion. Now this youth claimed to be Taiking's direct disciple. He would be the second. One would think twice before striking Huanglong, let alone a disciple of Taiqing. Jiming sized Xuandan up and glanced at Huanglong. A brief pallor flickered across his face. They were all beyond provocation. Very well, very well. This Yao Saint will honor his promise. Farewell. He gritted his teeth. His words were laced with hatred, though he felt powerless. Both disciples of the saints stood with the Dragon Clan. Jiming, though tempted to renege, had no choice but to withdraw his forces. The long-suppressed Dragon Palace erupted in joyful cheers as sunlight spilled across the sea. Xuandan felt a quiet delight within. TSK, wielding my master's name to frighten others does feel gratifying. No wonder the Jijiao disciples always boast about my master's prowess. The Donghai Dragon King was utterly astonished. At first he had thought that even after transformation Ao Guang would still have to fight a while. Who would have guessed a one-shot victory? No wonder the Great Desolation says that with a single golden core swallowed, fate is mine to command. This fellow Xuandan truly ought to be befriended properly. He even toyed with the idea of sending that foolish North Sea Dragon King over as a devoted retainer, or a bodyguard would do nicely. He stepped forward, bowed, and spoke with sincere demeanor. Young friend, you have greatly aided the Dragon Clan. I shall of course honor my promise. Please accompany me to the Dragon Clan's treasury and choose a treasure that pleases you. Xuandan wore a serious expression. How could he be a person of greed or lust? He closely followed the East Sea Dragon King into the depths of the Dragon Palace. As the Dragon Palace's treasury opened, the entire palace trembled. An ethereal white dragon gate appeared amidst the boundless deep sea. Xuandan couldn't help but feel surprised. A small world had been separately opened up as the treasure vault of the Dragon Clan. However, upon further reflection, it was consistent with the era of the initial calamity. The Dragon Clan's wild and unruly nature loved to showcase its grandeur. As he stepped in, the scene before him rapidly transformed, as if he were immersed in an infinite starry sky surrounded by the brilliance of countless stars. The East Sea Dragon King stood tall and proud, declaring, These are the true foundations of the Dragon Clan. Here lie supreme, innate spiritual treasures, high-grade, innate spiritual roots, and rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. What is absent in the wilderness must also be present in the Dragon Clan's treasury. Xuandan was immediately dazzled, overwhelmed by the variety of treasures before him. Every point of light akin to stars represented a different treasure. Just as the East Sea Dragon King said, the treasures absent in the wilderness were all present in the Dragon Palace. Among them one particular magical artifact caught Xuandan's unwavering gaze. With a slight movement of his mind, the magical artifact appeared in his hand. The East Sea Dragon King explained like a tour guide. This item is called the Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix Carriage, classified as a supreme innate spiritual treasure. It was once seized from the Phoenix clan during the initial Calamity battle. Xuandan gazed at the Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix Carriage with a smile on his face. The Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix Carriage was based on the divine feathers of the phoenix, emanating a fragrant aroma accompanied by winds and clouds wherever it went. The carriage's body was intricately carved with phoenix patterns able to manifest. As it moved, 100 birds followed, creating a grand spectacle. It traversed beyond the nine heavens, escaping into endless space. The East Sea Dragon King raised an eyebrow, observing Xuandan's infatuated demeanor, and took the opportunity to speak. Young friend, you truly have a discerning eye. This Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix Carriage possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities. When activated, 9 Phoenix Phantoms emerge to attack. Its power is boundless. If faced with danger, it can autonomously defend. Even the Deluo Golden Immortal would find it hard to breach. For someone at your current level, it is the most suitable protective treasure. Moreover, this treasure carries a powerful aura. Wherever it travels, 9 phoenixes pull the carriage, accompanied by 100 birds. Even compared to the 9 dragons of the Primordial Lord, it is not inferior. Xuandan lightly nodded, briefly contemplating, realizing that this item was indeed a remarkable treasure. He immediately stored it within his divine sense, preparing to refine it later. The Dragon Clan had already stated he could choose any one item, so he naturally wouldn't hold back. Seeing this, the East Sea Dragon King couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. The Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix Carriage had been fiercely contested during the Dragon Clan's peak solely due to its impressive status when traveling. However, since the decline of the Dragon Clan, no dragon dared to be so ostentatious. They only dared to keep it sealed away, fearing it might be snatched by a powerful being if revealed. As a direct disciple of Taiqing, Xuandan naturally didn't have this concern. Having a good master truly invokes envy. After selecting his treasure, they prepared to leave the Dragon Clan's treasury. Suddenly, Xuandan's footsteps halted, his gaze fixed on a distant red star. The burning heaven-blazing flame he had been nurturing within him suddenly reacted. May I ask, Senior, what is this flame? The Dragon Clan actually possesses such divine fire. The East Sea Dragon King casually pulled down the red star. Placing it before him, he could see it was a fire source about the size of a fist. The Dragon King exclaimed, "Young friend has a keen eye. This is none other than the Phoenix Clan's Nirvana divine fire." This fire was separated from a quasi-saint of the Phoenix Clan during a previous battle and is regarded as one of the strongest divine fires in the wilderness. Could it be that young friend is interested in this Nirvana divine fire? Upon hearing it was the Nirvana divine fire, Xuandan was instantly intrigued. It was among the top 10 divine fires in the wilderness. He observed the source of the Nirvana divine fire up close, faintly radiating endless life and death principles. A magnificent vitality intertwined with a sense of demise. The runes of the laws of the great Tao flickered intermittently. Truly, it was a fire seed separated from a quasi-saint level phoenix. It was indeed astonishing. Xuandan couldn't help but stare softly, inquiring, "Can you spare me a portion of this Nirvana divine fire?" He continued, "But rest assured, Senior, I won't take it for free. Do I offer 5 Xianyang pills in exchange? A divine fire of quasi-saint level. As an alchemist, how could he not be tempted, especially with his burning heaven-blazing flame being such a formidable power? Besides, this fire just happened to address his deficiency in offensive power. In Xuandan's view, it was worth far more than a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. After all, the Phoenix Clan was currently reclusive. This was likely the only place in the wilderness where he could find a quasi-saint level Nirvana divine fire. Upon hearing the words Xianyang pill, the East Sea Dragon King was overjoyed. Having witnessed the changes after Ao Guang consumed the Xianyang pill, he viewed it as an essential item for revitalizing the Dragon Clan. He had originally been considering how to leverage his relationship with Xuandan to secure more Xianyang pills for the younger generation of the Dragon Clan. However, before he could concoct a plan, Xuandan took the initiative to propose the exchange. As for the Nirvana divine fire, that item was not compatible with the Dragon Clan, otherwise it wouldn't have remained sealed until now. Trading it for Xianyang pills was naturally excellent for him. The East Sea Dragon King directly placed the source of the Nirvana divine fire in Xuandan's hands, moving so quickly as if afraid Xuandan would back out. A beaming smile adorned his face. "Young friend, since you like this Nirvana divine fire, you are a fellow disciple of Huang Long, so take it without hesitation. You need not feel polite about it. I have heard that disciples of saints are well versed in etiquette. Seeing you today truly broadens my horizons. You are truly a disciple of the Saint of Taiqing." Xuandan observed the East Sea Dragon King continuously stuffing Xianyang pills into his embrace. With an expression of sly delight, it felt vaguely familiar. The moment he gifted the Xianyang pills, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Ding." Congratulations host for gifting Xianyang pills to others receiving a random reward. Ding. Congratulations host for receiving a reward 300,000 years of cultivation. Xuandan couldn't help but smile. The system warehouse had already accumulated 500,000 years of cultivation. The Nirvana Divine Fire was an unexpected joy capable of enhancing the power of his burning heaven blazing flame. The supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix Carriage, was also unmatched in both offense and defense. The gains from this trip were truly significant. Thinking back on the journey with Huanglong to the Dragon Clan, he had collected treasures all along the way. On the contrary, Huanglong had not acquired any treasures. Could it be that this senior brother, the Forwu Taoist buff, was still in effect giving everything to himself? As they left the Dragon Clan's treasury together, both wore smiles. Just then Huanglong arrived, his expression slightly strange as he caught Xuandan's gaze. He shook his head, casting aside distracting thoughts, and bowed, saying, "Junior brother has greatly aided me, why not stay a little longer in the Dragon Clan?" The East Sea Dragon King quickly echoed. "Yes, the young friend is indeed a benefactor of the Dragon Clan. I must host a banquet to express my gratitude." Xuandan calmly replied, "There is no need for a banquet, I truly need to stay longer in the Dragon Clan. I happen to have some insights, and would like to know if the Dragon King can lend me a place for seclusion." With 500,000 years of cultivation in hand, he was already prepared to break through the golden, immortal realm right here. The East Sea Dragon King nodded repeatedly, unable to contain his joy. "Of course there is. I will personally take you there." The longer the disciple of the Saint of Taiqing stayed in the Dragon Clan, the more the Demon Clan would hesitate to act against them. It would be even better if he could find the opportunity to acquire more Xianyang pills. Xuandan understood the East Sea Dragon King's thoughts, but didn't care too much. This identity would always be treated specially wherever he went. Rather than insincerely resisting, he preferred to enjoy the benefits that his status brought. Upon arriving at the seclusion area, Xuandan slightly nodded. The Dragon Clan had provided him with the best spiritual land. He stepped into the cave, casually setting up a warning formation. He first summoned the burning heaven blazing flame, the true fire of Samadhi, and the Nirvana Divine Fire. The burning heaven blazing flame continuously extended fiery threads outward. In no time it completely enveloped the true fire of Samadhi and the Nirvana Divine Fire. The red color of the burning heaven blazing flame deepened further. A glint of sharp light flickered in Xuandan's eyes. Devour the source of the divine fire, extracting its essence and discarding the dross. Using 100,000 years of cultivation from the system, Xuandan successfully devoured and refined the sources of the two divine fires. With a slight movement of his mind, the burning heaven blazing flame appeared in his palm. The power radiating from him had already surpassed the individual powers of the true fire of Samadhi and the Nirvana Divine Fire. At the same time, Xuandan noticed a significant enhancement in his control over the flames. In the future, the efficiency of his alchemy would increase. The burning heaven blazing flame was simply a divine skill needed for alchemy. If other beings in the wilderness knew of its remarkable uses, even quasi-saint powers would be tempted. He didn't rush to refine the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix Carriage. The process of devouring the two divine fires brought him insights. Xuandan immediately infused the remaining 400,000 years of cultivation from the system into his body. A vast amount of cultivation surged forth. The oppressive force he radiated steadily climbed. It stirred the surrounding waters, drawing forth endless undercurrents. Simultaneously, a heavenly phenomenon emerged, attracting the attention of countless beings. He was finally about to break through the golden, immortal realm. A time river spanning past, present, and future manifested across the heavens. A faint crimson radiance descended upon the eastern sea. The 4 dragon kings of the seas had been gathered in the Dragon Palace, debating the rightful ownership of 5 Xianyang pills. The Dragon King of the Northern Sea spoke first. "Elder brother, you know my plight. The Northern Sea has long been suppressed by Kuanpeng. Is it unreasonable to request but 1 Xianyang pill?" The Dragon King of the Western Sea waved his hand dismissively. "Elder brother, you know well how impoverished the West is. I am destitute, living in hardship. Grant me a single Xianyang pill." The Dragon King of the Southern Sea rose, his expression earnest. "Elder brother, the Southern Sea borders the undying volcano guarded jointly by our clan and the Fenghuang tribe. Is it not perfectly justified to claim 1 Xianyang pill to subdue those unruly avian clans?" The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea swept his astonished gaze across his 3 brothers. "I see now. You are all extraordinary, each bearing unique and formidable talents." Just as he prepared to resume deliberations on the pill's distribution, an unexpected fragrance, rich, profound, and unmistakably alchemical, suddenly permeated the Dragon Palace. The 4 Dragon Kings furrowed their brows and exchanged wary glances. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea was the first to recover. "Something is amiss. Where does this pill fragrance originate? Its intensity is unprecedented. Merely inhaling it stirs the very foundations of my cultivation." Could it be that Taoist Xuandan has refined yet another divine elixir? His heart leapt with alarm. He realized the fragrance had already saturated the entire palace, drawing countless denizens into a dazed, trance-like stupor. Boom! A thunderous roar, pure primordial and draconic, shook the dragon palace from its foundations. Countless shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and younger dragon kin, previously entranced, snapped back to awareness. In an instant, the four dragon kings stood before the sealed cave abode where Taoist Xuandan was in seclusion, just as they caught sight of Huang Long, who had arrived earlier. Above them, the celestial time river shimmered, faintly emanating the awe-inspiring authority of the heavenly Tao. The dragon king of the eastern sea stared in utter disbelief, and swiftly grasped the truth by the heavens. Ninefold refined golden pill. Taoist Xuandan's origin is a ninefold refined golden pill. How could his root origin be so transcendent? At last he understood the source of the fragrance, the ninefold refined golden pill. The supreme pinnacle of the primordial alchemical Tao, unscalable, unsurpassable, coveted even by countless quasi-sages and great Luo immortals, a single pill capable of forging a great Luo immortal. Taoist Xuandan. Was he truly a ninefold refined golden pill given sentient form? All four dragon kings turned their gazes toward Huang Long, who stood silently, brow knotted in thought. My junior brother emerged from the ninefold refined golden pill, but this magnitude of resonance. Clearly even he was unaware of the full significance unfolding. Only Xuandan himself, deep within seclusion, knew the truth. He was no ordinary ninefold refined golden pill. Born of absorbed essences from countless other pills, he had awakened sentience, an origin far surpassing even the ninefold refined golden pill itself. 40,000 years of cultivation propelled him toward the golden immortal realm, a transcendence beyond the time river itself, the realization of the golden immortal Tao fruit. This realm marked nothing less than a fundamental metamorphosis of life. To attain golden immortality is to step outside the time river entirely, freed from the constraints of lifespan, undergoing total biological and spiritual transfiguration. Consider this every subsequent realm. Tai golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, Hongjun great Luo golden immortal, retains golden immortal in its title, revealing the unparalleled singularity of this threshold. Every being, regardless of origin or lineage, undergoes a profound essence-level transformation upon breaking through to golden immortality. Ninefold refinement represents the ultimate numerical limit in alchemical perfection. Yet now, amidst this ascension, he underwent further sublimation, deeper evolution. Even before manifestation, Taiqing had declared him half a tier above ordinary ninefold refined golden pills. This breakthrough, the ultimate life leap, harnessed the very root changes of the immortal Tao, completing the final alchemical refinement and thus bridging that crucial half-tier. His root origin had now utterly transcended the ninefold refined golden pill, becoming the Hongjun golden pill, a marvel unseen since the dawn of the primordial chaos. Within the alchemical domain, none could rival him. His nascent soul emerged, purple alchemical sigils shifting from ethereal mist to solid reality, revealing unmistakably the coalescence of a 10th sigil. Simultaneously, his phantom within the time river stirred, poised to ascend like wind-born phoenix. The moment of golden immortal breakthrough, the Tao fruit's realization, the ultimate root transformation, had arrived. The fragrance, now uncontrollable, surged forth as a celestial omen. Xuandan frowned, joy and trepidation warring within him. To possess such an unparalleled root origin was cause for profound elation. Yet his golden immortal ascension loomed imminent, and the fragrance spreading inexorably in all directions lay beyond his command. Once on Kunlun Mountain, senior sister Bai Shao remarked, I smelled delightful. Now it seems the entire eastern sea knows precisely how fragrant I am. Xuandan felt a quiet unease. Yet even his cautious estimation proved overly conservative. Every sentient being drawn into trance by the fragrance had been roused by the dragon king of the eastern sea's commanding roar. Still, countless mindless aberrant beasts, descendants of ancient ferocious creatures, were drawn irresistibly toward the source. Possessing only brute cultivation and no trace of intellect, they acted solely on instinct. To them the fragrance was blood and water, summoning sharks. An uncountable horde surged toward the dragon palace of the eastern sea. Above, within the time river, Xuandan's phantom image began solidifying its 10th alchemical sigil. The heavenly Tao's oppressive aura descended, not only over the eastern sea, but across the entire primordial chaos, stirring countless mighty cultivators. At Buzhou Mountain's celestial court of the Yao's, two sovereign figures stood enthroned, their imperial auras palpable. Their omniscient gazes pierced eastward toward the eastern sea. They were none other than Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai, the twin sovereigns ruling over the entire Yao race. Emperor Jun's expression shifted to astonishment as he summoned the river chart and Luo writing to divine the portent. A ninefold refined golden pill given sentient form. Golden Immortal Dao Fruit Metamorphosis. Taiqing's Golden Pill Dao. Such a root origin is truly heaven-defying. Dong Huang Tai gazed eastward, eyes gleaming with covetousness. If I were to consume him whole, perhaps I might leap past the quasi-sage realm straight into Hongjun Great Luo Golden Immortality. Emperor Jun immediately interjected caution. He is Taiqing's disciple. We cannot touch him. Kuan Peng, the Yao sovereign guarding the northern sea, narrowed his eyes. HSS. Truly the most exquisite nourishment on the path to sainthood. Damn it. Why must such a being choose Taiqing's sect as his master? Fortune favors the bold. Bold. Far too bold. Impossible to attempt. He watched Xuandan as if beholding the vanished Hongmeng purple chi itself. A single Hunyuan golden pill might rival that primordial treasure, boosting his odds of attaining Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortality manifold. Yet, he dared not act. Frustrated beyond measure, Kuan Peng could only unleash towering waves across the northern sea to vent his fury. Far away on Mount Shumi in the west, Jin Ti likewise gazed eastward, eyes burning with desire. A Hunyuan golden pill, the first of its kind since the beginning of time. To ingest one may elevate me beyond the sage realm itself, allowing me to stand shoulder to shoulder with Taiqing. That a golden pill should manifest sentience is miracle enough, yet to break through to golden immortality and complete such metamorphosis. Taiqing's foresight is masterful indeed. Why do such extraordinary fortunes always seem to fall, by sheer coincidence, into the hands of the three pure ones? Across the entire primordial chaos, nearly every mighty cultivator now fixed their attention upon Xuandan. Having divined his origin and nature, their thoughts diverged wildly. Foremost among those concerned stood the three pure ones atop Kunlun Mountain. Yuanshi Tianzuan's eyes snapped open, astonishment clear in his voice. Junior nephew Xuandan's root origin is truly heaven-defying. Yet this commotion has alerted the entire primordial chaos. It heralds tribulation. The entire realm trembles beneath his golden immortal breakthrough. Truly, as a sage, he had never witnessed such a spectacle in his eons-long existence. He was left momentarily speechless. This upheaval rivaled even their own ascensions to sainthood. Xuandan was in grave peril. All great cultivators across the primordial chaos now knew Xuandan's origin. Many, though rational, dared not act, restrained by reverence for the sage's authority. Yet when stakes grow high enough, many beings will risk everything, even recklessly. Especially those two in the west who hold honor in utter contempt. Tongtian within the Bo Palace was likewise roused. Upon learning the full account, he paused, then threw back his head and roared with laughter. This junior nephew's action resonates perfectly with the Tao of our Jia sect. Might elder brother consider parting with junior nephew Xuandan, entrusting him to this humble Taoist for cultivation? Such transcendent will and root origin, pitting oneself against all the primordial chaos to seize vitality. Exquisite. Absolutely exquisite. Tongtian voiced the plea aloud, only for Yuanshi within the Jade Emptiness Palace to hear. Suppressing a smile, Yuanshi glanced toward Bo Palace and teased, "Have you adopted the shameless ways of the two Western sages? Do you wish to earn another beating from elder brother for those words?" Yuanshi and Tongtian simultaneously set out for the Bajing Palace. Xuandan's golden immortal breakthrough at the Eastern Sea intensified relentlessly. An endless tide of aberrant beasts roared toward the Dragon Palace. Countless brocaded carp dwelling near the Dragon Palace, each bearing traces of dragon blood, frantically inhaled Xuandan's alchemical fragrance. Suddenly, they leapt skyward from the sea, transforming midair into true Jiao dragons. The sight froze the four dragon kings in stunned silence. Even Huang Long stood agape, dumbfounded. Merely the fragrance could trigger Carpto-dragon transformation. To swallow Xuandan whole would grant instantaneous Great Luo immortality. The oceanic clans surged with exhilaration, hungrily absorbing the fragrance's essence. Impurities within the Jiao dragon's bloodlines gradually dissolved. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea's mind reeled, infinite generation of true dragon bloodline. After countless millennia, the Dragon clan has witnessed every conceivable phenomenon. Yet this we have never seen. Unaware of the cataclysm unfolding beyond, Xuandan pressed forward with unwavering focus. Ji Ming, the Yao saint preparing to withdraw his forces, halted abruptly. His greedy gaze locked onto the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, eyes torn between ambition and hesitation. Ji Ming's eyes were filled with greed and resentment. Even a Kwasa saint could hardly suppress the impulses within. He narrowed his eyes, slightly refraining from taking rash actions. As an alchemist under the Taiqing saint, he neither forgot nor dared to forget. The consequences of angering the saint were beyond Ji Ming's capacity to bear. It was just the rich fragrance of the elixir that emanated. It truly rendered him unable to move his feet. Ji Ming even had a thought of swallowing the elixir, hoping for a chance at the saintly position. His brain quickly turned, spreading his divine sense in all directions. He sensed countless beasts instinctively rushing toward the Dragon Palace. Jiming suddenly devised a bold plan. The beasts lacked intelligence, merely drawn in by the fragrance of the elixir. Among them were certainly existences at the great Luo golden immortal realm. If caught off guard by these beasts, Jiming would find it quite troublesome. He grinned sinisterly, secretly influencing the beast's direction. He continuously gathered the scattered beasts, precisely indicating the location of the elixir. The demon army remained stationed, ready to ambush like a mantis stalking a cicada. Jiming pondered for a long time. This venture was worth the risk. It was just right to use the beasts to test Taiqing's stance. Meanwhile, within the 8 scenery palace of Kunlun Mountain, the primordial heavenly venerable and the Tongtian cult master had already arrived. The straightforward Tongtian was anxious and stated directly, "Senior brother, let me take action to bring back our disciple." Now many eyes are focused on our disciple. Staying in the dragon palace like this is utterly unsafe, the primordial echoed. Creatures of the wilderness, any with a bit of cultivation, wish to act against our disciple. With such a following, even the likes of Jane and Xuandu might dare to shamelessly intervene. If we continue to neglect this, our disciple, the alchemist, may fall into a situation of 10 deaths with no life. The 2 saints spoke without any exaggeration. Had it not been for their own disciple, they would have likely set aside their dignity to intervene. The effect was nearing that of the foundational chaos purple energy for becoming a saint. One must ask who in the wilderness could resist such temptation. Their gazes converged upon Taiqing. After all, the alchemist was a disciple of Taiqing, and a decision needed to be made by Laozi. Laozi remained calm, his expression tranquil, and spoke leisurely. "What is the rush? Let's observe a bit longer. We are all saints, there's no need for alarm. This is indeed a perfect opportunity to leverage the situation, allowing for the completion of the Tao ancestors' arrangements." Tongtian immediately grew anxious, his speech becoming somewhat rushed. "Senior brother, if you do not care for your disciple, then I will intervene. Anyone wishing to act against our alchemist disciple must first ask the 4 swords of extermination in my hands whether they agree." Primordial furrowed his brows, clearly puzzled. "Senior brother, this matter is of great significance. It is no trifling matter. The alchemist is your personal disciple and cannot be neglected." Laozi stood up with a sigh, his deep gaze resting on the 2 saints. "No worries, it has come to this. Waiting a bit longer is no harm. And do not make it seem as if I am heartless. That is my personal disciple. If necessary, I will take action myself." Upon hearing this, Primordial and Tongtian exchanged smiles, feeling reassured. They were of the same origin as Laozi. How strong their senior brother was they knew all too well. The 4 Seas Dragon Kings and Huang Long exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of shock. They had already realized the gravity of the situation. Countless beasts were rushing toward the Dragon Palace. The entire wilderness creatures were eagerly anticipating the Dragon Palace. Among them the beasts came without concealment, an overwhelming pressure pouring forth. There were not a few great Luo golden immortals, and even faint shadows of Quasi-saints could be discerned. The Dragon Clan had never seen such a spectacle since the Dragon Han First Calamity. The Eastern Sea Dragon King's reaction was quick, as he had experienced the Dragon Han First Calamity. Activate the Dragon Palace's defensive array, and summon all strong ones of the Dragon Palace to guard this place. Together the 4 of us will harness the power of the array for as long as possible. The 4 Seas Dragon Kings, with serious expressions, transformed into their true forms. The massive 5-clawed true dragon stood at 4 different positions of the Dragon Palace. Simultaneously, the Dragon Palace's great array revealed itself, faintly echoing the sound of dragon roars. Huang Long was also not idle, attempting to contact the alchemist by all means. But at this moment the alchemist was at a critical juncture of breaking through to the golden immortal realm and could not respond. The anxious Huang Long dared not to delay, immediately using secret methods to contact his fellow disciples. Upon learning of the urgent situation, Guang Chengzi's expression turned serious. "The alchemist is breaking through. The winds of the Eastern Sea are gathering. I wonder what master and uncle think. Great Luo Tai already somewhat exceeds our ability to handle. How strange master and the others could not possibly be unaware of this matter. No, we must set aside the opportunities here and ensure that our alchemist disciple does not have any accidents." He casually cast a talisman, which transformed into dozens of blue lights scattering across the sky. Without any hesitation, he exerted all his strength to use the escape technique and headed for the Eastern Sea. The other disciples of the Chan sect, including Qi Jingzi Yuding Zhenren and Tai Yi Zhenren, received the news from all over the wilderness and hurriedly used their escape lights to assist in the Eastern Sea. Xuandu, who was originally preaching in the ancestral land of the human race, frowned. After learning the news within the talisman, his expression turned panicked, leaving no words behind. The preaching was directly interrupted as he rushed toward the Eastern Sea. Xuandu understood well the deep allure of the alchemist. Now that the situation had just begun, it had already attracted Tai Yi and great Luo beasts. He did not know what kind of scene would unfold once the alchemist fully broke through. "Junior brother, you must not come to harm. The eldest brother of the Jie sect duo Bao, who was cultivating on Mount Buzhou, also received the news. He gazed toward the eastern sea, his expression impassive silent. 3 other direct disciples of the Jie sect followed behind him. Among them Wu Dang spoke up asking, "Senior brother, what should we do?" Duo Bao stood atop the mountain, his Dao robe billowing in the wind, smiling gently. "No need to ask. The eastern sea is bound to be a gathering of winds and clouds, a lively scene. Even if there are great Luo beasts, so what? They are just beasts. Let us go to the eastern sea for a visit to see the heroes of the eastern sea, and let them witness the swords of our 3 sects disciples. Is it not marvelous for our 3 sects disciples to test their swords in the eastern sea?" With that he laughed loudly and transformed into a sharp beam of sword light, flying toward the eastern sea. Not only from the inner sect of the Jie sect, but Duo Bao also casually notified all outer disciples as he left. Zhao Gongming and the San Shao, who were training overseas, were stunned by the immense force of the wilderness drawn by the alchemist. Without a second thought, Zhao Gongming turned and headed straight for the eastern sea. "The alchemist junior brother helps my sister attain the golden immortal Dao fruit. He is one of our own, and we must support him with all our might." San Shao, led by Yun Shao, spoke seriously. "The junior brother bestowed the elixir to help us achieve golden immortal status. Now we must protect the junior brother's safety with all our strength. Let's go." In a certain blessed land, within the eastern region of the wilderness, the Golden Light Immortal, the Qiushou Immortal, the Lingyo Immortal, and the Yuyi Immortal, among the 7 immortals, were all present. They all received the news from Duo Bao simultaneously. They exchanged knowing smiles with Yuyi Immortal, saying, "What more needs to be said? If anyone dares to act against our junior brother, can they agree? If they do not agree, we will fight." The other 3 responded fiercely. "Without any hesitation, we will rush to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace at the fastest speed." From all corners of the wilderness, countless escape lights rushed toward the Eastern Sea. They understood the peril of this battle, yet hesitated not at all. As some disciples said, when the disciples of the Xianmin have some conflicts, it is merely an internal matter. Now that the junior brother is in trouble, the Xianmin must unite to resist external enemies. The 3 pure ones within the 8 scenery palace of Kunlun Mountain saw this scene. They could not help but reveal smiles of comfort. The Xianmin divided into Chan and Jie, differing in paths, yet unchanged in feelings. When fellow disciples are in danger, the disciples of the 3 sects stand united without distinction. The lotus flowers, white lotus roots, and green lotus leaves. The 3 sects were originally one family. Xuandan closed his eyes, his primordial spirit communing with heaven and earth. A phantom slowly congealed into the 10th pill mark, while celestial thunder spilled from the vault of the sky, and the river of time became a pool of lightning. Bathed in thunder, he sought to confirm his own Tao. The path of the golden core, the art of alchemy. Perhaps there is common ground between them. I am a golden core. To attain the golden immortal life, must transform. Might that not be the final step of pill refinement? Cultivation, golden core alchemy. He murmured, a thread of clarity unfurling within. Among the pill crafting arts, the supreme method is to use heaven and earth as the furnace and oneself as the great medicine to refine a single divine pill. No, perhaps it is not the most potent, yet it is the way most suited to me. To make the self the pill, to enact the supreme golden core method and shatter the shackles of heaven and earth. With heaven and earth as the cauldron, this poor Taoist is the pill within the furnace. He comprehended his true self and opened his eyes, now clear and lucid. The Hunyuan golden core, rooted in foundation by the golden core method, he refined his very being. Above the vault of heaven, the 10th pill mark of the Hunyuan golden core at last solidified within the river of time. With the thunderous roar of the heavenly law, it merged into his primordial spirit. Xuandan suddenly released a vast and overwhelming might that surged outward in all directions. The oppressive aura that spread forth was unmistakably that of a golden immortal of great power. He attained the fruit of the golden immortal path, no longer constrained by the span of ordinary lifespan, one could rightly honor him as a great power. Once his breath steadied, his primordial spirit returned to his flesh. He felt thoughts flow clear, spirit purified, and his body transmuted. I have never felt so well. Xuandan stepped forth from seclusion with a composed, contented expression. But as he looked about, an unsettling atmosphere met him. The 4 sea dragon kings sensed Xuandan's emergence and sent a thread of divine sense at once. Puzzled, Xuandan inquired, could it be? The demon clans have come. The dragon palace's defensive array flared to life, the 4 sea dragon kings holding the 4 points. Countless oceanic forces stood arrayed as if before a great foe. Huang Long wore a look of outright alarm, as if facing imminent peril. The Donghai dragon king stared at Xuandan and swallowed, saying, cough. Little friend, you may not know your earlier breakthrough to golden immortal has stirred anomalous signs throughout heaven and earth. The fragrance of pills has spread across the wilderness, drawing millions upon millions of strange beasts. The dragon palace is now entirely surrounded by them. Xuandan was astonished. He had expected trouble, but not to this extent. He had heard of the beasts, ancient ferocious creatures akin to primeval monsters. They lacked true sentience and acted only on instinct. The strongest present were nothing more than the 4 Dragon King's veteran powers of the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. Yet the number of beasts was beyond reckoning. They could only rely on the ancient formation left within the Dragon Palace to stall for time. Now the Dragon Palace lay utterly besieged with little hope of escape. Xuandan realized the gravity of the situation. Yet he fixated with curiosity on the 4 Dragon Kings before him, who could not stop swallowing. The sensation was strange indeed. Why do these 4 elders look as if they want to devour this poor Taoist, yet dare not? Huanglong drew near Xuandan and produced a bronze mirror. Junior brother, look. This is the state the Dragon Palace faces now. Xuandan leaned forward. Within the mirror stretched an endless tide of strange beasts encircling the palace. They were so dense they resembled the stars of the sky or the grains of sand upon the earth beyond any accurate count. The sight chilled Xuandan. The Dragon Palace was thoroughly besieged, assailed by creatures heedless of their own lives. The formation could only hold for a limited time. Its breach was a matter of when, not if. Xuandan fell silent, his mind racing, but unable to conjure a means of escape. The Donghai Dragon King wiped drool from his mouth with his sleeve and proposed, "Little friend, why not take that supreme innate spirit treasure, the Jiuxiao Yunluan chariot, and rush straight out? Staying in the Dragon Palace offers little chance of survival. This may be the only sliver of hope." The other Dragon Kings murmured assent, and Huanglong looked toward Xuandan with eyes full of expectation. That is a workable plan. The beasts have no wit, so they dare to attack you. With your background, once you break through the flock, how many blind fools in the world would still dare lay hands on you? If you force a way through, the horizon will open, and you need fear nothing. Under the protection of the 3 saints, anyone who still makes a move would be courting death. Xuandan frowned. In your judgment, what are the odds of breaking through? The tide of beasts was not mere millions, but far beyond counting. Though the Luo powers were rare, the entire East Sea's beasts had been drawn here. With such an enormous base, their numbers certainly outstripped those of the 4 Dragon Kings. The 4 Dragon Kings hesitated and sighed. There are simply too many beasts surrounding us. Even a 50% chance would be generous. Xuandan shook his head. Only 50%. That is far too risky. Moreover, beyond the beasts, who can say whether desperate scattered cultivators lurk in ambush across the East Sea? The pill fragrance had drawn the whole region's monsters to this place. Opportunistic loners would surely take chances and fish in troubled waters. Men swarm after profit. When gain is great, even those whose masters are the exalted Taiqing saints might have deranged disciples who cling to the hope of seizing you. The 4 Dragon Kings, Xuandan and Huanglong, fell into solemn thought once more. Just as their brows darkened further, a familiar voice suddenly reverberated through heaven and earth. Junior brother, fear not, this poor Taoist has come to take you home. All eyes turned. From the sky, Xuandu tore through the void, clutching the Bagua Zijin furnace. The Bagua Zijin furnace radiated the profound breath of the Tao's law. Its fierce suction drew millions upon millions of strange beasts into its maw in an instant. The Samadhi flame roared within the Bagua Zijin furnace. With shrill, agonized cries, countless beasts were reduced to ash. Xuandan stood stunned. Never had he seen his seniors so inflamed with fury. Even the earlier massacres by outer disciples of the Jie sect had not witnessed such abandon. Before he could fully collect himself, the heavens seemed to invert as a hanging Milky Way appeared. A curtain of sword chi pierced the entire horizon like a celestial canopy. With a thunderous clash, the sword chi fell, carving a fathomless abyss into the seabed. At the same time, the slaughter claimed the lives of millions of beasts. A clear, hearty laugh rang in everyone's ears. Senior brother beat me to it. Such revelry cannot lack this poor Taoist. Behold this sword, I will fell another million beasts. With the blood of a million beasts, I congratulate my junior brother on his breakthrough to Golden Immortal. Duobao brandished the Qingping sword. Its sword chi cleaved the heavens and stirred the undersea currents. Each sweep of his blade cleaved the lives of hundreds of thousands of beasts. He laughed with abandon and plunged headlong into the herd, utterly unafraid. It seemed he had come simply to wield his sword. Behind him strode the Jie sect disciples Wudong Jinling and Guiling in close company. Little junior, fear not. Your elder sisters will guard you. Undersea currents surged, and 24 Dinghai divine pearls appeared. Riding the power of the water veins, they scattered the million-strong horde in an instant. At the same time, endless yellow sand billowed, tearing apart the beasts' bodies as though cutting melons and slicing vegetables. Zhao Gongming and the Sanshao appeared. Who dare strike at disciples of the Xin sect? Behold my 9-bin yellow river array. If you are not afraid to die, come on. Bixiao's firm shout brought a smile to Xuandan's face. A terrifying roar that shook souls rose up. All turned toward the sound to find Xiao Xian and others manifesting their true forms. They opened their mouths and swallowed tens of thousands of beasts at once. Xuandan transformed into a green-maned lion, gaping a blood-red maw and issuing fierce roars. Satisfying, most satisfying. Then several streaks of golden light flashed, and Huanglong's face lit with delight as he cried out. It is the Chan sect brothers. Guangqingzi led his Chan disciples in. Each unleashed their strongest measures. Tai Jinren produced the 9-dragon divine fire dome, shrouding the 4 sides. Qi Jingzi produced the Yin-Yang mirror and released black and white true dragons that swallowed the directions. Sihong Daoren gently lifted the pure glass bottle and drew countless beasts into it. In less than a moment they were reduced to a bitter pulp and perished. At the same time, other Chan disciples and numerous outer disciples of the Jie sect had come rushing from all directions to lend their full aid. They aided their fellow disciples to repel the external threat. On Kunlun Mountain, the harmonious scene of disciples from the 3 teachings helping one another brought great comfort to the Sanqing. A strange glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at Tongtian, hesitating for a moment before speaking. I was somewhat one-sided in my earlier remarks today. I see that there are indeed many talented and virtuous individuals within the Jie sect. Perhaps it is I who have been biased. Even a dignified saint can generalize. I am ashamed. As an elder, I ought to be more tolerant. It is also true that I have not managed my disciples well previously. I must be diligent in overseeing them. Old Laozi smiled as he observed his 2 junior brothers reflecting and apologizing to each other. The 3 of them smiled simultaneously, no longer speaking, and focused intently on the battle in the East Sea. In the East Sea within the Dragon Palace, Xuandan felt a warm feeling inside. The Dragon Kings of the 4 seas felt a sudden stiffness, sensing their bodies becoming somewhat rigid. All of them are disciples of the saints. If anything goes wrong in the East Sea, they cannot afford to bear the consequence. The Dragon Kings exchanged glances without a hint of hesitation. They acted simultaneously, deliberately creating a gap in the formation, fighting their way out alongside the disciples of the 3 teachings. This allowed all the disciples of the saints to safely arrive at the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. Only then did the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas breathe a sigh of relief. All are precious disciples of the saints. If anything happens, the saints will be furious, and the East Sea will be turned upside down. The Sanchao sisters quickly put away the Hunyuan golden dipper and rushed to Xuandan's side. They groped around, Xuandan murmuring, "Not bad the strange beasts didn't get to you." Xuandan was overwhelmed and blushing. "Senior sister, please don't be so rough, or what would others think?" Bixiao laughed and teased. "Wasn't it you who boldly teased senior sister back then?" Guangqingzi followed suit, appearing quite composed as he slightly nodded. "It's fine, the disciples of the Chan sect will provide strong support." The other disciples of the Chan sect nodded in agreement, while Yuyixian maintained her carefree demeanor. "Junior brother, you are now quite a figure in the wilderness." Xuandan sighed in resignation. "Senior brother, please spare me from your jokes. I have truly become quite popular." Xian waved his hand dismissively. "As long as we brothers gather, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. With senior brothers and sisters here, you will surely be well protected." As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples of the 3 teachings burst into hearty laughter. As disciples of saints, they naturally possess pride and spirit. The Dragon King of the East Sea suddenly interrupted this vibrant atmosphere. "Dear young friends, it is not that I wish to dampen your spirits. It is just that this Dragon Palace was built after the calamity of the Dragon Han. It is truly difficult to withstand the onslaught of strange beasts. It is only a matter of time before it falls." Duobao stepped forward, shaking off the blood from his sword. With an unconcerned smile, he softly said, "It doesn't matter, since coming down the mountain for training, my fellow brothers have never gathered as we do today. How can we let those strange beasts ruin our enjoyment?" Ling Yaxian chimed in. "Indeed, even on Kunlun Mountain, we have not seen such a scene. In my humble opinion, we should float 3 large cups." Duobao laughed heartily, nodding repeatedly. "Junior brother, you truly speak to my heart. This is the Dragon Palace. Brother Huang Long should treat us. I have heard that the Dragon Palace has plenty of fine wine. Do not hold back." Huang Long was also swept up in the atmosphere, smiling as he spoke. "Rest assured, I will definitely satisfy my fellow brothers, so you can return in high spirits." He then turned to the Dragon King of the East Sea. "I will trouble you with this matter, uncle." The Dragon King of the East Sea looked at the joyful expressions of the disciples of the 3 teachings, completely disregarding the millions of strange beasts outside the Dragon Palace. A thunderous boom reverberated. The entire Dragon Palace suddenly swayed and trembled. The luminous pearls around flickered, betraying a looming sense of danger. The disciples of the 3 teachings who had been drinking and singing halted their revelry. Smiles vanished from their faces, replaced by deep concern. The Donghai Dragon King appeared in an instant, his expression frantic. "Young friends, the formation cannot hold. The beasts have broken through a gap." He had been pleased to see the 3 teachings disciples drinking and singing within the Dragon Palace. Yet now the situation was dire. Clearly no time for merriment. The disciples rose in unison, intent on offering aid. Suddenly a hearty laugh rang out, prompting everyone to pause and look. Brothers, do not be anxious, leave this matter to this humble Taoist. Duobao's face flushed crimson as he swayed to his feet, gripping the Qingping's sword and issuing a bold proclamation. His gaze fell on Xuandu as he spoke with drunken warmth. Hick! Senior brother, you are rarely seen on Kunlun Mountain. Today behold the sword in my hand. You must warm the wine for this humble Taoist. Xuandu smiled and lifted his cup, the samadhi true fire glowing. The wine is warmed, only awaiting the junior's triumphant return. Duobao laughed to the heavens, transformed into a streak of light, and sped straight for the breach in the formation. Those present resumed their drinking, waiting in silence for good news. Outside the Dragon Palace, Duobao, drunk with exhilaration, brandished the Qingping sword. Its sword, qi, cleaved across 100,000 li. Silver radiance inverted the sky as the frigid sword, qi heavy with killing intent, swept over millions of strange beasts. In an instant the sea was stained red with blood, and severed limbs flew. With a casual toss, he threw out the formation materials bestowed by Tongtian. Madras seals streamed from his hand as he inscribed dozens of grand inscriptions. The breached formation was mended in the blink of an eye. He turned to the swarming beasts, tilted his head, and drained another gourd of wine. Exhilarating. He strode forth with sword in hand, azure, sword, qi rending the sea. In moments tens of thousands of beasts fell. Duobao casually carried the severed head of a Yuyixian beast back to the Dragon Palace. The bloodied skull was tossed upon the ground, without ceremony. All around were the admiring gazes of fellow disciples. A toast for my brothers, drink up. Xuandu flung his wine gourd, the wine still warm. To drink together. At that moment the Donghai Dragon King was dumbstruck. Could it be that the saint's disciples were all so formidable? The palace's great formation could be repaired with a flick. A Yuyixian beast could be felled with a single stroke. Coming to his senses, he hastily instructed the clam maiden to take the beast's head away for disposal, his heart brimming with astonishment. We must properly attend to these treasures of the saints. To befriend the saint's disciples would be a boon for my Dragon Palace. Xuandan elated rose and produced handfuls of refined pills. Brothers, I am truly grateful for your assistance. I happen to have pills I have refined. Do not be polite, take them all. The Donghai Dragon King's eyes shone with delight. He nearly prostrated himself in gratitude as he accepted the pills. The three teachings disciples around fell suddenly silent. They exchanged glances, wearing slightly embarrassed smiles. Xuandu hurried forward to smooth matters. Junior brother, your words are misplaced. We are of the same sect, oh what need is there for thanks? Wang Chengzi, recalling the yellow dragon's earlier transformation into a childlike guise, nevertheless lifted his cup and moved to soothe. Junior brother, cease these words of gratitude. Drink, drink. Duobao's mind conjured the image of Zhejiao disciples running wild like demons. He shivered, sobering somewhat. Both senior brothers speak truly. Mention thanks again, and this humble Taoist will take offense. Keep the pills safe. Xuandan drained his cup with relish, feeling the sincere affection of his brothers, a goodness beyond words. After several rounds of wine, with the Dragon Palace formation repaired and the situation temporarily stable, everyone began to voice their opinions on the battle. Duobao spoke frankly. If you ask me, our masters surely know of this and likely intend it as a trial. Expecting them to intervene is unrealistic. By our own hands we can fight for a chance. Guang Qingzi nodded and agreed. What our junior brother says is sound. We disciples of Changjiao are adept at forging instruments. I happen to know of a treasure that requires everyone's power to activate. With the strength of you brothers, it could slay a Yuyixian and even hold against a Deluo for a brief moment. Hearing this, Duobao's spirit was instantly roused. Zhejiao are skilled in formation arts. We can lay down a celestial net, and with the formation's power cut down the foe. Sanshao said with a bright smile. A perfect chance to test our sister's 9-turn Yellow River Grand Formation. Do not speak of Yuyixian, even a Deluo would be trapped for a time. Xuandu, caught up in the other's fervor, added, I have made some achievements in the art of pill craft. I will refine pills for you juniors to keep in case of need. Laughter rose among them. Xuandu's alchemical skill was far more than modest. He had inherited teachings from the foremost master of Hongjun alchemy, Laozi. The pills he produced were of remarkable potency. Xuandan recalled the toxic scripture he had obtained from LVU. If he employed that manual to concoct poison pills to counter the strange beasts, it would be ideal. Perfect for brewing pestilential elixirs to disperse the beasts. The few Xianmen disciples sketched a plan in moments. Without hesitation they rose and set to work. Changjiao disciples forged later-born spirit treasures for their Zhejiao brethren to face the enemy. The Zhejiao disciples in turn generously produced the materials needed to lay the formation. Xuandan and Xuandu each withdrew to their grottos to concoct poison pills and elixirs. The scene drew envious looks from the 4 sea dragon kings. The Donghai Dragon King stroked his beard and sighed in admiration. Truly disciples of Xianmen, united among the 3 teachings, unmatched. They were astonished by the disciples' execution. When a task was to be done, it was done without complaint. They would even take out their most treasured celestial and terrestrial materials to weather the crisis. Indeed, disciples who can win the saint's favor must possess extraordinary gifts. Such unity and flourishing spirit, who could rival the three teachings? Bonds ran deep, each gifted in their own way, truly a scene of prosperity. If after Longhan's first calamity the Dragon Kin's younger generations could reach the state of the three teachings' disciples, perhaps they might rise again. The Donghai Dragon King gazed enviously. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings exchanged a look. No words were needed. Brothers' minds are plain to one another. They dispatched their own juniors to join and lend full support to the three teachings' disciples. Forging a favorable bond with the three teachings' disciples would be an opportunity for the Dragon Kin. If they could win the Sanking's favor, it would be a boon for the entire Dragon Clan. Meanwhile, in the 8th Scenery Palace on Kunlun Mountain, the Sanqing watched the scene of unity among the three teachings' disciples within the Donghai Dragon Palace. Smiles appeared on their faces in unison. Tongtian chuckled, "They are all fine children." The other 2 saints said little, their smiles said it all. Far along the East Seas, Shor Jiming led his army, his eyes flashing with ferocity, as he covertly unleashed a strand of demonic chi. The demonic chi slipped into the boundless sea and entered a mighty beast. The creature's eyes turned bloodshot as if maddened and possessed, and it charged toward the Dragon Palace. Within the Dragon Palace, disciples of the three teachings had been preparing intensively for a long time. Xuandu had refined vast quantities of pills as precautionary reserves, while Guangcheng Zi successfully forged a post-heaven spirit treasure, the 5-element demon-slaying crossbow. Categorized as an upper-tier post-heaven spirit treasure, its power scaled with both the number of users and the amount of cultivated energy infused into it. The remaining disciples of the Chan sect were likewise occupied, assisting their Jie sect brethren in forging the ritual artifacts required for formation deployment. The Dragon Palace trembled repeatedly, its foundations shuddering. The previously repaired formation was clearly on the verge of total collapse. A look of dread flickered across the faces of the 4 Dragon Kings of the Seas. Should the Dragon Palace fall, they would bear the consequences beyond endurance. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, the disciples of the three teachings stood fully prepared, and now moved as one to unleash their combined might. Duo Bao stood firm, sword in hand, and laughed aloud with resonant clarity. "Brothers, you have come here for my sake. I shall strike first." Profoundly stirred by their valor, Xuandan let out a thunderous shout and strode forward in a single decisive step. "Brother, you have only just broken through to the golden, immortal realm." Duo Bao instinctively urged caution. Xuandan's strength was plain for all to see. His mastery of alchemy was peerless, whether producing beneficial elixirs or even those bearing potent side effects. But his personal combat prowess. He had never once drawn his blade in battle. And now, facing hundreds of millions of ferocious beasts, many among them golden immortals, or even high-level cultivators, how could a newly ascended golden immortal possibly stand against such overwhelming force? "Brother, think carefully. Let me go forth instead." One after another, disciples of the three teachings rushed to dissuade him. Xuandan waved his hand lightly. No need for concern. Mere hundreds of millions of monstrous beasts. At these words, every motion in the hall froze midair. Mere hundreds of millions of monstrous beasts. Was this even human speech? Seizing the moment, Xuandan activated the formation and with a sweeping gesture released a miasma of pestilential chi. A viridian purple plague fog surged along the currents, steadily advancing toward the beasts. This toxin, specially formulated by Xuandan to counter them, proved instantly lethal. Any beast below the golden immortal realm who entered the miasma perished on the spot, their cultivation dissolving entirely. In an instant, tens of millions of beasts collapsed lifeless, their bodies desiccated before the eyes, shriveling into brittle skeletons within moments. Such a sight left the assembled Taoist disciples utterly stunned. Xuandu wore an expression of profound astonishment, as if he no longer recognized this younger brother. "Brother, when did you begin cultivating the path of toxins?" Though alchemy and toxins shared roots, mastering the latter demanded rigorous, deliberate cultivation, even for a consummate pill refiner. Xuandan had never touched the path of toxins before. How then had he attained such terrifying mastery in so short a time? How? Such unparalleled proficiency explained why he dismissed hundreds of millions of beasts as trivial. Indeed, the path of toxins was arguably the most devastating method for large-scale annihilation. Duo Bao stood dumbfounded. "Brother, you are truly formidable. Your mastery of toxins rivals even Brother Lu Yu's. Damn it. What need did they have to intervene at all?" Xuandan alone could slaughter hundreds of millions of monstrous beasts. Only cultivators at the Tai, or Deluo realms could survive this poison. Recalling his earlier attempt to restrain Xuandan, Duo Bao flushed with embarrassment. Could he truly be blamed? How could he have known Xuandan possessed such staggering might? Back on Kunlun Mountain, he had appeared nothing more than a gentle, harmless alchemist. In such a brief span, he had plumbed the depths of the toxic path to this extraordinary degree, truly terrifying. Yun Xiao meanwhile carefully sensed the plague miasma, and her expression subtly shifted. Brother Lu Yu's toxic arts cannot compare with Brother Xuandan's. Brother, you had not yet cultivated the toxic path back on Kunlun Mountain, had you? Such innate talent is unmatched. Even across the entire Hongjun world, none second to him. Yuyixian smiled warmly. You all know Brother Xuandan's origins well enough. Qiu Xian suddenly snapped back to awareness. Where then is Brother Lu Yu? Who would have thought that honest-faced, broad-browed fellow would prove cowardly after all? Xuandan gazed upon the collapsing beasts and sighed softly. Time remains too short. If materials were sufficient, this play could claim even Tai-E golden immortals. What a pity, what a terrible pity. Hearing these words, none felt comforted. Here stood a newly ascended golden immortal, yet already capable of slaying Tai-E beasts through toxic arts. What kind of prodigy was this? At that very moment, Zhao Gongming leapt forth, confronting a Tai-E golden immortal level beast heathen. 24 spirit pearls, each radiating the immense power of a cosmic realm, glowed with brilliant sovereign light. Bearing crushing authority and heaven-shaking pressure, they collided with earth-shattering force against the beast's body. Zhao Gongming roared, a surge of the 5 elements surging through his being, as the 24 Ding High Divine Pearls unleashed their true, sea-stilling might. Wherever the Ding High Divine Pearls descended, beasts fell dead, and ocean waves stilled. Confident in the protection of his sect brothers behind him, Zhao Gongming gave no thought to his own safety, plunging deep into the heart of the monstrous horde. Dark undercurrents swirled violently around him, sending shockwaves rippling across the water. His mastery of the water law rendered him as effortless and fluid as a fish in the sea, space itself warped, like flowing water, horrifying in its distortion. Stabilize! Zhao Gongming bellowed, and in that instant the beast's physical form shattered into dust. Seeing their peers triumph, the other golden immortal level Taoist disciples surged forward without hesitation. Duo Bao advanced with an exhilarated smile, swinging the Qingping sword directly toward a Tai beast. Guang Chengzi followed closely behind, unleashing his treasures, an uncharacteristic display of unrestrained vigor. Tai Zhenrun deployed the 9-dragon divine fire casket, immolating the Tai beast in sacred flames. The 4 dragon kings watched the spectacle unfold and broke into cold sweat. Wiping perspiration from their brows with their sleeves, they trembled inwardly. These are the disciples of the Sage Lords. Truly awe-inspiring beyond measure. Even our most meticulously nurtured dragon elites, cultivated with the full resources of the dragon clan, pale to insignificance beside them. Even Ao Guang, whose bloodline has regressed to primordial purity, would barely rank among the upper mid-tier. The 4 dragon kings exchanged wry self-deprecating glances. Once again, the Taoist disciples had shattered the dragon king's fundamental worldview. To receive instruction from a sage lord was already an opportunity surpassing that granted to 99% of all beings across the Hongjun world, and the gap between them would only widen with time. Until at last no newly risen cultivator in this realm could ever rival them in strength. Meanwhile, high atop Kunlun Mountain, within the Ba Jing Palace of the 8 sceneries, the 3 pure ones observed the Dragon Palace battle with unwavering focus. Laozi's eyes gleamed with sudden brilliance upon witnessing Xuandan unleash the pestilential miasma, annihilating beasts in an instant. Tong Tian, watching GS disciples repeatedly slay Tai-E golden immortals by leveraging formation arrays, wore a proud, radiant smile. Excellent, excellent indeed. Zhao Gongming truly lives up to his title as senior disciple of the outer sect. Duo Bao is also commendable. His swordsmanship bears more than a trace of my own authentic transmission. Oh my, what exquisite artistry in the formation array laid down by the 3 Shaos. Splendid, splendid. Truly fine disciples I have raised. Yet Yuan Shirtian Izun frowned faintly, murmuring softly to himself. Guang Chengzi fights too hesitantly, and relies excessively on treasures. Upon returning to Kunlun, he must prioritize refining divine techniques and esoteric arts. Tai Zhenren's bloodlust runs too deep. He must temper his Tao heart, or calamity will surely follow. Ci Heng displays excessive compassion, refusing to shed blood out of weakness. He must fortify his Tao heart with unwavering resolve. Laozi and Tong Tian exchanged a glance, and shook their heads with quiet, knowing smiles. Truly the second elder, still finding fault with his disciples even now. Strictness incarnate. At that moment, however, Laozi's brow furrowed anew as he began performing subtle calculations with his fingers. His gaze instantly fixed upon a point several million li northwest of the East Sea Dragon Palace. There the ocean surface churned violently, towering waves rising amid howling gales and torrential rain. At the flash of lightning cleaving the heavens, the colossal figure swimming beneath the waves was revealed, its oppressive aura unmistakably that of a quasi-sage level cultivator. A quasi-sage level monstrous beast. Its course led directly toward the East Sea Dragon Palace. Laozi's brow tightened, displeasure darkening his countenance. Quasi-sage beasts were no ordinary threats. They possessed nascent intelligence discerning what actions were permissible and which were forbidden. Yet, beasts' minds remained fundamentally crude. Should they be manipulated, bewitched by dark arts, or ensnared by some secret technique, their intellect would collapse, reducing them to mindless savagery no different from common beasts. That this beast advanced upon the Dragon Palace clearly indicated hidden hands at work. Laozi performed further divinations, and his face darkened. Within his deep, unfathomable eyes flickered an inscrutable, chilling intent. Daring to scheme against disciples of the three teachings, what audacity! Meanwhile, the entire periphery of the East Sea Dragon Palace had turned a deep, visceral crimson. The seawater ran thick with the beast's blood. Tens of millions of carcasses sank into the abyss or floated grotesquely upon the waves, gazing down from the celestial vault toward the East Sea. The Dragon Palace appeared as a jarring, violent stain of scarlet, amid the setting sun's dying light, speaking only of absolute, unrelenting silence. The vicinity of the East Sea Dragon Palace was stained red with the blood of strange beasts. Any creature beneath the golden immortal that approached would be ensnared by the toxic miasma released from the mystic pill, instantly turning into nothing but white bones, their lives extinguished. There was no chance to approach the East Sea Dragon Palace at all. The disciples of the three teachings leveraged the power of the 5 elements demon-dispelling formation. The explosive force reversed and slashed at the golden immortal. Occasionally the massive bodies of strange beasts sank into the deep sea. They grew braver with each battle, determined to carve a bloody path through the encirclement of countless strange beasts. The overwhelming intent to kill made ordinary strange beasts dare not approach. Yet the golden immortal came charging and unleashing a series of furious roars. The disciples of the three teachings knew they had the formation to assist them and were not to be trifled with by the Deluo. The Deluo Dao fruit, utilizing the laws of heaven and earth, invoked the might of the heavenly Dao. If surrounded by Deluo, their life force would significantly diminish. Fortunately, most of the surrounding strange beasts had been cleared away. They only needed to use this bloody path to break out of the Dragon Palace. Their goal was to forcefully escape and return to Kunlun Mountain. Xuandan, seizing the moment, summoned the 9 Heavens Cloud Phoenix carriage and shouted, "Brothers, hurry up. Let us burst through the encirclement of the strange beasts in one go." The disciples of the three teachings quickly employed their escape techniques to board the 9 Heavens Cloud Phoenix carriage. Duo Bao, filled with sword intent, gazed at the 9 Heavens Cloud Phoenix carriage with excitement, exclaiming in wonder, "What a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, truly a magnificent treasure. Indeed, the fortune of my junior brother is truly enviable." He looked at the phenomena of the 9 Heavens Cloud Phoenix carriage, his eyes filled with envy. "So impressive. This is far more stylish than finding a mount." Guangqingzi nodded in agreement, saying, "This treasure is no less than Master's 9 Dragons Agarwood carriage." As the treasure was praised, Xuandan felt a surge of satisfaction, within revealing a smile. He infused his power into the 9 Heavens Cloud Phoenix carriage. In an instant, a phoenix soared into the sky, accompanied by 100 birds. Waves of azure light appeared, resembling clouds and mist, gathering and dispersing. The Dragon Kings of the Four Seas noticed Xuandan's actions, exchanged glances, and simultaneously chose to assist. Undoubtedly, this was the perfect moment to increase their favorability. Personally driving the 9 Heavens Cloud Phoenix carriage for the disciples of the three teachings, while covering the saint disciples to safely leave the East Sea Dragon Palace. As long as they left a good impression in the hearts of these disciples of the Xuanmen, it would be highly beneficial and without harm for the declining Dragon clan. Moreover, it was simply a joke for these disciples of the three teachings to jointly charge through the encirclement of the Deluo strange beasts. Even with a sophisticated formation, the disciples of the Xuanmen, despite their extraordinary talents, had little chance of survival in the face of absolute strength. He could not allow the disciples of the three teachings to encounter trouble in the East Sea. If the saints were to vent their anger on the Dragon clan, they could not bear the consequences. The Dragon Kings of the Four Seas let out a long roar, simultaneously appearing before the 9 Heavens Cloud Phoenix carriage, their powers manifesting as threads that pulled the carriage amidst the surrounding chaos. The Dragon Kings were pulling the chariot. 6 Deluo golden immortal strange beasts surrounded them. Their eyes glinted with ferocity as they let out a series of roars, exuding a terrifying aura. The Dragon Kings of the Four Seas simultaneously struck 4 columns of water carrying immense force, shot straight into the sky. Accompanied by the rumbling of thunder from above, they shattered the surrounding space. The Dragon clan's innate control over the laws of water was pushed to the extreme. The combined might from all directions collided with the 6 Deluo strange beasts before them. In an instant, the strange beasts were pushed back, creating a gap for survival. The East Sea Dragon King seized the opportunity, pulling the 9 Heavens Cloud Phoenix carriage with full force as he roared, "Little friends, we shall cover you as you burst through." Unexpectedly, the 6 strange beasts, having caught a whiff of Xuandan fragrance, disregarded their injuries and prepared to come back for another assault. The originally clear path was being continually compressed. Boom! The dragon roar of the Dragon King of the Four Seas shook the heavens and earth. The thunder above stirred and fell. The oppressive force that could destroy all things impacted the bodies of the Deluo strange beasts. The dual paralysis of their physical bodies and primordial spirits rendered them frozen in place. The Dragon King of the Four Seas dared not hesitate for an instant and charged forward with all his might. Xuandan on the Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix carriage had a glint of divine light in his eyes. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Just observing the explosive power of the Dragon King of the Four Seas was far stronger than that of an ordinary Deluo. If a member of the Dragon Clan could become a quasi-saint, perhaps there would be a chance for resurgence. Just as they were about to break through the encirclement of strange beasts, those beasts behind still closely pursued. A Deluo strange beast leapt high, opening its massive jaws, intending to swallow the Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix carriage whole. In this perilous moment, Duo Bao grasped the Qingping sword and soared upwards against the tide. He laughed proudly. Do not hinder me. Today I shall test my sword against the Deluo. Duo Bao tightened his grip on the Qingping sword, its blade adorned with countless flowing Dao inscriptions. It seemed to contain an endless killing intent. Brewing an immense sword intent that defied the heavens, it soared straight up. His calm eyes fixed on the Deluo strange beast that was mere inches away. The grand sword intent which severed the heavens and seized life surged forth like a river, bursting its banks, infusing into the Qingping sword. Swords sever life. Duo Bao's voice was soft, yet it penetrated the souls of all present. It was as if even the advancing figure of the Deluo strange beast was momentarily frozen. The Qingping sword erupted with dazzling azure light, slashing out the opening heaven sword. The space barrier shattered and the void rippled. All of heaven and earth dimmed in the wake of the sword's energy. At the moment of collision, a thunderous roar echoed as if thunder itself had descended upon the world. The sword moving through the nine heavens left the disciples of the three teachings dumbfounded, their eyes filled with admiration. As the endless light faded, a gaping wound resembling an abyss was left on the body of the Deluo strange beast. Simultaneously, Duo Bao's weakened figure was revealed, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. This strike, although it injured the Deluo strange beast, he too bore heavy wounds. Nonetheless, Duo Bao still laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. Zhao Gongming was the first to regain his senses, unleashing 24 sea-settling pearls to charge ahead. With all his might, he fought to bring the injured Duo Bao back. Guang Qingzi witnessed the perilous scene and summoned the 5 elements demon-breaking crossbow, shouting, I beseech my fellow brothers, lend me a helping hand. In an instant, immense magical power continuously gathered towards the 5 elements demon-breaking crossbow. The arrows pierced through the air, striking the Deluo strange beast in an instant. The great power of the 5 elements exploded, injuring the Deluo strange beast once again. At the same time, it bought Zhao Gongming precious time to rescue Duo Bao. Zhao Gongming urged the sea-settling pearls with all his might, battling fiercely. Once more he fought alone to carve out a path back to the Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix carriage. Both were heavily injured, and Xuandu arrived in time with healing elixirs. Duo Bao lay back, his breath weak, yet his spirit invigorated, laughing towards the sky. Wonderful, wonderful, this sword truly feels liberating. He had deeply comprehended the sword against the Deluo, slashing out the heaven-severing sword. On this journey back to Kunlun Mountain, he was confident in breaking through to the Tai-E Golden Immortal. On the peak of Kunlun Mountain, Tong Tian watched Duo Bao wield his sword, his face flushed with joy, continuously praising him. Good, good, good. Truly worthy of being my chief disciple. Fearless, testing the sword against the Deluo to seize a glimmer of life. Splendid. The disciples of the 3 teachings facing the pursuing strange beasts each employed their techniques. The 5 elements demon-breaking crossbow and the 5 elements demon-dispelling formation complemented each other, arrows continuously shooting forth. They managed to slow the pace of the Deluo strange beast's pursuit. The 3 Shaos, utilizing the Hongjun Golden Dipper, worked together to set up the 9 curved yellow river formation. A sky full of yellow sand spread, obscuring the vision of the Deluo strange beasts. The disciples of the Xianmen united their efforts and finally succeeded in carving out a bloody path. The obstructions grew fewer, their speed increased, and they were much closer to the ocean's surface. The Dragon King of the Four Seas could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Looking back at the path they had taken, each step was fraught with danger. If there had been even the slightest mistake, they would have plunged into an abyss of despair. Just as they were about to let down their guard, a quasi-saint's aura suddenly approached from the front. The Four Seas Dragon King and Xuandan felt a sudden heaviness in their hearts, as breaking through the encirclement of the Deluo strange beasts was already a perilous endeavor. Now encountering a quasi-saint strange beast blocking their path, there was absolutely no hope for survival. Even a powerful Deluo Golden Immortal like the Four Seas Dragon King was no match for a quasi-saint strange beast. It seemed as if the last flicker of hope was completely extinguished at this moment. Meanwhile, far on the shores of the East Sea, the demon Saint Ji-Ming clenched his fists tightly, his eyes piercing through endless space, fixated on the Quasi-Saint's strange beast preparing to strike. He lay in wait, poised for action. This moment was the culmination of long-term planning. A success would mean the path to greatness was within reach. The expressions of those on the Nine Heavens cloud chariot were ashen. In the face of a being as powerful as a Quasi-Saint, even the mere aura radiating from it left them frozen in place, as if a massive stone were crushing their chests, making it hard to breathe. A sense of despair enveloped everyone. The Quasi-Saint's strange beast let out a roar that echoed like thunder. Its gigantic body, hundreds of thousands of feet tall, seemed to come crashing down like a mountain. The ferocity of its might bore down upon them, devoid of any glimmer of hope. The Four Seas Dragon King even closed his eyes, awaiting death. Fortunately, Ao Guang was left in the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Clan still has a seed. Xuandu stood in front of Xuandan and spoke softly. "Junior brother, lend me a Tian Xuandan for a moment." At this critical juncture, the image of Yin-Yang Taiji revealed itself to the world. The majestic figure of the Taiqing Saint stood between heaven and earth. Xuandan's face instantly lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Master!" The Taiqing Saint's every movement exuded an otherworldly Tao rhythm, transcending the realms of heaven and earth. With a gentle wave of his whisk, the laws of the universe gathered around him. Endless profound Tao runes condensed into substance, ceaselessly flowing. In an instant it transformed again into Yin-Yang Taiji, resembling the source of all laws. The Quasi-Saint's strange beast let out a furious roar, attempting to provoke the saint's majesty. The Taiqing remained calm and composed, merely casting a glance. The Yin-Yang Taiji, obscuring heaven and earth, crashed down with immense force, bearing the power to reverse the universe and create worlds. The Quasi-Saint's strange beast, with no means of resistance, was effortlessly suppressed by the Taiqing Saint. The ferocity that erupted from the strange beast dissipated in an instant, turning into nothingness. All life in the East Sea felt a heavy sensation in their hearts, panic-stricken. The millions of strange beasts that had originally surrounded the Dragon Palace fled in panic. The surface of the sea was effortlessly split apart, and the strange beasts were hurled into the endless abyss. The Taiqing Saint's every gesture resonated with the fundamental principles of heaven and earth, the laws of all things. Regardless of how the Quasi-Saint's strange beast resisted, it was akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, utterly overestimating its own strength. In just a breath's time, the Quasi-Saint's strange beast was wrapped in Yin-Yang Taiji, returning to the cosmos. The Four Seas Dragon King was left dumbfounded, trembling from the shock to his soul. Is this truly the means of a saint? The saint's intervention left the disciples of the Xianmen on the Nine Heavens cloud chariot utterly stunned. The usually amiable and gentle elder, who only knew about alchemy, displayed such a grandiose power. Guang Qingzi couldn't help but shake his head in astonishment. To single-handedly annihilate a Quasi-Saint truly worthy of being a saint. The Taiqing Saint became the focus of all eyes in the world, yet none dared to meet his gaze. It was only after his figure dissipated that a few divine senses transmitted their will. It was as if they were savoring the might of the saint from just moments ago. Ji-Ming suddenly felt a surge of panic within his heart, racing. The moment the saint acted, he had already gone numb. Only 3 words echoed in his mind: unmatchable. It wasn't until the Taiqing departed that he barely managed to steady his breath. With the fall of the Quasi-Saint's strange beast, Ji-Ming sighed. Indeed, there is no opportunity left. Staying any longer in the East Sea would only be a waste of time. Just as he was about to lead the demon army to retreat, suddenly sensing something, he halted his steps and turned to gaze at the vast sea. Boom! The blood of the Quasi-Saint's strange beast was swept away by the sea. The previously calm surface of the sea suddenly surged with wind and waves, as if chaos was awakening. An ancient and powerful aura erupted from the depths of the sea. A massive whirlpool absorbed the blood of the strange beast. A brilliant golden pillar of light shot up into the sky from the sea's eye. The entire East Sea was adorned with a golden radiance. Following that was an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain cascading down. The beings of the East Sea felt their hearts race, panic in their expressions. Could it be that another saint is making a move? The Four Seas Dragon King felt an instinctual pull and oppression from his bloodline. They looked toward the golden pillar, filled with uncertainty. In the midst of that endless light, a colossal gate appeared. The golden gate was adorned with countless precious jewels emanating a dazzling brilliance. Above it, a 5-clawed golden dragon spiraled, vivid and lifelike, as if it were about to soar into the sky. It faintly radiated an ancient and formidable pressure. Roar! The roar of the true dragon reverberated across the East Sea. The golden light gradually faded, fully revealing the true form of the colossal gate. A Taoist phantom circled before the colossal gate, exuding overwhelming pressure, its voice like thunder. The Four Seas Dragon King felt a jolt in his spirit, exclaiming in surprise, "The ancestral dragon." The moment Xuandan on the Nine Heavens cloud chariot raised an eyebrow. To his astonishment, the figure before him was the ancestral dragon that led the dragon clan to dominance in the Primordial Chaos during the initial calamity. He focused intently on the phantom of the ancestral dragon, listening carefully. After my fall, the dragon clan can still slay quasi-saints. The younger generation shall not disappoint my expectations. Only with the prosperity of my dragon clan shall we forever hold sway in the Primordial Chaos. After slaying the quasi-saint, the younger generation shall inherit my legacy and revive the dragon clan. The voice of the ancestral dragon echoed continuously across the East Sea, reaching the ears of every sea tribe. The Four Seas Dragon King was instantly dumbfounded. The elder had a legacy still in the world, yet they were completely unaware. The East Sea Dragon King was even more at a loss, on the verge of tears. Why did the elder play such a trick? Xuandan regained his senses, and feeling the aura of the legacy, suddenly realized. The strange beast that Master killed had released blood, awakening the ancestral dragon's legacy. At the end of the initial calamity, the ancestral dragon had felt a sense of foreboding. Fearing the complete decline of the dragon clan and the loss of any chance for resurgence, he stored his accumulated essence within the dragon gate. He awaited the day when a younger generation of the dragon clan would appear, one that could slay a quasi-saint and inherit the legacy, allowing for its revival. With a quasi-saint appearing in the East Sea, the legacy could emerge on its own. Additionally, there was the current situation where the blood of a quasi-saint could awaken it. This way the dragon clan could safeguard this legacy. It appeared the ancestral dragon had considered everything thoroughly, leaving little room for error. The problem was that the fallen quasi-saint was not slain by the dragon clan. Xuandan noticed the Four Seas Dragon King's expression was a mix of laughter and tears. The East Sea Dragon King couldn't help but sigh in anger and sorrow. Elder, did you never consider that the quasi-saint was not killed by the dragon clan? Following the normal sequence, the dragon clan could have relied on the ancestral dragon's legacy to rise again. They could even have had the capital to stand on equal footing with the demon clan. Now they've stirred up such a huge blunder, leading to the ancestral dragon's legacy emerging in such a dramatic fashion. Whether they could hold on to it was another question. The Golden Dragon Gate stood abruptly above the East Sea, like an unclaimed opportunity, enticing all cultivators. Xuandan furrowed his brows and muttered, "Hiss. It feels like something is going to go wrong." On the shores of the East Sea, Ji Ming, leading the demon army and preparing to retreat, clenched his fists tightly. He widened his eyes, fixated on the ancestral dragon's legacy, a mad smile spreading across his face. The ancestral dragon's legacy must be the compensation granted to me by the heavenly Tao. Having lost the primordial golden core, I now gain the ancestral dragon's legacy. The legacy of the ancestor dragon has emerged, with the dragon gate rising above the East Sea. Countless powerful beings have been drawn and eager to try their luck. The cunning Ji Ming, the demon saint, has long been impatient. He instantly transformed into a colossal dragon form, millions of zhang in height, rushing towards the direction of the ancestor dragon's legacy with incredible speed. As long as he can obtain the ancestor dragon's legacy and the treasures left behind within, his own strength would surely achieve another qualitative leap. It is already immensely difficult to enhance one's power at the quasi-saint level. The opportunity for the primordial golden core has been lost. Now he must firmly grasp the suddenly appearing ancestor dragon legacy. At the moment Ji Ming set off, the magnificent figure of the Taiqing saint, transcending heaven and earth, once again appeared in the world. Simultaneously, a gaze as deep as the galaxy fell upon Ji Ming. If he does not leave, how could Ji Ming dare to appear? Ji Ming felt his body stiffen, struggling to breathe. Like a statue, he stood frozen in place, raising his head with a terrified gaze. Just as his eyes met those of the Taiqing saint, his heart trembled wildly. He felt as if his heart was about to burst, overwhelmed by panic. His heart was filled with trepidation, especially after witnessing the scene of the saint's intervention. His inner reverence for the saint was immensely high. Ji Ming could only pray that his actions had not been exposed. Countless covetous gazes directed at the ancestor dragon legacy gathered upon the Taiqing saint. A voice devoid of any emotion suddenly rang out. "You have quite the audacity, plotting against my direct disciple and still daring to harbor thoughts about the ancestor dragon legacy." The moment these words were spoken, it stirred up a tremendous uproar. Whether it was the ancient powers spying in the shadows, or the dragon kings of the Four Seas, and the fleeing disciples of the mystical gate, they were all astonished. The dragon king of the East Sea was especially enraged. So it turns out the appearance of a quasi-saint beast was a plot against us. Who on earth had the audacity? At the same time, the ancient powers and disciples of the mystical gate were also in suspicion. Xuandan wore an expression of contemplation, muttering to himself, "I have friends in all directions, never thought I had enemies." Meanwhile, Ji Ming was drenched in cold sweat, feeling guilty. Only he knew in his heart that the saint was speaking of him. Ji Ming's mind raced, swallowing repeatedly. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he straightened up to argue back. The saint must speak of evidence when making claims. This demon saint led the troops to retreat from the East Sea. The turmoil caused by the beast has nothing to do with me. You can't just pin the blame on me, I refuse. Jimeng forced back his inner fear and shouted. The Taiqing saint remained calm and collected his emotions unreadable. His indifferent gaze never left Jimeng. Is this your final word? Jimeng's eyes instantly widened in despair, cold sweat pouring down as if he were about to go mad. No, you have no evidence. The saint cannot do as he pleases. The Taiqing saint lowered his eyes slightly and gently waved his whisk. What this saint says is the evidence. If you dare to plot against my disciple, you must consider whether you can bear the consequences. As his words fell, Jimeng's face turned ashen. A finger from the saint gently pointed, intertwining black and white, the yin and yang converging. It was as if the 3,000 paths and endless laws coalesced at his fingertip. The vast spiritual energy of heaven and earth was no longer condensing at his fingertip, transforming into a green pillar of light that shattered through the boundless space. Wherever it passed, it seemed as if even time and space were frozen. The true might of the supreme authority from the primordial era pressed down, like the divine wrath of the heavenly Tao descending upon the world. The green pillar of light appeared before the countless beings of the East Sea. In an instant, the calm offensive enveloped Jimeng. The colossal dragon form of millions of zhang emitted the sound of unbearable shattering. Crack! The body of the Quasi Saint shattered layer by layer. The green light contained the rules of life and death, shattering only the physical body, leaving the soul unharmed. Amidst the horrified gazes of countless primordial powers, Jimeng's colossal body of millions of zhang broke apart with a thunderous sound. The excruciating pain caused him to scream in agony. In less than 3 breaths, only the nascent soul remained standing upon the surface of the sea. Meanwhile, his shattered body was enveloped in the true fire of Samadhi. When the divine fire faded, dozens of pills appeared. With just a thought from the saint, the pills fell into the hands of the Dragon King of the Four Seas and the injured disciples of the mystical gate. I will refine pills from your physical body. This is the price for plotting against my direct disciple. At the same time, the saint felt a bit regretful. If it weren't for Jimeng being an important figure amidst the calamity today, he would have refined both his soul and body. Jimeng, with only his nascent soul remaining, trembled all over, filled with terror. Meanwhile, far away in the heavenly court, the demon emperor Dijun and Dong Huang Tai were astonished and solemn. Little did they expect that this fool Jimeng dared to plot against a disciple of the saint. At a time when the Wu and Yao were at war, he made the foolish move of offending the saint. More than anything, it was terror from the might of the saint with no chance of victory. The saint above the East Sea suddenly frowned slightly and let out a cold snort. Are you waiting to seize the ancestor dragon legacy by not leaving? The chilling voice once again shook Jimeng's nascent soul. His soul was immediately wounded. He dared not harbor any resentment and hastily fled. The saint's gaze fell upon the golden dragon gate. With a gentle gesture, he saw a precious pearl flying out from within the dragon gate. Under the astonished eyes of the Dragon King of the Four Seas, it landed in Xuandan hands. Simultaneously, the saint's voice rang out. The ancestor dragon legacy can also be seen as re-emerging through my hands. A quasi-saint level dragon pearl, consider this my reward for stepping in. How about it? The Dragon King of the Four Seas nodded repeatedly, daring not to express any dissent. They were wise and understood that without the Taiqing saint's timely intervention, they would have had no chance. Who knows when the ancestor dragon legacy would emerge again? As for the Taiqing intervening not to help them access the legacy, while also seeking a reward, what does that matter? The dragon pearl of a quasi-saint true dragon, my disciple, must keep it well. This item is exceedingly rare in the primordial. Whether for alchemy or artifact forging, it is a top-quality material. If you wish to enhance your cultivation, you can directly absorb the essence within. Its uses are manifold. However, in your hands it is far superior than in anyone else's. When you return to Kunlun Mountain, I will personally instruct you on how to use it. Listening to his master's introduction, Xuandan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hurriedly stored the dragon pearl away and responded with a cheerful smile. Master, rest assured, I won't lose this dragon pearl. The saint looked at Xuandan's exuberance and smiled slightly, then his gaze fell once more upon the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. I shall assist the Dragon Clan in opening this ancestor dragon legacy. Let this dragon gate provide a chance for the disciples of the three teachings. What do the Dragon Kings think? The Dragon Kings of the Four Seas hurriedly bowed respectfully in response. Saint Yu jest, the ancestor dragon legacy was opened by you, and whatever is to be done is at your command. Indeed, with this fate, it is only right to give each of you young friends a chance. The saint smiled at the Dragon Kings for being so agreeable, not saying much more. In an instant, an array of dazzling treasures and heavenly materials flew out from the dragon gate, seemingly imbued with their own spirits as they landed in the hands of the disciples of the three teachings. Each was different, whether it was a magical artifact, a spiritual root, or essence blood. The eyes of the disciples of the three teachings instantly sparkled with excitement. In Xuandu's hand was the dragon blood grass required for refining top-quality, pills a spiritual herb that had bathed in the true dragon's blood during the Dragon Han War. After the initial tribulation of the Dragon Han era, it was nearly impossible to find and extremely precious. Guang Qingzi obtained a feather from the phoenix, a feather of the Quasi-Saint Phoenix. According to the nature of the Dragon clan, it was undoubtedly taken from the Phoenix during the initial tribulation of the Dragon Han. The Phoenix clan now resides in the South Ming Immortal Fire Mountain, never to emerge again. To obtain such an item again is almost impossible. The top materials needed for refining weapons are rarely found in the vast wilderness. Duo Bao held a formation diagram that was needed for the Dragon clan's great battle during the initial tribulation of the Dragon Han. Even though it was already damaged, it remained a unique treasure. It was of great use to him in his studies of formations. The other disciples of the Xianmen also received heavenly materials and treasures suitable for their cultivation paths. Like Huang Long, who was a true immortal without a care, directly grasping a congenital spiritual treasure in his hand. Xuandan noticed his senior brother's infatuated expression and smiled knowingly. His senior brother had barely shed the nickname of a true immortal without a care. The Xianmen disciples on the Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix chariot were ecstatic. They all expressed their gratitude to Laozi and the Four Seas Dragon King. The Four Seas Dragon King forced a smile in response. Laozi, on the other hand, smiled calmly and spoke softly. After enduring hardships, the ancestral dragon's legacy appears. It is time and fate that have granted you this. Accept it. His gaze fell once again on the Four Seas Dragon King. The calamity of the Dragon Palace arose from my disciple, Xuandan breakthrough to the Golden Immortal. The ancestral dragon's legacy also emerged due to this calamity, and now the causal ties have dissipated. As for the remaining ancestral dragon's legacy, since you have done a favor for the three teachings, disciples, return this ancestral dragon's legacy to the Dragon clan and resolve the causal ties. Upon finishing, a golden dragon scale fell into the hands of the East Sea Dragon King. The Four Seas Dragon King exchanged glances, trembling with excitement. The ancestral dragon's legacy is the supreme Quasi-Saint's inheritance of the Dragon clan. It was originally thought to be taken by Laozi, yet it was unexpectedly left to the Dragon clan. For the Dragon clan, the heavenly materials and treasures within the Dragon Gate are truly not important. No matter how many treasures there are, if they cannot be protected, they are useless. The ancestral dragon's legacy is precisely what grants them the ability to safeguard their treasures. The Four Seas Dragon King, while excited, did not forget to bow respectfully. We thank the sage for his generous gift. This act also served as a form of protection for the Dragon clan. The heavenly materials and treasures all fell into the hands of the three teachings disciples. Naturally, the beings of the great wilderness lacked the courage to take risks for this. Even the remaining ancestral dragon's legacy, no matter how good, had limited enhancement for Quasi-Saint powers. As for the ambitious Deluo, the Four Seas Dragon King was sufficient to handle them. Laozi did not care about the thoughts of the Four Seas Dragon King. His gaze fell on the Xianmen disciples, praising them. Your performances during this descent for training have been excellent. Now that the training is concluded, return to Kunlun Mountain immediately. The sage's encouragement was naturally uplifting for them. The disciples of the three teachings all displayed joyful smiles filled with excitement. Laozi waved his whisk, and an invisible mighty force surged forth, drawing all the scattered disciples of the three teachings back to Kunlun Mountain. This included Lu Yue, who had been suppressed in the East Sea. The confinement of his magical powers suddenly vanished. What followed was an irresistible power from the sage. The Four Seas Dragon King watched as the Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix chariot sped away. In an instant, all the disciples of the three teachings who had descended for training returned to Kunlun Mountain. Xuandan stored the Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix chariot and looked around, smiling as he said, running east and west, but Kunlun Mountain is truly comforting to behold. Xuandu stepped forward and responded with a smile. After all, with the master and the two uncles present in Kunlun Mountain, it is certainly reassuring. Duo Bao had already recovered most of his injuries after taking the pill. He regained his bold demeanor. Descending the mountain is for training, but Kunlun Mountain is home, a place to settle down. Guang Qingzi suddenly spoke up. I forgot to congratulate my junior brother. The sword-fighting Deluo has achieved the Tai Dao. The other Xianmen disciples also came to their senses and began to congratulate. Their gazes toward Duo Bao were filled with admiration. They truly found it hard to forget the scene of Duo Bao pointing his sword at Deluo. This courage was indeed rare, even in the great wilderness. Xuandan raised an eyebrow, walking up to Huang Long and displaying a look of surprise. Oh brother, this high-grade congenital spiritual sword is indeed remarkable. Huang Long immediately beamed with joy, fondly caressing the spiritual sword. Of course, it was once the companion treasure of the Quasi-Saint True Dragon, perfectly resonating with me. Hearing someone praise him, Huang Long's smile nearly reached his ears. I want to see who dares to call me a true immortal without a care. Amidst the harmonious scene on Kunlun Mountain, a shadow of darkness stood out. It was Lu Yue, who had escaped, glaring at Xuandan and Huang Long with resentment. Boom! A bell rang. All disciples of the Xuanmen come to the 8th Scenery Palace. With the sages summons, the disciples of the Xianmen did not dare to delay and hurried to the 8th Scenery Palace. Gathering in the 8th Scenery Palace those with direct transmission at the front and those with registered names at the back. A sea of figures gathered, exuding a formidable presence akin to that of myriad immortals coming to pay homage. The three purities exchanged smiles, recognizing the thriving scene of the Xianmen. Suddenly a voice broke forth unexpectedly. "Please, Master, seek justice for your disciple." The voice echoed throughout the 8th Scenery Palace, lingering for a long time. The previously somewhat noisy 8th Scenery Palace fell into complete silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All eyes turned to Lu Yu. Lu Yu's expression was filled with resentment, bowing respectfully and speaking with a tone of anger. The smile on Tongxin's face vanished, replaced by indifference, his tone becoming noticeably colder. "Speak, from where does your grievance arise?" Lu Yu instantly revealed a concealed smile toward Huang Long, and then spoke with great grievance. Replying to the master, "I followed your orders, descending the mountain for training and cultivated peacefully in the East Sea. That Huang Long from the Chan sect, relying on his status as a senior brother, unjustly suppressed me. I mentioned that I am a disciple of the Jie sect, a fellow disciple of the three teachings, inheriting the teachings of the Tongtian sage. Who would have thought this fellow disregarded the master's face and directly attacked? I feel truly wronged, and it is an injustice for the master." Huang Long was momentarily taken aback, and anger surged in his heart. He was shocked by the other's audacity to reverse black and white shamelessly. He hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully bowing and greeting. Master Lu Yu's words are simply reversing black and white. If he had been cultivating peacefully, I would certainly not have had any entanglement with him. Clearly it was Lu Yu relying on his identity as a disciple of the sage, displaying arrogance and acting unruly. He disregarded the lives of the Sea tribe while cultivating the poison path. I kindly advised him, yet he unjustly inflicted severe injuries upon me. If it weren't for junior brother Xuandan assistance, whether I could return to Kunlun Mountain would be uncertain. I hope Master will discern this. As his words fell, the entire 8th Scenery Palace fell into deeper silence. Countless gazes shifted back and forth between Huang Long and Lu Yu. Laozi and Yuyixian remained silent, their expressions calm. They were all waiting to see how Tongtian would handle the situation. Seeing that there was no movement, Lu Yu was about to add fuel to the fire when suddenly, boom. The pressure from the Tongtian sage soared to the sky, and he was suddenly enraged. "Unruly disciple, be silent." Tongtian no longer resembled the benevolent figure who once preached the Tao. A tremendous oppressive force surged forth like a flood, constantly battering against Lu Yu. Lu Yu at the golden immortal realm clenched his teeth, kneeling on the ground, his body trembling. He felt as insignificant as a grain of sand in the vast expanse of the 3,000 worlds. As long as Tongtian harbored a single thought, he could be completely erased. Before Tongtian, he was no longer the reckless madman who poisoned the Eastern Sea, but merely an ant that could be extinguished at any moment. He did not understand why his master was suddenly so furious. He wanted to speak, but felt as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat, unable to utter a single word. Tongxin's cold gaze fell upon Lu Yu, enraged at his failures and lamenting his misfortune. He scolded sternly, filled with disappointment. As a disciple of a saint, you do not adhere to the teachings of the Jie sect, taking from the living to give a sliver of hope, instead harming the world. The facts are laid bare before you, and you dare to twist the truth in front of me. You have quite the audacity. Do you truly think I am unaware of your deeds? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Yu felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit, his whole body cold with sweat. It turned out, Master knew everything. Tongtian continued to speak. If you truly dedicate yourself to your cultivation, I will certainly reward you. However, you neglect the lives of the Sea tribes while cultivating in the Eastern Sea. What defense do you have for such a grievous act against heaven? The voice like thunder exploded in Lu Yu's ears. His forehead pressed against the floor of the 8th Scenery Palace. He dared not utter a single word. Tongtian remained furious, speaking coldly. You commit such absurd acts and dare to use the name of the Jie sect. I had previously instructed that after descending the mountain, you must not claim to be a disciple of the Jie sect. You repeatedly claim to follow my orders, yet you treat this command as mere wind passing by your ears. The kneeling Lu Yu trembled all over, swallowing hard. In fear, his heart raced wildly. He barely opened his mouth, but was met with Tongxin's chilling gaze that forced him to fall silent. Meanwhile, among the many Jie sect disciples, the disciples who had acted under the banner of the Jie sect during their training stood frozen. They all hung their heads, not daring to meet Tongxin's eyes. Since joining the Jie sect, they had never seen their master so enraged. No matter what mistakes they had made before, their master would always let them off with a smile. At most, he would offer a couple of admonitions without any substantial punishment. Today, they sensed a different atmosphere. Their master was genuinely angry. They trembled all over, unsure of what punishment Lu Yu would face. Tongtian cast a cold gaze over all the Jie sect disciples. Many of the guilty disciples had already begun to tremble. Seeing such a scene, he was even more enraged, truly realizing the magnitude of the problems within the Jie sect. Tong Tian snorted coldly, making the hearts of the 3 sect disciples race. Previously I have been too indulgent with you all. Without rules there can be no order, and the Jie sect must change. From this day forth, any who act under the Jie sect's banner to commit wrongdoing will die. The moment the last word was spoken, the Jie sect disciples felt a chill run through them. Those with previous offenses felt their hearts rise to their throats. Kneeling on the ground, Lu Yu was drenched in cold sweat. Tongshin's indifferent gaze fell upon him, revealing a hint of murderous intent, but more so disappointment. Lu Yu, despite his aptitude within the Jie sect's outer disciples, was among the top ranks. Oh, unfortunately his temperament was truly malicious. Some trees that cannot be straightened must be uprooted. Because his roots were twisted, there was nothing to teach. A disciple like Lu Yu remaining in the Jie sect could only bring disaster. Tongshin's gaze on Lu Yu gradually became resolute as he spoke coldly. There are reasons for cause and effect. Today, I shall personally end Lu Yue as a warning to others. As the words fell, Lu Yu instantly straightened his body, revealing a look of disbelief. His expression was panicked, shaking his head repeatedly, constantly bowing and pleading for mercy. Master, please give me another chance. Oh, I will never err again. You know my talent and my temperament was lacking before. Now I understand. Oh, I will surely remember your orders and will not err again. Master, please spare my life for the sake of our past. The Jie sect disciples, watching Lu Yu's miserable state, could not help but feel some compassion. After all, they were fellow disciples, and there were feelings involved. Zhao Gongming slightly opened his mouth, but was stopped by Duo Bao beside him. Duo Bao's eyes were filled with icy disdain. Karma and retribution. You reap what you sow, and now you face the consequences. In his eyes, Lu Yu was merely suffering the consequences of his own actions. He had already been given enough chances. It was not that Tong Tian was heartless, but rather Lu Yu was unworthy. Xuandan was also shaken by Tongshin's decisiveness. At the same time, he sensed some changes in his senior uncle compared to his previous impressions. As for what had changed, he could not quite articulate. Tong Tian closed his eyes, seemingly blocking out the pleas for mercy. He waved his hand lightly without a hint of divine authority. Lu Yue, who was still pleading, was blown away like dust. In an instant, both his physical body and soul ceased to exist. If it were not for witnessing it with their own eyes, it would seem as if Lu Yu had never existed in this world. Many Jie sect disciples felt a sense of sorrow, having real brotherly bonds, and shared in the grief of the dying rabbit and the mourning fox. Tong Tian sighed softly, then his expression hardened again. His indifferent gaze swept across the Jie sect disciples. The disciples who had originally breathed a sigh of relief suddenly tensed up. Anyone acting arrogantly under the banner of the Jie sect stepped forward. I do not wish to repeat myself. The Jie sect disciples exchanged glances, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. They had just witnessed Lu Yu's fate. Admitting it now might still offer a chance. If they were singled out by Tong Tian, they would likely share Lu Yu's fate. Before 3 breaths had passed, someone stepped forward, braving the odds. With one leading the charge, the psychological defenses of the remaining Jie sect disciples completely collapsed. All who had acted under the Jie sect's name to flaunt their power came forward. In an instant, hundreds of Jie sect disciples gathered. Tongshin's expression darkened immediately, his fury boiling. It was startling to see just how many problematic disciples there were within the Jie sect. It seemed he had never paid attention to this issue before. Tongshin's cold gaze swept over them again, and he waved his hand. The azure sword energy slashed through the offending disciples. Cries of anguish rose and fell as their energies waned. Some even fell to the ground, blacking out. Tongshin's indifferent voice echoed within the 8 scenery palace. I shall strip you of your Yuanhui cultivation as a warning. The Jie sect disciples who survived secretly rejoiced, while respectfully bowing. Thank you, master, for your mercy. Tong Tian snorted coldly, as if expelling the anger from his heart, his tone much calmer. The Jie sect has been chaotic before, and it is my negligence in management that has led to disciples being talented, yet lacking virtue. This is my dereliction of duty. From today onward, I will personally formulate the rules of the Jie sect. If in the future anyone acts arrogantly under the guise of a disciple of the saint and violates the Jie sect's rules, you will have me to blame for being ruthless, as I personally cleanse the sect. The Jie sect disciples fell silent, bowing respectfully. We will adhere to the master's wishes. Xuandan, who had been observing from the corner, suddenly revealed a puzzled expression. Hiss. Wait a minute, something feels off in the progression of the plot. According to the narratives from previous lives, the senior uncle should have fallen into a rage, then fiercely protected his disciples, clashing with the master right. Then the teaching of disciples would shift to the different paths of both sides, ultimately leading to profound differences in Tao, hence cannot collaborate, resulting in the 3 pure ones parting ways. Afterward, did Master Tong Tian lead the Jie sect disciples away from Kunlun Mountain to settle on Golden Turtle Island. Why is the reaction like this now? Something is very wrong, it's exceptionally wrong. Xuandan stroked his chin, feeling an inexplicable tension. Where exactly did the problem lie? Xuandan looked at Tong Tian with a puzzled expression, who had suddenly become diligent, and selfless. He realized that the wilderness seemed to be developing in an unpredictable direction. The advantage of being familiar with the progress of the wilderness would greatly diminish. However, he thought to himself that if the three pure ones maintained harmony and never separated, his master was the most powerful saint, and his second uncle possessed the innate supreme treasure, the Panga banner, while his third uncle's celestial sword array could only be broken by the four saints. This outcome was far better than the separation of the three pure ones. Xuandan suddenly felt that this background could only be described in two words: invincible. The three pure ones were of the same origin, and their fortunes were interconnected. With their united strength, the wilderness could find no opponents. While he was delighted, he did not forget the Tao ancestors' famous saying, the grand trends of the world cannot be changed, but minor ones can. Upon careful consideration, the separation of the three pure ones should also be a grand trend. Whether there would be any unforeseen changes in the future was uncertain. Xuandan did not have much obsession with this. He thought it better to let nature take its course. Tong Tian's firm attitude made the disciples of the GS sect fall silent. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his mouth. His expression returned to tranquility as he sat calmly on the mat. Xuandan suddenly felt his master's gaze fixed upon him. He quickly dismissed his inner thoughts and stood there. You must not act recklessly under the banner of your master. As disciples of saints, you should never bully others with your status, otherwise I will not take our master-disciple bond into consideration. Xuandu and Xuandan respectfully performed a bow. We will faithfully follow the master's orders. However, Xuandan's mind was occupied with thoughts of the earlier events in the Dragon Palace. He recalled the words of his master Taiqing in response to the words spoken by the demon Saint Jimeng. Thinking back now, it was still a refreshing experience. What master meant was that one should not act recklessly, while pretending to be impressive shouldn't count as acting recklessly, right? Xuandan suddenly felt that he had discovered a blind spot. Yuyixian had always been strict with his disciples. He merely advised them a couple of times, and this matter was thus overlooked. After finishing his words, Yuyixian suddenly looked at Xuandan, revealing an appreciative gaze. Xuandan frowned, feeling puzzled inside. What is second uncle looking at me for? In 3 breaths, he recalled all the bad things he had done in his life. Yuyixian smiled and suddenly spoke. Senior brother truly has taken in a good disciple. Nephew, you were able to discern right from wrong even when facing your fellow disciples. You did well without being misled by that brotherhood. Xuandan took a deep breath and replied with a smile, second uncle's praise is unwarranted. It is all thanks to master and my 2 uncles who set a good example. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 pure ones all revealed a hint of a smile. Yuyixian laughed, leaving the disciples of the Chan sect dumbfounded. After joining the Chan sect, he had hardly seen his master smile, let alone laugh like this. He pointed at Xuandan and jokingly scolded, you little slippery one, always saying flattering words. Oh, I never taught you anything like that. However, what you did indeed pleased me. This item is of no use to me, so I will give it to you. After saying this, endless fiery flames began to float in front of Xuandan. Xuandan was stunned as he felt the heat radiating from the flames before him. He examined the source of the fire closely, revealing an expression of surprise. The energy contained within was no less than the Nirvana sacred fire he had obtained in the Dragon Palace. Second uncle, what is this? Yuyixian looked at Xuandan's dazed expression and explained with a smile. This item is called the 9 Heavens Mystic Fire, one of the divine fires of the wilderness. Since you cultivate an alchemy, it will come in handy, so take it. Xuandan's mouth slightly opened, utterly astonished. Wait, the original source of the divine fire of the wilderness was just given away. This is the 9 Heavens Mystic Fire, ranked among the top 10 divine fires of the wilderness, comparable to the Nirvana Sacred Fire and the true fire of Samadhi. It has existed since the dawn of the wilderness, situated within the 33 heavens. It possesses the abilities to purify, drive away evil, and break demons, making it extremely useful in alchemy. The disciples of the Chan sect were wide-eyed with astonishment. The well-informed Guangqingzi could not help but exclaim. The 9 Heavens Mystic Fire is unique in the wilderness. In terms of preciousness, it far surpasses other divine fires. Now Xuandan should be the only one besides the master who possesses this divine fire. The disciples of the Chan sect looked at Yuyixian with eager eyes. If Xuandan, who is not part of the Chan sect, received the 9 Heavens Mystic Fire, then what could their rewards be? The disciples of the Chan sect couldn't help but feel anxious inside, wondering what their master would bestow upon them. Xuandan was overjoyed as he accepted the 9 Heavens Mystic Fire and smiled back, thank you, second uncle. With the assistance of the 9 Heavens Mystic Fire, the power of the burning sky flame could be taken to another level. It would also greatly benefit his alchemy. Yuyixian nodded with a smile, then his gaze fell upon the disciples of the Chan sect. The original smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Suddenly, scenes of the Chan sect disciples confronting the strange beasts flashed through his mind. Guangqingzi, who was called out, responded with a smile reminiscent of spring. Just as he was about to thank his master for the reward, he was met with a stern reprimand. You rely too much on magical treasures in battle. In the future, you should focus on cultivating your skills. No matter how good a magical treasure is, it is ultimately an external force. Guangqingzi was a little dumbfounded, casting a resentful glance at Xuandan. Disciple will heed the master's teachings. Qijingzi. Oh. The sudden turn of events left the disciples of the Chan sect somewhat at a loss. Their smiles disappeared, replaced by frowns. They simply couldn't understand why their nephew was treated more favorably than their direct disciples. Their smiles didn't vanish, they merely shifted to other disciples of the mysterious sect. Laozi exchanged a glance with Tong Tian, both showing expressions of helplessness. They were all brothers of the same origin, and they understood Yuan Shi's temperament. Soon Yuan Shi finished reprimanding the disciples of the Chan sect one by one. He suddenly changed the subject, his tone becoming serious. The grand competition of the three teachings is approaching. You must not slack off, and should diligently cultivate. I will wholeheartedly teach you. How much you comprehend depends entirely on yourselves. As soon as this was said, the disciples of the three teachings present were left in a daze. Xuandan also wore a puzzled expression. Oh, what was this grand competition of the three teachings? Just as they were about to voice their confusion, Tong Tian began to explain. The grand competition of the three teachings is a result of discussions between me and my two senior brothers aimed at assessing the results of your training during this descent. It is tentatively scheduled to begin in 10,000 years, with disciples of the three teachings drawing lots to compete. It is better to lose face in front of your fellow disciples than to lose your life wandering in the wilderness. After saying this, the disciples of the three teachings revealed excited expressions. It was because during their descent they had encountered many fellow cultivators of their generation. Atop Kunlun Mountain it was hard to tell, but during their descent the status of the disciples of saints became evident. Among the peers of the wilderness, there were very few who could pique the interest of disciples of saints. Currently, it seemed that only fellow disciples could spark their desire to compete. Moreover, who wouldn't want to openly beat up their good brothers? Laozi looked at the 8 scenic palace, which resembled a marketplace, and waved his hand. All right, all of you can go back. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian departed with their respective disciples. Inside the 8 scenic palace, only Laozi, Xuandu, and Xuandan remained. Laozi stood up, his gaze landing on Xuandu and Xuandan, and spoke softly. You have come with me. You need to make some preparations for this grand competition of the three teachings. Xuandan and Xuandu followed Laozi to the alchemy chamber. The true fire within the 8 trigrams furnace had already extinguished, yet the heat still lingered. Laozi's gaze fell upon Xuandu as he spoke softly. For you, cultivation is a gradual process, one step at a time. I am quite satisfied with you. Now that you are venturing out for training with Xuandan assistance, your mindset will break through, and your Tao heart will strengthen. I believe you can achieve a breakthrough before the three teachings grand competition. Keep this item safe. A dragon head cane appeared before the two. This item is a top-grade innate spiritual treasure akin to the 3 treasures Rui in the hands of Yuan Shi and the Qingping sword in the hands of Tong Tian. They all originate from the same source. The Panlong cane is purely offensive and does not defend. Cultivate it well, as you must give your all in the three teachings grand competition. Xuandu was immensely grateful, accepting the Panlong cane with both hands, performing a respectful bow. Thank you, master, for the bestowed treasure. Xuandan, however, stared blankly at the Panlong cane. If I remember correctly, this item should have been encountered by the Sanqing during their travels in the Primordial Chaos when they came across the Yedobebran 24-petal Qinglian. The 3 of them each had different perspectives and spoke without thinking. The Qinglian transformed into 3 top-grade, innate spiritual treasures falling into the hands of the Sanqing. It is said that this was a heavenly sign suggesting the separation of the Sanqing. Others say that although the Sanqing followed different paths, they originated from the same source and could not forget this. Just as Xuandan was recalling this story in his mind, Xuandu had already expressed his gratitude and left. Only Laozi and Xuandan remained in the alchemy chamber. Laozi's appreciative gaze fell upon Xuandan. You have obtained numerous spiritual treasures by chance in the East Sea. Being greedy will not lead to success. It would not be meaningful for me to give you more spiritual treasures. I will help you obtain the Xuandan Dragon Pearl, which will be more beneficial for you. I shall impart you a secret technique allowing you to refine the Dragon Pearl yourself. Refining the essence within the Xuandan Dragon Pearl into your golden core will enhance your primal power. This will greatly strengthen the power of your Hunyuan golden core. Xuandan's eyes sparkled with delight as he said with a smile, Master, please don't keep me in suspense. I truly need this secret technique. To enhance the primal power of the Hunyuan golden core means I can continue to improve my foundation, does it not? Laozi smiled calmly and continued. Do not be anxious, I will tell you what the true path of the golden core is. The path of the golden core distinguishes between internal and external cores. The internal core is the golden core cultivated through self-cultivation, gathering one's own essence, spirit, and flesh. As long as the golden core exists, life shall not perish. Xuandan immediately showed a look of surprise, his heart racing. If that is the case, then the foundation of my Hunyuan golden core is indeed extraordinary. Practicing the path of the golden core, puts me in a prime position akin to being favored by the heavens. Laozi seemed to see through Xuandan's thoughts, chuckling lightly. Your foundation is perfectly aligned with the path of the golden core. You will surely shine brightly in the future, and perhaps even surpass your master. The internal core relies on one's own essence, guiding cultivation, adjusting the body, breath, and heart to realize the path of the self. The external core, in contrast, is refined, using external forces, utilizing the essence of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Consuming it can instantly transform one into an immortal, using external essence to metamorphose the self. The path of the golden core is based on the internal core supplemented by the external core, establishing the holy path. Xuandan displayed a look of understanding and confusion. It seemed he had read similar statements in some scriptures in his past life. With his Hongjun golden core being born, and having Laozi's inheritance of alchemy, he was able to grasp the gist. I will impart to you a secret technique called the spirit-devouring transformation method, which will help you perfectly integrate the essence of the dragon pearl into your body. This technique cannot be performed by your senior brother Xuandu. It was created specifically for you based on your foundation, and is a unique secret technique that only you can use. Xuandan was overjoyed, bowing in gratitude. Although no spiritual treasure was given, his master had already paved the way for him. A custom-designed secret technique to strengthen his foundation is surely more formidable than a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. In light of his foundation, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure seems insignificant. Laozi gently tapped Xuandan's forehead. Your foundation is already against the heavens. Continuing to improve is truly a remarkable feat. Furthermore, to enhance the primal power of the Hongjun golden core, ordinary heavenly materials and earthly treasures are utterly useless. After much thought, I realized that when you break through to the golden immortal, refining yourself with the heavens and earth as a furnace will lead to understanding. You should go and try it out. Xuandan suddenly understood, nodding in agreement. Yes, I can transform my golden core's form. I can indeed refine it, and only I can achieve this. Using the heavens and earth as a furnace to refine oneself. He had this realization during his previous breakthrough, and now it seemed clear that his master truly is the foremost in the primordial alchemy, having applied it even before him. There is still much for me to learn. Thinking about how his golden core's foundation could still be enhanced, Xuandan became quite excited. Master, I wish to learn this spirit-devouring transformation method. Laozi looked at Xuandan's impatient demeanor and shook his head helplessly, lightly pointing. Look at how eager you are. A green light fell upon Xuandan. In an instant, Xuandan understood how to utilize the spirit-devouring transformation method. Laozi casually waved his hand, and a large pile of precious spiritual roots and materials fell before Xuandan. Using these as supplements will maximize your enhancement. Xuandan's eyes brightened. Wonderful items. There were hundreds of kinds of precious materials, the least of which were all top-grade, innate spiritual roots. These materials are what I prepared to refine the 9 turns golden core. If you waste them, you'll have to find your own. Thank you, Master. I will not disappoint you. With the 3 teachings grand competition approaching, I must seize the time to cultivate, so that I can bring glory to my teaching in the competition. With that, Xuandan gathered the materials and swiftly left the 8 scenery palace. Laozi watched Xuandan's departing figure, smiling faintly. Back in his cave dwelling, Xuandan immediately employed the spirit-devouring transformation method, absorbing the essence of the Xuandan dragon pearls supplemented by those materials, and began the refining process. In an instant, the essence surrounded him like a brilliant galaxy. Before him, a black hole floated, devouring the essence from the surroundings. In a moment, he felt the primal source within his golden core becoming stronger. Xuandan's mouth opened in shock. This secret technique given by my master is truly against the heavens. Only by experiencing it firsthand can one truly appreciate the power of the spirit-devouring transformation method. The essence of the dragon race's Xuandan entered his body, tempered by the divine fire within, and merged with his primal source through the alchemy method, which was truly exquisite. He could clearly feel that his primal source was gradually strengthening. Accompanying this was unparalleled excitement. He continuously absorbed the essence within the Xuandan dragon pearl, reveling in it. Thousands of years passed quietly. For Xuandan, who was breaking through to the golden immortal, unbound by lifespan, time had become an ethereal concept. The cave dwelling was enveloped by endless essence, constantly merging into the Hongjun golden core, until the Xuandan dragon pearl exploded with a resounding crash. The Hongjun golden core appeared to have expanded significantly. Xuandan's entire being radiated divine light, his expression filled with excitement, exuding a more overwhelming pressure. Time and space within the entire cave seemed to come to a standstill. Then even more refined and potent magical powers surged forth. Particularly the patterns on the Hongjun golden core became even more solidified, faintly emitting a purple divine light that illuminated the cave. The medicinal power that erupted occasionally could condense into the nascent form of grand Tao inscriptions. Xuandan gradually consolidated, allowing the golden core to enter his body, his aura becoming reclusive. Upon rising, he felt completely rejuvenated, akin to being reborn. 10 times. This Sunset Dragon Pearl has actually directly strengthened my primal source tenfold. And even my foundation has doubled. Xuandan's face beamed with an excited smile. After all, his own foundation was the Hongjun golden core. Now with his foundation strengthened by double and primal source by tenfold. Looking across the entire primordial chaos, perhaps his foundation could rank among the top. If I could experience this several more times, perhaps my foundation could transform into a chaotic divine demon foundation. Xuandan's heart trembled as he contemplated this astonishing possibility. His uniqueness destined him to use the heavens and earth as a furnace, continually enhancing his foundation. Perhaps one day he could transcend the limits of the primordial chaos and reach the realm of chaotic divine demons. Meanwhile, during the thousands of years that Xuandan was in seclusion, the other disciples of the three teachings were also diligently preparing for the three teachings grand competition. The three heavens discussed the Tao all day, while the seven immortals would engage in practice whenever they had the chance. The disciples of the Changjiao moved among each other, learning from others' strengths to compensate for their own weaknesses. No one wanted to bring shame to their sect in the grand competition. Among them, Xuandu of the Rinjiao, Guangqingzi of the Changjiao, and Duo Bao of the Jiejiao stood out the most. Xuandu regarded himself as the elder brother of the Xuanmen, believing he should set an example for his younger brothers. Guangqingzi did not want to embarrass his master and believed that his talents were not inferior to others. Duo Bao sought to pursue his own path, motivated by the rebellious sword intent within him, questioning his fellow disciples. However, cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If one does not advance, they fall back, and the challenges are manifold. Guangqingzi in his cave dwelling wore a troubled expression. Clearly, I am on the verge of breaking through to the Tai golden immortal. Why can't I grasp it? Duo Bao, who was also in seclusion, bore a similar frown. I have already gleaned insights into the Tai from the sword. However, the time is too short. To solidify this faint understanding, I fear 10,000 years may not suffice. Even though there are saints, teaching and guiding understanding is not something that can be achieved overnight. They simultaneously recalled the fierce determination of their adversaries when they broke through the encirclement of alien beasts. Guangqingzi smiled wryly and shook his head. If Duo Bao, the junior brother, does not break through to Tai, your sword path is unlikely to be a match for him. Duo Bao sighed softly, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Guangqingzi, the elder brother, is deep and unfathomable, hiding too many killer moves. Without becoming a Tai, I have no confidence against him. The two seemed to have a flash of inspiration, suddenly brightening as they looked in a specific direction. In the 8 Scenery Palace, Xuandan residence. If there were Xuandan pills to assist them, they would surely be able to break through to Tai. Cultivation knows no years. The primordial wild forgets the count of ages. 1,000 years had already passed since the Sanjiao disciples returned to the mountain. Above the firmament, clouds amassed thick, and the roar of thunder rent the skies at intervals. Xuandan formed a hand seal, eyes fixed upon the 9-dragon cauldron. The infernal blaze that had threatened the heavens suddenly dispersed, the pill furnace opened wide, and a heady medicinal aroma poured forth. Heaven's thunder surged down and was absorbed into the pill, washing away its final impurities. A crystalline pill coalesced and settled into Xuandan's palm. This pill was called the Pojing Dan, the boundary-breaking pill, obtained earlier as a system-critical reward. It could aid one in breaching a realm and more readily shattering cultivation bottlenecks. A voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Pojing Dan has been refined, potency increased tenfold. Side effect: baldness lasting 5,000 years. The commotion of the pill undergoing tribulation drew many disciples of Kunlun Mountain to watch. The two most ardent gazes belonged to Guangqingzi and Duo Bao. A glimmer of hope shone in Guangqingzi's eyes, yet he remained conflicted. Images kept flashing through his mind of the yellow dragon, transformed into a young girl. As the rich scent of Xuandan's pill reached him, his gaze hardened and his fists clenched. So be it. To break through to Tai golden immortal, one must pay a price. With that, he donned a face of fatal resolve, concealed his form, and masked his aura, fashioned a peculiar black robe, and slipped away under cover of night. At the same time, Duo Bao, having perceived Xuandan's emergence from seclusion, rose at once. Reputation is so fragile before true strength. With the junior brother's pill to assist me, I will surely achieve Tai. Then at the Sanjiao Grand Tournament, I shall seize the top spot. Let us see who dares oppose me. With that, Duo Bao hid his form, muffled his aura, forged a black robe, and slipped into the night. Thus, two black-clad shadows of unknown identity unexpectedly met before Xuandan's grotto. Duo Bao stared at the black-robed figure and was momentarily taken aback. His heart stirred. Great minds think alike. May I ask which fellow disciple this is? He extended his spiritual sense to discern the other's identity, only to find it blocked, and was surprised. Guangqingzi made the same attempt and was equally astonished. Both inwardly sighed with relief. Fortunate that each had prepared in advance, forging a black robe that could seal off spiritual sense probes. If discovered by others, rumors would spread across all of Kunlun Mountain. After a prolonged stalemate, Duobao could not contain himself and altered his voice to speak. Which fellow disciple ventures out so late? Guang Qingzi, sweat beading at his brow, changed his voice in reply. I am close to junior brother Xuandan. I was seeing him emerge. I came to pay respects. What a coincidence, so am I. The words landed awkwardly and could not be retrieved. The two continued their stalemate in that embarrassed silence. Suddenly the gate of Xuandan's abode swung open. Having secluded himself for so long, Xuandan intended to step out into the deep night to breathe fresh air. At the moment he raised his eyes to leave, he froze. He scrutinized the two black-clad figures, and the most absurd notion flickered through his mind. What? Has Kunlun Mountain hired thieves? Xuandan ventured, testing the waters. What newfangled game are you playing? Duobao, unable to remain composed, laughed repeatedly to mask his earlier awkwardness. Guang Qingzi hurried forward. HSS. I never expected some junior brother would pull such a stunt on me. Luckily I arrived too, otherwise you would have gotten ahead. He hurried to catch up, voice strained. Junior brother, take no offense, but matters not. Duobao cast Guang Qingzi a loaded glance. Even before the San Jiao Grand Tournament had begun, the two were already wary of one another. Xuandan, somewhat bewildered, was escorted back to his grotto by the two senior brothers. What exactly do you two senior brothers mean? He had stepped out only to see two black-clad men. The visual shock was immense, and his mind still reeled. Then Guang Qingzi and Duobao smiled in unison and said, I am willing to exchange treasures for one of your pills. May I ask what the junior brother intends? Xuandan smiled and let out a drawn-out sound. If the two senior brothers desire it, I shall certainly agree. With that he handed over the freshly refined Pojing Dan to them. This pill is called Pojing Dan. Upon ingestion, it will help you break through your current realm and shatter bottlenecks. Name whatever you wish, senior brothers. At those words, scorching light ignited in Guang Qingzi and Duobao's eyes. A sacred pill, an absolute holy pill. Xuandan's potion might carry dubious side effects, but its potency was undeniable. They cried out together, I will take 3. Exchanging glances, Guang Qingzi produced a stone infused with the 5-element principles. This item is called the 5-element Chaos Stone, rare in the Primordial Age. I present it to you, junior brother. Duobao, not to be outdone, produced a superior postnatal spiritual treasure. This is the Jade Qilin profound armor forged from a Qilin's mortal body. Keep it well, junior brother. At that moment, a system voice sounded in Xuandan's head. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gifting a Pojing Dan. Random rewards have been returned. You have received Xianin Kue watergrass and 9 leaflingji among other items. Xuandan, Guang Qingzi, and Duobao laughed with delight. All were immersed in joy. Guang Qingzi suddenly asked, Junior brother, does this pill have side effects? Duobao's smile froze, and his gaze fell on Xuandan with sudden anxiety. Xuandan shrugged with a pale smile. I would not know. I have not taken it myself. Guang Qingzi and Duobao frowned hesitation on their faces, and they both bowed. In that case, I shall take my leave. With that, the two senior brothers, unable to contain themselves, transformed into streaks of light and departed. Back in their grottos, Guang Qingzi and Duobao hesitated not an instant. Side effects. So what? I simply will not go out for a while. Besides, the junior brothers' pill is not permanent in its side effects. They swallowed the pill, and at once a profound insight welled up within them, as if drawn from fate itself. Above both grottos, thunder rolled and dark clouds congealed. An ineffable heavenly pressure descended. Guang Qingzi became a streak of azure light piercing beyond the clouds. A world-piercing phantasmal silhouette stood above the grotto, radiating an overwhelming pressure. At the same time, Duobao drew his sword and slashed toward the heavens, cleaving the thunder tribulation. All things fell silent, as if heaven and earth were undone and fused into themselves. The robust pressure they emitted revealed them as Tai golden immortals. Soon the heavenly pressure dissipated, the phantasm and sword chi vanished, and the world returned to calm. They had long laid down arrays to conceal the force of their breakthroughs, and none perceived it. As the San Jiao Grand Tournament drew near, each grew craftier than the last. Duobao felt the weighty power within his body and rejoiced. Too eager to savor it, he inspected himself. No outward change appeared, which only sent him into greater ecstatic frenzy. The junior brothers' alchemy succeeded without mishap. Marvelous. A bell tolled across heaven and earth. A twin wave of saintly pressure descended upon Kunlun Mountain. Golden Buddhist light blanketed Kunlun Mountain in a gilded radiance. Duobao's face changed in an instant. It is the two sages from the west. Though the reason for their arrival was unclear, as the GSX's foremost disciple, he ought to step forth to pay respects. Duobao flashed to the front of Kunlun Mountain. Many cultivator disciples had been roused and gathered to greet the sages. Yet Duobao suddenly felt countless gazes fix upon him. He swelled with pride, head held high. Surely it is my breakthrough to Tai golden immortal that has stunned them. Xuanti and Jiayin arrived wrapped in Buddhist light, their majestic figures descending. They regarded the assembled disciples with admiration. The East truly breeds superior talent. Then Xuandu's gaze settled on Duobao, and he paused in sudden astonishment. A surge of boundless joy followed. Before Duobao could bow, Xuandu spoke first. Young friend, you possess a predestined affinity with the West. Why not accompany this humble monk to cultivate the Dharma? Xuandu appraised Duobao with feverish eyes from head to foot. He appeared to possess the innate saintly body suited for Buddhist cultivation. Duobao, however, froze, his face full of puzzlement. What? Who? Me, eh? The golden spirit beside them could no longer bear it, and casually formed a water mirror reflecting Duobao's image. Duobao stared at the bald head in the mirror, his expression drained of color, and he fell utterly silent. Some live outwardly, yet are already dead within. Duobao instantly felt his heart stop beating. His smile in greeting the Western two saints turned into a forced grin. The gazes of his fellow disciples and the Western two saints made him wish he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Thinking about his heroic life, he now felt humiliated, having lost face in the West. Duobao was filled with both sorrow and anger, yet the presence of the Western two saints made it impossible for him to leave a double torment. What was the difference between this and defending oneself on the street? Just as the atmosphere was about to become tense, Guangchengzi appeared on a cloud. Yuanqi's face showed displeasure as he reprimanded softly. Why did you arrive so late as the senior brother of the Chan sect with the Western two saints visiting? This behavior is not in accordance with etiquette. Have you forgotten what I taught you? He was inherently one who valued propriety. In Yuanqi's eyes, Guangchengzi was the face of the Chan sect. As the senior brother, he should set an example for all his peers. Now it seemed he had somewhat neglected the Western two saints. Guangchengzi, with a face like a jade crown, arrived with a smile as gentle as a spring breeze. He showed an apologetic expression and respectfully bowed to Yuanshi. Master, I have just broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal. I was stabilizing my breath earlier, which is why I arrived a bit late. I hope Master will not be angry. After saying this, Guangchengzi released the pressure of the Tai Golden Immortal. This drew admiration from the surrounding fellow disciples. Zhao Gongming showed a surprised expression and exclaimed, as expected of the senior brother, truly exceptional talent. The disciples of the Chan sect, including Huanglong and Yuxiu, stepped forward to congratulate him. Congratulations, senior brother, on breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal. Senior brother should impart the Tao to the junior brothers. As expected, our Chan sect's face. Guangchengzi couldn't help but smile as he listened to the congratulatory remarks. The Western two saints approached Yuanshi and said, your disciple is truly impressive. Yuanqi's anger immediately dissipated, replaced by pride. His own disciple brought him honor. What if he arrived a bit late? It was no big deal. The sudden appearance of Guangchengzi attracted everyone's attention. But why does his hair? Guangchengzi wore a Taoist crown, his black hair flowing down his back, dancing in the wind. He was dressed in a purple Taoist robe embroidered with profound But why does his hair? Guangchengzi wore a Taoist crown, his black hair flowing down his back, dancing in the wind. He was dressed in a purple Taoist robe embroidered with profound hexagrams, exuding a faint aura of immortality. That's not a problem. Could it be that Guangchengzi has achieved unity with heaven and man, possessing some fortuitous encounter? Guangchengzi glanced at Duobao and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After taking the pill, he didn't rush to break through, but instead first observed his own condition. Indeed, being cautious had its benefits. The smoothness of his bald head made Guangchengzi a bit sorrowful, as his flowing long hair was blown away by the wind. Thus he used his refining skills to transform spiritual herbs into a wig. Fixed by the Taoist temple, it settled atop his head. Duobao, my junior brother, it seems I am still more skilled than you. Seeing Duobao's secretly sorrowful appearance, Guangchengzi felt both a sense of fear and happiness. Luckily, he was clever. Just as everyone was about to congratulate Guangchengzi, suddenly a gentle breeze swept through. The Taoist crown atop Guangchengzi swayed in the wind and unexpectedly fell. His reflective bald head appeared in everyone's sight. The lively scene immediately turned quiet. All the disciples of the Xianmen were dumbfounded. Shijingzi's congratulatory words got stuck in his throat halfway. Guangchengzi sensed the strange atmosphere around him and felt an ominous premonition arise in his heart. He shakily touched the top of his head. Very smooth. He touched his heart again. Not beating. That was a magical treasure, he refined. How could it possibly not withstand this little wind? The elixir from the Xuandan disciple truly does not harm the user. The bald head couldn't even be concealed by magical powers or treasures. Thinking back to when he was at Yushu Palace. Even Yuyixian as a saint couldn't lift the side effects of Huanglong turning into a lowly. He merely a Tai Golden Immortal wanted to hide a bald head. 2 words, dream on. Only Duobao felt ecstatic within. Good it truly is, you old boy. When one person loses face, he wishes to find a crack in the ground to hide in. When 2 people lose face, he felt incredibly good inside. Sometimes after being rained on, one wants to break someone else's umbrella. Yuanshi and Tongtian exchanged glances, their expressions rigid. The Western two saints watched the two with great interest, secretly delighted. Good, they are really good seedlings from the Western sect. Yuyixian and Tongtian felt their hearts nearly shatter. They simply could not understand what the two were trying to do. Upon learning that the Western two saints had come in order to show respect, he directly welcomed them with his bald head. Did it give Jane and Xuandu a feeling of returning to Mount Sumeru? Duobao felt the scorching gazes around him. Especially when he noticed Xuandan taking out the recording stone, he suddenly felt like a thorn in his back. This place was not suitable for him to stay. Master, I have just broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal and need to return to stabilize my realm. Please allow me, Master. Tongtian hurriedly waved his hand. Go back then. Duobao fled back to his cave abode, as if escaping for his life. Seeing Duobao already making his escape, Guangchengzi felt he could not stay either. Master, I. Before he could finish, Yuyixian waved his hand. Don't say anything, quickly go back to stabilize your... Guangchengzi wanted to cry, but had no tears. His heart was already wailing. Junior brother, you have misled me. He caught sight of the recording stones flashing in the hands of Yuding and others, and he trembled all over. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly used his escape technique. Among the three teachings, only Xuandu remained present. He watched the two junior brothers leave rapidly, unable to help but smile. Earlier he had sensed someone infiltrating the Taoist grounds of the human teaching. He never expected it would be Duobao and Guangchengzi seeking elixirs from the Xuandan disciple. Indeed, the two had embarrassed themselves by being bald. Yet their realms were indeed genuine Tai Golden Immortals. They had almost broken through before him while he remained at the Golden Immortal stage. Xuandu's eyes flickered with a complicated expression. The three pure ones brought the Western two saints into the 8 Scenery Palace. The only two disciples of the Western teaching, Yaoshi and Dizong, were left behind. Laozi instructed Xuandu and Xuandan to properly entertain these two disciples of the Western teaching. The remaining disciples who had come to welcome them naturally dispersed. At the same time, they passed around the recording stones among each other. Some were even exchanging my lowly senior brother for my bald senior brother. This shows the high value of Xuandu among the disciples of the three teachings. In the 8 Scenery Palace, Jane and Xuandu couldn't help but praise. Indeed, the East is a place of outstanding talent. The disciples of the three teachings on Kunlun Mountain are certainly the most talented among the vast wilderness. Two Tai Golden Immortals making the West envious. The three pure ones wore smiles. Being praised by other saints was naturally something that brought them honor. Taiqing took the initiative to ask, "May I ask what brings you two Taoist friends to Kunlun Mountain?" Xuandu revealed a smiling expression but did not respond. Instead, he smiled and asked, "I heard that the three of you are going to hold a grand competition among the three teachings. May I ask how this grand competition will be conducted?" Taiqing calmly responded, "The specific details are still being discussed, but we tentatively plan to have martial contests where disciples draw lots to compete, as well as task trials to assess their completion results. At that time, my three brothers will jointly oversee it." Xuandu and Jane exchanged smiles. With the three pure ones collectively overseeing the grand competition, there would surely be no mishaps. However, the three pure ones felt somewhat puzzled, not understanding the intentions of the Western two saints. Xuandu spoke frankly. "We are all Xianmen saints. The grand competition among the three teachings may be somewhat monotonous. I mentioned earlier at the gate of the Zhixiao Palace. If there is an opportunity, we must let the disciples of the Western teaching and the three teachings exchange ideas. How about including the Western teaching in this grand competition?" The three pure ones were momentarily taken aback, then fell into deep contemplation. After much thought, it seemed that the disciples of the three teachings were somewhat one-sided. Coupled with the teachings from the West, it could provide a more objective view. At the same time, being all saints, the three pure ones were also quite curious about the strength of the Western teachings. Jane and Xuandu had long since separated from the three teachings and established their own sects. Using the barren land of the West as a capital, they had cultivated to this day, and it was believed that the Western teachings must have achieved some results. The three pure ones were also very confident in the strength of their disciples. As the West said, the East is blessed with talented individuals. Allowing their disciples to shine brilliantly before the Westerners was indeed excellent. Yuyixian, Tianzuan, and Tongtian Jiaozhu nodded slightly. Secretly communicating through divine sense, elder brother, this matter seems feasible. Both of my junior brothers had already expressed their opinions, and Laozi smiled in response. Your suggestion is excellent, but we still need to discuss it carefully. Jane and Xuandu instantly beamed with smiles. Good. Xuandu even expressed his thoughts. Why not invite the great powers of the primordial world to witness this grand competition and turn it into a grand event? A glimmer of brilliance flickered in the eyes of the three pure ones as they began to discuss with the two saints from the West. Meanwhile, Guangchengzi and Duobao felt utterly humiliated and returned to their cave to avoid the storm. Xuandu and Xuandan were wandering leisurely on Kunlun Mountain with Yaoshi and Dizong. Yaoshi had long heard about the previous disciples of the three teachings going down the mountain to train. The Dragon Palace battle had already reached the West, and it was said that the strength demonstrated by the disciples of the three teachings had shocked the beings of the primordial world. As a fellow disciple of saints, he couldn't help but feel a bit curious about the current three teachings of the Xuandu. Directly asking would seem too brash and not composed enough. Both of you have long been known for the Dragon Palace battle, and seeing you in person today, you truly are impressive. Surely that escape from the encirclement of the alien beasts was perilous, wasn't it? With the assistance of the four seas dragon kings, in the end it was our master who intervened, and my fellow disciples, and I hardly exerted any effort. Yaoshi raised an eyebrow, exchanging a discreet glance with Dizong. A master? If what Xuandan said was true, how could the disciples of the three teachings have shocked the beings of the primordial world? Dizong cleared his throat and launched a second round of questioning. The two of you have both broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm, undoubtedly reaping substantial rewards. Other disciples of the Xuandu must also be extraordinary. Xuandan waved his hand dismissively. The two senior brothers must have been enlightened by the two uncles. They were already exceptionally gifted, so breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal is only natural. As for the other junior brothers, they surely cannot compare to the two senior brothers. Just look at me, I'm merely a golden immortal. Yaoshi's gaze fell upon Xuandan, scrutinizing him closely. Indeed a golden immortal, but wait. Suddenly he caught a whiff of the alluring fragrance of pills emanating from Xuandan. Yaoshi hurriedly recited the Buddhist scriptures, his eyes filled with astonishment. He couldn't understand what was so captivating about Xuandan. Even silently reciting scriptures was unable to suppress the impulse within. Yaoshi's gaze towards Xuandan gradually took on a hint of greed. Just then Xuandan's eyes met, his eyebrows slightly raised. At this moment Yaoshi was continuously swallowing saliva. His gaze towards Xuandan seemed as if he were looking at a miraculous pill. Xuandan was well aware that the allure came from the Hongjun golden pill. Hiss. It seems the Buddhist practice of my friend is not quite up to par. He rolled his eyes, an idea immediately forming in his mind as a smile appeared. Xuandan and Xuandu were aimlessly wandering and chatting with the two disciples of the Western teachings on Kunlun Mountain. Just when he felt it was about time, he suddenly spoke with a cheerful demeanor. This aimless wandering is rather dull. How about my senior brother and the two friends come to my cave for a visit? Just in time, I know a game to pass the time. Xuandu instantly showed interest and asked junior brother to elaborate. Xuandan replied with a grin, mahjong with suits of dots, lines, and characters totaling 144 tiles. Everyone present was a golden immortal, so they could easily understand. Xuandan's gaze fell upon Dizong and Yaoshi again. Just right for the four of us, shall we play this? Yaoshi and Dizong hesitated. Before they left, their master had advised them. They came to the primordial world to compete with the disciples of the Xuandu. They were unwilling to miss any opportunity for cultivation, lest the West lose face. However, now that Xuandan was warmly inviting them, it would not be good to refuse outright. The Western disciples found themselves in a dilemma, hesitating before stammering out their words. Friend, as disciples of saints, we must prioritize cultivation. In my humble opinion, we should. Before Yaoshi could finish, Xuandan enthusiastically interrupted. Playing a couple of rounds won't hinder our cultivation, or proper relaxation can actually be beneficial. Balance is the way of nature. Yaoshi and Dizong exchanged glances and finally nodded slightly. What you say makes sense. Relaxation and hard work must be balanced for progress. Since you invite us so warmly, we shall play a couple of rounds. I am indeed quite interested. A mysterious smile instantly appeared on Xuandan's face. Good. Senior brother, please take the two friends to my cave and wait a moment. I will first borrow a formation from my senior brother Zhao Gongming. We are all golden immortals. If we cheat using our cultivation, it would be difficult to detect. The formation is more reliable. Dizong nodded in agreement. Your consideration is thorough. The fun of this mahjong game must not be lost. They then parted ways, with Xuandu leading the two Western disciples to Xuandan's residence. Xuandan borrowed a formation from Zhao Gongming, sealing everyone's realms to that of mortals. Returning to the cave, they sat around a square table. He casually turned stones into mahjong tiles and placed them on the table. Xuandan did not rush to start, but instead smiled at the two Western disciples. As we have all become immortals, playing like mortals is rather dull. Ultimately, we need to have some stakes. I will throw out this lower grade innate spirit treasure, the Black Xian armor, as the wager. As we have all become immortals, playing like mortals is rather dull. Ultimately, we need to have some stakes. I will throw out this lower grade innate spirit treasure, the Black Xian armor, as the wager. Dizong awkwardly spoke. Friend, our West is barren. Thus, Xuandan waved his hand grandly. No worries, we are just playing for fun. A small bet is for enjoyment, a big bet can be harmful. Fun is the main focus, and we must not hurt our feelings. You need not wager an item of equal value. Anything considered a heavenly material will suffice. Yaoshi and Dizong looked overjoyed, taking out two ordinary heavenly materials. The four of them swiftly began playing mahjong. Before long, Xuandan was shaking his head in disappointment. In contrast, Yaoshi was all smiles as he received the Black Xian armor. Friend, I will shamelessly accept this item. Xuandan waved his hand casually, still exuding his grand demeanor. Take it. Let's play again. I will wager this lower grade innate spirit root the star tree. At the sight of the star tree, Yaoshi and Daizang's eyes sparkled, their hands shuffling the tiles without pause. They failed to notice Xuandan's fleeting smile. Playing mahjong was already highly addictive, especially with a wager involved. If the opponent deliberately lost to you, it would be hard to stop. There was no distinction between immortals and mortals at the gambling table. Desire was like a boulder rolling down a mountain. Once it began, it could not be stopped. For a full 3 years, the four of them played mahjong, using valuable items to entice Yaoshi and Daizang to join the game. Then with absolute means he would win back what he had lost. By the second year, Xuandan had already begun winning treasures from the two Western disciples. By the third year, he used the supreme innate spirit treasure as a stake, stimulating the nerves of the two. They became deeply entrenched, unable to extricate themselves. Especially when they won the supreme innate spirit treasure, they were ecstatic. Easily obtaining such treasures was something the impoverished beings from the West like Yaoshi and Daizang could hardly imagine. They did not notice that they no longer had any ordinary heavenly materials directly putting their magical treasures as wagers. As the stakes grew larger, the two from the West became even more immersed, and Xuandan's smile grew increasingly audacious. Even when Yaoshi and Daizang brought out their life treasures, they still did not awaken. Just as Jian and Xuandu finished discussing the grand competition, they left the 8 scenic palace to search for their disciples on Kunlun Mountain. Upon reaching Xuandan's residence, they saw Yaoshi and Daizang in tattered clothes. The two saints from the West were instantly struck by lightning. It was said that the West was barren, which was indeed undeniable. However, they were very fond of their two direct disciples. Any good items would be gifted to Yaoshi and Daizang. After 3 years, how could they be left with only one life treasure? Xuandu couldn't help but ask, "What on earth happened to you?" Yaoshi and Daizang exchanged glances, seeing 4 words reflected in each other's eyes. "We're in big trouble." They recalled their actions over the past 3 years, trembling and remaining silent. They did not dare to speak. Xuandu no longer inquired directly, reaching out to calculate from the perspective of a master. Instantly, he comprehended all that his disciples had done over the past 3 years. Day 1, playing cards. Day 2, playing cards. Day 3, Yaoshi, you have won enough heavenly materials to cultivate to the Tai golden immortal realm. You cannot continue to fall like this. Day 4, playing cards. The heart of Xuandu gradually turned cold. He sensed that the Buddha-like mindset he had cultivated over the years was undergoing some changes. He stared helplessly at the bewildered Yaoshi and Daizang. "It's just a game of mahjong. How could you empty the family fortune? Moreover, your comprehension is not at all inferior to that of the 3 teachings' direct disciples. After 3 years of fully understanding the rules of mahjong, didn't you win back some heavenly materials and earthly treasures?" Upon hearing this, Yaoshi felt even more helpless, his brows furrowing in distress. Reporting to master, every time I was unwilling to play, when losing, that Xuandan would deliberately leave some openings. He even brought out the top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Master, you don't know. The feeling of easily obtaining top-grade innate spiritual treasures is simply marvelous. Thus, every time the disciple wishes to win back even more. Daizang also wore a mournful expression, lamenting, "Master, the depths of mahjong are too profound, and my senior brother cannot handle it." Jian and Xuandu exchanged glances, expressions filled with helplessness. As saints, no matter how disregarding of face they were, they would not stoop to asking the younger generation of the Xianmen for favors. Losing is losing, no matter how barren the West is. With some accumulation, they could still recover. Xuandu still felt a bit unwilling and inquired, "In 3 years, did you truly gain nothing?" Yaoshi suddenly raised his head, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "No, master, I have already discerned the core reason for the rapid progress of the Xianmen Dao friends." Xuandu and Jian's expressions brightened at once. "Oh, disciple, please speak quickly." "It is precisely because that Xuandan Dao friend is proficient in alchemy, and the pills he refines are remarkable. These pills have aided the Xianmen comrades immensely, enabling Guang Chengzi and Duo Bao to break through to the Tai golden immortal stage." Yaoshi's response surprised Xuandu and Jian. However, recalling the earlier exposure of Xuandan background in the East Sea Dragon Palace, they soon understood. Coming from the Hongjun Golden Core lineage and having been taught by the Taiqing saint in the art of alchemy, Xuandu turned his eyes, already formulating some ideas in his mind. "Coffee should go find Xuandan and ask for some pills. Losing so much in mahjong, asking for some pills isn't too much to ask." Daizang hesitated a bit, stammering, "Master, the pills refined by Xuandan Dao friend have side effects, just like Guang Chengzi and Duo Bao Dao friend's baldness." As soon as he spoke, Xuandu casually waved his hand, filled with confidence. "Just a minor side effect, what's the big deal? As a saint, I grasp the laws of heaven and earth, holding the authority of the Tao. Eliminating the side effects of the pills would surely be as easy as pie. You all should go and ask for the pills. However, it wouldn't look good to go empty-handed, so take these heavenly materials and earthly treasures with you." Yao Shi and Di Zong exchanged smiles, quickly returning to Xuandan residence with the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. They happened to encounter Guang Qingzi and Duo Bao, who were deeply engrossed in their game of mahjong. Xuandan looked at the two wilted leaks, somewhat puzzled. Perhaps they went to seek the two Western saints to accumulate capital again, intending to launch a counterattack. Yao Shi lowered his posture, took out the heavenly materials and earthly treasures given by the saints, and bowed respectfully. Dao friend, this humble monk comes with sincerity to request pills, and I hope you can agree to it. Xuandan brows furrowed, tightly hesitating. He had received news from his two senior brothers that the two Western saints seemed to want the Western Church to participate in the great competition. Handing the pills to Yao Shi's hands, would that count as aiding the enemy? The originally silent Xuandu, Guang Qingzi, and Duo Bao suddenly brightened up. Guang Qingzi excitedly stood up, sporting a large bald head. Exchange. Junior brother, with your noble character, no matter what, you are still a fellow Taoist. You should give some pills. Duo Bao continued along the lines of the conversation. What brother said is entirely correct. We cannot favor one over the other. A junior brother will certainly agree to the exchange. Xuandan stared at the two bald heads in astonishment, feeling extremely puzzled. Were his two senior brothers having a fit, or what was going on? He hadn't heard of them having any private connections with the disciples of the West. He caught sight of the obscure smiles on his two senior brothers' faces, and the honest Xuandu, who was on the verge of breaking down. Xuandan suddenly realized. He knew that given his senior brother's nature, they were up to no good. No wonder they were speaking favorably toward the Western disciples. They were hiding something sinister. Yao Shi and Di Zong looked at him with grateful eyes, their evaluation of the Xianmen disciples soaring. Truly, as descendants of saints, they were exceptionally virtuous. They felt immensely grateful. Xuandan cleared his throat, pretending to be in a difficult position. Since both senior brothers have said so, this humble Taoist naturally has no reason to refuse. After speaking, he handed over to each of the Tianxing Dan and the Pijing Dan. He had his own thoughts behind the exchange of pills. Apart from Guang Qingzi and Duo Bao requesting pills earlier, he had not seen any of his other fellow disciples come to exchange for pills. Without a market, the pills could not be distributed, and there would be no rewards for return. It was just right to let the Western disciples stimulate them. If they didn't come to request pills, the Western disciples would press them to the ground. If they didn't want to lose face, they could only come to exchange for pills. At the same time, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding. Host gives pills to others, you random reward granted. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward low grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Mo Dao, and low grade, innate spiritual root, the Yunyang fruit tree. Yao Shi and Di Zong were filled with gratitude, deeply moved. All of you fellow Taoists are of great integrity. This humble monk cannot express my gratitude enough. Thank you, all of you. Xuandan suddenly smiled, thinking, look, they still have to say thank you to us. The Western disciples quickly left after receiving the pills. They joyfully returned to the cave mansion prepared for them by the Xianmen to cultivate. Without a moment's hesitation, they swallowed the pills. The rich medicinal power immediately flowed through their limbs and bones. The pressure they exuded became even more robust and magnificent. Yao Shi let out a comfortable sigh. No wonder it's the pill that Xianmen disciples pursue. The medicinal effect is indeed top-notch. If only this medicinal power could be fully refined, breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage would be a piece of cake. With the aid of the pill's effect, the two successfully broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage. Leaving the cave, they exchanged glances, momentarily frozen in place. Their reflections mirrored each other. A muscular figure with a bald head and a cute, naive, lowly face. This abrupt combination appeared exceedingly strange. The West was barren, and the spiritual energy was thinner than in the East. They focused on cultivating their physical bodies, each muscle bulging. Yao Shi and Di Zong simultaneously gasped. While this pill's aftereffects are too strong, it's a bit nauseating. Without needing to say more, they unanimously sought out Xuandan and Jiayin. After all, with two saints intervening, eliminating these side effects would be a piece of cake. They had immense trust in their master. They approached Jiayin and Xuandan. The bizarre appearance made Jiayin unable to help, but close his eyes, unable to bear to look. Xuandan scrutinized his disciples and nephews from top to bottom, taking a deep breath. Hiss. The side effects are quite severe, aren't they? Fear not, with me around, such minor side effects can surely be managed. Let me take action to restore you to your original state. After the passage of a stick of incense, the apothecary and the naive, adorable little girl stared eagerly at Xuandan, yet there was no change whatsoever. Xuandan remained outwardly calm, but his heart was tumultuous. Why can't this poor monk break this side effect? Suddenly Jiayin appeared, puzzled. Why is my junior brother's mouth twitching? In the next moment, his divine thought echoed in his mind. Hurry and help me, senior brother. Jiayin reacted quickly and rushed to help. He was somewhat astonished that his junior brother was unable to break the side effect. The power of a sage should communicate with the laws of heaven and hold the authority of the Tao. How could such a being capable of rewriting the rules fail to dispel even a pill's side effect? After Jiayin intervened, the doubts in his heart were immediately dispelled. Even the combined efforts of two sages yielded no effect. Another stick of incense passed, and the apothecary and the naive little girl with an adorable face asked, "Master, is it really impossible to resolve this?" Xuandan cleared his throat, coughed a couple of times, and replied, without a hint of embarrassment, "What are you talking about? How could I possibly be unable to resolve this? I am just doing this for your benefit. After much contemplation, I believe this appearance will aid in your cultivation. Just look at how Guangqingzi and Duo Bao are also cultivating, aren't they? This is a trial for your hearts, and maintain this posture, and it will be resolved before the great competition. You may go back now." The apothecary and Di Zong exchanged a glance, despair evident on their faces. What difference does it make to go out like this compared to being naked? Having heard the master speak, their faces turned pale as they left. On the way back to their cave dwelling, they were dejected and exhausted. Unexpectedly, a familiar voice rang out behind them. "Why are you two friends leaving so hurriedly? Do you have time today? How about a game of mahjong?" The apothecary and Di Zong instinctively turned around. They saw Guangqingzi and Duo Bao cheerfully catching up to them. "Your progress is truly astonishing. The pills refined by our junior brother the alchemist are indeed marvelous. Today you have already broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage, so you are sure to shine during the great competition." The apothecary and Di Zong were about to respond. However, they keenly noticed the recording stones in the hands of the two. Remembering their own current appearance, the apothecary and Di Zong froze in place. Looking at how they had just broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage, their path to cultivation appeared bright, yet their souls were on the verge of collapse like walking corpses. The apothecary and Di Zong exchanged a glance and chose not to respond any further. In an instant, they transformed into two beams of golden light rushing toward their cave dwelling. Guangqingzi and Duo Bao exchanged smiles. On that day, a piece titled "My Western Muscular Lowly Tao Friend" exploded in popularity throughout Kunlun Mountain. Countless disciples of the three teachings clamored to borrow it. After reading it, their pupils shook and they could no longer contain themselves. The impact of the apothecary and Di Zhang's appearance was no less than that of a beast blocking the road. Guangqingzi and Duo Bao, who were in seclusion within their cave, secretly chuckled. The plan had succeeded, and an even more intense breakout point was about to emerge. No one would pay attention to the two bald heads anymore. The two recording stones that circulated recently also caused many disciples of the three teachings to awaken. Wait, Guangqingzi and Duo Bao clearly took the pills refined by our junior brother the alchemist to end up like this. Now the apothecary and Di Zong of the Western sect have transformed into this appearance. It indeed bears a striking resemblance to the past Huang Long and Xian, indicating that the disciples of the Western sect have already consumed the alchemist's pills. The disciples of the three teachings across Kunlun Mountain suddenly became excited. Everyone wanted to make a name for themselves during the great competition. The time left before the competition was truly limited. Continuing to shut themselves in would yield little progress. The pills refined by the alchemist had evidently become the best choice. How could the dignified disciples of the Eastern sages be outdone by the disciples of the Western sect? Moreover, could it be more embarrassing to lose face than the disciples of the Western sect? When this thought emerged, those who acted swiftly had already begun to take action. In front of the alchemist's mansion, several disciples of the three teachings gathered to seek pills. Accompanied by Qiushou Xian, Jingguang Xian, Lingyixian, and Yuyixian of the Seven Immortals. After offering rare materials, they left happily with the breakthrough pills. Before long, news of the four breaking through was released. Yet Qiushou Xian and the others remained in seclusion and were not seen leaving their cave. This left their fellow disciples hiding with the recording stones near their cave somewhat disappointed. At the same time, this news stimulated the nerves of the other disciples. Almost everyone's mind was occupied by one thought. Eat. The alchemist daily joyfully distributed pills. Previously, when exchanging pills with the disciples of the Western sect, he had envisioned today's scene. Thus, he refined many types of different pills. The smile on the alchemist's face was nearly reaching his ears. Once all the pills were completely distributed, what a terrifying blow it would be. Immersed in the embrace of happiness, unable to extricate himself. Just as the entire Kunlun Mountain was about to fall into a frenzy for pills. Xuandu, however, clenched his fists, his eyes filled with struggle. Both of my junior brothers have already broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage. As the eldest brother of the Xian sect, I cannot fall behind. Everyone is seeking pills from junior brother, and they can set aside their pride for strength. Why can't I? Is face more important than strength? It's just being bald but won't affect your heart's nature. Besides, the little girl has already transformed, having already faced social death once. This time is no big deal. He kept encouraging himself internally. Meanwhile, he moved forward with a demeanor as if he were indifferent to death, heading towards the alchemist's mansion, until he raised his head and saw the gate. Xuandu nodded. As long as I get the pills, I can break through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage. Being bald is nothing. The gate slowly opened, revealing the smiling figure of the alchemist. His heart suddenly began to race. The alchemist stepped forward and grabbed Xuandu's arm. "I've seen your brother come in quickly. Oh, I've prepared the pills for you. I was thinking that if you didn't come I would bring them to you during my free time." Xuandu felt warmth in his heart. "No wonder you are such a good junior brother. You always think of your senior brother for good things. But I also cannot take advantage of you. Oh, let's make an exchange." In the end, Xuandu left joyfully with the bread. Those who needed to seek pills had already made their rounds. Suddenly a voice from the system echoed in the alchemist's mind. "Ding. Congratulations to the host for distributing a massive amount of pills. Random feedback crit. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a crit reward Great Hand Seal of Extermination of Immortals and Demons Upper Grade Innate Spiritual Treasure Long Rainbow Sword." He was immersed in the joy of receiving crit rewards. After the frenzy for pills on Kunlun Mountain passed, the once lively atmosphere suddenly vanished. The entire Kunlun Mountain resembled a deserted land with no traces of the activities of the disciples of the three teachings. Even if someone left the cave, they were cloaked in black robes sneaking about. Countless disciples remained in seclusion within their caves. Kunlun Mountain had regained a tranquility reminiscent of the times when only the three pure ones existed. Xuandan gaze swept back and forth within the system space. A gleam of excitement flickered in his eyes, and his smile radiated with overwhelming joy. The number of critical hit rewards was beyond count. The most noteworthy among them was the divine ability, the Great Hand Seal of Extermination. Just the name alone showcased the immense power of this divine technique. Channeling his own magical power, he drew upon the vast spiritual energy. He condensed a world-shaking hand seal to exterminate, and with Xuandan's robust magical power, he was able to unleash this divine ability to its fullest potential. For him, this was undoubtedly a trump card he kept hidden. With the grand competition approaching, he felt confident despite only being at the golden immortal realm. Next was the divine fire awarded by the system, the true fire of the Taiyin. It was one of the most elite divine fires in the wilderness, originating from the Taiyin star. Formed from the condensation of Taiyin energy, it possessed characteristics of extreme cold, purity, and femininity. It was remarkably effective for refining Yin-type treasures and pills. The Taiyin star was the domain of Changxi and Shihe. If not for the assistance of the system, Xuandan would have to wait until after the calamity of the witch and the demon before trying his luck at the Taiyin star. By activating the burning heaven blaze, he would completely devour this true fire of the Taiyin. His battle power would likely increase by more than threefold. The grand competition gathered the top disciples from the three teachings and the Western sect. Among them were Xuandu, Guangqingzi Duo, Bao the Medicine Master, and Dizong, all of whom were the cream of the crop among their peers. Facing them, Xuandan would find it quite challenging. With these rewards, he finally felt some semblance of confidence. Subsequently, Xuandan took out numerous poisonous substances and spiritual roots, throwing them into the nine-dragon cauldron. He continuously concocted various toxins. This 5-turbid poison can corrupt the body, the heart, and the mind just right to deal with Guangqingzi. The Duo Bao sword formation is a dual threat, using the poison of lawbreaking supplemented by the poison of decaying, which can break their formation and rot their swords. Senior brother Dan, the fire is exceptional. The divine fire can be used to counter the burning heaven blaze, but the golden core path is somewhat tricky. I could try using pill poison. Perhaps I can test it on myself first. My dear senior brothers, I apologize, but since you broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal, I have no choice but to target you fiercely. Afterward, I will help you detoxify. After all, I also want to seize the title. The day of the grand competition soon arrived. Disciples from the three teachings and the Western sect gathered at Kunlun Mountain. Taiqing summoned the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram. The intersection of yin and yang enveloped the vast heavens and earth. The magnificent scene made the disciples' hearts tremble. In an instant, the space was divided, and the surroundings transformed into an endless sea of clouds. In the center stood the colossal arena, harmonizing with the principles of the Taiji Yin-Yang 8 trigrams. The disciples were placed on the arena, looking around where splendid thrones stood throughout the heavens. Xuandan's heart could not help but be shaken. With a mere gesture, one could open a small 1,000 worlds. The power of the saints was truly unfathomable. The Sanqing and the two saints of the West sat upon their thrones, their expressions calm. Xuandan smiled as he gazed at the scene before him, softly saying, "Fellow Taoist, the time is almost here. The other fellow Taoists should be arriving soon, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, an endless rumbling erupted. Accompanied by a sudden resonant chime that trembled this world, two figures resembling the sun descended, radiating endless divine light. Exuding a scorching might, their eyes displayed the indifference and pressure of royalty. Dressed in a purple gold robe and adorned with a crown, it seemed as if stars were revolving around them, following the rules. The latter appeared even more indifferent, emanating a chilling, murderous intent. Supporting a black ancient bell, he stood proudly here, slightly arrogant. They bowed towards the Sanqing and the two saints of the West before directly taking their seats. Countless disciples gasped, utterly astonished. It's Emperor Jun, the demon emperor who established the demon court, and Dong Huang Tai. Exuding such pressure, they must be extremely formidable even among the Quasi Saints. However, Xuandan keenly noticed that the gazes of the two lingered on him for a moment. Emperor Jun raised an eyebrow glancing at Xuandan, thinking to himself, the roots of the primordial golden core too bad, he is a disciple of Taiqing. Otherwise he could surely assist me in advancing further. Before everyone could calm down, a fruit tree suddenly shot up into the sky. Countless fruits resembling infants hung from the tree. Simultaneously, the illusion of a dense forest emerged around, blurring the line between reality and dream. The newcomer, wearing a brown robe, held a brown book and had a benevolent expression. Suddenly crimson clouds enveloped much of the sky. Then a young man in a red robe brimming with smiles appeared. They too performed a bow and then took their seats. Emperor Jun and Tai's gazes towards the young man in the red robe bore a slight hint of aggression. The Sanxiao, originally transformed from clouds, sensed something and exclaimed, "It's ancestor Hongjun. It's said that he possesses the primal purple chi. Is he about to break through to the saint fruit position? And that is Zhen Yuanzi, the ancestor of the earth immortals." Xuandan stared at the returning Zhen Yuanzi and ancestor Hongjun. One was the unfortunate one who had his ginseng fruit tree overturned during the journey to the West Calamity. The other was the unfortunate one who could not become a saint despite obtaining the primal purple chi and lost his life. He noticed that the gazes of both also lingered on him. Hiss. Back when the Dragon Palace broke through to the Golden Immortal, this root of my primordial golden core seems to have gained attention not just from the East Sea, but from all the great powers in the wilderness. At this moment, Xuandan finally realized the significance of the situation. He wondered if anyone would dare to take action against him. Nevertheless, he certainly had to be cautious. Nearby, the old ancestor of the River of Souls was accompanied by a surging sea of blood with wailing fierce ghosts. Meanwhile, two unparalleled swords filled with endless killing intent were carried on his back. Surrounded by celestial energy, the West Queen Mother displayed noble grace in every movement, exuding the majesty of the supreme female immortal. The great powers of the Quasi-Saint realm from the wilderness had all arrived. Finally, there was the Saint Nuwa, surrounded by a colorful divine light. Dressed in a plain palace gown, her eyes swept over the crowd with great compassion. She was the first to become a saint in the wilderness and was also the mother of the human race. The previously seated Quasi-Saints all stood up, respectfully bowing. The many disciples standing on the arena were no exception. "We have seen the Saint Nuwa." Saint Nuwa revealed a kind smile, gently waving her hand. Everyone suddenly felt a force of rules lifting them up. "You all may rise." Her gaze also lingered on Xuandan for a moment, a flash of surprise crossing her eyes. The primordial golden core, how could it possess such fortune and contain such power? The 6 saints gathered alongside the remaining dozens of Quasi-Saints, nearly consolidating the top combat strength of the wilderness. Taiqing looked around, seeing that everything was ready, and slowly began to speak. "We have established our sect for quite some time. Today we hold this grand event for the disciples of the 4 teachings to compete against each other, to learn from one another and assist in their cultivation." The many disciples present respectfully bowed. "We shall diligently follow the teachings of the saints." Taiqing nodded slightly and continued. "In the first round of competition, we shall assess the combat power of the disciples from the 4 teachings. The top 10 disciples of the 4 teachings will receive rewards bestowed upon them by us 5 working together." Upon hearing this, the disciples of the 4 teachings present felt their breaths become heavier. Rewards bestowed by the 5 saints. Just thinking about it, one could tell the benefits were countless. Taiqing teased them, not revealing what the rewards were, but continued. "However, there are many disciples from the GS sect. Those who wish to participate may register voluntarily, while those who do not will be considered to have forfeited. Each will draw lots. The fighting process will be fair, just, and open. You may begin drawing lots now. Of those from the GS sect who forfeit do not need to draw lots." After speaking, a piece of white paper appeared before all the disciples present. As long as they placed their hands on it, corresponding immortal seals would appear. Those with the same immortal seal would compete against each other. The personally taught disciples of the GS sect, including Zhao Gongming, Sanxiao, the 7 fairies, and Yin Zhongxian, were all filled with confidence as they directly grasped the white paper. Xuandan hesitated no longer and reached out to lightly touch the white paper. He saw a black immortal seal emerge on the paper, and a name leaped onto it, causing Xuandan's expression to freeze. Jia Yi. And Xuandan stared intently at the immortal script that shimmered into existence upon the white parchment. And before he could scan his surroundings in search of his destined rival, Laozi, standing atop the elevated dais, gently raised his hand. The disciples who had been glancing about in anticipation were instantly whisked beyond the arena's boundary and seated among the spectators. Only Xuandan and a young man clad in a crimson robe remained upon the martial platform. Per the rules, Jia Yi shall step forth first. And Xuandan appraised the red-robed youth from head to toe, then offered a faint, composed smile. "In, Xuandan of the Rinjiao sect, your humble servant. I beg your instruction." Disciple Luo Xian of the Jiejiao sect's outer court. and the youth stood tall and proud, radiating unshakable confidence. In Yuyixian, his very first opponent was him, a legendary figure from the investiture of the gods famed across the realms for his extraordinary prowess. Inborn from primordial fire essence, he possessed innate, unparalleled talent. A master of fire-aligned arts techniques and divine artifacts, nay, would ultimately be in theft as the divine lord of the southern three-chi fire virtue star. Nas Xuandan recalled these details. A sharp, incisive light flickered within his eyes. Fire-aligned techniques. Was this not walking straight into the jaws of destiny? It seemed his opening match required no further revelation of his true capabilities. From his celestial throne, Tongtian wore a look of quiet sovereign pride. This youth ranks among the most promising disciples of the Zhejiao sect's outer court. Ni's talent and temperament are both exceptional. He has already reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Senior brother Xuandan excels in alchemy and poison arts, whereas Yuyixian commands overwhelming mastery over fire. I fear Xuandan may find himself in grave peril, and that Tongtian would single him out for such praise spoke volumes. Instantly, Emperor Jun's attention sharpened. Ni's gaze settled upon Yuyixian, his expression tinged with curiosity. To specialize so profoundly in the great Tao of fire, truly worthy of a sage's lineage. Even an outer disciple wields such formidable power. Upon the arena, Yuyixian's eyes blazed with luminous intensity. Brother, forgive my impertinence. I owe this breakthrough entirely to your elixirs. I could never have grasped this technique without them. I shall grant you a dignified contest. No sooner had the words left his lips than he sealed a mystic seal, primordial spiritual fire coiling around his form like living serpents. With each step, lotus blossoms of flame bloomed beneath his feet, drifting outward in radiant waves. Midair, the blossoms transformed into fiery crows, wings beating, feathers shimmering, vivid and alive. Behind him floated the primordial divine treasure, the myriad crow vessel. In his hand, a spirit-forged sword erupted with a torrent of blazing fire gripped firmly in his palm. Mist and smoke billowed across 10,000 li, veiling his true form. From his exalted seat, Dongwang Tai allowed a subtle, appreciative smile to surface. Most intriguing, blessed with profound fortune, he wields a primordial divine treasure from the very outset. His comprehension of the great Tao of fire is truly remarkable. Excellent, excellent indeed. For one of the supreme paragons, on the cusp of true sovereignty, to offer such commendation one was testament to Yuyixian's extraordinary brilliance. Behold, his form shifted ceaselessly as he channeled his full cultivation energy. He summoned the primordial divine treasure, the five-dragon wheel. Instantly 5 colossal fire dragons spiraled upward into the heavens. 10,000 li of mist and smoke surged across the earth. 5 dragons soared through the azure vault. Blades wreathed in flame carved rivers of fire. The myriad crow vessel unleashed a sky ablaze with primordial fire. In an instant, the entire arena trembled under overwhelming might. The air seared heat, climbing relentlessly. An ordinary golden immortal would suffocate here, reduced to ash before drawing breath. Veiled within the swirling mists, Yuyixian permitted himself a faint, confident smile. For this grand contest I have prepared for over 10,000 years. Forgive me, brother. Na legion of fiery crows descended like a blazing tempest. Simultaneously, the 5 fire dragons roared forward, claws bared and fangs bared. Ni's sword slashed, summoning thousands of fire serpents, concealing every possible avenue of escape, utterly locking Xuandan within a cage of infernal certainty. Duobao, observing from the stands, wore an expression of genuine astonishment. Fortunate I've ascended to the Tai realm. If I'd faced this onslaught as a mere golden immortal, even I would find it perilous. How then will brother Xuandan respond? All present bore witness to Yuyixian's performance, flawless, awe-inspiring. Among all golden immortal disciples assembled, he ranked indisputably among the foremost. By contrast, Xuandan had broken through less than 10,000 years ago, and at the moment of his countermove, every eye in the arena locked upon him. What would the scion of the Hongjun Golden Core and direct disciple of the supreme Sage Taiqing now unveil? Xuandan remained utterly unruffled, unmoved by the cataclysmic assault descending upon him. He simply extended a finger, and the fiery crow hovering inches from his face froze midair, suspended in absolute stillness. The sudden reversal struck Yuyixian dumbfounded. Impossible. Again, he swung the fiend sword, unleashing a heaven-scorching sword aura. The 5 fire dragons answered with deafening roars. Scorching waves pulsed outward in all directions, yet none could breach the tranquil space surrounding Xuandan. Yuyixian's pupils contracted sharply, beads of cold sweat glistened upon his brow. Primordial spiritual fire, ranked among the supreme divine flames of the Primordial Chaos, augmented by 3 primordial divine treasures aligned with fire, channeling the very laws of heaven and earth. How does brother withstand this? Before his thoughts could coalesce, Xuandan sealed a mystic seal, and the fire-aligned cosmic principles themselves bent toward his will. From his palm a lotus of flame slowly unfurled. Naviri wisp of primordial spiritual fire in the vicinity trembled violently. Nas if trembling in reverence before the lotus cradled in Xuandan's hand. Within 3 heartbeats the flaming lotus expanded across 10,000 li, hovering sovereignly above the heavens, emanating the frigid austerity of the Taiyin true flame, the regenerative vitality of the nirvana divine flame, the profound mystery of the 9 heavens mystic flame, and the searing purity of the samadhi true flame. 10,000 li of mist and smoke, countless fiery crows, and the 5 fire dragons, all vanished consumed by the lotus. Yuyixian reappeared exposed, and pale, his face etched with raw disbelief. In that instant Xuandan astounded the assembly. In both Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai wore expressions of startled wonder. Elder brother, did I perceive correctly? This lotus flame subtly suppresses even the sunfire itself. So did I? It devours all flames, refines the imperial flame. What an extraordinary art! Xuandan abruptly swept his arm forward, his countenance grave and resolute. A pillar of incinerating heaven-rending flame erupted from the heavens, surging downward with unstoppable force to subdue Luoxian within its core. Nearing the next breath in, Luoxian materialized upon the spectators' terrace. He remained motionless, dazed, only gradually registering the shift in his surroundings. It was the arena's protective formation that had sensed mortal danger and instantly teleported him to safety. Luoxian watched as Xuandan, standing serene upon the arena, retracted the incinerating flame. A bitter smile crossed his lips. He shook his head and sighed deeply. This brother's artistry surpasses mine utterly. In such a divine flame, perhaps it is the ultimate zenith of the Tao of fire I have pursued all my life. His gaze burned fiercely, admiration and humility mingling in his eyes. And the admiration flared because in Xuandan he beheld the very essence he had long sought. To fuse 10,000 flames, ascend as the sovereign of fire. And the humility arose because, after cultivating the Tao of fire for tens of thousands of years, he fell so far short of Xuandan. A tumult of emotions swelled within him. Ni's fellow disciples hearing these words stood stunned in silence. Guang Qingzi in particular fixed Xuandan with an intense awestruck stare, and murmured half to himself. We only ever saw our younger brother refining pills and secluding himself in cultivation, never imagining such depth lay hidden beneath. Duobao's expression grew markedly solemn. This artistry ranks among the supreme techniques of the Primordial Chaos, and happens to perfectly counter Luoxian. His defeat is neither shameful nor unjust. A flicker of unease stirred within him. If he were to face Xuandan, that same divine flame would pose a dire threat. In the incinerating heaven-scorching flame, its very emergence had shaken the heavens. Foremost among those astonished were the 2 sovereigns born of the Sun Star. In a magnificent art indeed. Should our Jinwu clan confront him, 3/10 of our strength would vanish before we even raise a hand. Luoxian is already peerless among his generation, unrivaled beyond Kunlun Mountain. Yet here on Kunlun he falls in his very first match. Are the sage's direct disciples truly all so prodigious? Xinyuanzi, Hongjun, and Mingyi, the paragon-level cultivators, exchanged hushed, marveling glances. Tong Tian cleared his throat softly, effectively retracting his earlier remarks. And among the sages, the 2 Western sages exchanged a glance, their eyes wide with undisguised shock. The Eastern lands teem with extraordinary talents, true gems of the world. Xuandan possesses an unparalleled origin and peerless artistry. Taiqing has concealed this disciple most skillfully indeed. Laozi's countenance must now shine with boundless glory. And the 2 sages cast a discreet glance toward Laozi, who though perpetually austere and unsmiling now wore a serene knowing smile, as if all had unfolded precisely as foreseen. Yet even within his own heart surprise stirred. When had his disciple mastered such astonishing artistry? And had he concealed it all this time, merely awaiting the perfect moment to thunder forth? Beneath a sea of fervent, admiring gazes, Xuandan descended from the arena with a gentle smile, returning to the spectator zone. And within his heart swelled with quiet elation. Fortunate indeed that his opponent was Luoxian, whose fire artistry was perfectly countered by the incinerating heaven-scorching flame, sparing him from revealing further secrets. He greeted his congratulating senior brothers with warm smiles and a gentle nod. Rest assured, brothers, surprises await you all in due time. The first clash between Xuandan and Luoxian concluded. Their performances drew repeated praise from numerous disciples of the sages and great powers of the Primordial Chaos. Xuandan in particular stood out most. His divine ability, scorching heaven-blazing flame, stunned the assembly, prompting discussions among quasi-sages. It also heightened anticipation for the upcoming matches. Next came Jinling Xingmu of the Jie sect versus Nanji Xianwang, an outer disciple of the Chan sect. Jinling emerged victorious. Her sword art captivated Mingyi, a quasi-sage present who could not help but exclaim, truly worthy of being Tongtian Taoist disciple. She has indeed inherited a measure of his authentic legacy. Sihong Taoist of the Chan sect then faced Jin Guangxian, one of the 7 attendant immortals of the Jia sect. Sihong prevailed, summoning the supreme innate spirit treasure, the jade pure vase, containing the triple light divine water. The power it manifested earned repeated nods of approval from Xuanzi. The remaining contests, though less dazzling than Xuandan and Luoxian's opening duel, were still commendable, each revealing the formidable strength of the sage's disciples. Then Yu Dingjinren of the Chan sect stepped onto the arena. Yuanshi Tianzuan could not suppress a smile. Yu Ding's origin was extraordinary. He had taken form from one of Pangu's teeth, blessed with innate supremacy. At the peak of the golden immortal realm, his mastery of spells and divine abilities had reached consummate perfection. Among all Chan sect disciples, he ranked among the top 3 in combat prowess. Yuanshi naturally held full confidence in Yu Dingjinren. His opponent was Zhao Gongming, the senior outer disciple of the Jia sect at the late golden immortal stage, wielding the supreme innate spirit treasure, the 24 sea-stabilizing pearl beads. Instantly, the sea-stabilizing pearls were cast forth, sealing every path to escape for Yu Dingjinren. Simultaneously, Zhao Gongming invoked the law of water, summoning colossal tidal waves. 1,000 Jun pressure crashed down upon Yu Dingjinren. Though he bore several divine abilities, he succumbed to defeat in less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn. When Yu Dingjinren returned to the observation pavilion, his face was etched with profound disappointment. Zhao Gongming's fierce, unrelenting offensive spirit earned approving nods from the assembled quasi-sages. Equally impressive was his mastery of the 24 sea-stabilizing pearl beads, executed to absolute perfection. Yuanshi Tianzuan's brows knotted tightly, his expression dimmed slightly. This disciple, Yu Ding, I personally instructed in Taoist teachings, cultivating him to the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Yet against a latest-stage golden immortal of the Jia sect, he fell so easily. The gulf in true life-and-death combat proves astonishingly vast. Tongtian, overhearing his elder brother's murmuring, replied calmly, within my Jia sect, be it inner or outer disciples, I exercise only limited restraint. Elder brother often remarks that the Jia sect's outer disciples are prone to rivalry and contention, but this is not wholly undesirable. The renowned disciples of my outer sect have earned their reputations through genuine hard-won battles. Take the 3 Shao sisters, revered as the 3 Shao matriarchs, Zhao Gongming's senior outer disciple, Luoxian, the flame-embodying immortal. Each possesses formidable strength forged by abundant experience in mortal combat. In contrast, your Chan sect's juniors remain deficient in such life-or-death experience. In the Primordial Chaos, the law is clear: the strong devour the weak, and supremacy commands all. Relying solely on the prestige of being a sage's disciple may grant them smooth passage for a time, but can we shield them forever? A measured release may well be the wiser course. Yuanshi nodded faintly, his brow still furrowed in quiet contemplation. After the first round concluded, expressions of lingering fascination lingered upon the faces of the quasi-sages present. Nuwa smiled warmly and said, esteemed Taoist friends, you have indeed taken on exceptional disciples. Each holds the potential to become a great power in the Primordial Chaos. Her endorsement, coming from a fellow sage, brought evident pride to the faces of the 3 pure ones and the 2 Western sages. Suddenly, Yuanshi Tianzuan stepped forward. In an instant, his figure appeared above the arena. Countless gazes converged upon him. With a casual gesture, he sent down a crimson radiance, and before the empty platform, a boundless sea of flame erupted. The flames flickered with eerie luminescence, seemingly capable of unsettling the soul itself. Many quasi-sages and disciples exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Yuanshi's intent. Smiling, Yuanshi addressed the assembly. The first round has ended. To continue with ordinary duels alone would grow tedious. The fire I have summoned is called the heart-forging divine flame. As its name implies, it harms no physical form. It forges the Tao heart. Those whose Tao hearts waver shall be disqualified. You shall now contend upon this arena, not only to test your martial might, but to temper your Tao hearts. Nuwa smiled gently and inclined her head. Elder brother's approach is profoundly insightful. Cultivation is the harmonious refinement of heart and method, clarifying the self to attain the great Tao. Mere cultivation level cannot reveal the true ceiling of a cultivator. This innovation is most auspicious. The other quasi-sages too turned curious eyes toward the blazing arena. Taiqing sage waved his hand, and before each disciple in the observation pavilion, a sheet of white paper materialized. The second round's draw was about to begin. Xuandan reached out and grasped the sheet. Immortal script shimmered into view. Bing 3. Glancing left and right, he caught Tai Jinren smiling directly at him. Simultaneously, Tai raised his own sheet, also inscribed with Bing 3. Once opponents located one another, the papers dissolved into the wind. As Bing 3, Xuandan still had some time before his match. First to enter the arena was Yaoshi of the Western teaching, facing Yuyixian, the foremost of the 7 attendant immortals. The moment they stepped onto the platform, the heart-forging divine flame roared fiercely. Yuyixian frowned, faintly sensing a subtle thread tugging at his Dao heart. Yaoshi, by contrast, remained perfectly composed, utterly unruffled. Battle erupted instantly. Yuyixian transformed into the sovereign of thunder, commanding celestial lightning to descend. Yaoshi summoned his 10,000-foot golden body, and a Buddha's silhouette coalesced around him. Mid-combat, Yuyixian felt his Dao heart increasingly unsettled, his inner calm fraying, his urgency mounting to end the fight swiftly. The thunderbolts he unleashed grew ever more devastating in destructive might. Yaoshi mostly adopted a defensive stance, evading rather than engaging, retreating to advance. His gaze remained fixed unwaveringly upon Yuyixian. The heart-forging divine flame seemed utterly powerless against him. One conviction burned bright in his mind: victory, to revitalize the Western teaching. Faced with increasingly frenzied and relentless assaults, Yaoshi's expression hardened. He ceased retreating, and his 10,000-foot golden body suddenly surged to cosmic scale. A colossal, universe-subduing hand seal descended from the primordial void. Yuyixian stood aloft in the heavens, his thunder-wreathed form trembling faintly. He lifted his gaze to the sky-obscuring Buddha seal, and within terror surged. Agitation overwhelmed him, his techniques faltered, his composure shattered. I am the foremost of the 7 attendant immortals. How could I possibly lose to a disciple of the Western teaching? In an instant he was crushed beneath the Buddha seal and defeated. Pride bloomed across the faces of the 2 Western sages. They stood tall, radiant with triumph. Even Xuandan could not resist exclaiming. To comprehend new divine arts amid the heart-forging divine flame, his Dao heart is truly unshakable. This disciple of the Western teaching possesses a Dao heart of rare, compelling fortitude. Yuyixian, transported back to the observation pavilion after his defeat, regained full clarity. His agitated heart stilled abruptly. Gazing upon Yaoshi, now the center of universal attention, he shook his head in resignation, his expression heavy with shame. Other matches followed. Bai Xiao and Yun Xiao met in combat. Equally matched in strength, yet Bai Xiao's temperament lacked sufficient steadiness, placing her slightly behind. In the contest between Wen Shu and Pu Xian of the Chan sect, Pu Xian fell short, due to inferior cultivation. The matches progressed swiftly, clean, decisive, without a trace of hesitation. The spectacle held the quasi-sages spellbound. When a disciple performed exceptionally, they withheld no praise. Then came the turn of Bing 3. Once again Xuandan stood upon the arena, bathed in the rapt gaze of 10,000 eyes. Xuandan and the true Mantai appeared simultaneously. Countless gazes converged upon the 2 of them, all eager for Xuandan to bring forth a divine ability even stronger than the fiery flame of destruction. They also hoped to witness the surprises that true Mantai could deliver, surpassing Xuandan. True Mantai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, wielding a celestial sword, a mysterious smile gracing his face as his robes fluttered. After both of them performed a bow of respect, true Mantai suddenly swung his celestial sword. The surrounding spiritual energy instantly surged forth, and a chilling sword intent shot straight into the vast skies. This drew an intrigued smile from the old ancestor of the underworld river. It is said that Taoist Hongjun's swordsmanship is unparalleled. I never expected that Taoist Yuan Shi's disciple could comprehend such sword intent as well. Yuan Shi's lips curled slightly upwards, although he remarked that it was nothing noteworthy. True Mantai continued to wield his sword with a smile, saying, "Junior brother, I must thank you. If it weren't for your assistance with the Tianqin pill, I fear I would take tens of thousands of years to comprehend this sword technique. Today you have fallen beneath my sword. After the competition concludes, I shall personally compensate you." His words brimmed with confidence regarding his sword technique, practically guaranteeing victory. Countless celestial patterns coalesced and soared into the sky, transforming into silver beams of light, shooting towards the heavens. The heavens resonated with this display. Xuandan raised an eyebrow, his expression showing a hint of surprise. Tai had actually reached the state of unity, with heaven and man grasping the rules and drawing upon the 3,000 Dao rhythms with his sword energy. Sword energy fell from the firmament, moving like thunder with Dao rhythms swirling. It trailed behind like a long rainbow spanning tens of thousands of miles, akin to a star river hanging in the sky. It seemed as though the heavens were cleaved in two, piercing through all laws of the universe. The chilling sword energy surged forward. Onlookers, including Duobao, were captivated, their eyes sparkling. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Junior brother possesses such talent in swordsmanship, hiding it so well. Xuandan manifested the fiery flame of destruction in his hand, his expression pensive and grave as countless powerful gazes converged upon him. Without any restraining effects this time, could Xuandan create miracles again using the fiery flame of destruction, just as the powerful beings anticipated this. Xuandan suddenly made a move, summoning a treasure. Two phoenix phantoms soared against the heavens, simultaneously emitting sharp cries. Boom. The sword energy descended, stirring up rolling dust clouds, and countless powerful beings strained their eyes, eager to know if Xuandan would fall beneath this sword energy. True Mantai stood tall and proud, a confident smile upon his face. I have comprehended this sword for 1,000 years. This is my most powerful strike. It should be over now. As his words fell, the dust settled, revealing the exquisite, innate spirit treasure, the 9 heavens cloud phoenix chariot, standing firm. The sword energy was blocked by the treasure, and Xuandan remained unscathed within. It must be noted that the celestial sword in his hand was also exceptional, failing to inflict any damage on the 9 heavens cloud phoenix chariot. This demonstrated that Xuandan was indeed formidable in the refinement of treasures. What he did not know was that a significant portion of the cultivation rewards from the Xuandan system had been used by him to refine treasures. The level of refinement of these treasures was comparable to theirs after over 100,000 years. How could it not be strong? The expressions of the numerous powerful beings present varied. Within the 9 heavens cloud phoenix chariot, Xuandan was unexpectedly using the fiery flame of destruction to devour and absorb the heart-refining divine fire. Was your solemn expression due to the dilemma of whether to devour the divine fire in front of so many people? The corners of many Quaesissaints' mouths twitched. This child indeed has some ideas. Under the heart-refining divine fire, he disregards all of us solely to strengthen his divine abilities. One could say his Tao heart is steadfast. No one expected Xuandan to cease fighting and begin refining the divine fire. The noisy sounds reached the ears of the 3 pure ones. Tianzun stared at the bizarre scene, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He turned to look at Laozi, only to find Laozi had directly turned his head away. With a look of not wanting to witness Xuandan, yet unable to suppress a smile at the corner of his lips, this disciple of his is indeed capable of surprising people. Tianzun. All right, the senior brother is not handling this. He must stabilize the situation. Watching Xuandan, he was unsure how long it would take to complete the refinement. Tianzun cleared his throat. To draw the gazes of those around to himself, he waved his hand, and the original platform was split in two. The remaining disciples shall continue to compete in order. The disciples present regained their senses. On the platform, True Mantai looked at Xuandan, who had retreated into the 9 heavens cloud phoenix chariot, feeling quite troubled. He knew very well how formidable the defensive capabilities of the 9 heavens cloud phoenix chariot were. Junior brother, what skill is it to hide inside the 9 heavens cloud phoenix chariot? Come out. He immediately brandished his sword, unleashing various sword techniques, each strike landing on the 9 heavens cloud phoenix chariot, yet it was utterly ineffective. The hearts of the other disciples understood. Clearly this was a protracted tug-of-war. For the saints and Quaesissaints present to witness such a clash was truly dull. The competitions of the other disciples immediately attracted the attention of the powerful beings. Zhao Gongming continued to triumph over his fellow disciple Qiong Xiao with a formidable demeanor. Tongshan's face immediately revealed an uncontrollable smile. Next, disciples from various sects exhibited their divine abilities. The Dragonhead Immortal fell to the hands of Wenshu. The Lingya Immortal among the 7 immortals fell to the hands of Zihong. Their strength and combat experience were undoubtedly superior to the disciples of the Chan sect. Coming from the outer sect, and holding a notable reputation, they all possessed real strength. Yet they were no match for the Chan sect disciples. Most could not withstand even a slight manipulation of the heart-refining divine fire, resulting in their Tao hearts shattering. Their fighting spirit was somewhat excessive, leading to reckless actions and unstable emotions. With just a slight exertion of the heart-refining divine fire, the disciples of the GS sect could no longer bear it. Tongshan's original smile became stiff on his face, gradually darkening. Ever since the heart-refining divine fire appeared on the platform, the performance of the outer disciples of the GS sect had become somewhat unbearable. Most of them exhibited vulnerabilities in their hearts. If that were the case, it would be fine, as some were even on the verge of falling into demonic madness. Tong Tian watched the perilous scenes, unable to help but furrow his brow. Junior brother, while great strength is admirable, if one lacks composure and a steadfast Tao heart, it is difficult to achieve great things. Yuanshi sighed, lightly relaying this to Tong Tian. The performance of the GS sect plunged Tong Tian into deep thought. The competitions of many disciples quickly concluded. After some time, Xuandan, within the 9 heavens cloud phoenix chariot, finally succeeded in devouring the heart-refining divine fire. By integrating the strengths of various schools, he compensated for his own shortcomings. Xuandan fiery flame of destruction gained the refinement power of the heart-refining divine fire. A joyful smile emerged on his face. One must say the heart-refining divine fire is indeed the product of Tianzun's alchemy. The laws understood by a saint are truly difficult to refine, consuming a significant amount of time. Without the slightest hesitation, he once again summoned the fiery flame of destruction, stowed away the 9 heavens cloud phoenix chariot, and laughed heartily. I've kept my senior brother waiting. Now let me see who shall emerge victorious. True Man Tai on the stand could not help but turn his head away, covering his face. Many Quasi-Saints displayed intrigued expressions fixated on Xuandan. Upon seeing True Man Tai's figure, Xuandan was momentarily taken aback. The somewhat helpless voice of Yuan Shi Tianzun suddenly rang out. Do not linger on the platform, hurry back to the stand, and prepare for the third round of competition. Only after leaving the platform did Xuandan realize that True Man Tai's Dao heart had cracked, signifying he had already lost. One could only say that True Man Tai was indeed unfortunate to encounter Xuandan. No means employed could breach the defenses of the Nine Heavens Cloud Phoenix Chariot. He was naturally competitive by nature. Xuandan stood undefeated, thus his Dao heart was in turmoil. Yuan Shi cast a glance at True Man Tai and secretly transmitted his voice. I previously mentioned your lack of composure. Do you understand now? Having recognized your shortcomings, you should focus on your cultivation in the future. Do not be disheartened. Under the comparison of strength and the tempering of the Dao heart, the remaining disciples number very few. The teachings of the human sect include Xuandu and Xuandan. The teachings of the Chan sect include Guangqingzi Huang Longjunren Cihang Doran and Daoxing Tianzuan. The teachings of the Jie sect include Duo Bao Wu Dang Jin Ling, Zhao Gongming Yunxiao Yuyixian and Jin Guxian. The Western sect includes Yaoshi and Dizong. In total, fewer than 30 disciples participated in the grand competition. Just as all the powerful beings were looking forward to the next bout, Xuanti, who had remained silent all along, suddenly stood up. All eyes in the room fell upon him, mixed with a hint of confusion. Xuanti smiled at Yuan Shi. Previously, Yu Dao friend Yuan Shi set up the heart-refining divine fire to compare the Dao hearts of the disciples. I happen to feel something, and also wish to propose a clever method of competition, Tong Tian said directly. Dao friend, please do not keep us in suspense, but elaborate on it. Xuanti continued to smile as he explained. In the wilderness of the primordial age, while realms and Dao hearts are certainly important, there are also other extremely important conditions. For example, earlier Xuandan won by clever means, and at the same time witnessing the heart-refining divine fire was an opportunity, allowing him to directly refine it within his vehicle. Xuandan, seated in the observation area, suddenly attracted a wave of gazes. At the same time, his heart was somewhat puzzled. What does it mean to suddenly bring me into this? Next, let us compare comprehension, talent, and wisdom. Adding in the earlier combat power and Dao heart, these are all essential conditions on the path to success. As soon as his voice fell, Yuan Shi's expression subtly changed. He scrutinized Xuanti, contemplating inwardly. Indeed, Xuanti is still this way. Knowing that if the competition continued, his disciple would not have the advantage, he sought to compare perseverance and comprehension. After all, the West is a barren land composed of individuals with great perseverance. Jieyin and Xuanti are often labeled as possessing great wisdom and great perseverance. Without top-notch comprehension, one would not take a different path and deviate from the orthodox teachings of the Xianmen to establish the Western sect and attain enlightenment. Therefore, the third round of competition actually leans somewhat towards Yaoshi and Dizong in certain aspects. However, what Xuanti said made sense, and the Sanqing did not elaborate further. It was originally 3 trials, and only those who achieve perfection would win the top ranks, which is the true fairness. Xuanti waved his hand casually, and a blue light flickered, transforming into the diagram of heaven and earth transformation that fell before the disciples. The Western Earth's veins are shattered. This monk has traveled through endless primordial gatherings, gathering fragments of stars, remnants of earth veins, and water veins. With the Western holy methods having had insights, this diagram of heaven and earth transformation has been condensed. Xuandan curiously stared at the star-falling diagram before him. The Tao rhythm emanating from it was exceptionally rich. The West is shattered with fragments of various substantial laws scattered. Now it seems that it should have been collected by Xuanti, who comprehended its profound meaning. You all need to rely on your own understanding of the great Tao to unravel the different chess games of heaven and earth. 3,000 great paths, what is seen is all different, yet the difficulty remains the same. Different Taoists can unlock the same chess games, primarily dependent on comprehension, wisdom, and perseverance. Xuandan stared at the continuously transforming chess game, nodding slightly. One can only say that it is worthy of the Western saint possessing perseverance. To be able to gain insight into such a chess game of heaven and earth is indeed a testament to the saint's wisdom. Xuanti continued, after unlocking the chess game, one will naturally enter the next chess game of heaven and earth. There are a total of 129,600 chess games, if all can be unraveled. It would indicate that on the steadfast path one is pursuing, one has already attained the understanding of the Deluo Golden Immortal. As soon as his voice fell, it instantly made the disciples preparing for the competition shine with excitement. They believed their understanding of the great Tao far exceeded their own realm. However, they were unaware of how far they had reached. This chess game of heaven and earth was simply the best verification. However, these 129,600 games indeed surprised many. The process of simultaneously unraveling the chess games is a competition, and it is also an opportunity that will allow you all to deepen your understanding of the Great Tao. As long as there is sufficient comprehension and steadfast perseverance, breaking through the chess games will lead to rewards. The 8 individuals who unlock the most chess games may enter the next round of competition. Do you have any questions? The many disciples present preparing for the trials all responded confidently with respectful bows. In response to the saint, we understand the rules. Having said that, Xuandu suddenly let go and the chess game coalesced. Then let us begin. Xuandan's eyes suddenly filled with countless black and white pieces. At the same time, the surrounding starlight twinkled and the Tao rhythm flowed. The pieces on the chessboard were all transformed by the rules. With just a glance, he completely saw through the first round. Without pausing, he broke through the first chess game in less than 3 breaths. The many quasi saints and saints observing were also captivated by this chess game of heaven and earth. Tong Tian's gaze fell upon Duo Bao as he asked Xuandu beside him, "How do the difficulty and realm of this chess game correspond? Please share." This monk's chess game consists of 129,600 games, with 80,000 being the watershed for golden immortals. If one can break, this monk's chess game consists of 129,600 games, with 80,000 being the watershed for golden immortals. If one can break through 80,000 games, it indicates that this individual has achieved a state of consummate understanding of the golden immortals' great Tao. The difficulty of the first 80,000 games increases only slightly, but from the 80,000th game onward, the difficulty will rise every 1,000 games. As I mentioned earlier, the chess game of heaven and earth not only tests wisdom and comprehension, but also perseverance. How far one can go depends entirely on oneself. Everyone nodded their gazes, scanning the participating disciples in attendance. Jie observed his 2 juniors calm and composed with stable breaths. He couldn't help but show a joyful smile, feeling pleased inside. Tong Tian's gaze shifted back and forth between Duo Bao and Zhao Gongming. His lips were nearly stretched to his ears as he patted Yuan Shi's shoulder. Look, Duo Bao's moves in the chess game haven't stopped. Such comprehension, tsk. Yuan Shi glanced helplessly at his brother, who showed no signs of composure. His gaze swept back and forth over the remaining 4 disciples of the Chan sect. Earlier, this monk personally lectured Guang Qingzi, filling in his shortcomings. It seems to have worked wonders. Huang Long has accumulated much and now appears stable. After experiencing the Dragon Palace events, his temperament has improved a lot. Sihong surprisingly possesses such perseverance, remaining unperturbed by honor or disgrace. He will require more attention in the future. Earlier, I did not expect Daoxing Tianzun's comprehension to be exceptional, and it truly surprised me. He looked at his disciples, growing increasingly satisfied. The quasi saints were also discussing with friends, each having their favored participating disciple. The 80,000 games of the chess game of heaven and earth were soon broken, with Duo Bao taking the lead. Ming He pointed at Duo Bao and said with a smile, making moves without regret, not pausing for a moment, "This monk enjoys this kind of confident junior." Tong Tian laughed out loud, saying with a grin, "As expected of Dao friend Ming, you have a good eye." Naturally, the one attracting the most attention was Xuandan, who had the Hunyuan golden core. Until everyone's gaze fell upon him, each person wore a look of astonishment. Unexpectedly, Xuandan was actually the last disciple to unravel the 80,000 games. The saints and the onlookers were suddenly filled with confusion. The Xuandan Foundation was the Hunyuan golden core, directly chasing after the Chaos divine demon. Logically speaking, his comprehension should be among the very best. Now, being behind in this chess game was clearly unusual. The puzzled gazes of the crowd fell upon Xuandan. He appeared calm and composed. Taking his time, he engaged in a match against heaven and earth, breaking through the chess game. Each time he dismantled a game, he would pause to reflect, reorganizing his insights from human immortal earth, immortal heaven, immortal mysterious immortal, to golden immortal. His process of placing pieces was also a retracing of the golden core path, revisiting the insights from the entire immortal journey. Strictly speaking, Xuandan Hunyuan golden core only underwent a complete transformation after achieving the golden immortal Tao fruit. Previously, his comprehension of the golden core path was not so profound. Now, with the help of the heavenly chess game, he could precisely remedy this deficiency. At the same time, Xuandan was aware that the time required for him to break through to the golden immortal was extremely short. In some respects, this was not a good thing. Relying on his robust foundation to achieve the golden immortal Tao fruit. Overall, from his perspective, it was still not solid enough. A towering building rises from the ground. The foundation is naturally the most important. Breaking through the heavenly chess game was the process of solidifying his foundation and filling in his own deficiencies. Only when he had sorted through the 80,000 chess games could it be deemed as his cultivation reaching perfection. The expressions of the 6 saints varied, clearly realizing Xuandan intentions. The Sanqing all wore smiles, especially Laozi, who nodded slightly, expressing approval for his good disciple's actions. The rest were poised to charge towards a higher realm. Xuandan's demeanor remained unhurried. After all, breaking through the heavenly chess game was not about speed, but about the number of games played. Only those who reach the end will be the winners of this trial. As Xuandan had said, after 80,000 games, the difficulty of the heavenly chess game increased dramatically. Originally, the ascending Yunzhao, Zhao Gongming, and Yuyixian began to show signs of decline. The 100,000 games marked the watershed for the Taiyi Golden Immortal. They were trapped in the chess game between 90,000 and 100,000, their brows furrowed. Spending hundreds of years to break through a single game felt like walking on thin ice. Xuandu, Guangchengzi, and Duobao were the faces of the three teachings. Although the three were newly entering the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm, their understanding of the laws far exceeded their own realm. Beyond 100,000 games lay the level of the Taiyi Golden Immortal. As they approached 100,000 games, most disciples had already fallen into a stalemate. The remaining pillars of the Tao sects were in close pursuit of each other. The first to reach 100,000 games was Guangchengzi. Yuan Shi's eyes sparkled with a smile, subtly nodding. Guangchengzi's comprehension below the Taiyi Golden Immortal realm was remarkably solid. His foundation was naturally exceptional, and his comprehension was high. Having been taught by Yuan Shi for many years, Yuan Shi's strict guidance laid a solid foundation for him, surpassing other peers. Duobao was swiftly catching up, placing pieces at an astonishing speed. He felt an infinite drive within, eager to seize the top spot. I, Duobao, shall never be weaker than others in my lifetime. The first to break through 110,000 games was the rapidly catching up Duobao. The high-ranking Tantian suddenly leaned back with satisfaction, arms spread wide. Look what it means to be the first disciple of the Jiejiao, what it means to have my heart. Yuan Shi turned his head away, sneering, pretending not to see. Time passed swiftly, for them time had already become an overlooked entity. A full millennium passed, and Guangchengzi and Duobao encountered obstacles. They were trapped around 12,200 games deep in thought. However, the one who had broken through the most games was evidently Xuandu. 12,300 games had stalled Xuandu's progress. The onlooking Quasi-saints were astonished, shaking their heads in amazement. Truly worthy of being the personal disciple of the Taiqing saint. Seeking progress while maintaining stability, the Taiyi Golden Immortal has such understanding. The Sanqing holds Taiqing as the leader. It seems Xuandu, the senior brother of the Xuandu sect, is quite qualified for his position. They are also the elite among their peers. In the future, they will surely step into the realm of Quasi-saints. Perhaps I will be overshadowed by these three juniors in the future. The West Queen Mother smiled gracefully, her every move in accordance with etiquette. Indeed, the new generation pushes the old, and there will always be iterations. The performance of these few disciples was enough to astonish the Quasi-saints. With exceptional foundations and comprehension further guided by the saints, their future achievements are likely not to be inferior. The performance of the other disciples was equally remarkable. Yunzhao was stuck at 80,500 games without making any progress. Zhao Gongming was lost in thought at 91,900 games. Yuyixian, after just breaking through 100,000 games, fell into silence. These disciples of the saints, while in the Golden Immortal realm, had already attained an understanding of the laws and the Tao on par with the Taiyi Golden Immortal level. At this moment, Xuandan had just broken through 100,000 games. His speed in breaking through the chess games was not fast. However, each placement was steady, neither arrogant nor impatient. Some Quasi-saints paying attention to Xuandan also nodded slightly. Previously, he had enhanced his divine abilities with the heart-refining divine fire. Now he was revisiting his cultivation path through the heavenly chessboard. Such a mindset is indeed quite rare among many Quasi-saints. As for the others like Zhao Gongming and Yunzhao, are they truly that inferior? The established Great Luo Golden Immortal has hopes of touching the realm of Quasi-saints. Left in the Primordial Chaos, they will all become towering powers in the future. The disciples of the three teachings excelled remarkably, while the disciples of the Western Church, Siddhagarba, had just broken through over 100,000 games and found it hard to progress. The medicine master was trapped at 11,200 games, his brows furrowed with visible anxiety. He casually glanced around and immediately spotted the leading Xuandu, Guangchengzi, and Duobao. At the same time behind him was the steadily advancing Xuandan. The medicine master held a pill in his hand, the Tianqin pill which he had exchanged from Xuandan. He had requested two and kept one. He showed a conflicted expression, struggling internally. 11,200 games, he was unwilling. Remaining here would mean the Western Church would be overshadowed by the three teachings of the Xuandu. Participating in the grand competition was meant to promote the Western Church. They used the Xuandu as their foundation, breaking away to establish themselves not inferior to the Xuandu. The medicine master's determination to revitalize the West was unwavering. His gaze fell upon the Tianqin pill, emitting a fragrant aura. It was merely a social death. He had already been recorded by Guangchengzi and Duobao. Everyone in Kunlun Mountain had already seen it. What harm would another social death do? Reputation was never important. Winning this game and allowing the Western Church to flourish was what truly mattered. The medicine master directly swallowed the Tianqin pill. The dense medicinal power dissolving within him. His mind became clear, and his gaze brightened. The previously obscure chess game became easy and straightforward. Suddenly, the medicine master surged forward with incredible speed, breaking through thousands of chess games, catching up with the disciples of the three teachings. The quasi-saints present were all greatly astonished, their gazes intense. What kind of pill is this to possess such incredible power? The appearance of a lowly with a small stature and a bald head seemed even more stable. All the quasi-saints wore bizarre expressions. Their gazes converged on Xuandan and Xuandu. Isn't it that your Western church is so blatantly perverse? What's with this sudden increase in size? The two saints of the West lowered their eyelids, indifferent to the piercing gazes. The medicine master suddenly unleashed his full power, breaking through thousands of chess games, catching up to the disciples of the three teachings. The quasi-saints were all shocked, their eyes wide open. The semi-saints present observed the astonishing effects of the medicine and eagerly began to deduce its origins. They sought to uncover the identity of the alchemist behind this remarkable pill. Given their status as semi-saints, unobstructed by any barriers peering into the heavens, was as simple as turning a hand. Moments later, the expressions of the powerful figures changed simultaneously, disbelief reflected in their gazes fixed on Xuandan. The fact that a pill capable of assisting an alchemist in breaking through 1,000 barriers was actually produced by Xuandan was astonishing. However, the side effects of this pill, which could be considered socially fatal, made their expressions somewhat comical. They could not help but admire the alchemist's actions within their hearts. The heart in pursuit of the Tao was resolutely steadfast. At the critical moment, they were willing to sacrifice everything for the Western sect. Jane and Xuandu nodded in agreement, smiles on their faces. In their eyes, compared to the revitalization of the West, what did mere face-saving matter? If they truly cared about their reputation, the two saints of the West would not exist today. Tongtian looked at Jane and Xuandu with a trace of disdain, secretly thinking, as a sage allowing disciples to engage in such petty tricks, how truly deserving of the title gained through request. The competition on the stage became increasingly intense due to the alchemist's rapid advancements. Ultimately, the alchemist ranked just behind Xuandu and the other three. The effects of the medicine had fully manifested. Even though he felt reluctant, he knew that continuing would only waste time. The alchemist directly withdrew from the trial to find Jane and Xuandu wearing a joyful smile. Master, I did not bring shame to our Western sect. Xuandu smiled broadly, repeatedly nodding in praise. You did very well. Once we return to Shumi Mountain, I must reward you. At this point, there's no need to test the disciple further. The alchemist replied with excitement, Master, since we've reached this stage, please don't continue to test me. After all, I have already gone through the necessary trials. Please hurry and assist me in removing the side effects of it. I also wish to return quickly to the observation seat to rest. Jane and Xuandu were momentarily rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Yuan silently chuckled upon noticing the commotion. To want to remove the side effects of the disciple's pill is utterly wishful thinking. Xuandu suddenly spoke in a low voice. Disciple, your appearance has already been seen by all beings. Appearance arises from the heart. All phenomena are devoid of self, without discrimination. No self, no person, no sentient beings, no longevity. A hint of doubt flickered in the alchemist's eyes. Master, are you unable to remove the side effects of this pill? As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere fell into silence once more. Not far away, Yuan looked stern, but felt amused inside. Experiencing the taste of being pierced through by one's own disciple must not feel good. Jane suddenly pointed at Xuandan, astonished. Look at Xuandan quickly. This child is slightly slower in breaking through the heavenly chess game, yet he is steady and has not been trapped. He has already broken through 100,000 chess games, reaching a comprehension level akin to that of Tai Golden Immortal. Everyone's gaze immediately fell upon Xuandan. In their eyes was a trace of surprise. Just as Xuandu had said, Xuandan movements were slow, yet he had not been trapped in the slightest. He was still steadily progressing. Dijun's fiery gaze landed on Xuandan, and he suddenly spoke in a deep voice. This child has immersed himself in a state of enlightenment, comprehending and understanding the Tai principles with the realm of a golden immortal. As soon as he finished speaking, a single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Like Xuandu, Guangqingzi, and Duo Bao, they all relied on their daily listening to Tao and self-cultivation. Xuandan was breaking through the heavenly chess game up to 120,000 games. He relied purely on his monstrous comprehension, absorbing and understanding the rules of the Tai Golden Immortal realm with terrifying efficiency. The originally slow speed suddenly surged. The chess game before him was not yet fully formed when it was already broken. By the time he reached 110,000 layers, Yun Xiao and Zhao Gongming wore expressions of shock. The comprehension of my junior brother is indeed monstrous. He truly deserves to be a successor of the Hunyuan Golden Core, who I cannot compare. It seemed that reaching 120,000 layers was just a matter of course. Xuandu, who had been focused on comprehension on stage, suddenly widened his eyes. He stared in disbelief at the junior brother, lost in enlightenment, feeling somewhat disheveled. What kind of monster is my disciple? Duo Bao and Guangqingzi were equally dumbfounded. My junior brother always loves to create new tricks. I didn't expect my junior brother to enjoy playing the pig to eat the tiger. The alchemist who had earlier sought Zuni's help to remove the side effects looked at the sudden changes on stage, his expression becoming somewhat strained. I borrowed the Xuandan to assist, no matter what he cannot surpass me, right? Yet the next moment Xuandan surpassed the alchemist's limits. The alchemist instantly felt his heart chill. After taking the pill, losing oneself, turning into a lowly, and yet being surpassed, who could he complain to? The competition on stage became increasingly intense due to Xuandan's rapid progress. Earlier the alchemist had posed a limited threat to them even after consuming the pill. Xuandan was different. His innate comprehension was at the top of the primordial level. The other three disciples of the Xianmin naturally did not wish to fall behind their junior brother. They exerted all their efforts to begin breaking through the heavenly chess game once more. What had initially been a somewhat dull competition suddenly became fervent. The many disciples of the three teachings in the stands began an intense discussion. Zhao Gongming exclaimed, "Senior brother Duo Bao is the one everyone expects. Master Yuding will surely take the lead." Qi Jingzi shook his head and said, "I believe senior brother Xuandu has a chance at first place." Only Huanglong shouted, "It must be junior brother Xuandan." Many semi-saints also selected the participating disciples they believed could win first place. They all focused on the four who were sprinting with all their might. Surprisingly, Xuandu and the others who had been trapped by the chess game began to advance once more, spurred by Xuandan's sudden offensive. They took another step forward, having already reached an extreme. Another 1,000 years passed. Xuandu and the other three, bolstered by their momentum, began to wane, then exhausted themselves. Realizing they had reached their limits, they all withdrew from the stage. All eyes converged on Xuandan, who ultimately remained stuck at the chess game of 1 to 9599 layers. A half step into the Daluo realm, it seemed he was merely one game shy, yet in reality, it was a chasm apart. Everyone felt their hearts stirred by Xuandan's actions. He suddenly awakened from his enlightenment, revealing a look of regret. After rising, he shook his head helplessly and sighed inwardly. Alas! The path to Daluo for one at the golden immortal level is indeed not so easily comprehended thoroughly. How embarrassing, how embarrassing. Clear words entered the ears of all present. The many disciples of the three teachings in the observation seats instantly erupted. The insights from several thousand years of experience cannot compare to our hundreds of thousands of years, and he still sighs and laments. What are you ashamed of? He simply stimulates my Tao heart. With such poor talent, I might as well just die. Even Taiqing shook his head helplessly, laughing and scolding. This mischievous boy knows how to talk. He isn't afraid of being killed while wandering the primordial lands. Many great beings wore shocked expressions. With the backing of the Hongjun golden core and his monstrous comprehension inheriting from the Sage of Taiqing, what good fortune did this boy not receive? The game board of the 12,960 heavens dissipated on its own. The third trial concluded with the astounding performance of the Xuandan bringing down the curtain. All disciples and numerous quasi-saints turned their gazes towards the saints. Jane and Xuanti nodded slightly. He stood up and positioned himself on the arena. Everyone became alert as the trials of the saints were all distinct. Jane said calmly, "The third round of the contest is over. Xuandan, Xuandu, Guang, Chengzi, Qi Jingzi, Duo Bao Yun, Zhao Gongming, and Yao Shi. All of you have prevailed in this trial, and now it is time for this monk to set the stage." The disciples called out by name couldn't help but smile. To stand out from countless disciples is certainly worthy of celebration. They were among the most elite existences of their generation in the primordial era. At the same time, they listened closely to Jiayin's rules. The previous three trials, I would like to call them the battle of wits, heart refinement, and contest of comprehension. What I value most is perseverance, as this quality is indispensable on the path of cultivation. With that, he waved his hand. The original arena quietly transformed into a small, independent world. The quasi-saints were all focused as the methods of the saints were worth observing. Once again their gazes converged on Jian, hoping he could clarify their doubts. I will rewrite the rules within this. In this world, the 8 sufferings of life constantly erode the heart. To win, one must withstand the impact of the 8 sufferings while battling. The expressions of many quasi-saints changed slightly. The disciples in the audience were equally astonished. Having received the saints' teachings, they naturally understood what the 8 sufferings of life were. This is a saying from the Western teachings. The 8 sufferings of life are birth, aging, sickness, death, unfulfilled desires, encounters with resentment, parting from loved ones, and the prevalence of the 5 aggregates. Being simultaneously eroded by these 8 kinds of suffering, the quasi-saints couldn't help but change their expressions. The demands of the 8 sufferings on a cultivator's perseverance are exceptionally harsh. Many quasi-saints looked at the participating disciples with skepticism. The experience of being trapped in the illusion of the 8 sufferings is certainly unpleasant. A moment of carelessness could affect one's Tao heart. The original seeds of the quasi-saints might lower their potential because of this. The 3 purities also showed slightly indifferent expressions. However, they had absolute confidence in the few disciples who would prevail. They personally presided over this matter, so there would certainly be no changes. Jane had the participating disciples draw lots. Xuandan casually grabbed a piece of white paper, and celestial inscriptions appeared. A1. He looked around, and met the gaze of the little Yaoshi. Yaoshi returned a sweet smile to him. Xuandan almost spat out the pill he had swallowed. Jane and Xuanti saw that the first match was between Xuandan and Yaoshi. They couldn't help but smile in unison. Yaoshi was a disciple of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, the most outstanding disciple of the Western teachings. No matter how extraordinary Xuandan qualifications and comprehension were, the gap between their realms was unchangeable. The advantage lies with me as a Tai Golden Immortal against a Golden Immortal. Xuandan and Yaoshi said little and directly stepped into the arena. The moment he descended into the small world, Xuandan felt the rules tugging at his soul, seemingly wanting to pull him completely into the illusion. Xuandan calmed his mind and held his breath, secretly operating his golden core technique. The influences around him were significantly weakened. Not far away, the little Yaoshi joined her hands together, maintaining her composure. It seemed as if the 8 sufferings of life had no effect on her at all. Xuandan was not surprised, as the 8 sufferings of life were a concept introduced by the Western teachings. They focus on perseverance and comprehension, practicing heart refinement daily. They likely have already experienced the tempering of the 8 sufferings in the illusion. Xuandan's expression remained calm as he summoned the Ziyun sword and prepared to launch a probing attack. To his surprise, Yaoshi did not dodge or evade, wearing an inexplicable smile. The smile made Xuandan feel physically uncomfortable. Yaoshi gently moved her fingers, and the rules of the 8 sufferings of heaven and earth gathered explosively. In an instant, it transformed into a black mist that enveloped Xuandan. The sudden turn of events pulled Xuandan into an endless illusion. The 8 sufferings of life surged like a tide. Ordinary cultivators might not last even a quarter of an hour before going mad. Experiencing the torment of the 8 sufferings simultaneously, even Xuandan broke out in a cold sweat. He understood the consequences of being submerged in it, operating his technique, remaining unmoved by external factors, and searching for an opportunity to break through. Yaoshi's manipulation of the 8 sufferings also required full concentration. A moment of carelessness could lead to backlash. The situation remained at a stalemate. However, the actions of the Western disciples manipulating the 8 sufferings caused an uproar among the spectators and many quasi-saints. The disciples of the 3 teachings in the audience directly erupted in curses. Shameless, openly giving advantages to their own disciples. I have never seen such a brazen person before. Is this the behavior of those from the barren land of the West? Some even began to subtly denounce. Ordinary cultivators certainly wouldn't have the guts to do so. The disciples of the 3 teachings were different. Their junior brothers suffered such humiliation. What does the Western saints count for? You two, we have 3 behind us. Many quasi-saints looked at Jane and Xuanti with complex or disgusted expressions. Even Yuwa, who was usually the most gentle, couldn't help but cast a look of disdain at the 2 saints. The 3 purities exchanged cold glances, ready to step in to rescue Xuandan at any moment. In contrast, Jane and Xuanti, the instigators of this matter, appeared calm. Xuandan can refine the heart, refinement, divine fire, borrowing the ability of the divine fire to refine the heart. Why can't Yaoshi manipulate the illusion of the 8 sufferings? Face is truly insignificant in the face of victory. Seeing Jane and Xuanti remain silent, their expressions unchanged, everyone's gaze converged on Xuandan. Xuandan's mind was trapped in the illusion. He maintained a blank expression, secretly operating his golden core technique. At the same time, he faintly activated the source power of the Hongjun golden core. In an instant, a towering golden beam of light erupted from his body. The surrounding black dust of the 8 sufferings was suddenly blown away, revealing Xuandan's figure filled with anger. Yaoshi showed a look of astonishment and exclaimed, "How is this possible? The 8 sufferings illusion actually had no effect on Xuandan. Now this backfired." She happened to raise her head and met Xuandan's furious gaze. The pressure emanating from him made her involuntarily retreat several steps. Before she could collect herself, Xuandan shot her a cold glare. "You came to seek pills, and this poor monk kindly offered to exchange with you to avoid accusations that I, a disciple of the 3 teachings, am using external force to bully others. I thought it would be a fair and just duel. Why do you have to resort to tricks? Does that even help?" Yaoshi's face was full of seriousness, yet she had no way to respond. As the backlash of the 8 sufferings descended, she could only muster all her magical power to resist it. Seizing the opportunity, Xuandan struck with his most powerful divine ability. Instantly, endless celestial light surged around Yaoshi. In an instant, the wind surged, and the clouds swirled, the heavens and earth transformed unpredictably. Many disciples in the audience stood up and shocked, their faces filled with astonishment as they looked towards Xuandan in the arena, unable to help but exclaim, "What kind of divine ability is this, say? Such an extraordinary phenomenon, it doesn't seem like the divine ability from Kunlun Mountain." Above the heavens, divine light floated, forming a massive handprint of celestial energy. It faintly emanated the heavenly pressure of exterminating immortals and breaking demonic forces. Its might surged towards the 9 heavens like a long rainbow. Yaoshi was already on the verge of a breakdown, her face filled with terror as the backlash of the 8 sufferings invaded her body, exterminating immortals and breaking demons' great handprint, carrying the might that pierces through heaven and earth, crashing down with the power to obliterate the myriad realms. It seemed as though only the indelible pressure of Xuandan remained in the world. The 3 purities simultaneously emitted a trace of saintly power, standing in front of the Western 2 saints. The 2 Western saints instantly rose, gazing at the shattered battlefield with eyes filled with longing. As the dust settled, the ground was opened up into a bottomless abyss. The proud figure of Xuandan stood in place with no trace of the alchemist in sight. The outcome was evident at a glance. The many disciples in the viewing seats cheered excitedly. Dizong buried his head deeper, fearing to be implicated and beaten. As expected of junior brother Xuandan beat him up. They should just kill that useless alchemist. Make sure they can't walk out of Kunlun Mountain alive. Xuandu, Guangqingzi, and Duo Bao's eyes sparkled with brilliance. They never expected that their little junior brother could hide so deeply. If they were to block this move, they would surely have to exert their full strength. Many Quasi saints took their seats, their eyes shining brightly, unable to contain their astonishment. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old. Even I, a poor Taoist, am about to be surpassed by the younger generation. The disciples of saints going against the heavens are worlds apart. The 3 pure ones simultaneously turned their heads, their cold gazes landing on the 2 saints of the West. First, they relied on pills to force their way through the heavenly chessboard. Then a saint sought to benefit his disciple, intending to use the 8 sufferings to break Xuandan heart. The result was akin to lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. The reputation of the West was spread, but it would only lead to eternal disgrace. Jieyin and Xuanti were expressions of distress, sighing repeatedly. Xuanti's expression darkened, feeling unwilling. Well hidden. Tong Tian suddenly snorted coldly, his words dripping with disdain. Is that all? Did you really think my Taoist nephew could be easily bullied? The taste of losing face must be unpleasant, right? Ha ha ha. The 3 pure ones laughed simultaneously. Even Yuwa, who preferred not to meddle in the affairs of the Honghuang, couldn't help but cover her face and chuckle lightly. Jieyin and Xuanti quickly regained their composure, as if the earlier scene had never occurred. When the alchemist was teleported out, he was battered and bruised, looking utterly disheveled. A clear handprint was imprinted on his face. Truly, he was like a mute eating durian, suffering in silence. The other participating disciples continued as usual. The disciples of the Western faction had already been eliminated. It was merely a contest among the 3 senior brothers, naturally predictable. Jieyin and Xuanti were like cats on hot bricks, unable to leave or stay. The 3 victors who ultimately stood out were all within expectations. Rin Jiaoxian, Duchan Jiao Guangqingzi, and Jie Jiao Duo Bao. Everyone present awaited the saint's words to initiate the final contest. Tong Tian suddenly revealed a mischievous smile, his gaze landing on Jieyin. Hey, everyone, take a good look at the demeanor of my 3 sects disciples. Look closely, learn well. Saying this, he disregarded Jieyin and Xuanti's dark expressions. He directly stepped onto the stage, waving his hand. I have never had any rules. Whoever has the bigger fist gets to decide. Draw lots, let the battle begin. The disciples and Quasi saints in the viewing seats revealed looks of interest. As Honghuang cultivators, they should base their strength on their own abilities. The true scene they wanted to watch was the clash of geniuses. The 4 victors faced the gaze of thousands. Each held a white paper, and celestial inscriptions emerged. Xuandan versus Xuandu, Guangqingzi against Duo Bao. The disciples of the same sect clashed with the first disciples of Chan Jiao and Jie Jiao, battling fiercely. Everyone showed eager eyes. The first to take the stage were Guangqingzi and Duo Bao. The 2 were the faces of Chan Jiao and Jie Jiao respectively. Guangqingzi, master of techniques and spells, was adept at tool Dao. Duo Bao, Taoist inheritor of swordsmanship from Tong Tian, could wield his sword towards the heavens and was skilled in array Dao combat. They were both talented geniuses, undefeated among their peers and direct disciples of the 2 saints. Their paths represented the 2 saints. Tong Tian stepped forward with a grin, transmitting his voice with divine sense. Senior brother, I will not let Duo Bao hold back. Yuan sure held his head high, responding calmly. Junior brother, do not be too confident. Who wins and who loses is uncertain. Guangqingzi and Duo Bao stood on the stage, smiling at each other. Junior brother, give it your all. Senior brother, I think the same. Come. Divine ability body transforms into the Great Thousand. Countless Guangqingzi surrounded the entire stage. All the avatars simultaneously formed hand seals, channeling their entire magical power. Divine ability Jade, clear divine thunder. Divine ability Samadhi, divine wind. Divine ability Samadhi, true fire. The wind aided the fire, thunder roaring mightily. Hundreds of divine abilities were unleashed simultaneously. Between heaven and earth the clouds changed color, thunder rolled, and the sun and moon lost their brilliance. The many disciples in the viewing seats were stunned into silence. Except for the alchemist and Dizong, who feared being beaten by the disciples of the three sects, they ran to the side of the two saints of the West. Is this the true strength of our senior brother? Senior brother used to practice with me, praising me, but the gap is this big. I wonder how senior brother Duo Bao will respond. The observing Quasi saints also revealed interested looks, anticipating Duo Bao's response. Duo Bao summoned the Qing Ping, Sword of Supreme, innate spirit treasure. He took a deep breath, an endless intent of swordsmanship contained within the sword edge. The sword blade trembled slightly, emitting a light and agile sword cry to signal the heavens and earth. He swung his sword, and the Qing Ping sword instantly tore through the firmament. The emerald sword energy pierced the sky, lingering like a comet trailing across the dome. The fierce sword intent shattered the surrounding space. At the same time, the intricate web of formations emerged from all directions. The array flags were summoned by Duo Bao, positioned at various angles to channel spiritual energy. The entire small 1,000 worlds trembled due to the clash of the two. The ancestor of the underworld river revealed a look of astonishment, taking a cold breath. Hiss! This child's swordsmanship defies the heavens, surely possessing the potential of a Quasi saint. It is highly likely he will surpass me in the future. The disciples of the three sects in the viewing seats were shocked. The evaluation given by the one who controls the underworld blood sea can be considered supreme. Xuandu stared at the sword energy that tore through the firmament, unable to suppress his frown. It is somewhat precarious for me to withstand this sword energy. Everyone couldn't help but stand up to observe this world-shaking duel. Infinite divine abilities clashed with apocalyptic sword energy. In that instant, everything fell silent. No one uttered a sound. There on the stage, Duo Bao pointed his sword at Guang Qingzi's face. Guang Qingzi revealed a helpless smile, shaking his head, and calmly said, "Junior brother has won. I willingly concede. Keep up the good work." Duo Bao also smiled in return, clasping his fists, saying, "In the last round, senior brother won. In this round, I win. We are even." The two exchanged smiles and left the stage together. As they were all of the same sect, they competed on stage, yet remained friendly off stage. Countless disciples and Quasi saints were still savoring the spectacular battle they had just witnessed. Next to take the stage were Xuandan and Xuandu. Guang Qingzi suddenly inquired, "Junior brother, who do you want to test your skills against next?" Duo Bao blurted out, "Junior brother Xuandan." A mischievous smile appeared on his face. "I can challenge senior brother Xuandu anytime. If it's junior brother Xuandan, I really haven't tried it before, so of course I want to give it a shot." As they spoke, Xuandan and Xuandu had already arrived on the stage. Xuandu summoned his dragon head crutch, smiling lightly. "Junior brother, I will not go easy." Xuandan, wearing a mysterious smile, waved his hand. "Senior brother, feel free to come at me." As soon as he finished speaking, the two instantly engaged, their divine abilities clashing as they summoned their treasures. The spectators watched with great interest. The internal conflict of the disciples of Ren Jiao was of interest to everyone. Xuandu continuously struck Xuandan with his dragon head crutch. At the same time, he unleashed the divine ability Samadhi True Fire to reduce Xuandan dodging space. Xuandan, on the other hand, utilized the power of the heavenly burning flame to evade the attacks. Their battle was not as dazzling as that of Guang Qingzi and Duo Bao, yet it was also noteworthy, with both sides exchanging blows. Each round was dominated by Xuandu. Jin Yuanzi furrowed his brows, murmuring, "Indeed, junior brother cannot defeat senior brother." Xuandan continuously evaded the attacks, but maintained a calm demeanor. He showed no signs of anxiety. On the contrary, a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Xuandu sighed inwardly as he watched his junior brother's desperate evasion. "Sorry, junior brother, let's practice for a few more millennia." He was about to channel his magical power to unleash a lethal divine ability when he felt his power weighed down like it was filled with lead. Xuandu's expression suddenly changed, his heart alarmed. "Disaster, how did I let the poisonous miasma enter my body?" He abruptly raised his head, coincidentally meeting Xuandan's smiling gaze. "Sorry, senior brother." Xuandu was dumbfounded, feeling the heavy and difficult to mobilize magical power within him. He suddenly recalled Xuandan dodging all over the place earlier, having nearly wrapped himself in the burning sky blaze. Xuandu's expression gradually darkened as he looked at the grinning Xuandan. "You really are my good junior brother, intentionally showing weakness, while the burning sky blaze secretly harbors poison. You poisoned me without a sound. Junior brother, you sure know how to play." His words were almost spat out through clenched. Xuandu, inheriting the alchemical teachings of the Taiqing saint, quickly understood the function of this poison. Cultivating the golden core, Dao, the poison just so happened to bind the source power of the golden core. If he could completely lock down his core, it would lead to his inevitable defeat. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Junior brother really thinks highly of me, especially concocting this poison. We are both practitioners of the golden core Dao, and you just happen to know my weakness." Xuandu attempted to mobilize the source power of the golden core with all his strength. He wanted to break the shackles with brute force, but ultimately found it to be in vain. This poison's effect is a bit Looking up again, he saw Xuandan with a broad smile, exposing his pearly white teeth, appearing completely infuriating. Xuandan suddenly clasped his hands in salute and chuckled. "Senior brother, I truly apologize." Duobao, watching from the sidelines, twitched at the corners of his mouth. A junior brother can't concoct poison for every formidable opponent, can he? It shouldn't be the case, right? The various quasi-saints looked at the scene before them, their expressions varying. Hongjun secretly shook his head, sighing. A sneak attack is ultimately a small path. Unexpectedly, Tai suddenly snorted coldly, speaking indifferently. Methods that can kill are good methods. Oh, what's the distinction between major and minor paths? The other quasi-saints fell silent, their gazes fixed firmly on the arena. Seizing the opportunity, Xuandan launched his attack, unleashing the burning sky blaze. The overwhelming flames continuously compressed Xuandu's space for survival. Every escape route was cut off, and the temperature soared sharply. He had thought before that his preparation for the poison was insufficient, but he directly infused the maximum dosage into Xuandu's body. Now it seemed that the effect was remarkable. He was quite satisfied. The many disciples watching from the sidelines had strange looks on their faces. Xuandu's power was heavily suppressed, and the situation had shifted. He summoned the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, his face looking grim. Gather. The torrential flames were instantly sucked into it. Xuandan's offensive grew increasingly fierce as he wielded the purple cloud sword. Sword chi surged through the cosmos with countless sword energies flying out. Xuandu, who was being suppressed, could only defend with the dragon head staff, completely unable to free his hands to counterattack. Every time he tried to mobilize the source power of the golden core, he received only a muddy response. As he saw the battle turning against him, a glimmer of light suddenly flickered in Xuandu's eyes, as if he had thought of a way to counter. He swung the dragon head staff, engaging in close combat. Seeing that the burning sky blaze was entirely absorbed by the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, Xuandan no longer relied on divine abilities, continuously swinging the purple cloud sword. The two sides traded blows, but the situation was evident as Xuandu was completely suppressed. Duobao, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but shake his head. It's only a matter of time before senior brother loses. The other disciples also did not refute, as they could all see that Xuandu had little hope of winning, especially with the poison that happened to counter him. If he could find the opportunity to break the confinement, that would be good. Standing on the arena with Xuandan constant harassment, he wanted to mobilize the source power within the golden core to strike, but there was no chance at all. When the poison entered his body, the outcome was already known. The many quasi-saints also lost interest, feeling that the victory had been decided. Throughout Xuandan's attack, he kept talking. "Senior brother, there's no need to continue. Senior brother, my poison just happens to counter you. Senior brother, we are all disciples of the human teachings, let's call it a day." Suddenly Xuandu, who was struggling to defend, erupted in fury, as if he had unleashed his full strength for a moment. The spectators' eyes sparkled as they focused intently on the battlefield. Could there be a turn of events? Duobao was equally surprised, but quickly calmed down. It's normal for senior brother to have some hidden means. It seems he will make things difficult for junior brother. Caught off guard, Xuandan suddenly felt something was wrong. Xuandu, exerting all his strength, did not attack him, but instead forcibly shoved something into his mouth. When he came to his senses, he was filled with astonishment. Xuandan trembled as he extended his hand, pointing at the grinning Xuandu. "Senior brother, you with your thick brows and big eyes also resorted to poison." Xuandu shook his head and said softly, "I didn't poison you, I feel it." Carefully again. Xuandan immediately felt the medicinal power spreading within him. The profound pressure suddenly transformed into immense magical power, pouring forth like a flood. Pure magical power continuously circulated around him, emerging from the primordial golden core, and then returning within. The spiritual energy from all directions was drawn to him, flooding into his body. Boom. In just 3 breaths, the pressure he emitted directly rose a level. Mid-level golden immortal. Xuandan's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Is it the breaking boundary pill that you refined?" No wonder earlier Xuandu had asked for 2 breaking boundary pills. So it was used on him. As his words fell, his hair flew with the wind, leaving behind a shining bald head pure white as jade. In an instant, the disciples watching from the sidelines burst into laughter. Turns out junior brother also has moments when he digs his own grave. It seems even junior brother cannot undo the side effects of the pill. It's a pity that what was fed into his stomach was not the heavenly heart pill. As they spoke, they took out recording stones to document the event. Xuandu looked at Xuandan's current appearance, laughing heartily. "I wanted to try this long ago, but I finally caught this opportunity." However, he sized up Xuandan, speaking with a somewhat displeased tone. "Losing all your hair and still being able to." Xuandan showed no signs of anger or embarrassment, instead breaking into laughter. "Senior brother, you're mistaken. There's a saying that fits perfectly here. Being bald truly reflects one's true beauty. Being handsome cannot be hidden by being bald." Xuandu's smile abruptly stopped, feeling an urge to spit blood. How could this brat be so infuriating? With a darkened face, he summoned the dragon head staff to fight. Already constrained by the poison, he was about to exhaust his final strength. Faced with the fierce assault of the now powered-up Xuandan, he finally found it hard to cope. Ultimately, he was struck by the 9 heavens cloud carriage that descended from the sky. Feeling as if his bones were shattering, he completely fell to defeat. Xuandan looked at his senior brother's miserable state, retracted the 9 heavens cloud carriage, and shook his head. Driving without regulation brings tears to relatives. Oh, if I crashed into my relatives, then it's no problem. With that, Xuandan immediately flew off the arena, returning to the spectator area. Xuandan took out a clear poison pill that he had prepared earlier. Senior brother, do not be angry, it was just a competition. This is an antidote pill capable of countering all poisons. I can handle pestilence as well. Senior brother, please forgive me. To seek victory, I could only use these means. Xuandu endured the pain all over his body, and took the clear poison pill, dispersing the poison within. That's more like it. I suppose you do have a bit of conscience. Only Huang Long among the crowd couldn't help but frown at the mention of the clear poison pill. Hiss. The advancement of Xuandan to the finals took the onlookers, including the Quasi-Saint powers, by surprise. The foundation of the mixed Yuan golden core is indeed astonishingly powerful. However, his golden immortal realm is also genuine. To surpass Tai as a golden immortal places him among the elite of his generation. Yet when recalling each trial, everyone remembers the unconventional tactics Xuandan employed. During the heart-refining trial, he hid within the 9 heavens cloud chariot, devouring the heart, refining divine fire. This forced the fiercely competitive Taoist to endure the cold violence of the primal chaos. Ultimately, his Dao heart wavered, allowing Xuandan to advance in a muddled manner. Just moments ago, battling Xuandu, he had unleashed a toxic miasma through the flames of destruction. Clearly, it was tailored specifically for Xuandu. This resulted in the master brother of the human teaching being placed in such an awkward position. Jin Yuanzi smiled broadly, shaking his head in amazement. This child is completely unlike a disciple of the Taiqing saint. He certainly has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Ming, he echoed in agreement. Who says not? He's playing tricks that are even more extravagant than I am. To stand out among the many Tai golden immortals, it is understandable that his methods are unconventional. Just after leaving the stage, Xuandu swallowed a clear miasma pill to dispel the toxic miasma, yet his complexion remained somewhat dark. He had lost to his younger brother in front of everyone. He felt his face burning red, unable to sit still in the audience. He lifted his gaze and noticed Guang Qingzi, the medicine master, and Dizong all serving beside the saint. Xuandu was unwilling to face the eager gazes of his fellow disciples. It was as if the feathered immortal directly asked him how it felt to have the toxic miasma enter his body. Who could endure that? It felt as if salt was being poured into his wounds. He stood up and walked toward Laozi's position, seeking some comfort from his master. Xuandu transformed into a beam of light and left the stage. Soon he landed steadily, his expression despondent, feeling the pressure of the saint emanating from his master. The grievances within him had already spilled out. Xuandu could not help but let out a long sigh, his eyes filled with sorrow. Master, do you really think my defeat to my younger brother is due to my lack of talent? After practicing the art of alchemy for so long, I still couldn't break free from a mere toxic miasma. I have embarrassed you, master. At that moment, his confidence was deeply shaken. The comfort from an elder could help him regain his confidence. Until a bold voice rang in his ears. Good lad, are you thinking of joining my sect? With my guidance, you will definitely triumph over Xuandan. Xuandu Sigma. I'll wait. How did I end up over here with the third master? He regained his composure, his expression calm, as if nothing had happened before, and he offered a respectful bow. I was just a bit out of my mind earlier. I shall take my leave now. Having said that, Xuandu hastily left. Laozi, noticing the unusual situation, furrowed his brows in rare concern. Did my second disciple's betrayal of my eldest disciple just occur? Xuandu hurried to Laozi's side. His expression fell once again, eyes filled with sorrow, sighing heavily. Images of his defeat at the hands of Xuandan flashed repeatedly in his mind. The toxic miasma concocted by Xuandan was an absolute restraint. Xuandu could not help but sigh. Master, if you say I practice alchemy a bit more skillfully, wouldn't I be able to avoid being troubled by that toxic miasma? If I were to diligently cultivate the golden core path, I wouldn't have fallen for my junior brother's tricks. Guang Qingzi's mouth opened slightly, staring incredulously at Xuandu, whose sudden outburst had stirred a storm within him. Wait. Are you seriously still trying to compete for the position of the top disciple of the Chan sect? You were simply defeated by Xuandan, and yet you call my master. Could it be that Uncle Master and Uncle are secretly working towards a unity of the three teachings behind our backs? Yuan Shi's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he said with a faint smile. As for alchemy, I am not clear. If you can cultivate the path of artifacts under my guidance, I will pass on to you my supernatural arts. With the power of the jade, clear divine thunder, you will surely be able to break the toxic miasma. How about waiting until the competition is over before performing the vow of apprenticeship? Xuandu suddenly raised his head, facing the teasing gaze of his second uncle. Along with the fiery gaze from Guangchengzi beside him, he pretended not to see, quickly offering a bow. The entire set of actions was fluid as he turned and left. Laozi's frown had never been this deep before. Hiss! What is Xuandu really doing? And my second disciple daring to directly call himself a master, does he not regard me the master brother at all? He looked at Xuandu, who was spinning around in confusion, unable to find his direction. His brows gradually relaxed as he glanced at Xuandan, who was about to take the stage. Seeing that Xuandu was about to reach the position of the Western Two Saints, Laozi directly reached out and pulled him back. The scene suddenly shifted, revealing the visage of his master. Xuandu could no longer muster that sorrowful tone. He stared at the suspicion in his master's eyes and called out directly, "Master, you must trust me. I am devoted to the human teaching with no second thoughts. What just happened was merely me losing my way." A tiny golden immortal losing his way could only be described as a cold joke in the Primordial Chaos. Xuandu suddenly felt that his explanation was powerless. He suddenly recalled the elixir given by his junior brother. His eyes widened in realization as he turned to look at Xuandan, who was smiling and preparing to take the stage. All right, truly my good junior brother. That toxic miasma is better left unresolved within. If only my junior brother had informed me of the side effects of the elixir. At this moment, Xuandan and Duo Bao had already entered the finals, preparing for the pinnacle showdown. Xuandan looked up and happened to catch Xuandu and Laozi's gaze. He waved toward his master with a beaming smile. "Master must have high hopes for me. I cannot bring shame to him. And my senior brother, even after losing, looks at me with such eager eyes to encourage me. From now on, every elixir I refine will have to reserve a portion for my good senior brother." As thoughts surged in his mind, Xuandan and Duo Bao took the stage. All eyes were focused on the two of them. Earlier, Duo Bao's earth-shattering sword strike had moved even the Saints. However, Xuandan's various unexpected maneuvers made the Saints hesitant to draw conclusions. Who would ultimately seize the title of champion in this competition remained uncertain. Standing on the platform, Duo Bao stood proudly wielding the Qing Ping 3-foot sword. His Dao robe billowed without wind, revealing a confident expression. He stared at Xuandan not far away and suddenly shook his head. "Junior brother, my swordsmanship is unmatched. If I do not unleash my full strength, I fear I cannot overcome you. If I go all out, I may not be able to hold back. This sword, due to the Tianxing Dan and the Pijing Dan, as well as my understanding of aiding you, I do not wish to use it against you. You are merely a golden immortal. Reaching this point is already enough. Why not concede?" Duo Bao's sharp gaze fell on Xuandan as he earnestly advised. As his words fell, he stood with his hands behind his back, resembling a reclusive sage atop the clouds. Xuandan displayed a puzzled expression. "Senior brother, are you implying you are certain to win?" Duo Bao nodded. "This sword is invincible. I have absolute confidence. Before my sword, regardless of your alchemy, poison path, or divine fire, you have no chance to harm me in the slightest. I consumed the Pijing Dan and have prepared for this battle for 10,000 years, all for this one sword. 300,000 primordial sword immortals bow their heads before my sword." Xuandan's pupils instantly trembled. Goodness, Duo Bao's little set of combos is quite impressive. He, as if coming to a realization, gritted his teeth and said, "Since that is the case, senior brother, do not blame me. I did not wish to use this move." Duo Bao stood proudly. "Regardless of the technique you employ, I will only use one sword." Then he spotted a recording stone. The words attached to it read Duo Bao Tianxing Dan. Avi Xuandan hung the recording stone around his neck and laughed heartily. "Senior brother, let your sword come forth." Xuandan wore a recording stone around his neck, grinning and raising an eyebrow at Duo Bao, looking quite arrogant. In contrast, Duo Bao's face was ashen, gripping the Qing Ping sword tightly, his knuckles turning white. Veins bulged on his forehead, nearly grinding his back teeth to dust. The onlookers were slack-jawed, astonished by what was contained within the recording stone. How could Duo Bao behave this way? Only Xuanti appeared serious, his gaze fixed on Xuandan, inwardly pondering, "This boy truly has ties to the West." Duo Bao took several deep breaths, trying to calm his emotions. "My sword is swift enough to strike before you release the image." Xuandan tightened his grip on the recording stone, smiling faintly. "This recording stone is inscribed with formations. When shattered, it will automatically release the image. Senior brother, make your move." Duo Bao clenched his teeth tighter, his face reddening as he shouted, "If you dare to release it, I will dare to strike. If you dare to strike, I will dare to release. Come on, come." Who's afraid of whom? The two stood facing each other, the atmosphere tense, yet there was not a hint of movement. Tong Tian could not help but glance at his senior brother. He shook his head helplessly and casually emitted a ray of blue light. The recording stone that had hung around Xuandan's neck vanished. Ahem. He cleared his throat, bringing Xuandan back to reality, causing his smile to freeze. The grin transferred to Duo Bao's face as he raised the Qing Ping sword, pointing it at Xuandan. "Junior brother, now you have no tricks left to play." Xuandan expression quickly returned to normal. He remained steadfast, secretly channeling his celestial power. He had never expected to win from the start. It was merely to undermine Duo Bao's invincible spirit. Senior brother, no need for more words, just strike. My powers also possess their subtleties. Who wins and who loses cannot be rashly concluded. Duo Bao no longer tried to persuade, nodding with a smile. Junior brother, you truly possess great ambition. The two faced off, attracting the attention of everyone present. The former wielded poison techniques, while the latter was unmatched in swordplay. Despite the gap in cultivation levels, it did not detract from the spectacle of the battle. Dijun's gaze was intense as he stated the astonishing sword strike Duo Bao unleashed earlier. Even Xuandan would find it difficult to withstand. Jin Yuanzi, wearing a light smile, replied, not necessarily. This child always manages to come up with new tricks. Xuandan expression was solemn, ready to unleash his full strength at any moment. After all, Duo Bao's swordsmanship was indeed formidable. Facing each other directly, the upcoming opportunities were limited, requiring utmost focus. Duo Bao, however, laughed towards the sky, declaring loudly. Junior brother, watch this move closely. As the words fell, the Qing Ping's sword soared into the air, its chilling sword intent making the disciples in the spectator area twitch. In the next moment, Duo Bao's face was full of smiles as thousands of formation flags descended from the heavens, positioned around the arena, controlling the secrets of this world. Like a spring, it infused overwhelming spiritual energy, shimmering with radiant divine light. The moment the formation activated, the heavenly mechanisms swayed, subtly drawing on the power of the laws. Duo Bao's figure stood proudly within, surrounded by complex and profound celestial inscriptions. The formation continuously harnessed the power of the laws to forge an overwhelming offensive force. Some attacks transformed into raging flames to scorch the heavens. Others turned into icy barriers to seal off all directions. Or countless sword energies intersected across the universe. Within the formation, laws materialized, the five elements intermingled, and the principles of yin and yang manifested. All the disciples present, as well as the Yuyixian on the platform, were utterly dumbfounded. So after all this time talking about swordsmanship, he actually intended to set up a formation? Suddenly, a significant realization struck him. Duo Bao was a disciple of Tong Tian, inheriting both sword and formation techniques. The formation techniques of Tong Tian were among the top in the primordial era. His direct disciple Duo Bao, the first disciple of the Jiejiao, had previously been responding to attacks with his sword, causing them to overlook the formation aspect. The might emanating from the heavenly mechanism law formation was undoubtedly not inferior to the astonishing sword strike. In fact, it could even be said to surpass it. Dijun's eyes lit up, clapping in praise. The Tai Golden Immortal utilizes the formation to borrow the power of the laws within this world. It can actually unleash some of the strength of the Deluo. How marvelous. The other powerful beings nodded in agreement. Numerous gazes fell upon Xuandan, who faced with such a predicament. How would he respond? Xuandan stood within the formation, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Senior brother, you really have some tricks up your sleeve hiding this move as well. Duo Bao's grin was nearly splitting his face in two, all for the spectacular effect of this sudden revelation. He had thought his junior brother would recognize the difficulty and concede. To his surprise, the tone of Xuandan changed, revealing a radiant smile. Senior brother, I apologize. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuandan summoned the supreme innate spirit treasure, the Nine Dragons Cauldron. Toxic miasma surged forth from within the cauldron like a swarm of mad bees. Duo Bao furrowed his brows slightly, then relaxed. Junior brother, relying solely on this miasma cannot break my formation. The toxic miasma continued to pour forth endlessly. The poison path was incredibly wondrous, as long as one could refine powerful toxins and find a way to poison the enemy. Overcoming the strong with the weak was not difficult. Having sent out numerous pills, Xuandan had amassed a significant amount of innate spirit herb-level poisonous plants. For this battle, he had truly emptied his coffers, refining various powerful toxins to counter his opponent. He saw that the flames burned away, destroyed by the blazing heavenly flames. The icy barriers were corroded by the toxins and dissipated in an instant. The divine thunder descended, shattered by the toxins, its might gone. The sword energy erupted, corroded by the toxins, dull and blunted. Countless powers surged forth from Duo Bao's formation, yet the toxic miasma from the Nine Dragons Cauldron unraveled them one by one. The clash between the miasma and the might of the formation continued, dissipating. Junior brother, you really came prepared. Duo Bao was secretly shocked, wondering just how much his junior brother had prepared. Xuandan merely smiled broadly. Not much, just 198,623 different types of toxins. A year had passed. The toxins had already begun to corrode the surrounding formation flags. There was no sign of stopping. Xuandan continued to wear a sunny smile, yet a sense of ominous foreboding rose within Duo Bao. He exerted all his strength to harness the power of the heavenly laws to launch an offensive. Yet before he could approach Xuandan, he was corroded by the miasma. The power weakened by more than 90%, ultimately being blocked by the Nine Dragons Cauldron. 10 years passed. The miasma had already destroyed most of the formation. A hint of panic appeared on Duo Bao's face while the onlooking Xuansheng were visibly unsettled. There are some traces of my style in your combat. Several Xuansheng cast scornful looks at Ming. That was summoning the projection of the underworld blood sea during a fight. Using the home field advantage, he stood on unshakable ground. It was truly impressive. However, in a battle regardless of means, it was all about victory or defeat. A century passed, and Duo Bao's face had turned pale. The formation flags had all been corroded, and the miasma within the Nine Dragons Cauldron showed no signs of stopping. Xuandan suddenly shouted, "Senior brother, I'm coming in." With that, endless miasma surged violently into Duo Bao's body. Duo Bao instantly broke out in a cold sweat, trembling all over. He had exhausted 90% of his spiritual power controlling the heavenly mechanism law formation and was now powerless to continue the fight. Now that the miasma had entered his body, there was no chance of recovery. "I have lost." A voice tinged with melancholy and unwillingness rang out. The battle between the two came to an abrupt halt, concluding there. The disciples and Xuansheng watching were all in shock, congratulating each other. "Junior brother is impressive, mastering both poison and alchemy, invincible among peers. He is indeed the first among the disciples of our sage. No wonder he is the disciple of the Taiqing sage. His trump cards are endless. The poison techniques are already extraordinary, and considering his blazing heavenly flames and the Zhuro demon-subduing palm seizing the victory was only natural." Returning to the spectator area, Xuandan handed Duo Bao a cleansing pill. At the same time, he heard the system's voice in his mind. The reward was a gathering spirit herb identical to what he had received for the previous cleansing pill. He paid it no mind. Duo Bao forced a smile. "Congratulations, junior brother, on winning the competition." Xuandan smiled, waving his hand casually. Just lucky, just lucky." Taiqing was in high spirits and stepped forward to announce, "In this competition, Xuandan is the champion." The kind gaze of Taiqing fell upon Xuandan as he spoke softly. "Seize the top position, and rewards will naturally follow. Come on." These words drew the attention of many who cast envious glances. The Quasi-Saints present couldn't help but sigh. After all, those were the rewards of a saint with treasures of the highest quality and innate spiritual roots encompassing everything. As long as one desires and speaks up, they can effortlessly acquire it. At the same time, they were curious about what Xuandan truly wanted. Xuandan approached with excitement, while Duo Bao took the Qingzhong pill to remove the toxins from within. In front of Laozi, his own disciple had seized the top position. The means were somewhat indescribable, but never mind, my disciple is the champion, and I am joyful. Laozi smiled and inquired. Having seized the top position, there should be a reward. He stroked his beard, pondering slightly. How about I gift you a supreme innate spiritual treasure? Traveling through the wilderness assisted by treasures greatly enhances strength. That would be good. Xuandan shook his head in response. I already possess the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Nine Dragons Cauldron and the Nine Heavens Cloud Chariot. No need for more. Laozi nodded, slightly contemplating once more. Then I shall bestow upon you a top-tier divine skill to adapt to the ever-changing circumstances and enrich your own methods. Xuandan shook his head again. I have the burning sky blazing flame and the extermination of Immortal's grand seal. Unnecessary. The disciples from the major sects watching the battle looked at Xuandan in disbelief, their jaws nearly grinding to dust. No need for supreme innate spiritual treasures, nor lacking in top-tier divine skills. Is he truly the embodiment of countless favors? Especially the many outer disciples of the Jia sect, their eyes turning red. It is not envy or jealousy, certainly not. It is merely the natural color of my pupils. Especially the apothecary and Dizong who stood beside Jane and Zuni. They say the East is prosperous, yet it seems you do not regard supreme innate spiritual treasures as valuable. No wonder you dare to gamble with them in Mahjong. The West. How bitter. Xuandan's response made the Quasi-Saints present envious. They came from noble backgrounds, cultivating through endless cycles of the Yuan Hui, achieving today's accomplishments. The path to power was passed down by Tao ancestor Hongjun, leading to myriad divine skills. They also possessed supreme innate spiritual treasures and top-tier divine skills. But such words coming from the juniors of a personal sect. Many powerful beings felt their own lives were harsh. If it were not for their reputations, perhaps they would dare to apprentice under the saints of their generation, watching their own disciples lacking nothing. Laozi, still immensely pleased, asked once more, Disciple, what is it that you wish for? After pondering for a moment, Xuandan blurted out. Disciple is deeply engrossed in alchemy, unable to extricate myself. I only seek that master can bestow upon me top-tier pill formulas, so that disciple can further enhance my alchemical skills. As soon as the words left his mouth, many disciples from the major sects watching the battle suddenly brightened. Hiss! Not to mention anything else, the pills refined by my junior brother are truly formidable. Moreover, the pill formulas bestowed by the Grand Master are certainly not ordinary pills. If my junior brother refines pills using the Grandmaster's formulas, wouldn't that be extraordinary? As for the side effects, the Grandmaster's pill formulas should pose no issues, shouldn't it? Laozi's smile grew even wider as he nodded repeatedly. Good, 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 truly worthy of being my good disciple. You have already taken the initiative to speak, so I must surely gift you. Saying this, he reached out and lightly tapped Xuandan's forehead, causing a formula named Fortune Pill to arise in his mind. Laozi continued to explain, Fortune Pill, when taken, can enhance one's luck within a certain time frame. As soon as these words were spoken, the disciples from the major sects watching the battle erupted in excitement. Xuandu, not far away, couldn't help but stretch his neck to look over. Luck is mysterious for cultivators, yet it is also extremely significant. With opportunities descending upon departure, cultivation would soar, enhancing the luck of cultivators, increasing opportunities, and reducing misfortunes. Who would not want to live such a wonderful life? Moreover, the pills refined by my junior brother would have enhanced effects, especially the blessed true immortal of the Chan sect eagerly anticipating, with their own deep fortunes, receiving the fortune pill refined by my junior brother. Wouldn't that mean treasures would fall from the sky upon departure, and opportunities await at every turn? The disciples of the three teachings were all immensely excited. However, thoughts of the Huanglong lowly, the bald Duobao, and the third leg of Ma Yuan occasionally flashed through their minds. Their smiles gradually stiffened on their faces. Xuandan was overjoyed just noticing the eager gazes of his many brothers and sisters. He patted his chest and said heroically, fellow brothers and sisters, do not worry, the matter of pill refining will be handled by me. No need to be so polite, just speak up if you want pills. We are all fellow disciples, do not be so courteous. The disciples from the three teachings on the viewing platform found themselves at a loss for words. Their hearts were eager for the effects of the pills, yet they were also fearful of their side effects. Guangqingzi approached Xuandu's side. Your personal junior brother, how about you eat first? After eating, your luck will soar, and you'll gain many treasures. Xuandu recalled the two betrayers of the teachings earlier and shot Guangqingzi a glance. How about I call you senior brother from now on, and you eat first? The many disciples from the three teachings on the viewing platform began to push each other away. Senior brother eats first, this pill is indeed excellent. That statement is incorrect, the junior brother should go first. Witnessing this scene, the Quasi-Saints couldn't help but sigh. The camaraderie among the disciples of the three teachings is truly remarkable. It is said that the three pure ones do not get along. What I see today is mere empty talk. If only my little brats would stop fighting every day. The affairs of the demon clan and family matters are both troubling. It is better to be a loose cultivator. At this moment, Qi Jingzi pondered for a moment and said, why don't we close our divine senses and play rock, paper, scissors instead? The loser shall denote their poor luck and must consume the fortune pill. If luck is already that poor, don't worry about side effects, let me say it. The other disciples of the three teachings exchanged glances and ultimately nodded in unison. Good. The disciples from the Xianmen, observing the battle, began to enthusiastically play rock, paper, scissors. In less than half a stick of incense, all eyes converged on Shiji, the outer disciple of the Jia sect. Shiji looked surprised, glancing around. The gazes of many brothers and sisters were filled with either pity, envy, or sympathy. Thank you, senior sister, for your great righteousness and willingness to test the pill. What kind of words are these? Let us congratulate junior sister Shiji, may your luck flourish. Indeed, indeed, gaining the fortune pill will surely change your destiny. Only Shiji, who had become the focus, felt somewhat at a loss. Duobao laughed heartily. Good. Junior sister, you should take the pills refined by junior brother Xuandan first. Pointing at herself, she seemed a bit dazed. Ami. Bai Xiao rushed up to hug one of Shiji's arms. Junior sister Shiji, such great righteousness. I will take it. Junior sister. Righteousness. I admire junior sister, you are amazing. Just after obtaining the pill formula, Xuandan returned to his senses after seeing all the brothers and sisters surrounding Shiji, filled with joy. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Is this how it is for the treatment of the champion of the great competition? Aren't you all here to congratulate me? Soon his mindset shifted and he shook his head, saying, Humph, let me refine the fortune pill. After junior sister Shiji takes it, she will surely change her fate, making you all envy her. When the time comes, if you want to eat the fortune pill, you must pair it with other pills as well. Taiqing looked at the harmonious scene of the three teachings disciples playing together, feeling warmth within. At the same time, his expression grew serious as he calmly declared, the great competition ends here. Taiking's gaze swept over the many Quasi-Saints, pausing slightly on Jian and Zhuani. The poor Taoist also thanks all of you fellow Taoists for coming to witness this ceremony. It is also a good thing for them to attend this ceremony. They hurriedly stood up to return the courtesy. The saints' words are too heavy. Only Jian and Zunti's faces were ashen. They snorted coldly, bringing along Yaoshi and Dizong. Without a word, and without looking back, they left. Anyone with discerning eyes could see the loss of dignity for the West. It had already fallen to the ground during the grand competition and shattered. It was impossible to pick it up. Their reputation in the East was thoroughly ruined. The grand competition was not yet over, but Jane and Juni were already sitting on needles and pins. Continuing to stay, they could not bear the cold ridicule from the three purities. Tom Tian coldly snorted, staring at the direction in which the two saints of the west left. They should have left long ago. Did they expect us to take care of their meals? When Nuwa and the other Quasi saints left, they smiled and greeted the three purities, congratulating Taiqing on his disciple winning the first place. Taiking's smile never faded. Only Dijuan had Tai leave first to handle affairs concerning the demon clan. He personally found Xuandan maintaining a calm demeanor. Your performance in the grand competition was truly remarkable, but I have a request that requires your assistance. Xuandan looked at this renowned demon emperor Dijuan with some surprise. He couldn't help but be curious and asked, the demon emperor is being too polite. Please just speak your mind. Dijuan then began to speak. I must first apologize on behalf of my subordinate Jiming. Previously it was said in the East Sea Dragon Palace that the East Sea Dragon King's son underwent a bloodline transformation due to the elixir gifted by you. Therefore I wish to request another elixir from you for my disappointing son. Upon my return I will certainly punish Jiming again. However, my elixir merely stimulates the bloodline, though it cannot directly enhance the foundation. All my princes possess the bloodline of the three-legged golden crow. What use is there for elixirs? Daijin's expression fell, and he sighed, saying, both Tai and I are innate three-legged golden crows. The little ones are born later, and their bloodline has fallen to a lower tier. Xuandan suddenly understood. The difference between innate and acquired was like a chasm. Spiritual treasures, spiritual roots, and bloodlines were the same. He looked Xuandan up and down, exuding an undeniable aura of authority, yet in Xuandan's eyes he was simply a wealthy man. He sighed, revealing some bitterness. To be honest, it is not easy for me to refine an elixir. The Tianyang grass and Xinyang vine are hard to find throughout the wilderness. Refining elixirs also requires a considerable amount of time. You see, I barely have any time to cultivate you. I've only just become a golden immortal. Not to mention, there are other brothers seeking elixirs. Alas, it's tough. Dijuan listened to Xuandan's rambling deep in thought. It truly wasn't easy. No, wait. How long have you been cultivating to become a golden immortal and still not be satisfied? Looking back, he pondered Xuandan's words. He could hear two words from it: pay more. Daijin's expression remained indifferent as he waved his hand. His gesture was not one of refusal, but rather to indicate that no further words were necessary. Is the essence of the sun's true fire enough to exchange for an elixir? Xuandan's face lit up with joy as he stuffed a Xinyang Dan into Daijin's hand. Your Majesty is generous. There are few like you in the wilderness. Indeed, the aura of the demon emperor is unmatched. The true fire of the sun is one of the top divine fires in the wilderness. If it could be devoured, the might of the blazing flames could be elevated further. Originating from the sun star and containing the power of utmost yang, it is beneficial for refining both elixirs and treasures. The flattery of the foremost figure among the three teachings clearly pleased Dijuan. He casually handed over the essence of the sun's true fire to Xuandan, while simultaneously accepting the Xinyang Dan, feeling its rich medicinal power. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face, and his heart was somewhat touched. I hope this elixir is truly effective, then my little one will be saved. Dijuan immediately took his leave, hurrying back to test the elixir. The disciples of the three teachings who observed from the spectator seats noticed Dijuan exchanging for elixirs. Watching his receding figure, they sighed inwardly. It would not be one of the demon court's princes who would become the unfortunate victim. With matters here concluded, many disciples of the three teachings urged Xuandan to return and refine the fate elixir. Xuandan had the same intention. All right, I'm very obedient. Oh, just watch. With that, he transformed into a beam of light and returned to his cave dwelling. He summoned the 9-dragon cauldron and began refining the fate elixir according to the recipe. Meanwhile, the demon clan's emperor Dijuan had just returned to the sun star. He settled all 10 of his sons here to cultivate. The sun star's true fire is endless, and there is also the top-grade innate spiritual root, the Fusang tree. For the three-legged golden crows, it is an excellent environment for cultivation. The Fusang tree grows from a deep abyss on the sun star. This place is known as Tonggu. As soon as Dijuan arrived, he caught sight of the 4th and 5th sons wrestling with each other. He turned his head away, choosing not to see or bother. His gaze fell upon the youngest, who was cultivating atop the Fusang tree. At the same time, a hint of affection and guilt flashed in his eyes. Alas! At the moment of his birth, the essence was damaged, and even many heavenly materials and earthly treasures are hard to restore. I hope the elixir exchange from Xuandan proves useful. The youngest had the worst start, but worked the hardest in cultivation. Suddenly awakening, he sensed the presence beside him and exclaimed with surprise. Father! As soon as he spoke, the 4th and 5th sons who had been wrestling instantly stopped. The other golden crows also stood still, their expressions awkward. Under normal circumstances, Dijuan would have scolded them fiercely. But with important matters at hand, he took out the Xinyang Dan. Swallow this, that might help restore your essence. The youngest received the Xuandan, his expression dim. His essence was damaged and had not been treated for many years. Even with elixirs and heavenly materials sent over for years, the results were merely futile. He had long since given up any expectations. Yet he still forced a smile. Thank you, Father, I believe in. With that he swallowed the Xuandan. The other golden crows were also serious. Their little brother's situation was a thorn in their hearts. No matter what good things they had on ordinary days, they always prioritized giving them to the youngest. If they could restore the youngest's essence, they would be happier than the youngest. Just as they were feeling anxious within, the youngest who had swallowed the elixir suddenly felt his blood boiling like lava. The essence of the entire sun star was drawn and infusing into his body. A dazzling golden divine light burst forth from his entire body, shining brilliantly. He emitted a crow's cry that shook the heavens amidst the endless true fire of the sun. Xuandan and the other 9 golden crows were dumbfounded. As the divine light slowly dispersed, the elegant figure of the youngest materialized. He wore a golden robe embroidered with golden crow patterns, his eyes bright. In the sky above, a phantom of a 3-legged golden crow entered the youngest's body. The pressure emitted suddenly increased, reaching the early stage of the golden immortal. Xuandan showed an excited expression, looking up and down at the transformed youngest. The essence is restored, and he can also break through to golden immortal. Excellent. Very good, such elegance matching my looks, and the aura is similar too. And this? His gaze lowered, fixating on the youngest's prominent lower body, causing him to take a sharp breath. Hiss. This is a rare talent. The Xuandan can restore the essence and has this effect. The other golden crows were also quite delighted, surrounding him to congratulate. Wonderful. The youngest's essence has been restored. Not only that, but the bloodline's density has also increased. What I admire most is this. Silence. The youngest then reacted and directly lifted his robe. Several golden crows quickly covered their eyes. No, I'm afraid of being poked. The youngest's expression was somewhat strange as he hurriedly explained. Don't misunderstand, don't misunderstand. This is just my 3rd leg that cannot transform. I don't know why this leg cannot transform and has become so big. It seems to be a side effect of the elixir. Xuandan stared at the youngest. That was indeed the 3rd leg of the 3-legged golden crow, which had now grown tenfold. He draped a robe over his son, his mouth twitching. During this time, don't leave the sun star. It won't be good if other female immortals see you. The youngest? What is father saying? I don't understand. Xuandan cleared his throat. Don't lead the child. Feeling the pure bloodline within the youngest, Xuandan finally couldn't help but laugh, and it was a loud and unrestrained laugh. He quickly called for Tai. The confused Tai stared at his brother, who was laughing maniacally, and looked at his excited nephews, feeling a chill in his heart. What happened to this world? Until his gaze fell upon the youngest's lower body after transformation. He suddenly felt a surge of anger and said sternly, 10th nephew, what is going on with you? Xuandan pointed to Kunlun Mountain, shouting, quickly go to Kunlun Mountain for me, it must be fast. Tai regained his senses, recalling what his brother had done and said earlier. His fists clenched tightly, anger boiling in his eyes. It must be that my brother requested an elixir from the 3 purities. As a result, the 10th nephew has encountered a mishap in his cultivation. Thinking of this, Tai gritted his teeth, filled with rage. I will spare no effort, even risking my life, to demand an explanation from Kunlun Mountain. The demon clan must not be humiliated. His burning gaze fell upon Xuandan, waiting for his brother's orders. Xuandan waved his hand grandly, pointing towards Kunlun Mountain and declaring loudly, immediately go to Kunlun Mountain in exchange for unlimited elixirs. Tell Xuandan that whatever he has, I want the same amount. Bring some heavenly materials. Know you carry the demon clan's treasure house, and go personally. Tai's expression was serious as he responded loudly. Rest assured, brother, I will personally handle it, and ensure Kunlun Mountain. What did you say? Exchange for elixirs, and carry the demon clan's treasure house. You still want to find Xuandan. Meanwhile, elixirs were being brewed in Xuandan's residence, and the fragrance wafted. Suddenly, Xuandan extinguished the fiery heaven blaze and opened the 9-dragon cauldron. A voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. The elixir effect of the fate elixir refined by the host has increased tenfold, with side effects will uncontrollably shout out what is in their heart. Effect duration, 3,000 years. A thick tribulation thunder gathered in the sky, attracting the attention of the disciples from the 3 teachings on Kunlun Mountain. Endless thunder descended upon the Xuandan mansion. As the dark clouds dispersed, the fragrance of pills filled the entire Kunlun Mountain. The disciples of the Xuanmen brightened up, all simultaneously giving birth to the same thought. The junior brother has successfully refined the fortune pill. They had made a promise during the grand competition of the 3 teachings. As soon as the fortune pill appeared, they would allow Shiji to be the first to consume it. This matter was already known to all disciples of the 3 teachings. Now that the fortune pill had appeared, Shiji would surely rush to the Xuandan mansion. Every disciple not in seclusion hurried towards the mansion. Flocking to such events was no exception, even in the Hongjun. Shiji raised her head, staring at the streams of light rushing towards the Xuandan mansion. A conflicted expression appeared on her face, her fists clenched tightly, revealing her anxiety. Oh, why are there so many people? Shiji was naturally withdrawn, disliking crowded places. Whenever there were more people, she would feel anxious and find it hard to speak. Previously, when she sought the Tianqing pill from the Xuandan, it was the fairy of colorful clouds who dragged her along. Now, thinking about consuming the pill in front of so many fellow disciples, her heart raced with anxiety, thumping irregularly. However, at the end of the grand competition of the three teachings, Shiji had promised her fellow disciples that she would be the first to consume the fortune pill. Thinking about how many people were guessing and that she might lose, her expression suddenly turned despondent, mumbling, "Perhaps I really need the fortune pill." Shiji took a deep breath, encouraging herself internally. "I can do this. Increasing fortune is a good thing." While encouraging herself, she used her escape technique and moved swiftly. At the same time, Xuandu, Guangqingzi, and Duo Bao were also preparing to head out. Guangqingzi encountered Xuandu and Duo Bao, who were traveling together. He felt a bit puzzled. It seemed that after the grand competition of the three teachings, their relationship had become closer than that of real brothers. The entire Kunlun Mountain could see them inseparable. Seeing that the two were about to set out, he asked, "The fortune pill has appeared. I need to go take a look. Are you two coming along?" Xuandu looked a bit strange, casually waving his hand. "You go ahead. We also want to see it, and will definitely arrive shortly." Guangqingzi sized up Xuandu and Duo Bao, pointing behind him. "But it seems like you are going the wrong way." Xuandu and Duo Bao. "No need to mind. I just remembered my alchemy furnace is still lit, and I need to go check on it." Guangqingzi thought that his senior brother's alchemy furnace was supposed to be portable, didn't he? He shook his head, feeling an indescribable oddity. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. The matter of the fortune pill was more important. He soon brushed aside the oddity about Xuandu and Duo Bao and moved on with his escape light. Duo Bao watched Guangqingzi leave and breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, my senior brother didn't pay too much attention, or if he insisted on going together, we would surely be exposed." Xuandu couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, even someone who leads can get lost. I can't afford to lose face. But if we want to go to the Xuandan mansion, can we manage? Duo Bao patted his chest, his expression serious. "Senior brother, don't worry, just trust me. Kunlun Mountain isn't too big, we can get there slowly." With that, Xuandu and Duo Bao continued on together. The number of disciples gathering in front of the Xuandan mansion grew. Guangqingzi arrived first, with the other disciples of the Chan teaching arriving later. Then came many disciples from the Jia teaching. Zhao Gongming in the crowd furrowed his brow and approached to ask softly, "Senior brother, why don't I see Duo Bao?" According to Duo Bao's character, he should be the first to arrive. Guangqingzi recalled the earlier scene and smiled. "Don't worry, junior brother Duo Bao and senior brother Xuandu are on their way here." Zhao Gongming immediately felt reassured and continued to wait. More and more disciples gathered here. Yuyixian, one of the 7 fairies, couldn't help but frown and approached to ask, "Zhao, senior brother, why don't I see Duo Bao?" After all, he was the backbone of the Jia teaching, apart from Tongtian. Missing him for a while, they missed him dearly. Furthermore, how could such an occasion be without the Jia teaching's eldest senior brother? Zhao Gongming recalled Guangqingzi's words and smiled. "Don't worry, senior brother Duo Bao and senior brother Xuandu are still on their way here." Yuyixian immediately felt reassured and returned to wait quietly. Meanwhile, Xuandu trusted Duo Bao's words deeply and followed him as they pressed on. Until he suddenly came to his senses. Looking around, he saw not a trace of Kunlun Mountain scenery. Confusion filled his eyes, and he spoke somewhat flusteredly. "Junior brother, where on earth are you taking me? Is this still Kunlun Mountain?" Until Xuandan emerged with the fortune pill. With a beaming smile, he looked around, his gaze finally landing on Guangqingzi. He appeared somewhat puzzled and asked, "Wait, where are senior brother Xuandu and junior brother Duo Bao?" Guangqingzi was equally puzzled, speaking somewhat uncertainly. They might still be on their way. Xuandan shook his head and sighed. "Alas. They all say that to refine pills one must have a senior brother present, but unfortunately, he doesn't have that fortune." The others couldn't help but sweat and hurriedly spoke up. "Junior brother, don't mind that. Quickly let us see the power of the fortune pill." "Exactly, I want to see the fortune pill. I want to see the fortune pill." The disciples behind, ready to watch the excitement, began to stir. Xuandan looked at everyone's enthusiasm and was instantly filled with joy. All right, where is Shiji? Please come forward quickly." In the crowd, Shiji timidly raised her small hand, her expression visibly flustered. "I'm here." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz as she slowly stepped forward. The Qiusho fairy in the crowd couldn't help but shake his head and speak softly. "Junior sister is good at everything, but she is just a bit too introverted. Being introverted is not a good thing for a cultivator." Xuandan came before Shiji and handed her the fortune pill. "Senior sister, here, take it and swallow it." Shiji took the fortune pill and looked at the hopeful gaze of the junior brother, secretly saying to herself, "Eat it, my fortune is already this poor." The fortune pill was swallowed into her belly. A strange wind suddenly arose between heaven and earth. The crowd fell silent, carefully observing Sage. Half a stick of incense passed, yet there was not the slightest change. They all showed expressions of joy and began to exclaim, "No wonder it's the recipe of the Grand Master. The saint's recipe definitely won't have any side effects. Of course it's also thanks to Junior Brother for refining the pill." Xuandan grinned broadly, puffing out, "That's for sure as easy as flipping a hand." Upon hearing the discussions of her fellow disciples, Sage opened her eyes and hurriedly checked for any changes. She was instantly overjoyed, her heart leaping with joy. Hooray, hooray, there are really no side effects. The three teachings disciples fell silent, casting various gazes at Sage. Sage just happened to catch a glimpse of Xian's gaze, her heart trembling. Why does Senior Brother Qing Shi's expression look so frightening? Why is he looking at me like that? She then saw Xuandan up close and thought, Xuandan Junior Brother is so handsome, I wish I could eat the Tianqing pill soon. Introverted people often have many unexpected thoughts in their minds and prefer to talk to themselves internally. Just as Sage was looking forward to a turn of fortune in the future, the Xian in the crowd turned red and shouted, "What about me is frightening? This is called masculinity, do you understand? I am obviously also very handsome." The unwilling cry of the dragon-head Immortal echoed through the skies of Kunlun Mountain. Shiji's face immediately flushed red with embarrassment as she blurted out, "Why are you shouting so loudly?" As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly snapped back to reality and quickly covered her mouth. Wait. That's not right. How can you hear my thoughts? I clearly said that in my mind. How did it come out loud? The dragon-head Immortal looked aggrieved and stated directly, "Your shout was even louder than mine, okay? Who can't hear it except for those fools from the Western Church who have closed their sixth senses?" Shiji's mouth slightly opened, her eyes wide in disbelief, frozen in place. She looked utterly dumbfounded. It's over. What's going on? I clearly thought it was a private thought. How did it come out? Wah! The disciples of the three teachings watching the commotion couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Guo Chengzi leaned closer to Yunxiao, whispering, "Didn't you say this little junior sister is introverted? Could it be that Jie Jiao calls such a personality introverted?" Yunxiao's expression was also quite unnatural, recalling his previous junior sister. She never spoke in front of many people, only said a few words when she was with the Sanshao sisters or Cayenne Fairy. Such behavior was utterly unusual and extremely strange. She pondered for a moment while staring at Sage, whose behavior was off, and then her eyes lit up. Could it be a side effect of the Qi Luck pill, eh? The other disciples of the three teachings also reacted. They looked at the proud Xuandan, and then at Sage, who was in perfect harmony. They all took 2 steps back. If inner thoughts were forced to be spoken, wouldn't that mean there were no secrets left to hide? This Qi Luck pill was indeed quite hard to swallow. The junior brother was indeed still that junior brother. Shiji's face was flushed, still uncontrollably shouting, "So embarrassing. So shameful. Aunt." The other fellow disciples all had dazed expressions. They couldn't imagine what they would look like after. "I can't think about it anymore. It's so embarrassing." But the more Sage tried not to think about it, the more words popped up in her mind. Coupled with the side effects of the Qi Luck pill. Wah! I will never like Xuandan junior brother again. Are there any pretty senior sisters or handsome senior brothers who can hug me? I can't keep living like this. Hearing this, the dragon-head Immortal had just taken 2 steps forward when she saw Yunxiao's figure had already arrived beside Sage. She reached out to gently embrace Sage, comforting her by patting her back. Sage buried her head in her arms, still shouting uncontrollably, unable to endure this torment any longer. Everyone looked at Shiji's departing figure, showing sympathetic gazes. Only Xuandan laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Tisk, I never expected Sage senior sister to be so outgoing. Look, fellow brothers, the pill I refined is perfectly fine. Instead, it has helped Sage senior sister overcome her introverted troubles and be brave enough to communicate with others." "Ha, who wants to try the Qi Luck pill?" Xuandan's eager gaze scanned over everyone. The disciples of the three teachings all lowered their heads, looking up sideways, not daring to meet his gaze. The recent misfortune of Sage was still fresh in their memories. As for the claim that the pill had no problems, believe it at your own peril. The Heaven Heart pill turned one into a lowly, and the Breaking Boundary pill caused baldness. Remember that Jie Jiao's Ma Yuan after taking the Xinyang pill. Everyone among the three teachings simultaneously birthed the same thought. This little junior brother is quite bad. No one dared to step forward to swallow the Qi Luck pill. Guo Chengzi approached Zhao Gongming and transmitted his voice. "Junior brother, why don't you give it a try?" Zhao Gongming did not lift his head, responding, "Senior brother, please take the lead." The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. "You eat, I approve. Why eat, I don't eat." The disciples of the three teachings were mutually deferring, being humble and polite. Xuandan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. "We are all brothers of the Xianmen, we truly are one big family. It's a pity that Xuandu senior brother isn't here. Let's save one for him. Senior brother treats me so well, I can't let him down." Just then a pressure that pierced through the ages descended upon Kunlun Mountain. An aura like a heavenly flood spread across the entire sky of Kunlun Mountain. The three saints at the mountain peak were simultaneously startled and began to calculate. After a few breaths they all revealed smiles that seemed slightly supernatural. Looking for Xuandan. Then the three saints closed their eyes, continuing to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, no longer paying attention. The gathered disciples of the three teachings all looked up. Xuandan was no exception as he lifted his head only to see a majestic cliff floating above the sky. They were not low in cultivation. Although they were far away, they could still clearly see the treasures and spirit roots that had been sealed. The faintly radiating precious light appeared dazzling and radiant. If the seals were lifted, it would likely be comparable to the sun descending. The cliff was slowly floating toward Kunlun Mountain. The disciples of the three teachings immediately began to discuss among themselves. It is said that the dragon race is wealthy. This treasure trove is probably not inferior to that of the dragon race. Such a thick, demonic aura, could it be that a powerful demon race is here to recruit the master? Good heavens, I think I saw many innate spirit treasures. The demon race is carrying so many treasures. What are they trying to do? Those filthy demon scum are here to flaunt their wealth in Kunlun Mountain. The floating cliff concealed more than half of the sky over Kunlun Mountain. Shurji, feeling deeply humiliated and angry, closed her eyes and ran back. Quick, let's go back to the cave. I will never come out again in this lifetime. So embarrassing. Ah, Duong. Shurji suddenly felt like she had bumped into something. She fell from the clouds, her body aching all over. This made her already flushed face turn even redder. Having made such a fool of herself, she was filled with a mix of anger and embarrassment. She rubbed her forehead where she had bumped into something. Tears of grievance were almost slipping from her eyes. Who is it? So inconsiderate. How can you bump into someone in Kunlun Mountain? So painful, ought. Why the pill isn't turning my luck around. Suddenly a beam of light descended from the sky. It landed directly in Shiji's hand. The complaints she was about to voice were abruptly cut off. The tears that were about to fall from her eyes were also halted. In her hand was surprisingly a medium-quality, innate spirit treasure. The moment she touched it, the name of the item flashed in her mind. Starry Essence Wheel. Shiji's mouth dropped open, her face filled with shock as she stood there in a daze. Her heart seemed to stop beating at that moment. The disciples of the three teachings who had originally been observing were also dumbfounded. Previously during the match, she had been the final loser in the guessing game. It was enough to prove how poor Shiji's luck was. And now she had consumed a chi luck pill. Did she really just stumble upon an innate spirit treasure? Zhao Gongming leaned closer to Guo Chengzi. Didn't senior brother just say to let junior brother try it out? Guang Chengzi cast a nonchalant glance at Zhao Gongming. As your senior brother, it is only natural for me to test the poison for you, junior brother. Don't worry, once I understand the effects of this elixir, you can consume it without fear. Guang Chengzi held Zhao Gongming's hand, appearing friendly and brotherly. In reality, however, they were secretly clashing their powers against each other. On the other side, Shurji was holding the middle grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Star Essence Wheel. She was in a state of confusion, her mind abruptly going blank. Thoughts began to surge like a tide. Wow, 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 a middle grade innate spiritual treasure. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her mouth was nearly split from ear to ear. To find an innate spiritual treasure right outside the door, fortune is indeed turning. Junior brother's luck in refining elixirs is truly remarkable. The Star Essence Wheel sounds incredibly powerful. Just swallowing the elixir has such an effect. I can't go back to the cave. I want to explore the Kunlun Mountain. At that time, all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures along with magical artifacts will all belong to me, Shurji. Just as Shurji was immersed in her joy, unable to extricate herself, Tai, who was supporting the entire treasure cliff, looked at Shurji with a doubtful expression. His brow furrowed slightly as her noise was rather grating. Little friend, you are quite loud. The sudden voice instantly silenced Shurji's smile. Her face flushed back to its original shade of embarrassment. She panicked, searching around. Soon she spotted Tai, who was holding up the entire treasure cliff. Simultaneously, she couldn't help but complain with a hint of regret. I thought it was a treasure cliff flying in from nowhere. How could someone be carrying the cliff and flying around? Her inner thoughts were once again voiced aloud. The Tai carrying the cliff couldn't help but think. My elder brother seems to have lost his mind. He can't even see how remarkable the elixir's effects are to warrant such attention from elder brother. Just as Shurji approached him with the lost magical artifact in hand, her face flushed with reluctance as she handed over the Star Essence Wheel. I didn't know there was someone here. I thought it was just fate. This item should rightly belong to its original owner. You take it back. At the same time, many thoughts began to arise within her. Sigh. I'm so sad. The middle grade innate spiritual treasure I just obtained is gone again. I really am still that unlucky, Shurji. Life is hard. Tai frowned, his expression filled with vigilance as he scrutinized the Star Essence Wheel. It was merely a weakened version of the high-grade innate spiritual treasures, the Sun Essence Wheel and the Moon Essence Wheel. To a wealthy demon court, it would not even be considered valuable. Tai-E waved his hand indifferently and said solemnly, "Forget it, this item is useless to me. Keep it for yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, Shiji was instantly overjoyed. Wow. I've never picked up a spiritual treasure before. My luck is finally turning around. From now on I will also have great fortune. A middle-grade spiritual treasure, a middle-grade spiritual treasure, it will last a lifetime. Truly wonderful. Shiji, who ate the fortune elixir, has such good luck. Tai-E felt his head throb from the noise. If you have nothing to do, please clear the path. He stared at the loud Shiji, who quickly moved aside. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, female cultivators are indeed the most troublesome beings. Luckily it was my elder brother who got married back then. It really is more comfortable to be alone. Tai-E continued to carry the treasure cliff toward the direction of the Xuandan, while Shiji sang cheerful songs as she wandered around Kunlun Mountain, hoping to receive more opportunities. When Tai-E arrived in front of the Xuandan mansion, he saw a large number of disciples from the three teachings gathered there. At this moment, the Xianmen disciples who had regained their senses looked at the Xuandan with fervent eyes. Just now Shiji had found an innate spiritual treasure as soon as she stepped out. Everyone present had witnessed it. They thought about the side effects of the fortune elixir and spoke their minds. They considered that she had obtained an innate spiritual treasure just by stepping out. All the disciples exchanged glances. How can we lose opportunities for the sake of face? Moreover, this issue seems not entirely unavoidable. As long as one is careful and doesn't overthink, and if no one overhears, it seems. It's not that big a deal. At this moment the disciples of the three teachings all became optimistic. Indeed, it won't be embarrassing. What is most important in cultivation? Opportunities. How could they miss out? Guang Qingzi and Zhao Gongming took the lead. The other disciples from the three teachings followed closely with fiery gazes surrounding the Xuandan and asking for the fortune elixir. Xuandan was overjoyed and waved his hand, shouting loudly, "Don't crowd, queue up in an orderly manner. Trust me, everyone can have a fortune elixir. Queue up one at a time. After receiving the fortune elixir, do not linger for too long." After the grand competition, the bonds among the disciples of the three teachings were even stronger. To obtain the fortune elixir, they had to listen to the words of the junior brother. In less than a quarter of an hour they formed a long line. Just as Donghuang Tai-E arrived, his brow furrowed. An expression of displeasure surfaced on his face. For many years he had governed the demon court with a firm hand. Seeing such a long queue, he instinctively wanted to exert his imperial authority. As the Eastern Emperor of the demon court, he had never had to wait in line anywhere. He instinctively blurted out, "Everyone step aside, let me through first." As soon as he finished speaking, the voices of the disciples from the three teachings rose and fell. I am a disciple of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. You want to cut in line? Master, someone is bullying your good disciple. Remember, the one standing before you is the great wilderness blue lion, one of the 7 attendants of the GS sect's outer disciples, the handsome and masculine Yuyixian. Tai-E's mouth twitched slightly. In front of him stood many disciples of the three teachings. Although their realms were not high, they were all like ants. Yet their backgrounds were quite significant. In comparison, Tai-E's identity as the Eastern Emperor of the demon court could not overshadow them. He couldn't help but shake his head and sighed softly. "Fine, I might as well just queue up, honestly." At that moment, Guang Qingzi, who was at the front of the line, suddenly spoke up. "Junior brothers, guests are guests. We are all disciples of the saints, and we must have the courtesy of hospitality. In that case, I will take the initiative to be last in line. Tai-E Senior, you can take my place." Guang Qingzi smiled brightly, and Tai-E nodded slightly. As expected of a disciple of Yuan Shi, he truly understands manners. He chuckled softly. "As the demon emperor, I cannot take advantage of a junior. This spiritual treasure is a gift for you." Saying this, he tossed out a middle-grade innate spiritual treasure. Guang Qingzi happily accepted it. Well said, Senior, you are too polite." The disciples in line. Did they just get a spiritual treasure before even consuming the elixir? What about them risking social death to eat the elixir for the sake of opportunities? Guang Qingzi and the other disciples exchanged glances, a fleeting smile crossing their brows. These junior brothers were still too young. If they had consumed the elixir first, wouldn't that be embarrassing for the demon clan? Let Tai-E embarrass himself first, so they could balance each other out, each having their own dark history. At this moment, Tai-E had already reached the front of the line. He saw Xuandan smiling brightly. "Senior brothers and sisters, you can consume the elixir, but I have a new rule. To consume the fortune elixir, you must also take another kind of elixir." As soon as this was said, everyone felt a sense of impending danger. In an instant, fine beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of the disciples of the three teachings. A group of powerful beings felt their powers tremble, their expressions grave as they continuously calculated in their hearts. A great terror was descending upon Kunlun Mountain. The disciples of the three teachings trembled with fear, their limbs unsteady, almost ready to flee. Fleeting images of a childlike girl and a bald figure surfaced in their minds. They could not forget Shurji emerging earlier bearing a spiritual treasure. They exchanged troubled looks torn and at last clenched their teeth. Very well, this petty tactic of bundled sales and trifling stratagems will not best us. For that pinnacle of fortune, what harm in risking everything? Only Taiyi's eyes brightened, betraying admiration. This youth's disposition is not so base. He treats his brothers well. Just then Xuandan grinned and asked merrily, Elder Donghuang, what pills would you wish to exchange for? With a thunderous thud, the burden trove landed on a clearing of Kunlun Mountain. Taiyi bore himself proudly and casually pointed to the hoard. I have brought the Yao clan's treasury here. For every Xuandan you possess, I shall take the same amount. The Yao clan's treasures are all here. Choose to your heart's content. Such bold words left the assembled disciples of the three teachings dumbfounded. They stared at Taiyi's imposing silhouette with eyes full of complication. On closer inspection, some could only mutter a phrase meaning rich bully, others shook their heads and sighed, seeing instead the expression that read great fool. Xuandan's eyes sparkled with bright intent. Even in his time at the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, he had not seen the dragons so magnanimous. They said the dragon clan was stingy. Reflecting on the past and contrasting it with the Yao clan's manner of trading for pills today, there was no comparison. Dragons are outdone. Xuandan's smile was now impossible to suppress. He rubbed his hands as figure wavered, and in an instant he had leapt atop the treasure trove to look around. A supreme innate spirit root, a branch of the Fusang tree. Oh, not bad. And two superior innate spirit treasures, a sun-moon essence wheel. Ew, exquisite, truly exquisite. What is that? Quasi-saint and Yao saint essence blood 10 drops. Is this a recruitment physical? Do they draw blood before entering the Yao court? Soon Xuandan returned to Taiyi, cleared his throat, and feigned solemnity. Yet a single glance at the multitude of treasures made him laugh despite himself. He shifted his gaze, arched a brow, and in an affable tone said, Elder Donghuang, I have just refined a Xuandan. Its potency is extraordinary. The one who bumped into you was senior sister Shurji, who had swallowed the pill. Let me tell you, you have no idea how cursed Shurji used to be. She would fall flat on level ground, choke on cold water, have her cave invaded by unruly brats, and be struck by an arrow for no reason at all. Now look, spirit treasures come so easily. Why not trade a few back and try them? If they work, well, we will do. Bulk purchases come with discounts. Elder, don't miss this opportunity. Taiyi snorted, standing tall and haughty. Absurd. I am Donghuang of the Yao court. My fortune is at its zenith. Using a Xuandan to augment my fortune would be superfluous. Yet my brother values the youth's pills highly. Very well, take one of every kind. Xuandan's eyes shone as if the light might solidify. He smiled broadly. After deliberation, he cautiously proposed 5 of each. How does that please the Yao emperor? Taiyi suddenly snorted, glanced at Xuandan, and proclaimed, Make it 10 of each. Give me 10 of every variety. Let the neighboring Wu clans see and think we cannot afford them. He had not chosen the number at random. It would give 10 nephews, each a share. Xuandan beamed and hurriedly produced Tianxin Dan, Xianyangdan, Pojing Dan, Xingzhongdan, and Xiyundan. He took out 10 of each and placed them in Taiyi's hand. At that moment a voice sounded within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gifting pills to others. You have received a random feedback reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a critical feedback reward, an exquisite innate spirit treasure, a 12th grade Jingshi Balian Pure World White Lotus. Xuandan's heart leaped, delight tingled through him. The 12th grade Jingshi Balian is one of the supreme treasures predating the world's emergence, born from the fragmentation of the 36th grade Hongjun Qinglian. It shares its origin with the Yehua Honglian Gongda Jinlian Mishi Halian and Zhaohua Qinglian, and contains a spotless, purifying, immortal fire capable of cleansing 10,000 evils. He stifled his joy and smiled. Elder accepted. May we cooperate often in the future. Taiyi took the pills casually and replied softly, If your pills prove effective, everything is negotiable. The other disciples of the three teachings regarded Donghuang Taiyi with stunned eyes. Has His Majesty always been so daring? Guang Chengzi's expression twisted. He could not bear to imagine what chaos the Yao court might become. Truly, Donghuang of the Yao court was decisively bold. Taiyi sensed their glances and still held his head high, his pride unbowed. To be envied by the sage's disciples gave Taiyi a secret pleasure. Xuandan's figure was already atop the hoard. The glittering array made his heart pound. Take that branch of the Fusang tree we saw. Bring it along. And that mid-grade innate treasure, the Fangtian Huaji. Take it, take it. Is that where the Sangguang divine water is stored? Xuandan ran between the piles of treasures, each time taking a portion of rare materia. He came and left quietly, waved his sleeve, and carried away whole swathes of treasures. The Yao clan's treasury visibly dwindled by a 10th. Even the magnanimous Donghuang Taiyi felt his eyelids twitch. You brat, do not presume that standing on Kunlun Mountain permits you to plunder me. I do not claim mastery of all Tao, but I understand some arcane arts. Xuandan froze, glanced about with an embarrassed smile. He breathed out. He had indulged himself too far. Smiling, he put away the quasi-saint's essence blood and returned to Tai. Rest assured, elder, wait and see how my pills perform. Tai's gaze retained its suspicion. Recalling Xuandan's earlier avidity, he narrowed his eyes and asked, boy, taking so much from my Yao clan. Were your pills made from supreme spirit treasures or from supreme innate roots? Xuandan gave a sly chuckle. You see, there are no medicines in the wild with such potency. The ingredients are all of the finest quality. If the elder thinks them costly, so do I. Tai remained unconvinced. Can you guarantee their effect? Xuandan smiled, calmly nodded, and answered, elder, my alchemical lineage traces to the Taiqing sage. Would I dare hand you worthless pills? If they fail, come to Kunlun Mountain and seek me out. Disciples may run, but a master cannot flee forever. Satisfied with Xuandan's demeanor, Tai winced inwardly, but pocketed the trove. Very well, I shall trust you this once. With that, he turned and strode away with the pills in hand, departing with an air of nonchalance. Xuandan called after him warmly, elder, please come often. The onlookers of the three teachings were once more left agape. We are not comrades. If you can stow it away, then you must shoulder and carry it yourself. Tai and Xuandan conversation and reactions were fully observed by the three purities. Within the Yusu Palace, Yuan had previously sensed Tai's arrival to seek Xuandan. He then brought Laozi and Tongtian over to watch the spectacle together. Now Tai had lost a tenth of the treasures from the demon race's treasure trove, exchanging them for dozens of pills, which caused the three purities to stifle their laughter. Thinking of the chaotic scene of the demon court, a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. If the demon emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai were to take the pills, it was unimaginable. They were all peers who came out of the Zhixiao Palace. The younger generation was one thing they wouldn't pay too much attention, but they truly enjoyed the antics of their peers. Unbeknownst to him, Xuandan had already caused havoc among the demon race. Tongtian couldn't help but chuckle. The master has asked us to promote the development of the Great Desolation's calamity. Look now, it's all good, no need for us to take action. Xuandan has done the work for us. Laozi smiled indifferent. Effortlessly planting flowers yields no blooms. Unwittingly inserting willows leads to shade. Relying on the pills refined by Xuandan can indeed push the Great Desolation's calamity forward. How marvelous. The three purities watched the departing figure of Dong Huang Tai, their eyes flashing with both amusement and sympathy. The entire demon court would likely be thrown into chaos by this batch of pills. Laozi suddenly turned his gaze back and forth between his two junior brothers. Why don't I go personally ask for 2 fortune pills for you? Just right to have a heartfelt talk with my brothers. Yuan reacted calmly, shaking his head with a smile to refuse. Tongshan's eyes widened in shock, shaking his head repeatedly. What are you saying, senior brother? When have we ever talked? Those were all heartfelt words. Feelings laid out like this, if you don't want the fortune pill, then that's just superfluous. Laozi smiled slightly, saying no more, his gaze scanning the many disciples of the three teachings. With Dong Huang Tai's departure, the next was Zhao Gongming, who came to request pills. Xuandan's enthusiastic smile showed no signs of waning. Senior brother, what kind of pills do you wish to match? Speak freely. Whatever your request, I will do my utmost. With a wave of his hand, several pills floated before him. Behold the Tianxin pill, Pijing pill, Qingzhang pill, and Xinyang pill. Come, feel free to choose. We don't deceive the young or the old. Zhao Gongming suddenly donned a pained expression. After hesitating for a moment, his companion, Guang Chengzi, had already begun to urge him. Junior brother, go ahead and set an example. Zhao Gongming's voice was barely above a whisper. Are we saying that taking the fortune pill alone isn't enough? Xuandan directly shook his head, frowning slightly, his expression serious and earnest, placing a hand on Zhao Gongming's shoulder. Senior brother, everything I do is for everyone's cultivation. Dual approaches are the truth. Zhao Gongming's gaze flickered over the pills. Ultimately, he made a difficult choice. Junior brother, I will go with this Qingzhang pill. He thought it was merely lost. How big could Kunlun Mountain be? Moreover, with fortune on his side, wandering around might lead him to find celestial materials and earthly treasures. After much deliberation, he still felt that the Qingzhang pill was the most suitable. Xuandan waved his hand, raising his eyebrows and proclaiming loudly, "Good." The Qingzhang pill and fortune pill fell into Zhao Gongming's hands. At the same time, a sudden voice echoed in Xuandan's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gifting pills, to others receiving a reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, dragon scales of the 5th claw golden dragon, Aquasa Saint. He was still tangled while many of his fellow disciples began to cheer. Eat, 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 eat. Zhao Gongming steeled himself, closed his eyes, and swallowed the 2 pills. The rich medicinal power spread within him. At the same time, a heavenly blue light descended into his body. He glanced around, gritting his teeth. I must not have any strange thoughts. I must return to the cave as quickly as possible. The 2 shouts echoed out as he took to the clouds and left. Guang Chengzi watched the direction in which Zhao Gongming left, shaking his head and sighing. Junior brother just said he wanted to return to the cave, yet he dashed straight out of Kunlun Mountain. He really is a man of words and actions. After saying this, he suddenly noticed Xuandan beaming gaze. Xuanlong, who stood behind, looked completely bewildered. Huh, is it my turn now? He happily approached Xuandan. Having eaten almost all the pills, he felt no psychological burden. Face. Is face more important than a congenital spiritual treasure? Xuanlong directly took the fortune pill and Tianqing pill, swallowing them down. Accompanied by a flash of golden light, a soft and weak little girl with tender dragon horns appeared. At the same time, a voice echoed in Xuandan's mind again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gifting pills, to others receiving a reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, 7 calamities, black poison. Even though face wasn't important, he couldn't help but feel a bit shy. The golden-haired one-imitarsix little girl with dragon horns, Xuanlong felt a bit embarrassed. Oh dear, so embarrassing. Let's go. After saying this, Xuanlong hurriedly made his way towards the Yusu Palace. He wanted to take advantage of the Tianqing pill's medicinal power while it lasted, to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth in the place with the densest spiritual energy of the Chan sect. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the Yusu Palace, he suddenly opened his mouth wide in surprise. Master! At the same time, countless nervous thoughts surged within him. What should I do? Xuanlong is scared. Yuanshi's figure suddenly appeared nearby, his expression amiable. I only sensed something, and came to the door to take a stroll encountering you. What is there to be afraid of? Come closer, let me check your studies. The little girl Xuanlong felt her heart race, taking a few deep breaths. It's okay. Master treats me the best, he definitely won't make things difficult for me. You must believe in yourself, you are the best. As she got closer, Yuanshi was already wearing a kind smile. At the same time, his hand was placed on Xuanlong's little head. Wait, who put their hand on my disciple's head? During the last 3 teachings grand competition, your performance was commendable. Your daily efforts have not gone unnoticed by me. This also shows your firm heart towards the Tao, which pleases me greatly. After saying this, he flipped his hand and produced a palm-sized copper bell. Xuanlong's eyes lit up, exclaiming, is that a top-quality congenital spiritual treasure? Indeed, this item is called the Hao Tian Bell, obtained by me from the Funbao Cliff, and I shall present it to you. Stay humble and diligent, I believe in you. Xuanlong's mouth formed an O shape. His expression was one of shock, and his mind held only one thought. The fortune pill from Junior Brother is really powerful. Yuanshi raised his eyebrows, slightly feeling a bit uncomfortable inside. Why should I give Xuanlong a treasure when he should be thanking Xuandan fortune pill? Meanwhile, inside the Yusu Palace, Tantian rolled his eyes, giving Laozi a look, transmitting his thoughts. Look, we haven't left yet, and he's already doting on his disciple. He said he would be strict with his disciples, yet he's purely a man of words and actions. Suddenly his eyes turned, revealing a mischievous smile. Brother, shall we give an entire fortune pill to second brother? Let's see how he remains a man of words and actions. What do you think? In front of the Xuandan mansion on Kunlun Mountain, Xuandan wore a warm smile, continuously taking out the refined pills to distribute to his senior brothers and sisters. Led by Zhao Gongming and Xuanlong, the other disciples joined in, wholeheartedly recalling the scene when Shiji went out and found the innate spiritual treasure, constantly stimulating their sensitive nerves. Eat. They must eat. At the same time, the voice of the system echoed in Xuandan's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gifting pills to others and receiving a random reward. Congratulations, host, for receiving a critical reward, a medium grade, innate spiritual root, the purple cloud tree, and enlightenment tea leaves. Xuandan's smile never wavered. His smile was almost cramping. When it was the turn of the 3 Xiaos, Xuandan's joy grew even more as he had a good relationship with the 3 senior sisters. Sisters, it's been a while. How come you look even more beautiful? Yun Xiao's face flushed as she playfully scolded, your silver tongue is truly impressive. Xuandan waved his hand, displaying all the pills. Sisters, feel free to choose any combination of pills. Yun Xiao clearly had a plan in mind, and blurted out, we 3 sisters want a combination of Tianqing pill and Qian pill. Xuandan clapped in agreement, continuously praising them. Excellent choice. It's just what I was thinking. Here are the pills for the 3 sisters. Saying this, the 3 Xiaos happily swallowed the pills. At the same time, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward, black demon grass, white cloud herb. After all, the 3 Xiaos had already consumed the Tianqing pill, making them even more charming. Before long, 3 adorable little Lolas appeared before everyone. Their petite and delicate figures were wrapped in celestial skirts, their eyes like autumn waters, exuding a soft and cute demeanor, yet each radiating a different aura. Yun Xiao was gentle, Bai Xiao was proud, and Xiong Xiao was adorably silly. Many disciples from the Xianmen secretly activated their recording stones, naming them My 3 Lowly Senior Sisters version 2. 0 foot. Bai Xiao, hands on her hips, puffed her chest proudly, saying, senior sisters always liked to bully me before. Just wait until I receive the boost from the Qiyun pill, I'll have unparalleled luck. As she imagined herself traversing the wilderness with treasures in hand, she forgot the side effects of the Qiyun pill. Suddenly she felt a chill down her spine, an unsettling premonition arose in her heart. Yun Xiao's gaze filled with a smile was fixed on Bai Xiao. What's wrong, little girl? Feeling itchy? Bai Xiao blurted out a sensitive remark, ruining her gentle image. Yun Xiao went up and pinched Bai Xiao's delicate little face hard. The disciples present all showed expressions of amusement. Xuandan was momentarily stunned in place. Hiss. Brother, guess what I just saw? Two senior sisters are fighting. I love watching women fight. Recording stones. Recording stones. Recording stones. The three Xiaos left the Xuandan mansion, while the fellow disciples who recorded the scene shook their heads and changed the name of the recording stone. My three lowly senior sisters, the playful version 2.0 foot. Subsequently, Xuandan continued distributing pills, and the system rewards kept popping up. When it was the turn of the brothers of the feathered immortals, the Husky brothers, they had already discussed and sought a combination of Qiyun pill and Breaking Realm pill. After swallowing the pills, the medicinal power flowed throughout their bodies. The four of them ascended in rank, but the side effects also manifested. The four muscular bald men looked at each other, flexing their muscles. Qiu Xian laughed heartily at the sky. This is the way a male cultivator should be, masculine. Jing Guangxian also struck a handsome pose. I now have an intense desire for battle. As soon as he finished speaking, the other three turned their scorching gazes toward him and echoed in unison. Exactly what I was thinking. Come on, let's fight. How exhilarating. The four well-known outer disciples of the Jie Jiao exchanged powerful punches in the form of robust bald men. The forceful collisions soaked them in sweat. Muda 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 muda. Aura 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 aura. Guang Qingzi's eyes lit up as he took out the recording stone to document the scene. Let four bald muscular men sweat profusely, the intense version. Xuandan, however, showed no interest and continued distributing pills until finally only Guang Qingzi remained. The entire Kunlun mountain was in a chaotic frenzy. It seemed that the jade ding of the true jade master had grown tenfold, dripping with saliva. Qi Jingzi indicated that even this cure would cause drooling. Some disciples of Jie Jiao wanted to return to their cave abode, but were all pulled back by the little lowly Jin Ling, who was not lost. He still wore a warm smile, showing no sign of diminishing. Brother, choose your desired combination of pills. Guang Qingzi had already made up his mind. He picked up the Qingzhongdan and Qiyundan and swallowed them. At the same time, the voice of the system rang in Xuandan mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward, the Earthly Fiend's 72 transformations. Xuandan was suddenly delighted, thinking to himself, oh, I've just harvested another wave of monkey fur. Guang Qingzi left with a smile, intending to stroll around Kunlun Mountain. His intention was also to encounter some opportunities. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. By the way, brother Xuandu and junior brother Duo Bao truly have self-control. They could resist the temptation of the pills and haven't come to eat the Qian pill. Perhaps they didn't witness the scene when Shiji received the innate spiritual treasure. He shook his head with a sigh. It's just that I've said what's in my heart. As for the side effects of this Qingzhongdan, I really haven't understood it well. Just as he prepared to return to his cave abode, he suddenly realized that the scenery around him was not that of Kun. Where has my cave abode gone? Guang Qingzi suddenly recalled Zhao Gongming's words and actions after consuming both types of pills. He slapped his thigh hard. Oh no, I've been careless. Meanwhile, on Mount Wanshou inside the Five Zhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi, who comprehended the principles of heaven and earth and the laws of the Tao, opened his eyes. He first frowned slightly, showing some confusion, then shook his head and summoned the two disciples Qing Feng and Mingyu. What orders does the old man have? Zhen Yuanzi waved his whisk calm and composed, speaking, there are two distinguished guests from Kunlun Mountain outside. We must not lose our courtesy. You two go to welcome them. Qing Feng and Mingyu exchanged curious glances. Ever since they followed the old man apart from the gluttonous Hongjun, they had not seen other beings come to visit. We shall follow the old man's orders. Outside the Five Zhuang Temple, two figures wore bewildered expressions, staring dumbfounded at the temple before them. Five Zhuang Temple, the abode of the immortal for eternal life, where one lives in harmony with the heavens. Xuandu and Duo Bao exchanged glances. Where's this place? Just then the large doors swung open and two disciples appeared. The old man said that distinguished guests have arrived. Please enter the temple for a discussion. Inside Wuzhuang Temple, Xinyuanzi sat calmly. Beside him was Hongyun, dressed in a fiery red Dao robe. Hongyun raised his hand to calculate, curiously asking, speaking of which, why have the first disciples of Rinjiao and Jiejiao come here? Xinyuanzi furrowed his brows, shaking his head in confusion. I do not know either. Master, your esteemed guest has arrived. Upon saying this, he saw Xuandu and Duo Bao following closely behind Qingfeng Mingyue. Xinyuanzi keenly noticed the unnatural expressions of the two. The two disciples of the saints were well aware of Xinyuanzi and Hongyun's status in the Honghuang. They respectfully bowed, not losing an ounce of courtesy. We pay our respects to Senior Xinyuanzi and Senior Hongyun. Hongyun's demeanor was extremely kind, not putting on any airs in front of the juniors, and directly inquired, what brings you to Wuzhuang Temple? Was it an instruction from your master, or did you come here on your own? As he spoke, he casually picked up a ginseng fruit from the plate and took a bite. He didn't care that this act was somewhat improper. Xuandu and Duobao exchanged glances, their expressions identical. They could not say they got lost, otherwise it would be terribly embarrassing. Xuandu replied with a smile. Master said we should move around more in Hongwan, especially to visit seniors like Xuanzi and Hongjun. By learning from the two seniors we can gain different insights. My junior brother and I have admired both seniors for a long time and came to seek guidance. Upon hearing this, both Xuanzi and Hongjun were filled with joy. They never expected to receive such high praise from the saints. They felt a deep sense of satisfaction at being admired by the disciples of the two saints. Hongjun couldn't help but clap his hands, laughing heartily. Look, even the disciples of the saints admire us, Xuanzi said with a smile. It is commendable that you too can take the saints' words to heart. Coincidentally, I and my friend Hongjun also have some insights on the Tao. Given your eagerness to learn, we shall share the Tao with you. As for how much you can comprehend, it depends on your own understanding. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuandu and Duobao revealed expressions of wild joy. Could this be the rumored blessing in disguise? Xuanzi and Hongjun, top-tier experts among the Quasi saints, had an understanding of the Tao that could even surpass that of the saints in certain aspects. They responded with respect, sitting upright and listening to the Tao. Meanwhile, Xuandan had just put away all the pills. Staring at the dazzling rewards in the system space, he felt only one word: refreshing. Just as he was about to turn back to his cave, an unfamiliar figure suddenly rushed over. The newcomer appeared youthful, reminiscent of a novice swordsman fresh out of the Jianghu. Every gesture carried a strong Jianghu vibe. Xuandan slightly frowned, searching his memory, but found nothing. Who are you? The boy responded with an innocent smile. Senior brother, I am a newly initiated outer disciple of Jiejiao. Hearing that senior brother generously gives out pills, I came to ask for some. However, having just entered Kunlun Mountain, I am a bit unfamiliar and arrived late. Did I miss it? He was secretly amused. I even lowered myself to call my junior nephew senior brother. Oh, junior brother, you must eat this fortune pill. The boy was a manifestation of Tongtian. He came specifically to ask Yuan for a fortune pill. Xuandan's mouth curved up again. He directly pulled Tongtian into an intimate embrace. Oh, that's great. From now on, I won't be the youngest disciple among the three teachings anymore. Don't worry, senior brother has a great reputation in Kunlun Mountain. I will protect you in the future. By the way, you want pills, right? Senior brother must satisfy you thoroughly. Here, I will give you a set of pills as a welcoming. Upon saying this, Xuandan directly handed over a Tianqin pill, a Pejing pill, a Qingzhang pill, a Xianyang pill, and a fortune pill. At the same time, a sudden voice from the system rang in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward 6. Ding. Divine fire. Xuandan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Tongtian. From now on, we will be close friends and brothers. Tongtian was momentarily taken aback. Why does this junior nephew always give so generously? Xuandan, seeing Tongtian suddenly dazed, urged with a beaming smile. Junior brother, the pills I refine are neither bland nor strong. They taste wonderful. Eat, hurry up and eat. Why aren't you eating? Tongtian felt the warmth from his junior nephew and broke into a cold sweat. I can't dare to eat your pills. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. Senior brother, I just entered Jiejiao and still need to visit other uncles. Thank you for the pills you gave. I will save them for later when I go into seclusion. Upon saying this, just as Tongtian was about to step away, Xuandan suddenly pulled him back again. As a newcomer, senior brother must show you around Kunlun Mountain. You don't know, but senior brother is very well liked in Kunlun Mountain. Among all the disciples of the three teachings, who doesn't know me? Xuandan. For 3 whole days, Tongtian listened to Xuandan boast. He felt as if his ears were developing callus. Tongtian had thought several times about revealing his true self and teaching his junior nephew a lesson, contemplating the grand plan of tricking Yuan into consuming the fortune pill. He suppressed his impulsiveness and finally managed to extricate himself. After 3 days of mental training, Tongtian felt it was more beneficial than 1,000 years of seclusion. It was simply a dual torment for both body and spirit. Tongtian couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. If only my elder brother had refined it for him directly back then. Then this mouth would still be hard, even in the Bagua furnace. He quickly returned to the 8 Sceneries Palace with the pills, noticing that Yuan was still in the Yushu Palace, teaching Huanglong. Laozi sensed Tongshan's movements and asked, You're back. What pills do you have? Tongtian paused for a moment before speaking. Only 1 fortune pill specially for second brother. The other pills he had other plans for. The side effects of pills were numerous, and he wanted to have some fun. Laozi slightly frowned, sensing that things were not simple. However, he didn't think too deeply. We are all saints. Letting second brother take the pills must be done properly and smoothly. After all, he has attained the Tao fruit of a saint. Even the 9 turns golden pill I refined has become useless. To make second brother willingly consume the pills, we need to think of a way. Tongtian also furrowed his brows, showing a contemplative expression. In less than half a stick of incense, he suddenly raised his head, a flash of inspiration striking him. What if I use the Yuyixian sword array to forcibly trap second brother? At that time, the elder brother can directly suppress him with the Taiji diagram. Wouldn't that easily stuff the pills into his mouth? Before he finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of a palm swiftly approaching. At the same time, even as a saint, he couldn't muster any desire to resist. It came from the bloodline suppression of his elder brother. Slap. It sounds good, it feels good. On the Sunstar Dong Huang Tai, he returned to Tang Valley with a grim expression. He recalled the greedy demeanor of Xuandan from earlier along with the numerous treasures accumulated by the demon clan over endless ages. All of this had fallen into Xuandan hands exchanged for such a meager amount of pills. The more Dong Huang thought about it, the angrier he became, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Too expensive. Even Taoist Qing can't accept these. He truly dares to ask for them. Truly the first pickpocket of Kunlun Mountain. If the efficacy of the pills is lacking, I will demand justice from him no matter what." Just as he returned to Tang Valley, Dijun eagerly approached. Tai's heart warmed instantly. Brother is still the best. With him around, there's no need to wander far. Just as he revealed a smile and was about to greet him, he suddenly heard Dijun's impatient voice. Quick, how many pills did you bring back?" Tai's smile froze instantly, and he suddenly calmed down. Sometimes true disappointment doesn't come from loud arguments. He casually took out the pills. Dijun's eyes brightened, a beaming smile on his face. Good. Truly worthy of being my good brother. As he spoke, he turned and left with the pills, leaving Tai standing alone in the sun's true fire, feeling disheveled. Dijun stared at the sorted pills, muttering to himself, "Fortune pills, Xianyang pills, Tian Xian pills. This breaking boundary pill seems quite good." Facing such a wealthy customer as Tai, Xuandan attitude was naturally very warm. He even thoughtfully labeled the effects of each pill. Of course, the side effects would never be mentioned. Dijun took out a breaking boundary pill and handed it to the eldest of the Golden Crow sons. "You are about to break through to Tai, Golden Immortal. This breaking boundary pill is just what you need." The eldest saw how the youngest had transformed earlier and was envious. Without a second thought, he swallowed the breaking boundary pill whole. The Golden Crow eldest suddenly spread his wings and soared high, circling the heavens. He emitted a cry akin to a great bell resounding throughout the Sunstar. The resonance of the true fire of the sun seemed like a pillar of fire reaching to the heavens, leaping high into the sky. The entire Golden Crow transformed into a golden solar wheel emanating an imposing aura. A rich demonic energy surged from his body, and the true fire of the sun erupted violently. By the time the dazzling light faded, the pressure of a Tai, Golden Immortal, faintly radiated. The other Golden Crows, Dijun and Tai, were all stunned in place, their expressions incredulous. To break through to Tai, Golden Immortal, just like that? Is the efficacy of this pill really so unreasonable? However, Dijun's expression was odd, his brows tightly furrowed. Why has my good son lost his feathers? The Golden Crow eldest's originally golden feathers fell neatly away, scattering in the wind. He resembled a chicken that had just been scalded with hot water. The illustrious Golden Crow prince had turned into a featherless chicken. What a disgrace. Fortunately, the demon clan's standards for appearance differ from the three teachings. They value strength above all. Powerful abilities are the key to determining status. As for appearance, it can be overcome. Dijun swallowed hard, looking at his son in this state, feeling conflicted for a long time, unsure whether to praise him or to say something else. The other 9 Golden Crow princes saw their eldest brother turn into a featherless chicken, their eyes lighting up. What importance does image hold compared to the realm of Tai, Golden Immortal? 9 eager gazes fell upon Dijun. Clearly they also wanted to eat this breaking boundary pill. The featherless Golden Crow eldest laughed heartily toward the sky. The scene was quite bizarre. Tai was equally shocked, the gloom from earlier being swept away. Divine pills. Marvelous hands returning to spring, Xuandan. If the pills can have such effects, the demon clan's treasury should be given to Xuandan, allowing him to refine pills specifically for the demon clan. It would be a surefire profit. Dijun took out another Tian Xian pill. Come, eat a pill that enhances comprehension. The breaking boundary pill was able to allow the eldest to break through to Tai, Golden Immortal. He was curious about what kind of enhancement the Tian Xian pill would provide to his good son. The pill was swallowed, and several scorching gazes fell upon the Golden Crow eldest. In an instant, the true fire of the sun became vast and thick once more. In a moment, it enveloped the Golden Crow eldest. The faint Tao rhythm radiating from him could even influence the sun star. This scene represented the Golden Crow entering a state of enlightenment. The true fire of the sun transformed into an egg, returning to simplicity, comprehending to the utmost. Until the golden light faded, the Golden Crow eldest had fully transformed into a great sun in the sky. His own radiance was even comparable to that of the sun star. Dijun was already showing a look of astonishment, standing still, exclaiming, "The great sun rises. This is the secret method of our Golden Crow clan." Tai was also immersed in shock, unable to regain his senses. Hiss. Should I go back one more time? Such a good thing. Let the demon saints contribute some essence blood so we can exchange for more pills. The pressure of the Golden Crow eldest gradually retracted, revealing his figure. Both Jun and Tai, who were originally in shock, simultaneously revealed expressions of astonishment. The other 9 Golden Crow princes were also dumbfounded. They saw a petite figure draped in a golden robe. Golden eyes emitted a cold gaze. The most striking feature was his completely hairless head, which added the Golden Crow eldest had transformed into a lowly. He tilted his head, placing a finger on his lips, looking puzzled. Father, did I not do well? You did excellently, my good son. Jun stepped forward and embraced the Golden Crow eldest, a smile never leaving his face. I have always wanted a daughter, haha. It seems my essence blood is not that precious after all. Just then Changxi appeared dressed in a light moon white. She walked swiftly toward Tang Valley, exuding the pressure of a demon queen and a maternal radiance. Since having children, her greatest joy has been to teach her 10 sons. As she neared Tang Valley Chang, she shook her head. I hope they are not fighting again, those little rascals. Just as she entered, she saw Tai standing there in a daze. The 9 sons collectively petrified, along with Jun and the lowly in his arms. Changxi was momentarily stunned, then quickly rushed forward. She directly grabbed Jun by the ear. Before Jun could react, her punches fell upon him like raindrop. You heartless bastard. I gave birth to 10 sons for you, and you are still fooling around outside. Who is this? Tell me, who is it? It's the laborer from Xuandan Mountain. Jun was quite aggrieved. As the dignified demon emperor, he could remain calm in front of saints, but faced with his wife, he could only wave his hands repeatedly. I didn't. My lady, you misunderstood this. Before he could finish, she directly interrupted, pointing at the Golden Crow eldest. Do you think I can't see such a strong Golden Crow bloodline? Tai saw the misunderstanding deepening and was about to speak. Sister-in-law. Chang's eyes pressure instantly descended upon Tai. Her voice carried no emotion, striking fear in the heart. Shut up. Tai quickly closed his mouth, no longer speaking. He turned his head away, pretending not to see his brother's pleading gaze. Sigh. What good is having a female cultivator? Emperor Jun's ears were being pinched, while the other Golden Crows were watching the spectacle. He suddenly felt his status plummeting. The authority he held in the hearts of his 10 sons was instantly swept away. Emperor Jun looked at Changxi, who was about to erupt in anger, and even wanted to summon the power of the moon. He quickly explained the situation at his fastest pace. Changxi, you mean this daughter is our eldest son's? Emperor Jun rubbed his red ears, his tone a bit aggrieved. Isn't that so? We never lie to you. After pondering for a moment, she slightly nodded. I suppose. After saying this, her gaze softened as she looked at the Golden Crow eldest prince. She stepped forward, unable to resist pinching the tender face and touching the smooth little chest. Smooth. Changxi suddenly noticed that her eldest son's hair was already gone. Could it be a side effect? Emperor Jun nodded. She didn't mind and hugged the eldest prince tightly. I've always wanted a daughter. Don't say if it's true, the eldest looks really cute. Changxi said without looking back. By the way, take out that tianxin. Let all our other 9 sons take it. Emperor Jun's eyes brightened, and he acted immediately. 9 tianxin pills fell into the bellies of the 9 sons. They were simultaneously enveloped by the true fire of the sun. Immersed in a state of enlightenment, they comprehended the Golden Crow's secret techniques. As the sun rose, the entire sun star was influenced by a powerful force. When the golden light dissipated, 9 little girls with different personalities appeared before them. With golden hair and golden eyes, they were petite, especially the youngest, who appeared quite fragile, with only a shapeless Golden Crow leg standing out. The light of fatherly love shone in Emperor Jun's eyes as he clenched his fists, until the 10 Golden Crow girls respectfully bowed and expressed their gratitude. Thank you, father, for bestowing the pills. Emperor Jun was overjoyed, standing tall and laughing towards the sky. This was the life he desired, having 10 lovely daughters. The protective urge of fatherly love surged intensely. He silently vowed to protect the 10 Golden Crows. Anyone who dared to cast their eyes on his children would be dealt with ruthlessly. The 10 adorable golden-haired girls surrounded Emperor Jun and Changxi. The joyous family scene made Tai feel out of place. He sighed inwardly. Brother has a sister-in-law, and forgotten his brother's sigh. At this moment, Emperor Jun recalled the formation on Sun Star needed improvement. He directly pulled Tai to prepare to rearrange the formation of Sun Star. We must use the highest specification defensive formation. Even if a saint descends, I must be aware and be able to resist one. Emperor Jun possessed 2 supreme innate spiritual treasures, the River Map and the Luo Book, as accompanying treasures. He was quite adept at arranging formations. At the same time, beside him was Dong Huang Tai, who wielded the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, as assistance. Coincidentally, he had countless formation flags in his demon clan treasury. The 2 brothers were born from the Sun Star. They were incredibly familiar with the Sun Star, possessing the advantage of time, place, and harmony. Emperor Jun continuously devised the eyes of the formation. Dong Huang Tai was responsible for placing the formation flags at the formation's eye. The 2 demon monarchs began to set up the formation simultaneously. Just as Emperor Jun had previously stated, even if a saint descends, there must be a response. However, it wasn't long after they started setting up the formation that Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai paused. They exchanged serious glances looking towards Kunlun Mountain. A surge of defiant sword intent shot straight into the clouds. The sky above Kunlun Mountain was split in two. The unstoppable sword intent even tore apart the space. The overwhelming pressure spread in all directions across the wilderness. The transcendent sword intent made Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai exchange glances. Without needing to think much looking across the wilderness, there was such mastery in the sword path still in Kunlun Mountain. It could only be that master of the Jia Jiao Tong Tian. Emperor Jun's heart surged wildly. His strength has actually risen again. How can he break through so quickly? I haven't made any progress in years if I want to improve my strength. As the thought arose, his gaze couldn't help but fall upon the pills. Meanwhile, at Kunlun Mountain in the Bio Palace, the sword intent of Tong Tian reached the heavens. Countless disciples were awakened by his dominating sword intent. The disciples of Jia Jiao revealed delighted expressions. As if they shared a telepathic connection, they all rose to bow towards the direction of Bio Palace in congratulations. Congratulations, Master, for advancing in the sword path again. The other disciples of the Chan, Jiao, naturally reacted as well. As for the two saints closest to Tong Tian, they also sensed the change. Inside Bio Palace, Tong Tian looked puzzled, quietly asking Laozi beside him, "Big brother, do you think our little trick will fool second brother?" Laozi glanced at Tong Tian and said softly, "I never miss." Tong Tian carefully recalled the life of his elder brother, and indeed it was so. He then sat quietly on the mat waiting for the fish to bite. Just then Yuyixian, who was originally teaching Huang Long, was suddenly awakened. With this incident, he had no time to attend to Huang Long. "Disciple, I've talked enough. You should take the time to comprehend well. I'll be out for a bit." After saying this, Yuanshi's figure appeared in Bio Palace. He raised his head and saw Laozi and Tong Tian present. His gaze lingered on Tong Tian for a moment. He noticed that Tong Tian's aura was restrained with a strong sword, chi seemingly ready to break through the 9 heavens. He was instantly filled with joy and stepped forward to congratulate him. "Third brother's cultivation has greatly improved. It seems you've had an epiphany. It's not easy to make further progress at our level." "Just right, all 3 of us brothers are here. How about we discuss the Tao?" Tong Tian smiled widely, waving his hand. "Second brother, no rush, no rush. My improvement is mainly due to the power of big brother's pills. You know, my comprehension is not as good as that of both elder brothers." Yuyixian's gaze became even more fervent. He didn't expect that his elder brother's alchemy had also progressed. The pills created were something even saints could comprehend. When he thought of this, his heart inevitably felt a bit bitter. It seemed that among the 3 Qing brothers, he was the only one lagging behind. Just at that moment, Tong Tian suddenly excitedly took out a pill. "Second brother, this pill is amazing. My sword path has directly broken through the bottleneck. We are all biological brothers, so of course there are pills saved for you, second brother." Yuanshi took the pill, feeling the rich fragrance and overwhelming medicinal power. An endless warmth surged in his heart, deeply moved. He slightly opened his mouth about to say something, but was directly interrupted by Tong Tian waving his hand. He wore a serious expression, revealing an aura of righteousness. "We are all biological brothers. No need to say too much or waste time. Second brother, just eat the pill and be done with it." Yuanshi nodded earnestly, his face filled with heartfelt emotion, feeling extremely warm inside. "You are all my good brothers. They genuinely thought of me in good times." Just now Tong Tian made some progress, and perhaps the mighty beings of the entire primordial world have taken notice. After achieving the sage's Tao fruit, it is already fraught with difficulties to seek further advancement. Now with the pills refined by Laozi, Tong Tian did not swallow them all. He did not forget his good brother. Yuanshi's heart was already filled with endless warmth. He looked at the honest smile on Tongshin's face and couldn't help but be moved. Earlier, due to the matter of the disciples of the 3 teachings descending the mountain for training, he and the third brother almost had a quarrel. Yet now the third brother seemed unfazed, even presenting him with a holy pill. Yuanshi expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "There are many powerful beings in the primordial world, but those who share such brotherly love as us are few and far between." His gaze fell on Tong Tian. Suddenly, he stepped forward and grasped the other's hands tightly. His piercing gaze was fixed on Tongshin's honest smile. It revealed boundless sincerity and affection. Tong Tian still wore a smile of brotherly affection, but deep inside, he felt a strong sense of helplessness. "Why isn't second brother eating yet? Could it be that he has guessed my thoughts?" Yuanshi smiled broadly, gently shaking his head. His heart was thinking about Tongshin's actions today, and he couldn't help but smile. Third brother is thoughtful of his elder brother. Second brother is very happy. If you can break through, second brother would be even happier. Thinking it over, it is indeed most suitable for the pills to be left for third brother. As soon as he finished speaking, Tongshin's heart raced, recalling the side effects of the fortune pill. His eyes widened, revealing a pleading look towards Laozi. Little did he know that Laozi, who had already noticed the commotion, burst into laughter. "You brothers are so affectionate, it brings me great joy. It is certainly not in vain for the pills I refined for you." Tong Tian caught sight of Yuan Shi's eager gaze and Laozi's indifferent demeanor. His heart was filled with despair. Concerning the fortune pill, he had no courage to eat it at all. Tong Tian couldn't help but silently think. Second brother suddenly changed his nature. Big brother is indifferent. This is too much. Eating the pill was simply out of the question, absolutely impossible. His mind raced, and he quickly pushed back Yuan Shi's hand holding the pill. Tongshan's expression was serious. Second brother, absolutely not. I have already consumed a pill. This pill must be consumed by second brother before I can feel at ease. Second brother, please eat the pill quickly, and that will be it. After all, it is big brother's good intention, a one for each of us. We must not let big brother's kindness go to waste. Yuan Shi looked at Tongshan's humble demeanor and sighed. How you have grown. Seeing that things were taking a turn, Tong Tian hurriedly seized the opportunity. Big brother said it was one pill for each of us. If I eat them all myself, wouldn't that be belittling both myself and big brother? As soon as he finished speaking, Laozi shot a helpless glance at Tong Tian. It seemed to express that this young third brother actually wanted to drag him down with him. Tong Tian exuded a righteous aura. He made it clear that he absolutely would not eat the pill. It must be for Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi's heart was already deeply moved. Truly we are biological brothers, good brothers, the three purities who will never part. He stared at the pill in his hand while reflecting on Tongshan's change. Yuan Shi couldn't help but take a deep breath. Good child, you are indeed growing up. You all know to leave the good things for your elder brother. Tong Tian observed second brother's touched expression and his guilt flashed away. There was guilt, but not much. When talking about elder brother, Yuan Shi always thought of the elder brother who silently gave. His gaze suddenly fell on the silent Laozi. A peculiar light flickered in his eyes as he sensed Laozi's calm. Yuan Shi raised an eyebrow and handed over the pill. Big brother, it seems you have not broken through either. After all, the pills are refined by you. How could I let Tong Tian and me eat while you don't eat? Big brother, you should eat the pill yourself. Oh, I will feel more at ease. Before his words could finish, an ominous premonition arose in Laozi's heart. Meanwhile, Tong Tian nearby revealed a barely noticeable smile. Tong Tian has already consumed the pill and made some breakthroughs. Yet big brother is not eating the pill, only thinking of me and third brother. Such actions indeed move me. After much thought, I feel unworthy of receiving the pill, but it is better if big brother eats it. As soon as he finished speaking, Laozi's heart, which usually embraced a natural and effortless attitude, felt a bit unsettled. Tong Tian stayed aside, revealing an expression of watching a play. Just now he had used all his might to barely extricate himself. He was very curious about how big brother would respond. To his surprise, Laozi's face was filled with anger as he said sternly, I personally refined the pills for you and Tong Tian. How could I be the one to eat it again? Do not waste any more words with me. If I say eat, you must eat. Why are you talking so much? My pill path in the primordial world is certainly clear to you. Can it be that I cannot spare myself a single pill? If this matter were to spread, how would others laugh at me, the head of the three purities? His somewhat admonishing words instead made warmth surge in Yuan Shi's heart. Big brother is right. He is the top alchemist in the primordial world. Just now he was truly overwhelmed by emotion. If big brother was willing to refine, he could eat the pills like candy. It was a misstep. He indeed lost his wits a bit. His grateful gaze traveled back and forth between Laozi and Tong Tian. Both brothers nodded in response. Yuan Shi raised the fortune pill and said gratefully, since that's the case, I will eat this pill. Laozi nodded slightly internally, letting out a long sigh. Finally, he is going to eat it. Tong Tian directly waved his hand, eager to step forward and shove the pill into Yuan Shi's mouth. Eat, just eat it thoroughly. Second brother, eat boldly, do not hesitate, hurry and eat. Yuan Shi, facing the warm smiles of his two brothers, swallowed the pill into his stomach. His eyes couldn't help but reveal an excited light. This is my beloved family, my brothers. The atmosphere on Kunlun Mountain is getting better and better, thriving. However, it would be better if the yellow dragon remained in a dragon girl state forever, like having a daughter. As he swallowed the pill, countless thoughts flooded his mind. Initially, he had not noticed anything unusual, until Yuan Shi saw Laozi's unoblido hold-back expression and Tong Tian grinning widely and laughing unabashedly. Yuan Shi's heart suddenly filled with confusion. Why do they have such strange expressions? As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly sensed something was wrong. Suddenly, he reached out to cover his mouth. No way. The thoughts in his heart were shouted out loud. Laozi and Tong Tian exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Yes, this is absolutely right. Yuan Shi glared at his two brothers. I am connected to you in heart, and you are scheming against me. Yuan Shi was filled with outrage, anger surging within him. Especially as he cast a glance at Tong Tian, his eyes even reddened with fury. The sudden turn of events made him tremble with rage. Very well, you two have joined forces to play this way, have you? He gritted his teeth, the flames of fury nearly erupting from him. You both truly deserve to die. Tong Tian could no longer contain himself, shaking with laughter. His mouth gaped wide, tongue involuntarily sticking out. Ever since attaining the Saint's Tao fruit, it seemed he had never laughed so joyfully before. Tears were almost spilling from the corners of his eyes. Even Laozi, the most composed among the three pure ones, could not help but chuckle. He shook his head, a smile plastered on his face, secretly contemplating. No wonder the disciples of the three teachings from Kunlun Mountain. Their favorite pastime is to make others swallow pills. Hiss. Indeed, it has a different kind of pleasure. Yuanshi's mind was flooded with various malicious thoughts. The side effects of the fortune pill made him shout out loud. You two are truly damned, your ashes should be scattered. This fortune pill has completely ruined my face, especially when it comes to daughters. Tong Tian laughed heartily, stepping forward to warmly embrace Yuanshi. His brows danced with joy, wearing a smile full of meaning. Second brother, isn't it just wanting a daughter? The effect of the Tianxin pill lasts for 3,000 years. At worst, we can ask our alchemist nephew for more pills. After 3,000 years, give him one, and you will forever have a dragon girl daughter. Yuanshi's face flushed, and he suddenly waved his sleeve. Impossible, how could I be that kind of person? Dragons are merely creatures that lay eggs in wet places devoid of fortune. The yellow dragon is formed from the innate Xian Huang Qi, a dragon girl. It's simply a joke. Despite his tough words, his mind could not help but fantasize about that image. A cute, soft, lowly dragon girl, the yellow dragon. Many thoughts surged within him. However, this method seems quite feasible. Why hadn't I thought of such a clever solution before? Daughters are indeed much better than those rascals. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the disdainful gazes from Laozi and Tong Tian. Even Tong Tian was smirking, imitating in a mocking tone. A dragon girl, it's simply a joke. Yuanshi, the leader of the Chan school, the Yuyixian among the three pure ones, the second disciple of the Xuandan, the highest existence of the primordial artifact path, had lost all face before his two brothers. He felt his dignity crumbling as the words seemed to be forcibly extracted from his mouth. Tong Tian. Today I, the poor Taoist, shall eradicate the evil winds and crooked paths to uphold the way of the three pure ones. Boom. The innate treasure, the Panga banner, suddenly manifested in Yuanshi's hand. A mighty surge of magical power infused it, drawing upon boundless chaotic force. The destructive might emanated from Yuanshi, his eyes, filled with wrath, fixated on Tong Tian. Always boasting that the Excalibur array cannot be broken by the four saints. Today I shall use the innate treasure Panga banner to test it. Tong Tian was instantly terrified, shaking all over. It was true that the Excalibur array could not be broken by the four saints. The high-level suppression coming from the bloodline of his elder brother was also real. Faced with an enraged elder brother, he could not even muster the thought to summon the four swords of Excalibur to defend himself. Tong Tian hurriedly ran behind Laozi, forcing a smile. Brother, second brother, my good brother. Don't take it seriously, second brother. Wasn't at all just a joke. We are three brothers bound by the same origin, so let's not fight. Yuanshi felt even angrier at these words. He raised the innate treasure Panga banner high. His teeth were clenched, making a grinding sound. You still remember we are brothers. Is this how you treat your own brother? Let's split up, it's over, we must separate. If you don't leave, I will. After saying that, Yuanshi no longer brandished the Panga banner to intimidate. He directly released the pressure, turning to leave. He intended to gather all disciples of the Chan school and leave Kunlun Mountain, completely separating. Tong Tian stood dumbfounded, coming back to his senses, hurriedly getting up. He looked at his second brother with disbelief, tears welling in his eyes, trembling all over. It seemed tears were about to overflow at any moment. Yuanshi, who was originally turning to leave, noticed Tong Tian's unusual behavior. He instantly felt a twinge of reluctance and guilt. What he had just said seemed a bit too harsh. His insincerity was indeed a flaw. It was merely losing face in front of his two brothers, nothing serious. As thoughts surged in his mind, he blurted them out. The bond among the three pure ones remained unchanged. Surely they could not truly fall apart over such trivial matters. Yuanshi sighed and returned to Tong Tian's side, patting his third brother's shoulder. We are brothers. What I said just now was merely in anger. Such a deep bond, can we really separate over lost face? The sound of Tong Tian's sobs echoed in his ears. It stirred Yuanshi's heart. Just as he spoke, the sobbing had already turned peculiar. Yuanshi frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping in. But he saw Tong Tian suddenly lift his head, a smile plastered across his face. The tears had vanished without him noticing. Second brother, it's good that you didn't separate. I thought you were serious. I was even prepared to hang your image stone at the entrance of Bo Palace. Anyone who wishes to enter Bo Palace must first take a look and then view it again upon exiting. Yuanshi inhaled sharply, his scorching gaze landing on Tong Tian's infuriating face. He had nearly been driven mad by the previous teasing. He reached out and firmly grasped Tong Tian's arm. His slightly reddened eyes fixed on Tong Tian, voice cold. Today you must accompany me into the chaos for a proper encounter. Only one of us can return alive from the chaos. Tong Tian could not help but swallow hard, trembling all over, responding shakily. Hiss. Second brother, I don't think that's necessary, right? Unfortunately, the matter was no longer up to him. Yuanshi forcefully dragged Tong Tian straight toward the chaos. As the situation escalated slightly, Laozi sighed, shaking his head helplessly, following closely behind, holding an image stone. Meanwhile, Xuandan had nothing to do and was taking a leisurely stroll on Kunlun Mountain. Upon raising his head, he saw Yuan Shi pulling Tong Tian ahead. His own master Laozi closely followed. Seeing the three pure ones' warmth and camaraderie, he couldn't help but smile. He couldn't help but exclaim. The three pure ones, once forced to separate by the tides of fate, have now become so united and affectionate. The poor Taoist played a key role in this. In the future, as we traverse the wilderness, the disciples of the Xianmin will have the backing of three saints. How strong, how invincible. Xuandan raised his head again, admiring the silhouettes of the three pure ones walking together, nodding in approval. The bond between my master and the two uncles is growing stronger, just like the bond one share with my several senior. After a while, the three saints quietly returned to Kunlun Mountain. They entered Laozi's 8th scenery palace. Laozi gazed calmly at his two younger brothers before him. Yuan Shi still bore a stern expression, seemingly still aggrieved. Tong Tian, on the other hand, looked drastically different, with a bruised face and squinting eyes. His face was swollen as if stung by bees, high and raised. He pouted, speaking in vague words. "Second brother, I've provoked you. Please calm down and don't go too hard on me. If it weren't for big brother stopping me, I would have been beaten to death by your panga banner." Tong Tian had never seen such a violent use of the panga banner. Without needing any magical power or the assistance of chaos energy, the panga banner unleashed the might of a feather duster, striking directly at Tong Tian. Faced with the pressure from his elder brother, he dared not resist in the slightest. The strikes were painfully sharp, and cries of anguish echoed within the chaos. Just as Tong Tian was about to use his power to erase the painful marks on his face. Slap! Yuan Shi's crisp palm struck the back of his head. "I've shown you enough consideration by not forcing you to swallow the Tianqing pill. You little rascals still want to erase it with magic. Try moving. Do you dare to move?" Tong Tian shook his head like a rattle. Fear glimmered in his eyes towards the bloodline of his elder brother. Yuan Shi's gaze swept back and forth between Laozi and Tong Tian, with lingering resentment still not completely dissipated. "In the future, I must find an opportunity to feed third brother the pills. And big brother, who used to be so composed, is now following third brother's antics. I must forcefully feed big brother a pill as well. Everyone take the pills." As these thoughts surged in his mind, he suddenly noticed the vigilant gazes of Laozi and Tong Tian. Tong Tian further pouted and said, "Second brother, have you forgotten the side effects of the Qi Luck pill?" Slap! "What do you know? Do I not know?" Tong Tian held the back of his head, lowering his head and falling silent. The commotion had already passed, and the anger had mostly subsided. After a long while, the three pure ones seemed to have a telepathic connection, sighing in unison. Tong Tian suddenly performed a formal bow, speaking sincerely. "Second brother, I was wrong earlier. Seeing you always being insincere, I resorted to such measures. Since the establishment of our sect and attaining the fruit of sagehood, it seems we brothers have not played around like this. Each following his own path, drifting further apart, it has not been like this." He gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with deep reminiscence. "To be honest, second brother, you are increasingly fond of pretending. I still prefer the times before we became saints, when we traveled together through the Primordial Chaos. Making friends with the great powers of the Primordial Chaos, those days of playful mischief." Laozi and Yuan Shi also recalled that precious memory. Yuan Shi suddenly chuckled. Back then, just after being born from Kunlun Mountain, third brother was insistent on seeing how high Buzhou Mountain was. This mischievous kid even practiced cultivation using Buzhou Mountain. On the way, he saw a qilin egg and insisted on stealing it to roast and eat. If it weren't for big brother's protection with the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda, the three of us would have been killed by the qilin tribe long ago. Laozi also smirked, revealing a smile. Back then, none of us were saints. Even the Tao ancestor Hongjun was not yet a sage. There were not many interests entangled among living beings. Everyone exchanged insights into the Tao and advanced together. He couldn't help but recount the amusing events of those days. At that time, third brother always managed to come up with something new. Later, when the master became a sage and conferred Dong Wang Gong as the head of male Immortals, third brother was unconvinced and chased him around after the teachings ended. If it weren't for the fast speed of his friend Kuanping, who helped stop him, who knows what kind of trouble would have arisen. Tong Tian pouted, recalling the foolish things he had done, and couldn't help but smile. You should have seen his arrogant look back, then, so full of himself. He claimed his swordsmanship was unparalleled, saying he didn't need me to take action, that Mingyi could handle him. He insisted on provoking me. How could I swallow this anger? I had to confront him. Laozi smiled slightly without. The three of them reminisced about the joyful times of yore. Tong Tian always did some inexplicable things, requiring both brothers to help clean up afterward. He grinned, a twinge of pain still lingering. Indeed, back then we were wild when we won, but when we lost, we never lost at all. Before attaining sagehood, we three pure ones were also renowned in the Primordial Chaos. His smile dimmed with the silence. His tone was no longer as excited as earlier, instead carrying a hint of sadness. But after attaining the fruit of sagehood, we became invincible, holding supreme authority. Clearly so close yet so hard to gather. The three brothers drift further apart for their own paths. Laozi's eyelids lowered slightly, nodding, gently speaking softly. It wasn't until Xuandan came under my guidance that Kunlun Mountain became lively again. Only then did our brotherly interactions increase once more. Yuan embraced his two brothers' shoulders, speaking with determination. There is no need to say more. There has never been an obstacle that we brothers cannot overcome. People say that those with different paths cannot collaborate. But I must say that emotions can break through. Laozi and Tong Tian nodded in agreement. There is no such thing as parting ways due to differing paths. It merely reflects insufficient depth of feeling. Yuan continued, as long as we brothers are united, we will surely overcome all difficulties. Rest assured, our brotherly bond will never be severed. The brotherhood of the three teachings will also endure. I will not allow anyone to shake our brotherly feelings. However, third brother must manage the Jiejiao properly. We are all those who have attained sagehood. Oh, let's be a bit more mindful. Tong Tian nodded, repeatedly agreeing with second brother's words. Laozi slightly tilted his head, also in agreement. After a moment of silence, Yuan suddenly realized and fixed his gaze on Tong Tian. You little rascal. Think you can brush off the matter of me eating the pill? Let me tell you that's impossible. I must find an opportunity to stuff the Tianqing pill into your mouth, otherwise this matter won't be settled. Tong Tian felt the sharp gaze coming at him, his speech becoming stammering. I have a new formation I've only set up halfway. If the spiritual energy dissipates later, I need to hurry back to perfect it. After saying this, he fled the 8 scenery palace, not looking back. Then Laozi felt the gaze of his second brother upon him. He raised an eyebrow, slightly alert, and called out, "What do you want?" "I am your elder brother." Yuan directly blurted out in response, "Not even the heavenly king Laozi can escape. You will definitely take the pills, that's what I say." Laozi suddenly stood up and headed straight for the pill chamber. "My pills are not yet refined, farewell." The 8 scenery palace was left with only Yuan figure. He looked at the empty palace, his thoughts swirling. Earlier, the side effects of Jiejiao's disciples have already disappeared, indicating that the side effects are time-limited. I need to enter seclusion. His voice echoed within the 8 scenery palace. Oh no, stop overthinking it. Wait, how did that come out? Stop calling. Yuan face turned dark, breathing heavily in anger. He directly gave up and at the fastest speed roared back to the Yusu palace. Stop thinking. I have no thoughts in my mind. Clear your mind, calm your breath. I must enter seclusion. The Huanglong outside the main hall of Yusu Palace watched the frantic Yuan approach. Noticing his disciple's expression, Yuan face flushed, and he coughed once. He stepped forward to ruffle the little head of the Huanglong girl. Don't poke the needle. Cough, cough, Huanglong, you should cultivate on your own. Master needs to enter seclusion. After saying this, he paid no attention to Huanglong's reaction and directly returned to the Yusu Palace to cultivate in seclusion. Huanglong wore a puzzled expression. Did not Master say he would be back soon to teach me? Bad Master, you don't keep your word. On the Sunstar, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai collaborated to set up a defensive array. They are among the top-tier beings of the Quasi-Saint level. At the same time, they also summoned the supreme innate spiritual treasures, the He Tu and Luo Shu, along with the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, to assist them. A total of 129600 array flags were planted on the Sunstar. The intricate defensive formation consumed a significant amount of their mental energy. When the formation was completed, the two exchanged smiles. The sun true fire of the entire sun star could be mobilized by the formation. Any living being that approached, even a saint, would suffer the erosion of the sun true fire. Furthermore, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai, who controlled the He Tu and Luo Shu, as well as the Chaos Bell, could sense the location of any living beings in an instant. No matter where they were in the primordial chaos, they would be able to return at the fastest speed. This ensured that the 10 Golden Crow Princes practicing in the Soup Valley would remain safe. A smile of happiness radiated from Emperor Jun's face. This would guarantee the safety of his 10 little daughters. Dong Huang Tai beside him also felt a sense of accomplishment grinning from ear to ear. At that moment he couldn't help but ask, "By the way, brother, what do you plan to do with the remaining elixirs?" Emperor Jun fell into thought, his brows slightly furrowed. Elixirs all have side effects. They shouldn't be consumed recklessly. Unexpectedly, Tai's eyes suddenly lit up. "Brother, I actually know the side effects of the fortune elixir, and it is quite beneficial to us." Emperor Jun's curiosity was piqued, and he said directly, "Just say it, or if you keep teasing me, I'll beat you." Tai automatically ignored the latter part of the sentence. The side effect of the fortune elixir is that it forces one to voice their innermost thoughts. When I first arrived at Kunlun Mountain, there happened to be a young female cultivator who had just consumed it. She couldn't hide her thoughts at all, her inner words just came out. Emperor Jun's eyes brightened immediately, exclaiming, "What a good thing. We can use this elixir to test the true thoughts of the demon saints under my command. After all, their attitudes towards me are quite nuanced." Tai's expression also turned serious. "This matter concerns the foundation of the demon court and deserves attention. With the side effects of the fortune elixir, we can easily discern the true attitudes of the various demon saints. Taiqing nodded slightly, transforming into a stream of light and disappearing. Brother, wait a moment. I will go gather the 10 demon saints. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 10 demon saints of the demon court gathered at the Taiyin star. They looked at each other, feeling the pressure from the 2 demon emperors. Even such powerful beings as the demon saints felt a sense of tension. Ji Minging Zhao Fei Lian Jiuing Shang Yang Qin Yuan Ci, Tai Guiche by Zai Fei Dan. Emperor Jun's gaze swept over them one by one. He revealed a smile with a hint of depth. It is said that serving a monarch is like serving a tiger. The 3-legged golden crow is far more formidable than a tiger. Emperor Jun signaled Taiqing to distribute the fortune elixirs one by one until each of the 10 demon saints had one. He noticed the puzzled expressions on the faces of the demon saints and patiently explained, "You are all the loyal ministers of the demon court, the pillars of support." As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 demon saints displayed expressions of panic. "We are unworthy. Your Majesty speaks too highly of us. As ministers of the demon court, we must share the burdens for your Majesty." Emperor Jun was unfazed by their reactions and continued, "This elixir was sought from Kunlun Mountain. There are only 10, and my first thought was not for the 10 princes, but for you. The elixir is from the recipe of the Taiqing saint. There is none other in the Primordial Chaos, and only disciples of saints have the opportunity. And you, my subjects, are the only ones who can obtain this elixir aside from the disciples of the 3 teachings." The eyes of the 10 demon saints immediately sparkled with light. They couldn't help but wear uncontrollable smiles on their faces. Kunlun Mountain Taiqing Saint Elixir Recipe. These terms combined could only signify something extremely precious. They have elixirs that the main princes do not. What does that say? It indicates that in your Majesty's heart the status of the demon saints is greater than that of the princes. Emperor Jun caught sight of the excited expressions of the 10 demon saints and smiled lightly. "Even for these elixirs we sacrificed 1/10 of the treasures of the demon race. Now these 10 elixirs are bestowed upon my loyal ministers." The 10 demon saints present immediately became somewhat frenzied with excitement. They all shouted Emperor Jun's name to express their loyalty. "Your Majesty's grace we can never repay. Following your Majesty we would brave fire and water without hesitation. Your Majesty is simply the sun on the path of the minister's cultivation. To enable us to keep pace with your Majesty to seek elixirs from the saints at Kunlun Mountain, your Majesty is truly righteous. As subjects of your Majesty, if we are alive we will serve, if we die we will be honored contributors to the demon court." Emperor Jun heard the flattering words of the 10 demon saints. He wondered how many of these came from the heart, and how many were mere flattery. As soon as they swallowed the fortune elixir, they did not feel a significant enhancement, but there was a sense of clarity and lightness in their bodies. The first to show the effects of the elixir was the leader of the 10 demon saints. The strategist Bai, who understood the feelings of all beings and knew the matters of gods and ghosts. He was also a member of the 3,000 worldly guests from the Zishao Palace. He was among the first to follow Emperor Jun and Taiqing. After swallowing the elixir, he felt immense gratitude. Your Majesty sacrifices his small family for the greater good, just like the spirited Taoist friend Emperor Jun from back in the Zishao Palace. Joining the demon court has indeed been the best choice of my life. I must assist both your Majesties in controlling the entire primordial chaos. Emperor Jun and Taiqing were deeply moved by Bai's words. He had been one of the first to steadfastly follow them. The oath made outside the Zishao Palace, walking towards glory together. To this day, Bai's loyalty to them remains unshakable. Loyal ministers must be greatly valued in the future. The other demon saints also voiced their innermost thoughts under the side effects of the elixir. Your Majesty treats us extremely well, and we must exert ourselves to serve the demon court. To receive the elixir bestowed by your Majesty, I would die on the battlefield to serve the demon court. Once recognized by your Majesty, and now receiving a bestowed elixir, the demon court must seize the entire primordial chaos." They all chattered, voicing their innermost thoughts. Most of what the demon saints said pleased Emperor Jun and Taiqing. The 2 demon emperors both wore gentle smiles, nodding slightly, until suddenly an unharmonious voice rang out. "He just the heart schemes of 2 mixed-feathered birds. They claim to have sought elixirs from the saints at Kunlun Mountain. How could they have such privilege? This group of mindless fools actually believes that it's laughable." Di Jun's eyes were filled with endless indifference, devoid of any emotion. Beneath his seemingly calm exterior lay infinite rage. He never expected that Ji Ming's attitude towards the demon court would be this way. In the past, when the dragon clan was weak, Ji Ming betrayed them. It was Di Jun who bore the consequences of Ji Ming's actions and helped him break free from the dragon clan. Since joining the demon court, he was conferred the title of demon saint. He enjoyed the fortune of the demon race, and whether in cultivation or comprehension of divine abilities, it felt as if he had divine assistance. Di Jun had even made a promise back then. If Ji Ming could subdue the dragon clan, they would become his direct lineage, even if the final outcome ended in failure. Dijun had never imposed any punishment. He used the treasures from the demon clan's treasury to help Ji Ming restore his physical body. Yet now Ji Ming's true feelings towards the demon court were completely exposed. Dijun lightly waved his hand, and Dong Huang Tai understood his intention. The innate supreme treasure, the chaos bell, instantly descended from the heavens. Its overwhelming power left Ji Ming, the demon saint, unable to resist. Suddenly his physical body was assailed by a pain of shattering. In an instant he was suppressed on the surface of the sun star. Ji Ming, the demon saint, glared in rage, wishing to tear his own mouth apart. Disaster. He unleashed his strongest power, yet facing two quasi-saints he was merely like a mayfly shaking a tree. The demon emperor Dijun summoned the river map and Luo book. The true fire of the sun star continuously surged towards Ji Ming's location. The might that could incinerate the heavens and boil the seas completely dissolved Ji Ming's physical body, and his primordial spirit ceased to exist under such a fierce assault. Once a demon saint in the demon court, a Ji Ming renowned in the primordial wilderness was reduced to nothingness in less than a quarter of an hour. The many demon saints present immediately bowed their heads in silence like frightened cicadas. They secretly rejoiced, thankful for their unwavering loyalty to the demon court. Dijun's indifferent gaze suddenly fell upon the many demon saints before him. The demon saints tensed up again. A voice carrying the weight of imperial authority echoed in their ears. I do not wish to hear about today's events from anyone else. Otherwise I shall personally clean house. The remaining 9 quasi-saints nodded in response, each displaying. Dijun nodded in satisfaction. His tone softened considerably. The pill I grant you is called the fortune pill, which can enhance your own fortune. Clearly your luck is good, having passed my test. Your loyalty to the demon court has not gone unnoticed, and I will not slight you in the least. Feel free to mention any requests, I will grant each one of them. As soon as he finished speaking, the 9 quasi-saints exchanged glances. Their faces revealed hints of joy, eager to speak. No one noticed a golden light dispersing along with the true fire of the sun. Utilizing the sunlight, it descended upon an unknown location in the primordial wilderness. What emerged was a remnant of Ji Ming's soul. He had exhausted all his strength, and only then could this wisp of soul escape. After all, he was a powerful being at the quasi-saint level. It was normal to possess some life-saving methods. With just a fragment of true spirit remaining, he still had a chance to start anew. It would merely take some time. Surviving from the hands of 2 quasi-saints was already a stroke of luck. Ji Ming clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The pill cannot have such side effects. It must have been brewed by Xuandan. Back when he was in the East Sea Dragon Palace, he had witnessed Ao Guang's enormous dragon tail resulting from swallowing a pill. Later he inquired, and learned it was the handiwork of Xuandan. The pill he had consumed earlier was formulated by the Taiqing saint. It was definitely concocted by his personal disciple Xuandan. Ji Ming's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. The fortune pill might indeed have its effectiveness. It allowed me to survive from the clutches of 2 lowly birds. Twice before he had lost his body to the Taiqing saint in the East Sea, all thanks to Xuandan. Now escaping with only a fragment of true spirit from the sun star was also the work of Xuandan. His hatred towards Xuandan had reached its peak. At the same time, fueled by his resentment, a bold idea suddenly emerged in Ji Ming's mind. Since things have become this dire, there's no way to turn back. If I wish to hide and recultivate to the quasi-saint level, I do not know how long it will take, and whether I can succeed is still uncertain. But if I could directly devour and refine Xuandan, how could the limit be just quasi-saint? The root of Xuandan was the primordial golden core. Countless powerful beings had coveted it for a long time. Due to his identity as a personal disciple of a saint, they all held back. Now Ji Ming was merely a wisp of true spirit. He was no longer the demon saint of the demon court. Relying on his own strength to return to the quasi-saint realm was nearly an impossible dream. Rather than dragging this out, it was better to take a gamble. Most importantly, if he really succeeded, he could swiftly escape into the chaos and never return. Given the nature of the 3 pure ones, they would likely vent their rage on the demon court. At that time, both Dijun and Tai would have a chance of perishing. Ji Ming envisioned a scheme that could achieve 3 goals with 1 arrow, unable to suppress a gleeful laugh. As for how to swallow Xuandan, he decided to head to Kunlun Mountain. The most dangerous place is often the safest. As long as he could trick Xuandan away from Kunlun Mountain, he would have every confidence in escaping the primordial wilderness, never to return. Ji Ming's mind had already constructed the outline of his plan, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. He slowly emerged from his temporary hiding place. Little did he expect to see 2 unexpected figures approaching. Ji Ming's face instantly filled with ecstatic joy. The newcomers were none other than Guang Chengzi and Zhao Gongming, who had escaped from Kunlun Mountain. The 2 brothers chose the same combination of pills. Surprisingly, their paths out of Kunlun Mountain were so similar. Guang Chengzi wore a helpless smile. When I saw you choose that pill combination, I thought it was harmless. Who knew it would lead to this outcome? Zhao Gongming also looked somewhat dejected. Don't mention it. As soon as I finished the pill, I couldn't tell directions anymore. Guang Qingzi raised his eyebrows, thinking to himself. So it turns out that my junior brother wasn't in a hurry to go treasure hunting. He suddenly noticed Zhao Gongming's resentful gaze instinctively covering his mouth, his expression slightly awkward. He almost forgot about the side effects of the fortune pill. Just then he spotted Ji Ming in the distance, and hurriedly approached Zhao Gongming to inquire. May I ask, fellow Taoist, where are we and how do we get to Kunlun Mountain? Ji Ming smiled broadly with thoughts continuously surging in his heart. Great, if I can mix in with them to enter Kunlun Mountain, wouldn't it be effortless to achieve my goal? Guang Qingzi and Zhao Gongming exchanged glances, their smiles completely vanishing. What are you doing mixing into Kunlun Mountain? Ji Ming sneered inwardly, his smile growing more sinister. Naturally, I intend to devour that Xuandan and restore my strength. His voice abruptly halted, revealing an expression of shock. At the same time, he noticed two cold gazes resting on him. Damn it, did I just spill everything? Ji Ming's physical body had already been reduced to ashes by the true fire of the sun. Now the power he exhibited was that of a Tai golden immortal. He pressed his hands tightly over his mouth, his gaze anxious. Damn Xuandan, this pill truly brings misfortune upon me. Guang Qingzi and Zhao Gongming exchanged glances, barely able to suppress their laughter. They showed a glimmer of smiles, grinning as they spoke. As expected of the fortune pill, its effects are indeed powerful. Guang Qingzi's gaze fell upon Ji Ming. Aside from the disciples of the three teachings, only those who obtained the fortune pill were Tai. Tai took all the pills back to the demon court. Therefore the unfamiliar man before them was essentially of demonic origin. He directly inquired, "What is your status in the demon court, and why are you here?" Ji Ming sneered, his eyes filled with endless disdain. "How could I possibly tell you? I was once the demon saint of the demon court, and after consuming this broken pill, I was suppressed by two scruffy birds. Fortunately, a trace of my divine soul escaped, and I must consume the Xuandan. Don't even think about it, no way." Suddenly, he covered his mouth in terror, filled with rage and despair. His thoughts could not be suppressed, they burst forth uncontrollably. Whenever he had a thought, it was shouted out loud. Guang Qingzi and Zhao Gongming reacted upon hearing his identity as a demon saint. They simultaneously took several steps back, secretly thinking, "We can't afford to provoke him, the wind is strong." After hearing the words that followed, their expressions changed, hands on their waists, taking on a villainous demeanor. Zhao Gongming, filled with disdain, pointed at Ji Ming. "So it's you, the demon saint of the demon court. You dare attack a junior brother in such a pitiful state. Have you lost your mind?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Ming trembled with anger, his eyes nearly popping out. "I remember a time when I commanded the flood of chaos for endless years. No one in the vast wilderness would dare to not offer me a cup of tea. Now I am like a tiger that has fallen into a lowly position, bullied by dogs." His malevolent gaze fell upon the two, and he roared, "However, this Xuandan truly brings good fortune to this lad. It seems that you are my opportunity." At the same time, the thoughts in his heart couldn't help but spill out. Taking the bodies of these saintly disciples would not be a loss. Guang Qingzi turned to Zhao Gongming, revealing a face full of mockery. He extended his thumb and pointed at Ji Ming, who was lost in thought not far away. The two of them burst into laughter, appearing as if they were watching a clown. Ji Ming's eyes glimmered with hatred, fully entering a state of rage. Being mocked so by two juniors was truly unbearable. Before he could speak, Zhao Gongming bluntly asked, "Have you ever considered a question?" Ji Ming's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of doubt arising. "Actually, you are the opportunity for my Tao and my senior brother." As soon as he finished speaking, 24C stabilizing pearls were summoned, carrying the vast power of water's laws that surged continuously. Unbeknownst to him, Guang Qingzi had already cast his divine power. Tens of thousands of figures trapped Ji Ming within. "Just right to take your true spirit, so my junior can refine a pill. The last time a senior refined a pill from my physical body, it indeed tasted quite good." Once in the Eastern Sea, the Holy One of Taiqing had effortlessly refined Ji Ming's body. It transformed into countless pills that fell into the hands of many disciples of the three teachings. Ji Ming's teeth were already grinding together in rage. "Killing people and destroying their hearts, killing people and destroying their hearts. I will make sure you all die without a burial place." Before he could finish his words, he vanished in an instant. In his true spirit state, Ji Ming had no magical treasures and could not unleash his divine powers. In an instant, he was suppressed by the 24C stabilizing pearls. At the same time, Guang Qingzi's divine power rendered him utterly powerless. He was filled with despair as he was suppressed by Zhao Gongming within the C stabilizing pearl. Guang Qingzi had a look of disdain between his brows. He really has no shame, he just claimed how formidable he was, and now he is like this. Zhao Gongming replied with a smile. "Those with only qualifications but no abilities love to boast, it's understandable." Ji Ming, who was suppressed within the C stabilizing pearl. The voices of the two disciples of the Xianman echoed in his ears. 2 lines of clear tears traced down his cheeks. "It would be fine if I died, dying would be good." Meanwhile, the news of Ji Ming, the demon saint of the demon court, you being executed by Emperor Jun at the Sun Star, had not leaked a word. The effect of the fortune pill exceeded Emperor Jun's expectations. Losing the demon saint Ji Ming, the other demon saints each had their own opportunities. Among them, Bai Zhe would refine the accompanying spiritual treasure, thoroughly refining the Bai Zhe spirit monster map. Their own strength underwent a qualitative leap. The demon saint Jiao Ying accidentally entered the secret realm of water and fire, devouring the laws of water and fire. He comprehended a unique secret technique, water and fire swallowing heaven. This was only the opportunity gained by two demon saints. Thus, after losing the demon saint Ji Ming, the demon court not only did not suffer any setback, but slightly improved. The overall strength of the demon court was stronger than before. During the next assembly, Emperor Jun and Tai looked at the flourishing demon court, naturally overjoyed. Kuan Peng, who had long been aware of some hidden truths, suddenly stepped forward and spoke. Your Majesty, now that the strength of the demon court has increased, it is a good opportunity for us to seize the Hongmeng purple qi. The master of the flood cannot attain the saint's fruit position nor control the authority of the heavenly path. The Hongmeng purple qi in the flood was naturally the one on Hongjun. Because of the events at Zixiao Palace years ago, Kuan Peng and Hongjun were sworn enemies. Moreover, Emperor Jun was also very interested in the Hongmeng purple qi. Ever since witnessing the might of the saints, he became even more covetous of the saint position. The Hongmeng purple qi on Hongyun seemed to be the only remaining opportunity to attain sainthood. But Hongyun hides all day in Wuzhuang Temple. With Zhen Yuanzi summoning the Earth Book for protection, it is hard to break through the formation. The supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, is the membrane of the flood. Each time Zhen Yuanzi summoned this item, he could mobilize the power of the earth veins. Naturally, the demon court had no chance to invade, let alone kill Hongyun and seize the Hongmeng purple qi. The strategist Bai Zhe suddenly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, my accompanying spiritual treasure can restrain the Earth Book. With the assistance of the two of your Majesty's treasures, we can surely obtain the Hongmeng purple qi from Hongyun. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Jun and Tai beamed with joy. The other demon saints were also filled with battle intent. All soldiers, follow me to Wuzhuang Temple, slay Hongyun, and seize the Hongmeng purple qi. The 9 demon saints along with Kuan Peng excitedly followed the two emperors to Wuzhuang Temple. Meanwhile, within Wuzhuang Temple, Xuandu and Duo Bao, who had just finished listening to the teachings, gained much from it. Even though the Tao of the two quasi-saint powers was completely different from that of the 3 pure ones for Xuandu and Duo Bao, it was filled with valuable insights. The main point was that the side effect of losing their way was finally lifted. Xuandu and Duo Bao prepared to bid farewell and returned to Kunlun Mountain. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun naturally agreed. Having spent many years together, their impression of the two saintly disciples was also extremely good. Qing Feng and Ming Yu escorted Xuandu and Duo Bao to the entrance of Wuzhuang Temple. The two little Taoist boys reluctantly whispered, "You must come back to play again. I will steal some ginseng fruits for you to eat then." Xuandu and Duo Bao smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I will bring you some delicious food next time." Just as they were about to close the door and part ways, suddenly an overwhelming aura of demons descended, targeting Wuzhuang Temple. Xuandu frowned, tightly focusing his gaze. The demon emperor Jun Dong Huang Tai and a host of demon saints had arrived. The demon emperor Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai arrived with 9 demon saints. Xuandu and Duo Bao, who had not yet managed to leave, were suddenly sent back to Wuzhuang Guan. Zhen Yuanzi revealed a warm smile and softly said, "It seems the 2 young friends will have to stay a bit longer." Both Xuandu and Duo Bao appeared somewhat puzzled. The 2 powerful beings seemed overly calm in the face of the approaching demon race's strong presence. Hongyun appeared to sense their confusion and smiled. "You need not fear, they have come for the primordial purple energy that resides within me." He added, "They visited no less than 5 times, and with Zhen Yuanzi Daoya's Earth Book here, there's nothing to worry about. Just as you return, Qing Feng and Ming Yu, go to the back courtyard and fetch some ginseng fruits." Xuandu and Duo Bao raised their eyebrows, but slowly felt reassured. After all, they were disciples of saints. They did not fear the demon race too much, as the demons themselves dared not act against them. Meanwhile, Di Jun led the demon court's high-end combat power to Wanshou Mountain. The terrifying demonic aura enveloped the entire Wuzhuang Guan, exerting a pressure akin to dark clouds descending upon a city. Wanshou Mountain was already shrouded in thick earth vein power. Countless earth veins in the surroundings faintly manifested shadows. Intertwined, they had already formed a natural defensive formation around Wanshou Mountain. Di Jun coldly snorted as he observed the scene before him. Tai summoned the chaos bell, ready to take action at any moment, also disdainfully remarking, "Truly a cowardly turtle at heart." The other demon saints harbored mockery in their hearts. Enhanced by the side effects of the fortune pill, they couldn't help but blurt out, "Could it be Zhen Yuanzi is of the ancient Xiangui clan? Only able to use earth vein power as a barrier while hiding like a coward at the back, what a waste." Unlike that Hongjun who aside from eating ginseng fruits daily cannot comprehend the primordial purple energy, simply a waste of resources. The thunderous voices continuously echoed above Wanshou Mountain. Even the two powerful beings who were already accustomed to the demon court's aggression changed their expressions. Xuandu and Duo Bao exchanged awkward glances. If possible, they wished they could remove their ears. They were both powerful beings of the same generation as their master. The mockery was indeed piercing. Jin Yuanzi frowned, his expression displeased. The demon race is simply too much. They've even resorted to provocation tactics. They must be out of options and can only resort to such tactics. Hongjun directly spat out the ginseng fruit pit, feeling annoyed. In the past, this group of demons still had some dignity. Now their insults are truly filthy. After saying this, he looked at the two saint disciples with a friendly gaze. There's no need to pay them any mind. We will simply enjoy the ginseng fruits. The two powerful beings exuded an air of confidence which indeed reassured Xuandu and Duo Bao. Each picked up a ginseng fruit to savor. However, the demon race's shouts from outside did not cease. Even Dijun and Donghuang Tai showed some surprise. Are the battle capabilities of my demon saints really this fierce? He focused on the gathering earth veins. The primordial earth veins cannot be easily shattered. The karmic power they carried was immense. Dijun did not want the demon race to suffer such a tragic fate. Therefore, the earth vein power must not be destroyed. This was also why they had not acted with lethal force earlier. Without needing to elaborate, the demon saint Baizé approached, having already devised a strategy. Dijun summoned the supreme innate spiritual treasure, He-Tu Luo, Shu, to assist him. He continuously searched for gaps within the complex earth veins. Baizé summoned the accompanying spiritual treasure, Baizé Spirit Monster Diagram. Countless spirit monsters seemed to take on substance, gathering together. They carried the power of the earth veins and were able to move them away. The spirit monsters formed from the heavens and earth naturally could shift the earth veins condensed from the heavens and earth. Baizé's movements were quite slow, yet they were effective. Dijun, using He-Tu Luo Shu's derivation, found the weak points of Wu Zhuangguan. He then left it to Baizé to extract these earth veins one by one. Tai revealed a wild grin. Once the formation shattered, he would directly summon the Chaos Bell and rush in. Without the obstruction of the earth veins, Tai was confident he could take on two opponents. The other demon saints were equally delighted, loudly expressing their thoughts. He is expected of His Majesty, both wise and brave. Thanks to our strategist for stepping in. I believe Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun will have nowhere to run. We must make Jin Yuanzi suffer. Jin Yuanzi's brow suddenly furrowed. Hiss! Something's not. The earth vein power has actually been moved. Hongjun suddenly stood up, faintly exuding anger. Then let's fight. Now that the demon court desires this primordial purple energy, I will see who dares to meddle. Jin Yuanzi's expression turned serious as he advised the two saint disciples, when the battle begins, please leave immediately. As long as you declare your identities, the demon race will not dare to trouble you. After saying this, the figures of Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun had already disappeared, leaving Xuandu and Duo Bao staring at each other in the room. Above Wanshou Mountain, the formation was completely lifted. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun revealed themselves. Dijun coldly snorted, you finally dare to show yourselves. The other demon saints echoed in agreement. But it took us quite some effort. Hand over the primordial purple energy obediently. All of you from the Purple Cloud Palace, the primordial purple energy is indeed better off with His Majesty. Hongjun summoned the 99 Scatter Soul, gored, his expression stern. If you wish to take the primordial purple energy, come and get it. Tai held the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, with an imposing aura. Simply overestimating yourselves. The other demon saints acted simultaneously. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, watch me unleash the wind, breaking 10,000 laws. Let me see how strong you are, water fire swallowing heaven. Behold my 9 ghost fire, experience it. Jin Yuanzi held the earth book, his expression somewhat strange. Why did it feel like the demon saints were talking so much? Could it be some new strategy devised by the demon court? Because they couldn't speak freely in the demon court where they all pinned up. The 9 infants madly spewed toxic fire and murderous water. He surrender, and you shall be spared. You cannot withstand my water fire swallowing heaven. This is not even my limit. Toxic fire and murderous water. The other demon saints surrounded them, each voicing their attacks. Watch my 3-board axe. Baizé Spirit Monster Diagram. Hongjun used the 99 Scatter Soul Sand to fend off the opponent's assault, while simultaneously glaring strangely at the surrounding demon saints. Know what's up with you all shouting your techniques? Aren't you ashamed? Who announces their moves loudly before attacking? The demon saints present couldn't help but blush, coughing nonstop. How embarrassing. If they couldn't kill those two today, how would they face the world with this scene spread out? I don't want to either, but there's no choice. Suddenly someone's thoughts were voiced loudly. Jin Yuanzi's mouth twitched, unable to help but retort. The way you demons treat your subordinates is truly unique. Dijun suppressed the shame within him, and said coldly, "Stop the nonsense, none of you can escape today." Without the advantage of the earth vein power, the situation was clearly very unfavorable for Zhen Yuanzi, and Hongjun especially, with Tai's chaos bell. He didn't know how many more hits he could withstand, as he had to give his all each time. Zhen Yuanzi was also besieged by the demon saints, feeling overwhelmed. This group of demons indeed seems foolish shouting techniques, but they have certainly improved quite a bit from before. Just as they were about to fall into a bitter battle, Xuandu and Duo Bao's figures suddenly appeared, speaking simultaneously. The first disciples of the human teaching Jiejiao pay their respects to the two majesties and the esteemed seniors. As soon as the words fell, the demon race's powerful beings engaged in combat were momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Zhen Yuanzi grabbed Hongjun and ran. "The wind is tight, let's go." By the time the demon court's powerful beings regained their senses, they could no longer catch up. In the skirmish, the situation changed in an instant. The instigators stood before them. Their identities were simply too noble for them to provoke. A barely perceptible smile surfaced on Xuandu and Duo Bao's faces. Dijun meanwhile wore a helpless smile. So it turns out they are the esteemed disciples of saints. Especially Xuandu, the senior brother of Xuandan, must not be offended. Regardless of why they appeared at Wu Zhuangguan, it indicated that Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun were not destined to perish today. "May I ask how the two young friends came to be here?" Duo Bao responded with a smile. "We just finished listening to the teachings of Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun before preparing to leave. Were the two majesties and the esteemed seniors also here as guests?" Some of the demon saints couldn't help but grumble internally. Do you disciples of saints really call this visiting? A guest almost had their bones ground to dust by the host, right? Only the disciples of saints know how to speak. Xuandu furrowed his brows slightly, listening to the demon's complaints and sensing something was amiss. Hiss! It felt somewhat like his junior brother's style. Dijun suddenly turned around and shot a glare, silencing the demons present. He wore a smile on his face, saying cheerily, "The demon court also welcomes the disciples of saints to come as guests." Xuandu and Duo Bao expressed that they would certainly visit in the future. After saying this, they left under the watchful eyes of the demon race. In the Pango Hall of the Witch Clan, the 12 ancestors of the witch gathered together. The most hot-tempered among them, Zhu Rong, couldn't help but shout out, "Elder brother, are we going to battle those two mixed feather birds?" The head of the 12 ancestors, the space ancestor, Di Jiang, shook his head. A hint of barely visible worry crossed his brows. "Just now I saw the demon clan causing trouble for Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun again." Gong Gong raised his eyebrows in surprise, glancing at Di Jiang. "Elder brother, isn't the demon clan just harassing Wu Zhuangguan out of boredom? It seems they always return empty-handed. They are quite resilient." His words carried a tone of mockery towards Dijun and Dong Huang Tai. Di Jiang responded with a serious expression. "The demon clan has successfully breached the defenses of Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun just now. The demon clan seems to be getting stronger and stronger. If it weren't for the disciples of the saints being at Wu Zhuangguan, Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun would be in danger today. What do you think caused the demon clan to suddenly grow stronger?" The other ancestors also understood the seriousness of the matter, each deep in thought. However, asking the witch clan to fight was like asking them to think. They simply did not care what level their opponents were at. But if you asked the witch clan to think, it would be better to kill them. It was still the hot-tempered Zhu Rong who spoke first. "By the way, is it possible that the demon clan didn't get stronger, but rather Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun got weaker?" As soon as he finished speaking, Di Jiang's helpless gaze fell upon him. Beside him, the time ancestor Zhu Jiuyin nodded repeatedly. "That makes sense." Di Jiang was utterly despairing. "Well, let it all be destroyed. Who cares about the chaos?" Until Gong Gong's furious voice broke out. "No, has your brain burned along with Zhu Rong's divine fire? How did you come up with such a foolish answer?" Bang! Zhu Rong slammed his fist on the table, suddenly standing up. He pointed at Gong Gong, his face filled with anger as he roared. "You can insult my intelligence, but you cannot insult Zhu Rong's divine fire." Just as the two were about to clash, the most intelligent and mild-mannered of the 12 ancestors, Ho Tu, suddenly spoke up. "By the way, a while ago Kwa Fu saw Dong Huang Tai carrying the demon clan's treasury. He swaggered to Kunlun Mountain, and when he came out, the demon clan's treasury was gone." Di Jiang furrowed his brows tightly and snorted coldly. "So that's how it is. The demon clan must have reached some agreement with the saint of Kunlun Mountain. Besides the saints, there seems to be no other way for the demon clan to rapidly increase their power, right?" After thinking it over, it turned out to be the worst result. When the atmosphere became somewhat stiff, Zhu Rong waved his hand. "Isn't it just a saint? Let's take care of him. I don't believe a saint can kill all 12 of us ancestors." Gong Gong hesitated, but was stopped by Zhu Jiuyin beside him. All his words turned into a sigh. Only Ho Tu seemed to sense something, her face showing a hint of sorrow, softly saying, "Brothers and sisters, how about letting me go to Kunlun Mountain? Let's first see the saint's attitude before making a decision. Saints are reluctant to get involved in causality. Perhaps there are some hidden circumstances." Di Jiang nodded, repeatedly glancing at Zhu Rong. Then he looked at his younger sister Ho Tu with a gentle gaze and softly said, You are right, younger sister. Let's go to Kunlun Mountain and take a look first before deciding. After saying that, Ho-Tu left the Pango Hall and headed straight for Kunlun Mountain. Meanwhile, at Kunlun Mountain, the leisurely Xuandan found a pill formula from the system space. The Dragon Elephant Pill, which enhances physical strength when consumed. It's simply the dream pill for physical cultivators. Just as the pill was completed, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! The effect of the Dragon Elephant Pill refined by the host has increased tenfold. Side effect: unique personality duration of 3,000 years. Xuandan's face instantly wore a mask of pain, unable to help but complain. This side effect is something a person could think of. He imagined a muscular man pinching an orchid finger speaking to you with a falsetto. He immediately trembled all over, breaking out in goosebumps. Xuandan felt uncomfortable, both physically and mentally, unable to help but doubt. Since he had refined it, he couldn't just say it was a waste. As per usual, he reserved one pill for his senior brother Xuandu. As for the other pills, let's see how it goes. Xuandan left the cave and began to wander around Kunlun Mountain. His gaze scanned around, searching for a lucky recipient. To his surprise, most who saw Xuandan stiffened and hurried away, not giving him a chance to greet them. Xuandan pouted and muttered, "It seems that the time of my brothers and sisters is very tight. They leave so quickly. Forget it, let's go to the mountain gate and see if there are any fellow disciples returning to Kunlun Mountain." After saying that, he directly headed towards the mountain gate. At the same time, Laozi in the Eight Sceneries Palace suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of suspicion flashing across them. The Witch Clan suddenly comes to Kunlun Mountain. It should be noted that the Witch Clan does not respect saints, only venerating Pangu. There is also a reason related to their character. Their reputation in the wilderness is not particularly good. He extended his hand to calculate for a moment and smiled gently. So that's how it is. Well, it's fine to let Xuandan go. After saying that, he continued to comprehend the heavens and earth, no longer paying attention. Meanwhile, Ho-Tu arrived at the mountain gate of Kunlun Mountain, preparing to visit the three pure ones. Just as she was about to speak, she was suddenly attracted by Xuandan, who was sitting at the mountain gate. Her eyes turned. The saints might not be willing to meet her, but the disciples of the heavenly gate should be easier to talk to. Ho-Tu quickly approached with a gentle smile. "Young friend, are you from the heavenly gate?" The drowsy Xuandan suddenly awoke, carefully scrutinizing Ho-Tu in front of him. A faint aura of slaughter emanated from her body. Her flesh was tempered, and she had a mature woman's face, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Xuandan's eyes suddenly brightened, and a glint of brilliance flickered in his gaze. Indeed, could it be the renowned ancestor of Earth, Ho-Tu? Ho-Tu looked at Xuandan, who seemed to be full of energy, with a puzzled expression. "Yes, is there something wrong?" "Yes, that is absolutely right. However, why has the ancestor come to—" Hearing Xuandan's question, Ho-Tu came back to her senses. "Some days ago, Dong Huang Tai, he came to Kunlun Mountain. May I ask if you could tell me what happened?" "I won't let you speak for nothing here. Take this low-grade, innate spiritual treasure." Xuandan raised his eyebrows, accepting the treasure with a broad smile. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Ho-Tu with an incredibly fiery gaze. The Witch Clan lacks a primordial spirit, making most treasures useless to them. To ask a question and give away a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. When it comes to trading, wouldn't a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure be that simple? Just listen to the applause. "Oh, then you really asked the right person. He came to Kunlun Mountain to buy pills from me. Do you want some?" "If you do, I just happen to have a kind of pill that can enhance the physique of the Witch Clan, honest and fair, in large quantities at low prices. Just take one of these pills, and don't worry, your physical strength will increase by at least 10%. Ho-Tu stared at Xuandan, who was patting his chest, half convinced. Not to mention that Dong Huang Tai specifically came to Kunlun Mountain to buy pills from a golden immortal. Could this worthless pill really increase an ancestor's physical strength by 10%? However, upon careful consideration, the other party is a disciple of a saint. This is also the mountain gate of Kunlun Mountain, and he absolutely wouldn't dare to lie. Otherwise, without her intervention, the three pure ones would clear the way. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into Ho-Tu's mind. "How about buying one for my fool of a brother Zhu Rong to try?" P.S. Thanks to Tian Ming Shiyu and Liang Mian Xiang Tian Ru Hong for the inspiration. I have seen the suggestions from other friends as well, and am considering how to incorporate them into the plot. Ho-Tu believed that the Xuandan before her would not lie. The gate of Kunlun Mountain, in accordance with the three pure ones' emphasis on reputation, would never allow its disciples to speak carelessly in front of peers. She stared at Xuandan, who was grinning widely, showing his teeth. "Very good, quite infectious. Exchanging for a pill is also acceptable. But my young friend, what might the price be?" Upon seeing an opportunity for business, Xuandan's face lit up with joy, speaking enthusiastically. "It won't be too much after all. This is our first cooperation. There will definitely be more long-term collaboration in the future. I am broad-minded and have great vision. Previously, I requested 1/10 of the treasures from the Demon Clan's treasury." At these words, Ho-Tu couldn't help but show an expression of surprise. Even if it was only 1/10 of the treasures from the Demon Clan's treasury, it would still be a highly sought-after cultivation resource in the Hongjun. Yet it was actually exchanged for pills by that stingy Emperor Jun. A gleam of light flickered in Hoda's eyes. Could it be that this pill is truly as extraordinary as he claimed? Xuandan waved his hand, revealing a serious demeanor. Previously, the dragon elephant pill could only be exchanged for a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Today, considering that this is our first cooperation, only a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure is needed. You don't need to ask about the price or negotiate, it's truly worth the value, and there's no deception. Come a hand for payment, a hand for goods, this opportunity won't last long. Hotu was instantly tempted, especially upon hearing that the requirement for a top-grade innate spiritual treasure had been lowered to mid-grade. Just right, the Wu clan's treasury was piled with quite a few treasures that had gathered dust. Since the Wu clan had no nascent souls, most of the treasures were useless to them. Keeping them would be a waste. It was better to exchange for this dragon elephant pill to give it a try. She casually opened a space and reached inside. She took out a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure and placed it before Xuandan. At the same time, she received the dragon elephant pill, which emitted an endless fragrance. A sound resonated in Xuandan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 10 Hongjun mature fruits. He couldn't help but smile inwardly. Indeed, using such a price-reducing tactic to make the other party feel like they gained something could quickly close the deal. Moreover, the Wu clan could be considered a major client comparable to the Demon clan, and they must not let this opportunity slip away. Xuandan casually put away the spiritual treasure, his face beaming with joy. If there are any issues, feel free to find me at Kunlun Mountain. Whether it's repurchasing pills or after-sales service, I guarantee that seniors will be satisfied. Huta slightly nodded, inwardly sighing. The cultivation of the disciples of the three teachings was indeed not something her foolish elder brother could compare to. The tone of speech was so gentle. It seemed that the efficacy of this pill should also be quite substantial. She rushed back to Panga Hall with the dragon elephant pill at the fastest speed. After truthfully relaying the efficacy of the pill, Yuyixian burst into laughter, raising his head. It's simply laughable. For us to enhance our physical bodies is indeed quite difficult. A mere pill concocted by a golden immortal dares to exaggerate like this. Let's see how I will go to Kunlun Mountain and demand an explanation from that Xuandan. Zhu Rong slammed the table and stood up angrily, declaring, "Second brother, I'm going with you." Di Jiang and Gong Gong each grabbed one, looking somewhat helpless. Don't be so impulsive, after all they are disciples of the saints. At this critical moment, clashing with the saints will just let the demon clan profit from it. Anyway, the pills are already brought back, it's worth a try? If it doesn't work, we can discuss it again. Impulsiveness leads to mistakes. Huta nodded repeatedly. Elder brother is right, a little sister thinks this pill should be for Zhu Rong to consume. Zhu Rong happily accepted the pill, grinning widely. With a proud expression on his face, he looked around and pointed at Hudu, saying, See, little sister still cares for us. Brother usually doesn't treat you badly. Ha ha ha. Di Jiang ignored Zhu Rong's reaction and nodded. It's good, Zhu Rong's divine fire can refine anything. Hurry up and take the pill. After saying that, Zhu Rong directly swallowed the dragon elephant pill. The thick medicinal power suddenly spread throughout his body. The blazing Zhu Rong divine fire continuously refined the medicinal power. A vast malevolent aura surged forth like a torrential river. It wanted to materialize and re-enter Zhu Rong's body. The sudden scene left all the ancestral witches present dumbfounded. Until Zhu Rong's physical body became more solid, a faint pressure elevated. The numerous ancestral witches revealed expressions of astonishment. Especially Di Jiang, who clenched his fist, his eyes filled with mixed joy and surprise. It actually does have this kind of enhancement. If we can obtain a large quantity of pills, what do we have to fear from the demon clan? Hutu also wore a joyful smile. As long as they had the help of the dragon elephant pill, they could easily resolve the pressure from the demon clan. Only Gong Gong looked at Zhu Rong with astonished eyes. This kid really got lucky. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Zhu Rong suddenly let out a quacking laugh. Jia jia jia. The many ancestral witches who were immersed in joy were suddenly startled. What noise is that? Everyone's gaze converged on Zhu Rong. At that moment, Zhu Rong had a charming smile with flirty eyes. His strong hands were pinching his fingers delicately, while the other hand half covered his face, laughing. Then a voice that sent shivers down their spines sounded. We truly did not expect that little Xuanzi's pill is. Look at this physical enhancement comparable to decades of hard training. It's truly marvelous. Zhu Rong clapped his hands in delight, his eyes sparkling with excitement, even licking his lips. At this moment, Gong Gong gritted his teeth, his eyes radiating endless killing intent. He slowly turned his head and whispered to Zhu Jiuyin beside him. Second brother, where's my knife? Zhu Jiuyin nodded in response with determination. He'll go get it. Di Jiang, being the leader of the 12 ancestral witches, was not one to miss an opportunity. Having seen the world, he was the first to regain his composure. He hurriedly comforted his two younger brothers, then looked at Zhu Rong with a peculiar gaze. What? What is this? Did something go awry in your training? Is something missing? Zhu Rong was initially taken aback, then angrily shouted, pointing his delicate finger at Di Jiang repeatedly. This is all because of the side effects of little Xuanzi's pills. What you said is truly deafening to our ears. However, the effect of this pill in enhancing the physical body is indeed real. Brothers and sisters, we cannot let the demon clan take advantage of this. Elder brother, you have to stand up for us. Di Jiang felt his mind momentarily seize up, nearly smoking with bewilderment. Chaos rippled through the Pangu hall. He turned a pleading gaze toward his younger sister. Huta sighed and shook her head in resignation. Enough. Zhu Rong, elder brother, at least has devoted himself to our Wu clan. Cease your bickering. In my view, this pill must be taken. No sooner had she spoken than Gong Gong bristled with outrage. He pointed unreservedly at Zhu Rong, who sat delicately curling his fingers into an orchid pose. If the side effects are this severe, do you truly wish for elder brother to become this effeminate? Zhu Rong exploded in fury, hurling his chair across the hall. Grief and indignation flooded his gaze as he turned to Di Jiang. Elder brother, say something. Di Jiang felt as though he might vomit up breakfast from 10,000 years ago. Suppressing his visceral discomfort, he unleashed his sovereign aura. Silence. Enough quarreling. The dragon elephant pill's effect on physical cultivation is plain for all to witness. If the Yao clan consumes such pills while we abstain, they will surge far ahead of us. When the Yao clan launches its assault, our Wu clan will stand utterly defenseless. Gong Gong's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes flickered toward Zhu Rong's orchid-fingered pose, and his composure shattered. But elder brother, surely you see the side effects. Huta cleared her throat, drawing every gaze. Compared to its profound benefits, those side effects remain bearable. Observe closely. When Zhu Rong, elder brother, remains silent, he appears perfectly normal. So long as our strength ascends, we simply speak less. All the ancestral Wu deities fixed their eyes upon Zhu Rong. Gong Gong's expression turned desolate. Inwardly, he roared in despair. Truly, even Zhu Rong's vacant dazed stare seems to drip with syrupy absurdity. His little finger curled upward as if straining to pierce the heavens. You call this normal? Di Jiang gave a slight solemn nod. Should the Yao clan gain even half a step's advantage, our Wu clan faces utter annihilation. The pill's efficacy is undeniable. If Xuandan can refine more of these elixirs, then let our younger sister Hudu carry the Wu clan's treasury to negotiate with him. Gong Gong stared with revulsion at Zhu Rong, preening, posturing utterly unmoored from his former self. It was nearly impossible to reconcile this flamboyant figure with the fiery, muscle-bound warrior he once was. Striking exaggerated, affected poses at every turn, Zhu Rong could no longer be ignored. Gong Gong finally interjected. Zhu Rong has just enhanced his strength with the dragon elephant pill. Let him accompany Huda's sister on this journey. His presence would ensure greater security. All who agree, raise your hand. Instantly, every ancestral Wu deity lifted theirs. Zhu Rong cast a haughty glance over the assembled elders, chest puffed, nose tilted high, a sharp, disdainful snort escaping his lips. You envy our. He clapped a hand over his own mouth. Earlier, amid the heated argument, he'd overlooked it, but now calm reflection revealed the truth. Even Zhu Rong himself struggled to hold back his own mortification. Di Jiang entrusted the Wu clan's treasury to Hutu, a fractured microcosm reshaped by Di Jiang's sovereign edicts to be carried effortlessly upon one's person. Hutu and Zhu Rong set out together, bound directly for Kunlun Mountain. Bearing the weight of their clan's fate, they vowed to return laden with sufficient elixirs. Meanwhile, Di Jun watched in silence as Xuandu and Duo Bao departed with the rest of the Yao court. Only Wuzhuang Temple remained, yet Zhenyuanzi and Hongjun had already fled. To surrender such a rare opportunity felt intolerably bitter. Di Jun dispatched his 9 remaining Yao sovereigns to hunt down Zhenyuanzi and Hongjun. Dong Huang Tai summoned the chaos bell, his countenance dark with displeasure. Elder brother, you know me well. My cultivation surpasses that of the Yao sovereigns, and I have mastered the Sun Crow rainbow transformation art. If I pursue Zhenyuanzi and Hongyun, capturing them would be effortless. Di Jun pursed his lips, replying with weary resignation. They've already fled for nearly a quarter of an hour. You'd never catch them now. Send the 9 Yao sovereigns instead. Scatter them across the land. One more makes no difference. Oh, one less changes nothing. You bear far more vital duties. Dong Huang Tai Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. A fierce, murderous gleam ignited in his gaze as he stared toward the path Xuandu and Duo Bao had taken. Does elder brother intend for me to slay those sage disciples, and thereby frame Zhenyuanzi and Hongyun? A masterstroke of misdirection, ensnaring even a sage within the web. Brilliant. Di Jun stared dumbfounded, then stepped forward and gently shook Tai Yi's head. My foolish younger brother, please say no more. Zhenyuanzi and Hongyun must be apprehended, but the Wu clan demands equal vigilance. We must seize this moment to steadily elevate the Yao clan's power. Dong Huang Tai nodded gravely, then frowned in quiet confusion. Di Jun explained. Take the Yao clan's treasury and journey once more to Kunlun Mountain. Seek Xuandan to trade for elixirs. Spare no celestial treasures. These pills are worth far more than their price. His gaze suddenly settled upon Kuan Pong. Accompany Tai Yi. You shall speak for him since he lacks the gift of words. Your command shall be obeyed, your majesty. Kuan Peng bowed deeply in reverence. Leaning close to Dong Huang Tai, his voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, ahem, procure as many heaven heart pills as possible. Tai Yi's brows lifted, a sly smile bloomed as he returned the bow. Without another word, he vanished in a blur of divine speed, racing toward Kunlun Mountain. Meanwhile, Zhen Yuan, Zi, and Hongjun pursued relentlessly, fled along a path utterly devoid of pattern, until suddenly they glimpsed Xuandu and Duo Bao hastening back toward Kunlun Mountain. Relief flared across their faces as they surged forward in pursuit. Xuandu and Duo Bao, startled, greeted them warmly. We did not expect to meet you both here. The Yao court presses hard upon your heels. Might you not seek refuge with us at Kunlun Mountain? A karmic bond of shared Tao teaching bound them. Disciples of the Xian Gate were ever grateful and duty-bound. Just as the two great cultivators prepared to decline, Duo Bao burst into laughter. Brother, did you not see? Those Yao elites clearly consumed the pills refined by junior brother Xuandan. Only Xuandan's elixirs produce such distinctive side effects. Zhen Yuan, Zi, and Hongyun instantly recalled the great contest, when all cultivators had alternately adored and dreaded Xuandan's pills, especially when the pharmacist cheated during the insight competition, swallowing a pill to gain immense advantage. They exchanged glances, a shared question dawning. Could it be that the Yao clan's sudden surge in strength stems entirely from Xuandan's elixirs? Yet these side effects defy description, especially the mortifying spectacle of Yao elites striking poses mid-battle, each attack heralded by a loud theatrical cry of its name. Jaw clenched in grim resolve, Zhen Yuanzi declared, when Daoruan looms so near, what does face matter? Let us accompany these young friends back to Kunlun Mountain, to seek Xuandan himself and beg a single life-saving pill. Hongyun nodded fiercely. Dignity. Discard it. It was no longer worth preserving. Without delay, the two great cultivators joined Xuandu and Duo Bao, racing toward Kunlun Mountain at full speed. Unbeknownst to all three factions, they converged upon the very same destination. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun, accompanied by Xuandu and Dao Bao, swiftly returned to Kunlun Mountain. One must admit the speed aided by the power of the earth vein is indeed remarkable. Even their presence could be completely concealed. The pursuing demon saints had long been shaken off. Xuandu and Dao Bao also broadened their horizons. If they did not come to Kunlun Mountain, the two powerful beings also had good strategies for retreat. They had just arrived at Kunlun Mountain. Laozi inside the 8 Scenery Palace was awoken. Laozi frowned tightly and muttered, why does everyone want to find Xuandan? He stretched out his hand to calculate for a moment, and his brows began to twitch. Hiss! Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun were just the first wave. Fine, they were at the center of the tribulation of their own disciples. Who can they reason with about this? Laozi closed his eyes tightly and soon stopped paying attention. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun, on the recommendation of Xuandu, arrived at the Xian'an mansion, learning that it was Zhen Yuan Daxian and Hongyun Laozi coming to seek pills. Xuandan's figure appeared in front of the cave entrance with a professional smile on his face. The two seniors have rendered great kindness to my senior brother by imparting the Tao. I must express my gratitude properly to you. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun found Xuandan to be very agreeable. His attitude was exceptionally warm, warming their hearts. They suddenly felt that Xuandan was a grateful and understanding child, completely forgetting the disturbing tricks Xuandan had pulled during the great competition. Upon learning that the two powerful beings were being pursued by the demon court, he appeared even more righteous and waved his hand, saying, rest assured, the demon race will give me some face, that won't be a problem. However, my face alone is not enough, so I kindly ask the two seniors to accept this pill. After saying this, Xuandan handed over the Breaking Realm pill to the two powerful beings. At the same time, a sudden voice echoed in his mind from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, innate 5 elements Qi. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun sensed the medicinal power contained within the Breaking Realm pill. Joy immediately appeared on their faces. As expected of the esteemed disciple of the Taiqing saint, inheriting the alchemy of the Taiqing saint is indeed remarkably exquisite. As they spoke, the two had already swallowed the Breaking Realm pill. The rich medicinal power instantly erupted within their bodies, transforming into pure spiritual power that flowed into them. Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun let out comfortable sighs. So refreshing. When they opened their eyes, they were instantly dumbfounded. Their flowing hair had been blown away by the wind, revealing 2 shiny bald heads. Zhen Yuanzi suddenly felt as if his heart had stopped. He loved having long hair and well-groomed facial hair. Now he felt like his hair had reversed. Zhen Yuanzi wanted to cry without tears. In contrast, Hongyun was indifferent, rubbing his bald head. Tisk. If Jane and Zhuanti, those shameless fellows, saw this, they would probably drag me to become the leader of the Western teachings. Zhen Yuanzi glanced at the carefree Hongyun and suddenly asked with some confusion, why does it feel like the improvement isn't that significant? Xuandan raised an eyebrow and directly handed over 2 Tianqing pills. With a wave of his hand, he spoke with certainty. It must be that the medicinal effect is insufficient. I take another Tianqin pill, sweep away fatigue, and return to oneself. Warm feelings surged in Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun's hearts. As they took the pills, the system reward reappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward innate, Yin Yang Qi. Jin Yuanzi felt somewhat ashamed. As an elder, asking a junior for pills was truly embarrassing. Little friend, your assistance to me is truly beyond repayment. If there is ever a place where you need help from me and Taoist Hongjun, feel free to ask. Xuandan, like an old friend, repeatedly waved his hands, showing no concern. What are you saying? This makes it sound so distant. Both of you seniors and my master come from the same lineage of the Tao ancestor. Saying we are fellow disciples is hardly an exaggeration. Moreover, the favor you have shown towards my senior brother deserves a few pills in return. Warm feelings surged within Jin Yuanzi. The disciples of the three teachings truly have excellent character. Hongjun was lost in the fragrance of the Tianqin pill, unable to extricate himself. They no longer hesitated and directly swallowed the Tianqin pill. In an instant, the power of the earth vein throughout Kunlun Mountain was activated. Red clouds stretched endlessly across the sky. Two kinds of profound Tao rhythms continuously flowed into the two powerful beings. Jin Yuanzi was the first to awaken from the enveloping power of the earth vein. I truly must thank my little friend Xuandan. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for me to comprehend this divine ability of the earth, origin fragmented immortal. His voice suddenly stopped. He noticed the recording stone in Xuandan's hand. Recalling the way he had spoken, a bad premonition suddenly arose in Jin Yuanzi's heart. Hiss! Something's not right. He trembled as he gathered a water mirror to take a look. He was instantly frozen in place. The water mirror revealed a little lowly wearing a long robe, her skin flawless and slightly cute. Is this what I look like now? Just as Jin Yuanzi was about to lament the severe side effects of the pill, a deafening scream suddenly rang out beside him. He turned to look and saw a cute lowly in a red robe showing her two small tiger teeth. Hongjun turned to meet his gaze and instantly fell silent. A full quarter of an hour passed. He cautiously inquired, "Could it be you, Taoist Jin Yuanzi?" Hongjun's cute little face wrinkled up, unable to hold back his inner complaints. Why agree while turning red like a bubble hammer? Could it be? He rushed directly to the water mirror, staring at his own appearance, his face filled with disbelief. No way. The cost of comprehending this divine ability is too high. Just as Xuandan finished naming the recording stone, the lowly Taoist who walked out of the purple cloud palace. The most beautiful red is the blush on Taoist's face. Xuandan clapped and shook his head in admiration. The improvement of the two seniors is simply immense. Even if the demon race comes chasing, they can easily cope with it. They truly did not want to stay longer on Kunlun Mountain. They quickly took their leave and rushed towards the mountain gate of Kunlun Mountain. Fortunately, they hardly encountered any disciples of the three teachings on the mountain, though they were unsure why. However, it was much better than letting the juniors see their current appearances. When they finally reached the mountain gate, a familiar pressure suddenly descended. Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun simultaneously stopped, looking up at the towering figure close at hand. The East Emperor Tai of the Demon Court. Jin Yuanzi couldn't help but roar in anger within his heart. Isn't that? Xuandan's words come to fruition. Just so happens to block the entrance. Just as Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun were preparing for battle, Hongjun sent a thought transmission. The demon race has chased us to Kunlun Mountain. We absolutely must not act on the territory of the three pure ones. Let's use the escape method directly later and leave. One must know Kunlun Mountain is the place of the three pure ones. If this act provoked the saints, it would be utterly counterproductive. The calm gaze of Tai swept over the two Lolas. He felt somewhat surprised, unable to see through their realm. Could it be that they have received a treasure bestowed by a saint? Thinking of his elder brother's advice about building good relationships with the disciples of the saints, he revealed a self-proclaimed gentle smile. Yet this made Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun's hearts race. This is bad. Have we been exposed? Their nerves and bodies tensed simultaneously, prepared to launch a fatal strike at any moment. Tai smiled and said, "You should be newly admitted disciples of the GS sect. You look unfamiliar. Cultivate diligently, and if you ever have any thoughts, you can join the demon court." After saying this, he and Kuanping headed towards Kunlun Mountain, leaving Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun, who were stunned in place. No way, huh? Us joining the demon court. They shook their heads, casting aside the distracting thoughts. Regardless, it was fortunate that Tai did not discover their identities. Just as Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun were preparing to take this opportunity to escape, a loud crash occurred. A thick aura of malice suddenly descended at the mountain gate of Kunlun Mountain. Two figures wrapped in malice appeared before Jin Yuanzi. Donghuang Tai and Kuanpeng had not yet left. The two ancestral witches also sensed the sudden arrival. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Both sides erupted with overwhelming battle intent. Donghuang Tai raised the chaos bell high, his expression filled with disdain. Are you all deliberately seeking death? Not being able to eliminate Jin Yuanzi and Hongjun, killing two ancestral witches is also quite good. Kuan Peng similarly condensed a shadow that obscured the sky, ready to strike at any moment. The woman of Huta, bearing the witch clan bloodline, exuded a powerful battle spirit. A dense aura of malevolence surrounded her, drawing forth rolling thunder. The two sides were on the brink of a colossal battle as Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun nervously looked around stealthily, hiding in a corner. We cannot afford this. Zhu Rong's face showed a hint of anxiety, his mouth slightly open, but unable to speak. He stepped forward, grabbing Huta's arm, shaking his head repeatedly. This scene stunned Di Jun and Kuan Peng. It must be an illusion. The usually combative Zhu Rong was actually trying to mediate. I have never heard of the witch clan being able to change their temperament. Dong Huang Tai transmitted his thoughts. Do not let your guard down, it could be a scheme from the witch clan. Kuan Peng nodded heavily, yet still showed no sign of power. Even Zhu Rong's gaze towards Hutu was filled with a pleading expression. His heart was already letting out a deafening roar of anger. Sister, can't you just be my sister? Our family truly does not want those two mixed feather birds to see this. This is more unbearable than being killed by them. Kuan Peng sensed that Zhu Rong's behavior was not an act, and transmitted his thoughts. Your Majesty, is it possible they are cautious because this is Kunlun Mountain where a sage is presiding? We should also avoid provoking the sage's ire. The elixirs are crucial, so why not just let it go? Tai snorted coldly, directly, throwing down harsh words. The witch clan actually knows to use their brains. This is indeed surprising. Kuan Peng beside him sighed somewhat weakly. His Majesty Dong Huang truly had no right to say this. As soon as the words fell, Zhu Rong's face instantly turned red with suppressed anger. He gasped for breath, filled with grief and indignation. He wanted to speak, but could not utter a word. Huta beside him was sweating from the tension. With enemies present, he could not laugh out loud. Zhu Rong's strange behavior left Dong Huang Tai and Kuan Peng puzzled. Kuan Peng frowned and transmitted his thoughts. Your Majesty, why do I feel that Zhu Rong is somewhat off? Dong Huang Tai also looked at Zhu Rong with a puzzled gaze. In times of friction, it was always this fire ancestral, which Zhu Rong who shouted the loudest. Generally, it was the ancestral witches who initiated the conflict. But today, even being attacked directly by his own face elicited no response. Tai's heart tightened. This is bad, the witch clan is using their brains. At this moment, Zhu Rong was shaking with rage. He felt his breathing becoming labored. If he heard one more taunt, the flames of Zhu Rong would explode. We have to endure and let them not see us like this. It would be better to crash headfirst into Buzhou Mountain and die. He forced himself to suppress his inner fury. Closing his eyes, what is not seen is not troubling. Dong Huang Tai, he couldn't help but chuckle, speaking directly to Kuan Peng beside him. Forget about those two fools, the main task is more important. Kuan Peng followed suit, heading towards the direction of Xuandan Mansion. At this moment, Hutu also dissipated her oppressive aura and patted Zhu Rong on the back. Alright, they have left, let's hurry and follow. We cannot let the demon clan take all the elixirs. Zhu Rong's face was ashen, having lost all his previous spirit and vitality. Like a soulless body, he followed behind Hutu. In front of the cave entrance, Xuandan, who had not yet returned, suddenly sensed two completely different auras descending. The moment he saw Dong Huang Tai, his eyes brightened as he approached. Rubbing his hands together, he smiled, resembling a scheming merchant. So it's Senior Dong Huang, how are my elixirs? Tai was about to respond, intending to apply some pressure. After all, Xuandan's greedy expression still flashed in his mind. Who knew Hutu followed closely behind. Upon seeing Hutu appear, Xuandan became even more excited. So it's Senior Hutu, the elixirs from before worked quite well, right? Are you planning to cooperate with me for the long term? Very well, how many dragon elephant pills do you have? The witch clan will take as many as you have. Feel free to choose anything from the witch clan's treasury. After saying this, she directly tore open space, revealing a small world where the witch clan's treasures were stored. The dazzling light of the treasures instantly blinded Xuandan's eyes. Just as he was about to agree, Dong Huang Tai, he suddenly spoke. The elixirs from before were excellent. Oh, I want as many Tianxian pills as you have. And the treasures from the demon clan's treasury can be chosen freely. After saying this, he raised his head proudly, turning his face away, the corners of his mouth twitching in pain. Kuan Peng recalled what Hutu had said earlier, then looked at the strangely behaving Zhu Rong deep in thought. Hutu glanced at Tai, who was clearly in a standoffish mood, and snorted coldly. Little friend, that Tianxian pill is also wanted by the witch clan. All the elixirs in your possession are to be taken by the witch clan. Tai suddenly erupted like a furious golden crow, shouting loudly. Bold. All the elixirs belong to the demon clan. A little friend, feel free to state any demands. The struggle between the rich man and the rich woman was amusing Xuandan. He suddenly calmed down, spreading his hands. Alas. I know both seniors are eager for the elixirs, but the quantity isn't that much anymore. They were distributed to fellow disciples earlier. Only 3 Tianxian pills and 3 dragon elephant pills are left. I wonder if both of you. Before he could finish, Dong Huang Tai and Hutu shouted in unison. We'll take them. Xuandan was overjoyed and handed the Tian Xian pills and Dragon Elephant pills to the two. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, 3 dragon pearls of the great Luo golden immortal true dragon fragments of the North Sea Xian turtle shell. He wore a look of wild joy jumping from the demon clan's treasury into the witch clan's treasury. He found suitable heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the witch clan's treasury and returned to wander in the demon clan's treasury. His reckless demeanor made Tai Yi and Hudu unable to help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Truly deserving of being a sage's disciple, his character is indeed quite unrestrained. Xuandan smiled and waved goodbye to Dong Huang and Hutu. Among them, Tai Yi's face was dark, his heart shouting madly. Good lad, your Dao title should be called greed. Hutu also felt a painful pinch. He really dares to take it, he just takes freely. The witch clan's treasury has indeed lost 3 middle grade innate spiritual treasures. Didn't we agree on large quantities at low prices? Hutu's gaze suddenly became sharp, and she thought to herself, we cannot lose out. Her gaze fell on Dong Huang Tai Yi. At this moment, Tai Yi transmitted his thoughts to Kunpeng. Later, let's directly take action when we go out to Kunlun Mountain. We absolutely cannot let those two take the elixirs back. Take this Tian Xian pill, it may come in handy later on. Our main task is to bring the elixirs back. Kunpeng nodded heavily, secretly mobilizing his power ready to strike at any moment. The two parties, each with their own schemes, rushed towards the gate of Kunlun Mountain. At this moment, Yuyixian and Hongjun, disguised as little girls, had not yet left. They lay in ambush in the corner of the mountain gate. Yuyixian's face revealed a hint of hatred, adding a touch of cuteness. Before understanding the divine ability, they chased after us. Now that we've grasped the divine ability, we still have to run. Isn't that divine ability learned for nothing? Just listen to me. We must lie in ambush here and make the demon clan taste our power. Hongjun looked at the confidently thumping their chest little girl, Yuyixian. A hint of determination appeared on his small face as he nodded heavily. All right. Just then 4 figures appeared outside Kunlun Mountain simultaneously. Before Yuyixian could locate the demon clan's position, the two forces instantly entangled, leaving Yuyixian dumbfounded. Dong Huang Tai Yi summoned the innate treasure, the chaos bell, to suppress them with a roar. Quickly hand over the dragon elephant pills, and I shall spare your lives. Hutu snorted coldly, her brows carrying a heroic air. Wishful thinking, you mixed feather bird shall die. Each collision between the two sides shattered heaven and earth, causing spatial tremors. Little girl Yuyixian shook her head. This one is too strong, let's first pick on the soft persimmons. As she spoke, her gaze fell on Kunpeng, who was entangled with Zhu Rong. Kunpeng's expression was somewhat astonished. Why did he always feel that Zhu Rong's moves were so soft and feminine? Is it my illusion? Just as he was lost in thought, a voice from the little girl echoed through the sky. It's this mixed feather bird who chased after our 2 brothers. Take him down. Charge. The 2 little girls who had long been lying in ambush struck simultaneously. The sky was filled with a sea of red clouds, transforming into a tide of divine fire. This was the divine ability that Hongjun had comprehended, Scarlet Cloud Divine Fire. At the same time, the earth veins surged, condensing a shadow resembling an iron whip, charging towards Kunpeng. Divine ability Earth Origin, shattering immortals. Zhu Rong suddenly smiled charmingly, then instantly became expressionless, releasing Zhu Rong's divine fire, adding more fuel to the fire. Kunpeng looked around, sensing danger everywhere, his body bristling with cold hair, trapped in a dire situation. At the critical moment, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. He took out the Tian Xian pill and swallowed it. In an instant, a blue-white radiance illuminated all things in the world. The scene before him made Zhu Rong's eyelids twitch violently.